Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to the big night. This is the big night here at the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here. I don't know if Russell's filling up his grape or his Johnny Walker, but he is should be back any moment. We got a beautiful crowd in here tonight, 1723 on YouTube and Twitter. We got 1,130 of you here in the Rumble chat this evening. I see the table shaking. Did Russell just kick the table? Is he back? There he is. Oh, you got your coffee? Coffee? I thought you were drinking wine tonight. Look at that. Brewing some coffee up all night. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Malbec. Got the red. It's kind of a white wine day. You know, it is fall, but it is a beautiful 70 degrees here today. And look, if Trump wins, we can look forward to more warm weather like this, right? Since he will let the climate crisis go unsolved. Yes.
Had to get in some dinner before this long haul.
Oh, yeah? I had leftovers. Yeah. I cooked a big plate of spaghetti yesterday, and I'm ready to go today. Hey, folks, for those of you who follow us on Twitter, you saw me post a short video today from the lovely town of Bennington, Vermont. Beautiful little village in southern Vermont. This brew right here, this is by Alchemist Brewing. This is called the Heady Topper. They are the unofficial beverage of the Do Dissidents Election Night live stream. This is the best beer in the world, by the way, for those who don't know. You used to only be able to get this at their brewery in northern Vermont and at like shops within a 20-mile radius. And this got such a cult following that what they used to do is they used to post on the brewery's website where and when they dropped off cases at local stores. And my wife and I worked a craft show in Stowe, Vermont, which is right near their original brewery, which is Waterbury. Now they have one in Stowe. And we got to know this, got to love it. Now they ship statewide, but only statewide. You cannot get this outside of Vermont. So luckily, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump from where I live. I packed my oldest kid in the car. We took a ride, father and son, out. And I picked up some of this today, so we're going to start the festivities here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now it's a party.
I'm starting with the coffee, then I'm going to move on to the wine. I figure we got a long night. That is a beautiful beverage.
That is a gorgeous beverage right there. Been a while since I had one of those. So, folks, how's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling? Everybody ready for this? Everybody ready for this? Who's ready? Who's ready?
All right. Well, now that cleared copyright, let's set the mood.
This is the end, my only friend, the end.
Turt Ferguson over on Rumble says, have you tried 15 Bud Lights? Actually, in our election night stream from 4 years ago, which we did on, I think we were just on Facebook. 20 people watched. I actually had a 12-pack of Rolling Rocks for that one. So today I classed it up for you guys. I classed it up. Then we had Rolling Rocks. We had pizza. We had everything going. Hey, so we got Jake in the booth tonight. Round of applause for Jake in the chat. Please and thank you. We got Cool Blue. We got our own undercover Steve Kornacki giving us data throughout the evening. And so strap in, right, everybody. Yes, it is going to be.
We're the kind of corporation that recruits from within.
Yes, we recruit from within and we pay zero. No. Yes. So we have. Oh, there you go. That's right. 21-22.
Gonna hit
in
the
the
second
YouTube
one
chat.
pretty soon.
Oh yeah, we're almost there. We're at 2401 between YouTube and Twitter, up over 2,000 already. So great to see you all here. It all comes down to this, folks. Lots of stuff to get to tonight. Just to give you a brief overview, at 7 p.m. Eastern, Georgia closes its polls. Now, the way Georgia's doing it this year is they are expecting to have all of the early vote in and published within 1 hour of the polls closing, which means
that's
should
their story.
get. Yes,
that's what they're saying.
That's what they're saying. So we should get a pretty good picture of Georgia. Not the whole picture, of course, because all these states are expected to be pretty close, but we should get a pretty good picture of Georgia pretty soon.
North Carolina is supposed to close at 7:32, right?
7:30, yeah, North Carolina. So 7 o'clock Georgia, 7:30 North Carolina.
And then isn't Pennsylvania dropping all their early vote also?
I think so. I know Philly said they're going to be quicker with the numbers this time. At 8 p.m., Pennsylvania polls close. So we will have information from there starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. At 9, that's when you get a big batch, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Now, Michigan, there's an asterisk there because most of Michigan's polls close at 8 p.m. Eastern because most of Michigan is in Eastern time zone. But there's the Upper Peninsula that's at 9. I don't know if they will release numbers. I think they will because I think with Florida is the same thing. Florida, you had a bunch of polls open in the Eastern Peninsula, and then the Panhandle closes later. So I think we're going to start getting Michigan results at 8. I'm not sure about that, though, but I know by 9, all the polls in Michigan will be closed, as well as Arizona, Wisconsin, the final swing state. And then the final swing state, 10 p.m. Eastern, Nevada. And we expect to be counting and guessing and estimating all night.
We'll be with you to the end of the world.
We will be with you until the very end. That is right. Why don't we get started here? First, why don't we get started with some super chats and Rumble rants?
I voted for Harris Walsh, and I was proud. And no, it wasn't a lesser of two evil votes.
Yeah.
No, it was not. I was very proud of my vote.
I voted at where did we vote? At a VFW today? Yeah, we voted at a VFW today.
I almost got arrested voting today.
What's that?
I almost got arrested
because you were going to
today.
take a picture of your ballot.
Well, so this is what happened. An elderly woman was under the apprehension that I had photographed my ballot. You know, I'm going to take the fifth on that. But then I was like, no, man, I was just Googling the ballot initiatives. She was like, well, I got to go get the police. These two poll workers come over to me and they're like, show me what's on your phone. I say, you got a warrant? They were like, we don't need a warrant. We're poll workers. I said, oh, a cop needs a warrant, but you don't need a warrant to look at people's phones. So then they went and got a cop. By that time, it wasn't a problem anymore. Maybe it was like taken care of. So,
yeah.
I showed the cop the photos. I was like, see, there are no photos on there. So
no, in New York, you're actually not allowed to photograph a complete ballot.
You're not. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's like, what you guys just get back from fucking murdering a squirrel or something?
Yeah, right,
like,
exactly.
What do you give a fuck if I take a picture of my ballot? What business is that of yours?
Yeah, it's such a crazy rule, but yeah, you're not allowed to take a photo of a completed
and then the
ballot
guy's
in
trying
New York.
to tell me.
So you're allowed to take a
photo
of a blank ballot, but not a ballot with writing on it. Yeah.
Right. So then the guy, he's trying to tell me you can't Google the ballot initiatives. I said, what do you mean? You can't Google the ballot initiatives. There's no law like that. There is a law about the photographs, but there's not a law about that. And he goes, how are you going to Google without looking at your camera? I said, it's a different app. What do you mean? Show me a sign that says you can't Google.
I mean, it's a little rude
away.
it's a little rude to Google the ballot initiative at the thing, right? There's a line. It'd be funny. Everybody goes, starts researching everything, but you didn't know what the ballot initiative
you're allowed
was,
to
right?
do that, though.
Well, you're allowed. I mean, yeah, it's not against the law. It's frowned upon, but it's not against the law.
I knew about the sex discrimination one, which because it can be used on sporting events to put men in women's sports, I voted against. There were other ones though. Actually, at this point, after the martyrdom of Peanut, basically a lot of these ballot initiatives were about expansion of government power, and I just kind of categorically said no.
Yeah, I only had one.
There was a sanitation one, and they didn't even tell you what it was really about.
Right.
And then I looked into it later, and yeah, it's about helping them to crack down on street vendors. I was right to say no.
Right. Yeah, I only had one because I'm not in New York City. So I just had the Prop 1 about the discrimination, this, and this. Right.
I was wondering that. I was wondering if these were statewide. If you
well, the first one is statewide. I voted yes on that one. It was just an abortion one, right? Just said reproductive health. No
yeah, but it can be applied to forcing the men into the.
But why?
The
it says
sports.
Specifically it's reproductive.
No, it says non-gender-based discrimination, non-sex-based discrimination, which can be used to argue.
But wasn't it discriminating against reproductive? Wasn't it productive?
It's one of the things. It's one of the things in it, which of course I would have supported if that's all it was about. But there's other language in there that you could definitely lawyer your way to saying, well, given the wording of this statute, he identified as she has a right to play on this sports team.
I mean, I didn't interpret that way, but then again, I didn't Google it while I was filling out the ballot because I wanted to keep the line moving.
Because that's all I did. I did not take any pictures in New York State.
I wanted to keep the line moving. I figured, if there's a time to look it up, it would have been beforehand. So I just read the language and I voted yes.
What's really sad? That these guys fucking narked on me in Harlem. What is this, Scarsdale?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You guys are you guys don't know about illegal search and seizure, really?
Yeah.
Really? Come on, man.
All right, so we're split. So I voted yes on that amendment, and you voted no. That's why we're the Red Brown Alliance. Michael Castillo getting us started in style with $100. I couldn't ride with genocide. I voted for Jill Stein and Butch Ware. Let's get a cowbell from Michael Castillo here. That's how we kick it off. That's how we do it. Michael Castillo, thanks very much.
You're getting the party started.
Getting the party started. Eric Rousseau didn't vote, just not cared enough to bother. Well, that's the spirit. That's the audience.
That's the spirit.
Nurture. Yes.
You've been listening to this guy too much.
Yeah, you've been
listening to people? See what you're doing?
That's right. Pickle the Pirate in D.C. for an election party, so I can't watch. You already voted for Dr. Stein. Free Palestine. No votes for genocide.
I'm sure that will be a more productive way to spend your evening.
I would say that's a fair bet. Yes, I would. Justice for Peanut and Fred. Eric Rousseau, thank you. JM, thanks for the $2. Appreciate that. Drinking Kahlua mudslides. Well, there you go. That's a fun night for Eric Rousseau out there on the West Coast. It's always good weather for a Kahlua mudslide in sunny Los Angeles.
Where does Eric live?
Los
Angeles.
He's
in L.A.? He's in L.A.
Always good weather for that out in L.A. So our friend Shama Sawant is doing a broadcast tonight as we do ours. I will be ducking out for about 10 minutes at 7:45 Eastern to join her, and then Russ will be ducking out an hour later at 8:45 to join her, and then we will be right back. But let's get into some numbers while we're here. There are some exit polls out, so we do have some data to go through here. First exit poll, NBC News of most important issues. Oh, that's that's funny. Okay, so that was a troll one. I fell for that. I didn't look closely. It's the same graphic, but I do everything Joe Rogan tells me. 36. Really want to see the media have meltdown again. 30. Urgent need for military tribunals. Obama's birth certificate at 4%. And crystal mines way less productive than they used to be. That is good. I like that one. Okay, so let's do the actual real one. I just didn't look closely enough at that graphic. So the NBC exit poll, state of democracy, 36% is the most important issue. Wow. The economy comes in second at 30%. Abortion there at 14%. Immigration.
It's not on screen, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Did you load in your videos? There you go. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, Jake. Appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. So once you have those loaded in, let me know and I'll reset that thing so that we get the slides up there automatically. Appreciate it. So yes, state of democracy, according to the NBC News exit poll, 36%. That was the number one issue, according to whoever NBC asked. 30% said it's the economy. 14% said abortion. 11% say immigration, only 4% say foreign policy. Now, according to the Twitterverse, the AP and Fox News did their own exit polls, and according to those, the economy ranked higher than the state of democracy. But these are the graphics that we have at the moment. So, rough math here, if you add up the democracy plus abortion vote, which that's the lib vote, that gets you to 50. Economy plus immigration gets you to 41. So you'd rather be Kamala than Trump looking at those numbers. Those aren't the only numbers, of course. There are other networks that did their own exit polling. Overall, things look very, very close so far. You'd like immigration to be a little bit higher if you were Trump, I think. That's pretty low.
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah, that is pretty low. So take that for what it's worth. North Carolina's exit poll, is Trump too extreme? Yes, 51. No, 46. Trust on crime and safety, according to NBC, you have Trump 50, Harris 48. That's very, very close. Probably too close for comfort.
I mean, that's really not what you would expect.
No, you would expect Trump to have a 10-point lead.
To blow it out. Yeah, exactly.
Wisconsin, Trump 52-46 on the crime issue. Again, these are just some numbers. Georgia, these are the first results we're going to see. If you look here, Georgia, should abortion be legal? 62% yes, 35% no. That's not a number you love to see if you're Donald Trump. That means he's basically has to get 12%. He has to get 20% of the pro-choice vote because he needs 12% of people who said abortion should be legal to vote for him anyway, which is possible. He could do it. I mean, there are pro-choice MAGA people who are just saying, well, we'll take a chance on that, or we'll vote Democrat for governor or senator, whatever. I mean, that's not necessarily a killer, but that is something to think about as the Georgia results come in. Now, the CNN exit polls looked a little better for Trump, to be honest with you. The CNN exit poll here, I mean, these are tough numbers for Kamala. Biden's approval rating -17, 41%, 58% disapprove. Most Americans either dissatisfied or angry, 72%. That's never good for the incumbent party. America's best days versus future, 64%. I'm not exactly sure what he means by that, but definitely a dissatisfied electorate according to they
call that the Keaton vote.
Yeah, exactly. According to the CNN exit poll, you would like better numbers there for Kamala. These are kind of interesting numbers here. Most important issue, once again, who do you trust more to handle the economy? Trump 51, Kamala 47. Now, look, the NBC exit poll, this grouping is the same grouping that said they wanted to protect democracy as their number one priority. So this definitely skews a bit blue,
right?
I would say. But according to this, 51% Trump, 47% Kamala on the economy. Trump a few months ago had double-digit leads on these questions.
Yeah, it was
immigration, economy, crime. 15 to 20-point leads on these questions. This is interesting. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? Harris 50, Trump 44. Now, keep in mind, these are not voters who placed abortion as the number one issue. This is just generally speaking.
Generally, yeah.
So you basically may as well ask who'd you vote for, Kamala or Trump? I mean, more or less. Now, like I said, there are going to be some MAGA people who would probably answer Kamala on the abortion question because they're pro-choice. So, when you look at these, you're looking at very, very close numbers. Trump's edge on immigration, not as big as you'd think it would be. Once again, this is the NBC sampling. This is going to skew bluer probably than the other two, AP and Fox News, since both of those poll sets had the economy as the number one issue, not saving democracy. But, when you break these numbers down, I think what you're looking at is a pretty tight race where it seems like both candidates turned out the base. Like it seems like both candidates were able to get their people out, and that it's going to come down to which independents broke for who in which states, in which counties, and that's what we told you it was going to come down to at the end of the day. So that snapshot looks like it could go either way. That's what it looks like. So far, looks like a very, very close and pretty high turnout race. So, we've been seeing pictures all day of long lines everywhere. Long lines in rural areas, long lines in urban areas. Philly had some very long lines, and so it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Those numbers don't paint a clear picture. No, I don't think either candidate's thrilled with those numbers. I think both candidates can look at those exit polls and feel pretty anxious, as most people who give a shit about the outcome are.
Oh, what was really crazy was they did a poll in New York. 86% of New York voters believe that abortion rights should extend until the child is 13, at least.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So Trump's got no chance here. I don't know why he did that MSG thing.
The 120th trimester. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. What happened to the AP? Did the AP crash already? Did the AP number site already go down? Let me check that. Let's see. We got that in the private chat. No? Okay. So it's working. It just went down on my other tab. All right. I will nix that and fix that.
There we go. That's
What's
my
that?
normal setup. It was a little skewed.
Little skewed. So yeah,
Give Taibbi his plug back there.
Yeah, there you go. So I was going to Vermont today to pick up my beer of choice, and I live in a suburb of Albany. I won't say which suburb since I don't want any of the wackos and the sickos coming after me. But I live in a suburb of Albany, and in the suburbs, I'm not seeing that many lawn signs.
To his house, DM me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I'm not really seeing any lawn signs in the suburbs. Not many. I shouldn't say not any, but not many. Not as many as usually do during the heart of campaign season. But going out to Vermont, I'm driving through a lot more rural areas, and I got to say there were a lot of Trump signs on my drive out there. A lot. In the more rural areas. So yeah, I mean, the bases are seem like they're going to turn out. This doesn't seem like a low turnout election. It seems like a very high turnout election. That is what I would say there.
I have definitely noticed, as much as the ones who do virtue signal about voting for Harris are annoying, nowhere near as many as in any other election I've ever seen. Like, there's just been a steep decline because they weren't into Biden either.
Right.
Like, you didn't see nearly as much of that with Biden, where people needed to tell you how proud they were that they voted for Biden, as you did with Hillary. And now this is like another step down from that. Like, I really, like, most of the cringe libs I know are just not saying anything. Not on social media.
Right. Yeah, no, it is. You are seeing, I think, a more subdued sort of.
Because who's about her? Who's like, look, man, that's embarrassing to go out there and be like, I want to see this strong, smart, qualified woman. To say that about Kamala Harris, man, like, you really have to have no self-respect at all. I've seen a little bit of it, but not a lot. Not a lot. If anything, they'll say Trump's going to end our democracy. And nothing about Harris, really. They just won't even talk about her.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with that. So Cool Blue, can you find me results? Because we do have some results since polls are closed in Kentucky and Indiana. Neither of those are swing states.
Should I load in the slideshows? You didn't.
Oh, yeah. I will load those in. In just a moment. But because you have to get them you have to download them as PDFs, right?
Right, I know. Yeah.
All right. I mean, if you want to do that, you can. And I will. Let me see here. Camera, general. Okay, yeah, they won't display. So yeah, you can download them as PDFs and then just load them in if you want. That's fine. All right. So while you're doing that, Cool Blue, can you find me results from Kentucky for 2020? Laurel County, Casey County, and Taylor County, please. And thank you. Laurel, Casey, and Taylor County. And once again, folks, big round of applause for Cool Blue sitting in with us. What a crowd we got in here. 3,500 strong in the YouTube chat. How do you like that? 3,500. We are getting close to a 666 between the two platforms already, and the night is quite young. So here are some results from the state of Kentucky. Very, very preliminary results. Only 2% counted there. Laurel County, Kentucky, red rural area, 81% Trump, 18% Kamala. Casey County, 86% Donald Trump, only 13% Kamala. Taylor County, 75% Trump, 23% Kamala. Like I said, we're talking about very, very small baskets of votes here. But if you treat this like a poll, my first response to this is good sign for Trump. Now, if Cool Blue, you can get me the numbers on those for 2020, what the percentages were there. We would just like to weigh one against the other. So when you have that, please just post that in the private chat. But, you know, for those who joined us 2 years ago, when we were just a wee tiny show, one of the things we noticed right at the outset, right at the very, very, very beginning of the night, when we were looking at early results from states like Ohio, is that Republicans were struggling to run up these kinds of healthy margins in the rural areas. They were winning these rural areas, but they were winning these areas 65-35, sometimes 60-40, not 70 to 80%, the way Trump seems to be winning them so far. So right there, I would look to that, and I would say that's a good sign for Trump if he can keep these rural margins as high as he's keeping these few counties here. Now, like I said, these are 2%, 3% counted, but then again, if you look at a poll, the average poll is of 1,500 voters. So if you look at right here, Laurel County, you got what, 8,000 votes there? So if you took that as a poll of rural voters, 81 Trump, 18 Kamala, like I said, we'll wait for Cool Blue to have those numbers, and we'll weigh that against what it was last time. But so far, I think, you know, that indicator is a good sign for Trump. We'll go to Indiana and look at the same thing here, 56-42. Okay, so this, did Gary, Indiana come in yet? Gary's over here, right? Lake County, yeah. So the Democrat zone in Indiana hasn't come in yet. Indiana's like literally all Republican except for
Did we get
Gary.
Cool Blue a whiteboard?
Yeah. No, Cool Blue does not want to be seen on camera, understandably. Okay, so
Is
Laurel...
that because of the sex doll he requested?
Yeah, right. There you go. Thank you, Cool Blue. Look at Cool Blue coming through for us right there. That is nice. Jake, can you do me a favor? When Cool Blue gives us those dumps, if possible, can you make banners out of them? If not, it's okay. I know you're fielding Rumble rants. But if you could make banners of them and display those, that would be awesome. So if you could just put that up on the screen, Jake, I will get us back to Kentucky, and we will start weighing these results. Okay, so in 2020, Laurel County, Kentucky was 83% Trump, 16% Biden. All right, so Trump's pretty much keeping pace there. Casey, 86-13. Trump, exactly 86-13. Wow, look at that. See, round of applause for Cool Blue getting that done in a very short order. How do you like that? Cool Blue, the man. And then, of course, Taylor County, 76, Trump, 24. That's about exactly what it is now. So,
don't they call Taylor County the land that changing your mind forgot?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So far, it's a good sign for Trump that he's hitting his 2020 margins as opposed to the 2022 margins. You got to take that as a good sign. Is it a small indicator? Yeah, obviously. We're talking about a few thousand votes in a few counties. But I got to say, in 2022, we were able to pretty much say, this is not a good sign when the Republicans were slipping in the rural areas. According to these, they're not slipping in the rural areas. Now, on the one hand, this is a very small sample size. On the other hand, if we read a poll with a sample size of 8,000, we would say that's a pretty decent poll, right? So there you have it. So far, I think if you're the Republicans, you're happy with those numbers. If they replicate this, then they have a very good chance, I would say. So far, I would say that is a positive sign for Trump. Let's see if the libs are melting down yet. I doubt they're melting down over Kentucky. Kentucky, right?
All right. Yeah. So nobody expected the big October surprise to come in the form of a small rodent named Peanut.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So
The peanut effect.
There's the Peanut effect, and this might have turned the whole election. The Peanut gave his life so that Donald Trump could be the president again.
Yeah. yeah. Peanut, though, he was like Randy Quaid in Independence Day.
Yeah, they should.
Just
They should.
flying right into the ship.
I hope they're going to erect a statue to Peanut in that town.
Yeah.
Was this Chemung County? How far are you from there? Is that anywhere near you?
Where is it? Chemung County?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's find it. Let's find Peanuts County right here. Let's see. Where is it? Chemung County, Albany County, Montgomery County, Oneida County. Here, I will add the screen again. There we go. Beautiful. I'll adjust my setting. One more time. You have everything loaded in, right? I could just change this. Beautiful. Boom, boom. What is it called? Chemung?
Yeah, I think it was because that was the health department that they were talking about.
Columbia,
Chemung County,
Ulster.
Right? Folks in the chat, wasn't it Chemung
Yeah, what
County?
was the county? What was the county that Peanut
I'm
lived
pretty
in?
sure it was called Chemung.
Chemung? Yeah, I don't see no Chemung. We sure wasn't that?
Yeah, no, it wasn't that. No, it definitely wasn't.
Because that's not really upstate.
That
That's
I
Western.
would remember.
That's Western New York. I'm in this area right here, folks. I don't see it so far. All right, we'll have to get word from the audience.
All right. Well, this is how much impact this had. So Bill Shatner, Captain Kirk himself, he's not a political guy. He made a point of telling people, "Hey, man, I'm not even American. Captain Kirk is not from Iowa. In fact, he's from Canada." A gentle reminder as we go into Tuesday. I am not political. I cannot vote. I am a Canadian citizen living in the U.S. While I applaud those who exercise their right to vote in your country, I would kindly ask that you keep your responses to me non-political. My best, Bill. But even so, the ballad of Peanut the Squirrel reached the ears of the captain himself, and he had to speak out about it.
There you go.
I just heard about Peanut the Squirrel. He was 7 years old and a pet for 7 years. How could he be considered a wild animal when all he knew was being a pet? You can say that about any animal then in the state of New York. Shame on New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Pretty big hit, 1.6 million. So here, reason 1001 why Star Trek is better than Star Wars. Captain Kirk rocks and far cooler than woke Luke at Mark Hamill.
I mean, they do George Takei, though. You got to say that.
Huh?
They do have George
they
Takei.
have Takei. That almost, kind of balances it out.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, Harrison Ford's out there doing ads for Kamala. So.
That's true. That's right.
And
he's
you
pretty apolitical.
You would think he'd be based, right?
He's always been apolitical.
Yeah.
He's pretty stubbornly apolitical.
Like old school movie stars that people liked because they knew how to shut the fuck up.
Right.
And so, little reminder, wasn't just Peanut. It was Fred also. Fred the raccoon also was euthanized. This, I found this really interesting, man, because having gone to India, that was one of the first things I noticed culturally. The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by how its animals are treated. Mahatma Gandhi. Now, people told me that there were stray dogs everywhere, and I thought I was going to need a rabies shot. And the nurse at the doctor's office was Indian. And she was like, "You're really not going to need that. They're not going to bother you." And when I went to India, man, sure enough, there are stray dogs everywhere. And you can pet them, man. They're totally friendly. And it tells you in that culture, nobody abuses these dogs. Right? Or dog wouldn't just walk up to any stranger that way otherwise.
Right.
So Shatner, actually, he issued a statement about Peanut. He felt so strongly about it. It's very touching.
Of all the souls I have encountered in my travels, his was the most human.
So he was pretty busted up about that. Who knew Shatner was such a squirrel lover?
Likes that Peanut the squirrel.
Yeah.
He's got a big heart, that guy. Didn't Jimmy say he lives down the block from Shatner? Doesn't he live near?
He lives very close to Shatner. He's met him a couple times because they have the same favorite sushi place.
Oh,
in that area.
Yeah. Studio City. All right. What do we got here? Not much else has come in. When do the polls close in Vermont? That's it. So Chemung County is the county, and Chemung County is actually over there. Jake, look at that. Jake has it up on the board. So that's more Western New York than upstate New York.
Okay. So that's near
right over
Buffalo.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, well, closer to Buffalo. About halfway between Buffalo. Yeah. It's like near like Binghamton. That's actually not far from where Jake is. Jake is in Ithaca, New York, which is not far. I guess Jake is in Tompkins. Is that where Ithaca is, Jake? Right up there. Beautiful. All righty. Awesome. Let's take some super chats, folks. Chemung County, Biden 42, Trump 56. There you go. Well, that's going to change this year. I mean, Trump's going to run up his margins there now.
I think so.
Revenge of Peanut.
I mean, you're joking, but in that one county, I think it actually will make a difference.
I
think Trump actually will bump up a few points because of the squirrel.
I can't imagine he wouldn't. Can't imagine that death will not be in vain. Hillary Hinton, I just bought the domain starbuckspush.com, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to be filthy rich. Drinks are on me, you fuckers. Thank you, Hillary Hinton. Appreciate that. In honor of the end of the world, I'm voting for Dukakis, says Ken Minji. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Nocturnal Human, a huge mistake if the Stein campaign is not making it clear you have to write in Butch as Rudolph Ware, his legal name. Yeah, I wrote in Rudolph Ware. I knew that. Yeah, no, that's the one thing. If you're gonna run a write-in campaign, you probably shouldn't use the nickname of the guy. You know what I mean?
And all of your advertising materials.
Yeah. But look, they have a lot to work on. Hey, it's what is it? 7 hours till we could tell the truth about the Green Party. How do you like that?
Yeah.
We'll do a countdown. Jake, can we have a countdown on the screen? 7 hours until the truth is revealed about the Green Party. Joking. Tea spills about Green Party in 7 hours.
In the end, I still got to vote for Dave Chappelle. I wrote him in for Congress this time.
Oh, you could have written him in for Congress. That's right.
Because there was nobody. I certainly wasn't voting for that fucking old whore, Adriano Espiat, who represents my district.
Well, yeah, no, I wouldn't vote for. No, I didn't vote. I didn't vote at all. I wrote in Jill for president. I voted for Diane for Senate, and that was it. I left the rest of it blank. I voted yes on the pro-abortion thing, and that was that.
Well,
I love abortion.
I tried to get in Harvey Dent for a judgeship. I put in Jeffrey Epstein for posthumous office.
I tried to get an amendment on the. I tried to get a ballot proposition on the ballot measure mandating abortion except for cases of rape and incest. I tried to get that on the thing, but it didn't take. I couldn't get the signatures.
There's why I always tell people Keaton's ahead of his time, man. He has ideas that are going to be commonplace one day.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, people just don't see it. They just don't.
I'm going to Davos next year. I'm doing a whole whiteboard presentation on that.
Well, that was supposed to be a big reveal after that.
Yeah, I could announce that tonight. Hey, it's a big show. I figure we should make a big announcement on the big show. Yes, I'm going to be at the World Economic Forum. Outlining my mandatory, 15-week abortion requirement next year, except in cases of rape and incest. That's right. That's a depopulation winner right there. Nocturnal Human.
Because we saw the trend lines on rape were going down.
Yeah, exactly. So. Nocturnal Human, a huge mistake of the Stein campaign is not making it clear you have to write in Butch Ware his legal name. Oh, we got that already. Sorry.
Yeah.
One more for Stein. Utah's going green, baby. There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ellen Jimerson. Thanks, Ellen, very much. She dropped a C-note on y'all after Russell's epic get off your knees speech. And know what? I got not one cowbell. Not one cowbell. I'm still mad. Wait,
you do where?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So give Ellen her cowbell then. If we owe her a cowbell, we owe her a cowbell. That's right. We got a few big donations that night, and so maybe we overlooked it.
Missed
right,
it.
So we missed
our
we
housekeeping.
Apologize. Thank you very
Sorry
much
about
for
that, Alan.
That's all right. You know what? I think for your troubles, we'll give you one free cowbell. Go ahead. Give her one on the house.
All
right.
right.
On the arm.
Buy one, get one free.
Yeah, exactly. I voted against War Pigs today. Good job, NDB. Appreciate that very much. Dostoevsky says, going to vote right now. Plan on voting for Stein, but I really want to write in Satan so I could tell him people I voted for the lesser of three evils. There you go. Thank you, Dostoevsky. Appreciate that very, very much. Okay. We'll go to some YouTube super chats. Daniel Hall, I voted for Joyanne Reed's Platinum Village of the Damned Wig. Thank you for that. Hey, another cowbell. I.
Snap.
Thank you
Thank
for
you.
the super sticker. Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you so much. How much to see Keaton and Russell get shit-faced live on stream? Well, so far I'm halfway through this first one. Yeah.
I haven't started yet.
We're going to control ourselves
All right,
and be
so this is
professional.
one of the mugs I got from New Orleans.
Really tie one on before I go on Shama's stream. That'd be a good start to the new labor movement, the new post-election labor movement. Show up shit-faced on the Worker Strike Back live stream.
And another thing, man. You want men to be involved in this movement? You gotta shave the pits.
Yeah,
you gotta shave the pits. You can't leave nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. All the socialists, it's communist women. They got big.
Communists with their
they're all hairy. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes that.
Oh boy, yeah, that would be quite something. Musically assured destruction. Did you see that story about Harris's unaired interview with a Muslim influencer where she kept telling him bacon is a good spice for food? I heard about that.
What?
Could that be real? I mean, did that actually happen, or is that just like a joke? I guess there's no evidence, right? Because it was not aired. But did she really tell a Muslim interviewer that bacon was a spice for food? I mean, I have heard about that.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to believe. The election soundtrack needs to be Cali music. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Most meaningless, most important election so far, says Artie Barty Fart Blast. Thank you, Artie Barty Fart Blast. Appreciate that very much. Don't trust an election without paper ballots. How dare you impugn the integrity of our elections, folks? Don't you know we have to last 7 more hours on YouTube? And you come at us with a super chat like that?
Yeah, come on,
crazy?
man.
What are you thinking? You know,
the elections
what a
are safe and effective.
Yeah, they're safe and effective. What a disgusting thing to say that is. What a horrible statement.
That's terrible.
I mean, this is why Trump might win, because of attitudes like that. You have these deplorables who are just spreading distrust of our institutions, and it's really, really abhorrent. You should really be thoroughly ashamed of yourself about saying such a thing. Yeah.
We get our shit done over here.
That's right. All right. Let's go back to Kentucky here, the Bluegrass State. We got some more results coming in. Obviously, folks, we got guaranteed red state. We're just looking at the margins. We're just seeing what the margins are like in these rural areas. So far, Trump's running up very good margins. I think if you're Trump, you got to be happy. That's a good sign that your base turnout is there, which gives you a chance to compete in some of those blue states when the cities come in. I think you got to be happy with that if you're Trump so far in the bluegrass states. So yes, that is one hurdle that they seem to have cleared. The rural areas do seem to be coming out for him. We'll get a better sense of turnout as the night goes on. I wasn't going to ask Cool Blue for turnout figures yet because the reporting numbers are just so small so far. Indiana, some things. Okay, Cool Blue, can I have Bartholomew County, Indiana in 2020, please? Bartholomew County. Give me Allen County, too, please, if you can. That's where Fort Wayne is. So Bartholomew and Allen County. And you know what? For good measure, give me Huntington County as well. So, Cool Blue, that's Bartholomew, Allen, and Huntington. We'll put those up on the map right now, and we'll see if we can weigh those up against the 20 results. So here's what we see. Allen County, Fort Wayne, Donald Trump, 51-48. With a decent amount of vote in, 10%. That's about 70,000 votes. Seems to be pretty high turnout all across the board. Huntington County, 11,000 votes in, more or less. You got Donald Trump, 72-26. And then what was the other one I said? Bartholomew? Where the hell is that? I probably should have paid attention to where it was. There it is. Trump, 58-39. So if we can have those three, please, when you get a chance. We are 6 minutes away from the first major poll closing in the state of Georgia, which is going to be your first real major indicator of how things are going tonight. So we are 5 minutes out from that. So while we're waiting on those numbers from our friend Cool Blue, Take some more super chats here. Sparky, when Keaton told his canvassing story, I thought it would be one of those lonely housewife and milkman stories. No. It was not. No, yeah. If it were Russell telling that story, it may have been that. But it ended up being a piss in the bushes story.
Guilty
yes, that's right.
charged, yeah.
That's right. That's right. I mean, what was I? I was like 19 at the time. I forget. Yeah, I was 19 years old at the time. Had a Libby theater professor that I still follow post on Facebook that today is Rovember 5th. Never wanted Trump to win more than in that moment. Thank you, Ryan Spence. Appreciate that.
Why do you tell me these things?
In Atlanta, I was the only voter at the polls. Must be a lot of earlier mail-in voters. Oh, so you're actually in Atlanta proper, Sparky. All right. All right, let's, Jake, can we put Cool Blues findings up on the board, please? And thank you. So in Allen County, Indiana, we had Biden 43 versus Trump 54. Right here, we have Trump 51, Kamala 48. So he's kind of lagging behind his total from there. What else we got here? Bartholomew County, Biden 36, Trump 62. All right, Trump lagging behind a little bit there. And then in Lawrence County, you have, where is Lawrence County? What the hell did I do with that one? Lawrence County, there it is. That's running about the same, 73-25 versus 74-24.
What is that up there? People are voting for RFK because he's still on the ballot?
Yeah, he's still on the ballot. So some people are still voting for him. But, he came out yesterday and said, don't vote for me anywhere, like in any of the states. Because he kept himself on the ballot in the safe states. But then, yesterday just came out, never mind. Don't vote for me anymore. Never mind. Sorry, I said anything.
Turns out people want abortions more than they're afraid of vaccines.
Right. Yeah. So, 52-48 there versus Cool Blue. What was that number there? 53-54. All right. So there you have Trump lagging behind a little bit. Of course, you don't really know because in a county with a big city on there, you have urban precincts and then you have suburban precincts. So it just could be that we're getting more of the urban precincts in which skew more Democrats. So you don't really have a good sense of that there. But I believe Indiana is basically all blue except for up here, Lake County. Gary, Indiana is a big Democrat stronghold. That's basically like a Chicago suburb.
All red, you mean?
All red, sorry, except for Lake County is where Gary, Indiana is. And that's very, very blue. That's like basically Chicago, isn't it? Doesn't Chicago run kind of into that? I'm pretty sure. So that's very blue. And actually Obama won Indiana in 2008 based on Lake County. I mean, Trump is going to take Indiana. It's just a matter of getting a sense of what the trends are in terms of margins and things like that. But yeah, we are getting very close. So like we said, folks, Georgia is expected to dump pretty much all their early vote at once. And they're saying they're going to have all the early vote out within an hour. And early voting in Georgia was about 80% of what the total turnout was in 2020. So we are going to probably see a lot of results from Georgia in a very short period of time, starting in just a couple of minutes. So Sparky says he was the only voter at the polls in Georgia. Must have been a lot of early or mail-in. There was a lot of earlier mail-in. It counted for 80% of total turnout last year 80% of 2020 turnout was 2024 early vote. So that's a huge early vote. Nate Nussey, thanks for the $10. Vermont sent a ballot to every registered voter. I could have taken so many pictures after I filled it out. I was surprised to see the Green Party didn't make the ballot in Vermont. I wrote in Stein. Yeah, that is weird that they didn't make the ballot in Vermont.
Yeah.
But Vermont is like a chill state. Like you can actually take a picture of a ballot there, which is my understanding. In New York, it's and it's like it's not just one of those technicalities, like as Russell experienced, or supposedly he didn't actually do anything, but
I almost took a fucking pinch.
Yeah, he almost took a pinch. He almost couldn't be here tonight. Imagine if Russell was in jail tonight.
That would have been pretty funny. I mean, like if I had like completely refused, which he had the right to do. Cop doesn't have a warrant. They can't make you open your phone.
You got a warrant.
But they could bring you in on suspicion.
Oh, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And hey, if Trump wins, they probably execute
free country, folks. Free country.
Trump is very sensitive about the voter fraud and all the voter improprieties. You probably get the the chair for that.
I get the peanut treatment.
Yeah, exactly. Sparky, tons of women voters are quietly voting solely on abortion. Establishment had their stooges at SCOTUS screw Trump. Is that what you think, Sparky? Is that your analysis? We're going to find out very soon, my friend.
4D chess.
Hey, those Georgia exit polls, 62% pro-choice, according to the exit poll. So, I mean, we will see. We will see. Again, this is what makes it really hard because as we've encountered in our own chat and in, online, a lot of MAGA is pro-choice. Like a lot of Republicans are pro-choice. They kind of vote for them anyway.
Yep.
Fewer of them vote for them anyway because now there's no Roe v. Wade. But, this is where you could see, and we said there was a chance of this, you could see that split ticket phenomenon quite a bit this year. All right, so now we have our first official calls from the AP. Nothing surprising here, obviously, but officially called for. Kentucky and Indiana have been officially called for Trump. Vermont up there called for Kamala. Oh, we got some Florida numbers in. Let's take a look at Florida. Here we go. Trump 57, Kamala 41. What do we got here? Osceola County there. Kamala 51, 48. All right, so we don't have much in right now. 0, 0, 0, but we do have some in Florida. I didn't think Florida. They close at 7-2, I believe. I just didn't consider them a swing state, so I didn't have that in my notes there. Okay, so this is kind of interesting that the AP has the in-person and early voting there. So voters in Florida have cast 5.3 million early in-person and almost 3 million mail-in ballots in 2024, and it gives you that as a proportion of 2020. So as you could see, Republicans outdid their 2020 early vote margin, which again, that's not really surprising since in 2020, Trump told his people not to vote early. He said you can't trust it. So it was pretty much a guarantee that they were going to hit those numbers going in. Democrats, not even close though. I mean, Democrats were really taking a bath in Florida, which like I said, nothing unexpected, but yeah, that is kind of brutal there in terms of the early vote for the blue team. So let's see now.
You think they're demoralized? Do you think they've given up on Florida?
Do I think Democrats have given up on Florida? Yeah, it's quite possible. Quite possible. I think there's a better than 50-50 chance of that. I mean, there have been some anecdotes about, Florida Democratic clubs and rallies and things, but I don't even think Kamala's campaign there. Like the Democrats really haven't made an effort there. I mean, if that is close, then it's a real shit show for Trump. But I don't suspect it will be close. I mean, so far, okay. So here, Broward County comes in 60-40 for Kamala. Cool Blue, can you get us Broward County 2020, please? Miami-Dade. Miami-Dade, you don't know if it's going to go blue. I mean, Miami-Dade, can be 50-50. Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade County. That has been going redder. Broward is really this is Joy Behar country. That's what we call this. That's Yentaville right there. Those are the retired New Yorkers. That's the Democrat stronghold in Florida. Much more so, I would say, even than Miami-Dade at this point.
I'm just saying, don't sleep on DeSantis.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, making a comeback.
Here comes DeSantis.
Here comes DeSantis. Trump and Harris, two running gags in the same joke we call American democracy. Thank you, Artie. Blarty Farblast. There you go. That's better. That's better than those questioning of the ballots. It's too early for that. Live in a blue state, so what the hell? Begrudgingly voted Stein. Shama finally criticizing Socialist Alternative on Hedges' podcast officially placated my cynicism. Well, yeah, I held my fire on that. She told us that she had a falling out with them long before it came out, and she's like, please keep a lid on that until I go public with it. But yeah, I knew that had happened long before, it became news. Because Socialist Alternative put out this ridiculous article about how. Go ahead.
Yeah, they had an organizing meeting at an Olive Garden, and they tried to split the check, and they were really they wanted her to pay the tip.
Yeah, right. That was it. It's a big falling out,
and that was it.
Boy!
And also, they hogged the breadsticks.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we got some numbers from Georgia. All right, here we go. Now is when it gets a little serious, folks. Now we're going to start getting a little serious. So let's take a look here. Florida, we can get rid of Florida. All right, here's Georgia. This is the big one. This is pretty big right here. All right, so very few numbers coming in. Jesus, they said there was going to be a big dump. I guess they're trickling in. All right, so 54 Trump, 45 Kamala so far. Do we know where these are coming from? We don't even have a breakdown of this yet. All right, so I guess not much to report there as of now. Let's go back to Florida then. Where we'll take a look at Broward County. Again, not expecting any kind of competition here in Florida, really. Broward County, Florida 2020, you have Biden 64, Trump 35. Here you got Kamala 60, Biden 38, so she's running a little under there. Yeah, Miami-Dade, Biden 46, Trump 53. Yeah, Miami is not blue anymore. Not blue anymore. Overall, Trump won it by 3. Yeah, I mean, Trump's going to win this by, I would say, at least 5. At least 5, and that's probably a conservative estimate. My guess is more like 7 or 8, and so no real surprises there. Thank you, Cool Blue. Cool Blue doing a hell of a job so far. Let's give a round of applause for Cool Blue, please, in the chat.
Thank you, Cool Blue.
Yes, what a guy. See,
look, man, she's on you. She's on you, man.
What's that?
I hope Keaton eat your black pill prediction. Well, which
I mean, they're both black pill predictions. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, his general prediction that the country's going down, I think he's safe on that one.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty safe on that one. I think I
no matter who winds up the de facto president, the presumed president, the theoretical president.
And look, I know how the game works. You know, you make a prediction, and if you're wrong, you eat shit. I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
But like we both said, we wouldn't bet a dime on it. Like we're guessing because we had to, you know. Like I'm not coming out here telling you there's no way she lose. No, of course not. Of course it could go either way. Still could. It's
like you show up at a game of charades, you got to do charades.
Right, you got to do charades. Right, we're gonna not play. Right. Well, we start a news and politics podcast, and we're not gonna make a prediction. Right. Exactly. But no, it
comes with the territory.
Comes with the territory.
Little fucking bitches like Ryan Grimm will be like, "Whoa. If Harris wins, this, and that will happen. If Trump wins, this, that's
literally
cute.
What he did.
That's very cute. Yeah. I know. I saw that.
Yeah, he said, I'm making prediction. He's like, here's my prediction of what the next 3 years will look like if Trump wins it. No, that's not. Yeah. You got to make a.
That's not a prediction.
You got to fill out a map, motherfucker.
Yeah.
We need a map. This is the big leagues.
Bitch.
This is the big leagues. Make a map or go home. If you're wrong, you're wrong.
Put a ticket in. Make her gay.
Exactly. I didn't vote because fuck this shit. My taxes are still going to wars either way. That's right. Good on you. Najuma, thanks for the donation. 3D pie charts are the worst. You don't like those? Sorry about that. Well, I'll pass it along to NBC News. Nostradamus predicted that Dr. Shiva will win. Thank you very much. Big Al asks that you, Keaton, tell us the name of the beer again. This is the Heady Topper by Alchemist Brewing. And really delightful. Enjoying it quite a bit. It's by Alchemist Brewing. So you got to just Google Alchemist Brewing. Now, unfortunately, you can't get this outside of Vermont, which, Ellen, that is a long trek for you. Am I allowed to ship beer? If I'm allowed to ship it, I'll ship you guys some. Because it is a pain in the ass to get, but it is quite fantastic. All righty, here we go. Let's see. Anything out of Georgia yet? Nope. That's all eyes on Georgia right now. That is the name of the game. Russ and Keaton, if you had to vote for Kamala or Trump to save humanity, who would you vote for? Please, a direct answer. I think we've said this before. I mean, look, I think with Trump, if you're asking me, if you're asking me to save humanity, which is a heavy lift, quite frankly, and quite frankly, I'm not really convinced of the merits of that, to be honest with you. But if I had to save humanity, I mean, the biggest threat to humanity would be nuclear war. And like I said, I think we're being marched towards it under Kamala. So I would have to say Trump on that score alone.
I just got that book on nuclear war.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was very popular at the Scott Ritter event. That's how.
Well, yeah, I mean the way Scott Ritter talks about that, it seems like a real drag. You know. What's the quote about nuclear fallout?
Nuclear War by Annie Jacobson.
But what's the quote? The quote is, "In a nuclear war, the living will envy the dead." That's what Ritter has said. So, when you put it that way, I mean, I think with Trump, there's a slightly less chance we'll be in a nuclear war. So I guess when you put it that way, you'd have to say Trump. All right, what do we got here? So we got 2016, Hillary versus Trump 63-34. That's Broward County. Biden 53-46. Miami-Dade went from Democrat plus 29 to Democrat plus 27 from 2016 to 2020. So yeah, there's a major reddening of Miami-Dade County over the past 8 years, and I don't expect that will change tonight, really. What do we got here? AP. We just got to hope the AP site doesn't conk out on us. That would suck. Every day. Hey, so far, knock on wood, all systems go. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
We got 4,000 even on YouTube, 2537 on Rumble. Hit that like button. We're almost at a 6666. We are almost there.
Oh, we haven't hit that in a while.
No, we haven't hit it in a while, but we're getting close. We got about 4,000 on YouTube, and we got 2,500. So we're getting really, really close to there. We're about 6,500 total now.
Hang on. But 2539. Oh, hang on. What's the 2539?
That's Rumble.
That's Rumble. Plus, we got 4775. So we're there, aren't we?
Well, we're there counting Twitter. We're not. Yeah, okay, all right. We said we were going to count Twitter. So, all right, we'll do it. We're there. Counting Twitter, we're there.
All right, we got the special custom-made one.
We don't want to offend you on. We want to stay on Elon's good side, since he's the next AG of the United States, apparently. Yes. Attorney General Elon Musk. Yes.
No, he's going to be the Office of Budget Cutting.
Office of Budget Cutting, that's right. All right. Okay, all right. Now we're getting some numbers out of Georgia, so now we're going to go back here. Cool Blue, get ready to do some here. So now you got Kamala Harris 55, Trump 44. Not a big surprise because Atlanta started coming in. So DeKalb County has not come in yet. Fulton County. Okay, so actually, all right, so here we go. All right, this is when it gets interesting, folks. This is when it gets gritty. So the city of Atlanta, which is the biggest Dem vote basket, are these two counties here, Fulton and DeKalb. So, Cool Blue, can you get us margins and turnout figures, please? Round numbers for turnout. Just give me like up to the 10,000 or whatever. You don't have to get super specific. So, Fulton and DeKalb, those are the two with Atlanta proper. Now, these Atlanta suburbs have been getting bigger and bluer over the last few years. And this is why the Democrats are competitive here. Now, Fayette County, this is an interesting county. So Fayette County, I should have had this graphic ready to go. I don't, but I do have it in my email, so I will read it to you. This is a very critical county so far for Georgia. Fayette County here is, let's see, where is this? I got it. Okay. This has been one of the counties that's been trending bluer. So in 2012, Mitt Romney won Fayette County. This is an Atlanta suburb, 65-33. In 2016, Trump won it 58-38. In 2020, Trump won it 53-46. So the Democrats are looking to flip that blue. It's a fairly high population Atlanta suburb. Now, with 3% of the vote in, they seem on pace to do that. Again, that's way too small a sample size to say for sure. But that is kind of key to their success in Atlanta. Second, of course, to turnout and margin in the city of Atlanta itself. But Georgia, if they flip that, that's a good sign for them. What do we got here? Douglas County, 65-33. Okay, so Cool Blue, can I please have Douglas County and Rockdale County? 2020 figures and turnout, please, if you can, for those two. So Douglas, Rockdale, DeKalb, Fulton.
Thank you, Cool Blue. You're doing a great job, man.
Cool Blue's crushing it. I knew Cool Blue would crush it. Cool Blue has been with us for a long time. Cool Blue was he was hanging with us. I remember Cool Blue. Cool Blue was hanging with us on the 2022 midterms. Because I remember we had like 50 people watching us that night.
Which I think yesterday was the anniversary. Because it came up in my like photo anniversary.
Oh, yeah. Like Facebook stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. So now we're at 6666 on YouTube and Rumble. 4116 YouTube, 2609 Rumble. That's beautiful to see. Thank you guys all for being here this evening. So yeah, those are what you're looking for. Georgia, it's going to all come down to this, Atlanta and these suburbs. This is another reason why, look, I gave Kamala Georgia basically a guess. I mean, 55% sure, the Atlanta suburbs have been getting bluer and bigger, which means they've been growing, which means you're going to have some people there who are not showing up in polls because they're not likely Georgia voters. They just moved. They just moved in.
Right.
So, I mean,
baggers.
Carpetbaggers, that's right. They're bussing in. They're pouring in. Trump needed to build a wall around Georgia
from across the border from New Jersey.
Yeah, exactly. We need a wall to keep the Democrats out of Georgia. That's what he should have invested in while he was president.
No joke. During COVID, man, a lot of Yankees moved south.
Yes, they did. Well, that's actually a very important point. Is that during COVID, a lot of urban libs fled to the suburbs. That's one of the reasons why the suburbs are getting bluer. And a big part of it is because Trump offends the wine moms. I mean, that's a big part of it too. But also, just demographically, you're seeing a kind of a migration of liberal yuppies from like Williamsburg, Brooklyn to Beacon, New York, right? So you're starting to see a purpling, if not a bluing, of the suburbs. All right, Jake, can we put up Cool Blue's findings, please? All right, look at this guy. Look at this guy doing that so quickly.
Boom.
Round of applause for Cool Blue.
Fuck Steve Kornacki.
That's right. The hell with him. Cool Blue, you're working cheap. You should be at MSNBC next year. All right, so DeKalb County, you had 370,000 votes last year. Douglas County, 68,000 votes. Fulton County, 242,000 votes, and Rockdale County, 44,699. Okay, great. So those are the turnout numbers. So now we just need the margins when you get a chance. That would be wonderful. Priority to Rockdale and Douglas since we have those already. But Rockdale, 65-33. Rockdale, 75-23. Douglas, 65-33. There you go. Douglas County was 69,000. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Beautiful. All right, we will hang there. We will await those figures and see if we can weigh those.
Apparently, you're mispronouncing everything. You're really upsetting the Georgians in our audience.
What am I? What I'm missaying Rockdale and Douglas. What kind of language are you talking down there?
DeKalb, they're saying.
DeKalb. Well, DeKalb is Brooklyn. Yeah, DeKalb is
no, it's DeKalb, right?
DeKalb is how they say it, not DeKalb.
Well, no. Apparently,
there's a stop on the Elm train.
DeKalb, based on the way they were spelling it out.
DeKalb,
saying like DeKalb.
All right, I stand corrected.
Good thing we don't have to dig into any freaking Louisiana votes. That would just be a fucking nightmare.
French and all that shit.
Yeah.
Mike voted for Jill Stein here in North Carolina. So disgusted with Dems, voted Libertarian when I could just to boost third-party odds. Got to break this duopoly. Absolutely. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that.
All right. So Fayette, with the emphasis on the second syllable,
Fayette.
they're saying.
Yeah, I think that's what I said, right? What did I say? Fayette?
And DeKalb. All right. So that's how we were saying it, DeKalb.
In Brooklyn, there's DeKalb Avenue. DeKalb Avenue. That's a stop on the L train. DeKalb. Everybody calls it DeKalb.
So now we're getting. So Ellen's saying DeKalb and Fayette.
Fayette. All right. DeKalb and Fayette. All right. Noted. Luis de la Cruz just voted Rodin Kiki Hernandez for president. Gustav Gradilal to beat Ted Cruz and Joe Kelly for something else. Go Dodgers. There you go, Luis de la Cruz. Thanks for rubbing that in. That's right. There's the Senate race in Texas tonight. I wonder how the North Carolina governor guy does. We're coming up on 12 minutes. We'll get results from North Carolina. I was driving around rural Tennessee and Kentucky today. Lots of Kamala signs. Surprised me. That does surprise me. Interesting. Thanks, Handyman.
I think that could get you fucked up over there, man.
Yeah, I would imagine. Sparky, did you see where Ohio disqualified Jill Stein? Nico House did a hotspot on it. There were signs in Ohio that said she had dropped out of the race, but I knew there was a legal issue with her her Ohio campaign. Yeah, I have not really looked into that in detail, but thank you for showing us that. Appreciate that. Talking my friends off their cliff, but my advice tends to sound like Keaton, so I'm not sure it's the best hug your friends F this country. Hey, man, once you embrace that, I mean, look, our friend Anish Shivani is who tipped me off to that. And, I think that's a very helpful way to look at things. I really do. All right. Cool. Let's take a look here. Nora McFadden, thanks for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate that. Thank you. Amazing Blumpkin, big problems with voting machines in Pennsylvania and Georgia. Have you guys heard this? No. Lies. Total lies. Just sowing discord and distrust.
Listen, man, I was talking to Keaton about this before we went on. I literally saw somebody tweeting about rigging in Staten Island. Why? Why on earth would you rig voting machines in New York City?
It wasn't rigged. There was a
What
garlic
would the
knot stuck
reason
in the feeder. That's what it was in Staten
That's
Island. They
it.
had
Maybe a finger. It was close to the old
Yeah, right.
Castellano mansion.
A slice of garlic bread wedged in the machine. They had to come get it out. It's a Staten Island problem. All right, Trump took the lead in Georgia. What do we got? Some more rural vote in. Okay, so here we go. So rural Georgia, 80% Trump, 81% Trump, little less in Greene County, little less in Camden County. See, if you're Trump, you want to be putting those, like that's what you like if you're Trump. In the rural areas, you want 80-20, 70-30. You don't really want to be hovering around there necessarily. I mean, I'm not an expert on these individual counties, but generally you want to be 70% plus in the rural areas to withstand this urban and suburban surge here. All right, let's see. Well, my fucking YouTube studio stopped working. Come on.
You need the Hatfield McCoy vote, as they call
Get it together. Yeah, you need the Let's Go Brandon vote.
Yeah.
The Hatfield McCoy vote. Exactly. All right, raw vote margins. Democrats plus 250. Douglas County, Democrats plus 17. Fulton plus 243. Rockdale plus 18. Awesome. Thank you. I hate to bust your balls. Do you have a percentage margin so it's easier for us to do the math? Just not necessarily a raw vote margin, but a percentage. I mean, I could start doing that math in my head now. Jake, can you put that back on the screen, please? So here we have in Douglas County, we have, well, here, Fulton, Rockdale. There we go. So Rockdale County, what did you have? You had Democrats plus 18,000. So Rockdale County, you've got, that seems like Democrats plus 18 now. Okay, so what this must be, because I almost made this mistake in 2016. It says 3% of votes counted, but that has to be more than 3% of votes counted. Because so
yeah,
Cool Blue,
remember we kept having that problem.
Well, in 2016, the number of votes counted, 3%, that was 3% of same-day votes. But the main dump of early vote accounts for all of the early vote. So Cool Blue, feel free to turn your mic on if it's easier. 18,000 plus margin in Rockdale County. Was that Biden's margin when all was said and done in 2020? Like I said, if you want to turn your mic on, I'll admit you
put
here.
on my mic and
Sorry, I got you.
Didn't quite follow you with the question you just asked.
No, that's okay. We can hear you. By the way, Cool Blue's on the mic. Big round of applause for Cool Blue in here.
Mix Master Cool Blue.
Mix Master Cool Blue. So that 18,000 vote margin for Biden in 2020, is that Biden's 2020 margin?
Which county?
For Rockdale.
Okay, Rockdale County, Georgia.
2020, total result.
Yeah, the raw vote margin was 18,223. Now in percentage points margins, he won it by nearly 41 points.
Okay.
If you want whole number and decimal point, and
okay,
the decimal
well
point in the numbers, I give it.
Okay, so then what these numbers must indicate, if you're looking at what we're looking at on the screen, Kamala's already has about an 18,000 vote margin. So when it says 3% of votes counted, that has to be 3% of same-day votes. They must be giving us all of the early votes plus 3% of same-day votes. Because there's no way, if Biden won by 18,000 and it's only 3%, that would mean there's way too many people there. That can't be. Right? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, but also however each state reports, because they all don't have the same process of reporting their numbers.
No, they don't. I understand that, and that's what makes it a little bit confusing, but I got to think that's the entire early vote because you're already at an 18,000 vote margin. So now they got to be just counting the same day is what I'm saying.
I'll go with what you're saying.
Okay, that's probably it. And then what about what was his margin in Douglas County? Douglas County was, what does that say on the screen there? Plus 17. So if Douglas County was plus 17, Kamala's at plus 18.
That's the raw vote margin in Douglas County. Douglas County, Biden took it over 17,000. In raw vote margin, he won it by plus 25 percentage points.
So Kamala's outpacing that now. Yeah. And she seems to have basically hit the number in Rockdale, and she seems to be beating it in Douglas. That's what she's looking
you
for.
asked
That's
about
the theory
Fulton as well, which is Atlanta.
Well, yeah, Fulton we have no numbers in so far. Yeah, Fulton is the big one, and then DeKalb is the second biggest one. And then Fayette. Am I saying that right? Fayette.
Can I tell you about Fayette?
Yeah. Should I put a little drawl on it? Fayette.
Fayette is like a southwestern county in greater metro Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it's on the verge of flipping Democratic. If they can take the state by 4 points, they're liable to flip Georgia.
You mean if they can take Fayette by 4 points?
Yeah, Mitt Romney ran over 30 percentage points better in Fayette County versus how he performed statewide. He won the state by about 9 points, and he carried the county by more than 20.
Yeah, no, we got into that. So Fayette County, we got into that a little earlier. Yeah, Romney won it by like 30.
Everyone's got a different opinion on how to say this. Flash Cloud says you got it.
What did I get? Fayette.
Yeah.
That's it, Keaton.
Biden flipped the state by 0.23, I think it was, and he carried Fayette County by about 6 points.
No, I don't think he carried it. No, Trump carried it.
No, that's what I meant to say. Trump carried it by 6 points. So
right. So that's the focus for Democrats. That's their focus is that county. I mean, they need to obviously look. Georgia's a heavy lift. They need a big turnout in Atlanta, big turnout in DeKalb and in Fulton. But then where's my graphic? I just had that graphic. Here it is. So yeah, I meant to upload this for everybody to see. So Fayette County, which is now Kamala plus 22. Do you know what the gross vote total was there in 2020, Cool Blue?
In Fayette County?
Yeah.
The total votes cast were just over 72,000.
Okay, so this must not have dumped early vote yet. This must just be same day, because we're at 4% counted, and that reflects about 4%. So yeah, this county here was Romney plus 32, Trump plus 20 against Hillary, and Trump plus 6 against Biden. So if they can flip that gives them a good chance to flip Georgia if, of course, they hit their turnout numbers in Atlanta. Douglas County looks good for Kamala. Rockdale County looks decent for Kamala, too. She seems to be on about even pace there from last year. Although, I mean, you could net more votes because so this is why I kind of gave her Georgia in my prediction, because the early vote turnout was so high. You know, Kamala's at plus 18,000 now out of Rockdale County with only 6% of same-day votes counted. So she can add even more here. I mean, she has to keep pace, obviously. There's no guarantee she will. But if she keeps pace there, she's going to net, 18,000 or more votes from there. That high turnout in these kinds of areas could be tough for him to overcome. Let's see where he's looking at. So out here, Bleckley. How am I saying that? Bleckley. That sounds like a Twigs.
Yeah,
that's
everybody weigh in.
Yeah, Twigs. Man, Jill Stein not doing well in Georgia. Under not even 1% anywhere. Houston County, Trump 56. So Trump is doing I'd say Trump is doing okay in these rural areas. You'd like to see more 80 something. Okay, so Cool Blue here. I'll mute your mic for now. But Cool Blue, can we have a figure on Houston County, please? Houston County, Georgia, 2020. We just need a percentage margin. We don't need a turnout model for that. We need a turnout figure. And let's do Camden as well. Let's do Houston and Camden. So what we're looking for, folks, is Trump keeping pace with 2020, or is he falling off? That's really what we're looking for here. All right.
So let's go to another segment while we're waiting for North Carolina to come in.
Why don't we do a segment? Why don't you do one while I'm with Shama? Because I have Shama in 15 minutes. So if we do one now, then by the time I leave, you're going to have to just do one more.
Okay.
You could do one on your own, right, while I'm with Shama?
Well, yeah. But
does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this way we're not doing two back-to-back. We'll stretch them out. We got 8. What do we have? How many more hours you got? 7? Yeah, we got 7 more hours to fill. Let's knock some super chats out. Abandon the Vanguard van. All aboard the SSDD. There you go. Thank you. I wonder how they're doing tonight. Everybody's got a stream tonight, right? Everybody's on. Nobody's off tonight.
Everybody's on tonight, yo.
Marissa Labonte, thanks for the $2. Peanut from the Pine City, please.
Yeah,
from Pine City, New York.
City,
Please fact check. Okay. Is
Yeah,
that where he's
yeah,
from?
but that's not the county.
That's not the county.
The
It's
city.
Chowang County.
Yeah.
William Shatner's album Has Been is fantastic.
Listen,
You know that
man.
one?
Listen, I don't know which album it's on, but that Rocket Man shit kills me every time. Every time. It doesn't matter how many times I hear it. When he comes out and with the tuxedo open at the end, it's gonna be kills me every time.
Michael Ewan, I'm confused. Had to write something besides JS? Yeah, very funny. Yes, you got to write the full name, and then you got to write Rudolph Ware there. Sparky, Kamala ordered her goon squad to swat and assassinate Peanut the Squirrel and Friend the Raccoon. Might not have been a good play by Kamala right before the election. Yeah, no, that would be a misstep for her. Never attack an animal. That's always a bad look. What did Peanut and Fred know about the deep state? There you go. Russ, I wrote in Grimace for U.S. House Representative New York 13. There you go. Thank you.
Man.
Cool Blue.
There you
There you go. Oh, yeah, are you and Virtuoso same district? Is that where Espaillat is?
Are we?
AOC
Are you
is
in
14.
Are you in Virtuoso? Type in the chat if you're in Espaillat's district. I don't know. Because he's in the Bronx, right?
I think Virtuoso is in your district, yeah, because AOC is 14.
Well, yeah, he might be because I share part of the South. I think part of the South Bronx is
yeah, I'm
my
pretty
district.
sure you're in the same district
Yeah.
as him. Yeah, so there you go. So we had 2 write-ins. We have one
You
for
know,
Dave Chappelle and
you know,
one
it
for Grimace.
just occurred to me today because across the street is the park, and I was sitting on the bench, and somebody put Harris Waltz signs from my building in the window, and I was like, God damn it, I'm on the avenue. What was
Right.
I thinking not putting a big MAGA flag in my window in the middle of Harlem just to drive people insane?
Yeah, right. Exactly. What was the other county, Cool Blue? So the other one was, let's see, what did you give us here? Camden County. The other one was Houston County. So Camden County, Cool Blue has Biden 43. Camden County, Biden 34 plus for Trump 64. So Trump's doing a little better than that there. And then Houston County, you have, what does that say there? Biden 43 plus Trump 55. So Trump running about even there. So the good news for Trump so far is he seems to be hitting his numbers from 2020. He doesn't seem to be ducking below that in the more rural areas, which in 2022, Republicans were lagging behind 2020 in terms of rural turnout and rural margins. So if you're Trump, you like to see that. That is definitely a good sign for Trump. If you're Kamala, you like what you're seeing so far out of the Atlanta suburbs, but it's too soon to say because without Fulton and DeKalb coming in, you really don't know. You really don't know all that much. All right. I'm listening to DD while playing Fallout. Seems fitting tonight. Yes, that does seem fitting. Indeed.
It really is.
Golden Gun. Peanut is in heaven, chilling with Harambe and Ming of Harlem. Viva la revolution. Ray they rest. Okay, so Cool Blue, Biden. Yeah, I mean, this was razor close, obviously, in 2020. Biden 49.47, Trump 49.24. And I don't know when they called that. It was days after. Days after. So, I mean, you could be looking at that again tonight. The Fayette numbers look pretty good.
You said it perfectly that time.
Now I have it.
All right,
Fayette.
some people are asking. I wore it tonight because it's going to instantly become dated or vintage tomorrow, depending on how you look at it. Cthulhu 2024, the greater of all evils.
There you go. Beautiful. All right.
I had somebody, I think when I was hosting Jimmy's show, was wearing this shirt.
Do you realize that octopus is a racist symbol?
It is. I'm surprised Jimmy has them in his audience. You think that's a sufficiently, unwoke audience, but I guess not. I guess there's some in every crowd.
No, there's some in every crowd, man. I'm almost positive that was on his show.
Yeah, well, because the thing is, on Jimmy's show, because you sit further from the camera,
They
could
could see it more
thing.
clearly.
Yeah, exactly.
And I was like, it's Cthulhu, you fucking illiterate cunt.
Yeah. All right. So Trump, 60, Kamala, 39. All right. Beautiful. Now move to the weed, Eric Cousteau. If I have to listen to a cackling acceptance speech, I'm reaching for the glue. Yeah, I don't think you're going to hear an acceptance speech. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, it could just be too close. Like, it could be one of those things where, like last time we had a good idea. I mean, I had a good idea when I went to bed, election night 2020, that Biden was going to win, just because there was not enough turnout. There wasn't enough votes in from the urban areas by early morning for Trump to withstand that when they finally did come in. And so I had so I think we'll probably be in a similar situation tonight. I think we will have a good idea of who's going to win. I don't know if we will actually have a declaration before the end of the night. But Cool Blue, you have the advantage out there of being 3 hours ahead of us. It's 4:30 out in LA right now. Imagine that. That's got to be nice. You start counting votes at 4 o'clock,
right?
So you get done at midnight. Yeah, we got to put in the full evening over here. Big Gator Caesar, thanks to the $5, didn't vote for P.T. Barnum or CHAG. Still waiting for my tax cut from 2016. Thank you very much. Thank you guys very much for these Rumble rants and super chats. Carville, it's election time. You tampon suckers, I'll be drinking so much I'll have to be a shit so bad it'll stink up the bayou. There you go. Oh boy, we got $100 Rumble rant. Let's get a cowbell out for En Passant 85. Thank you. That's super generous of you. Appreciate that so much. When I voted today, we could opt out of paper ballot and vote with just the machine. I've never seen that before. I don't trust the closed source code machine, so I opted for paper. Steinwehr. Yeah, I only had paper available. I think New York is kind of old school in that way, right? I don't even remember ever doing the machine.
Yeah, no, it's paper.
It's paper.
It's a paper ballot.
Yeah, it's that kind of town. It's
and then it goes
business.
through the scanner.
Yeah, you got to put it through the scanner and everything. Yeah, no, it's all paper here. So I don't know what this is. I'm glad this came up because this confused the hell out of me. Boston Bob says, voted for Stein Caballero Roca. Who is that? Who is Caballero Roca? Green Rainbow Party line in Massachusetts? What is that?
That's the guy who wrote Mambo Number 5.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The poll workers didn't know why running mate incorrect, but they pointed out that the two main parties had the right names printed. Yeah, why was the running mate that? Because that gave me pause, to be honest with you, because I'm like, wait a minute, is Rudolph Ware the guy's stage name? Is his real name Caballero Roca? That would be a hell of a thing to not mention for the Greens, that the guy's running on the stage name and it's not his fucking name. So when you have to write it in, you write in it's like write in Bob
that
Dylan,
would be classic,
right? It's like it's like write in Mark Twain, right? I mean, like, that would be a pretty classic Green Party. I didn't understand what that was. I'm like, is the guy's name not Rudolph Ware? Are we all writing in the wrong guy for the running mate? That's a mistake they would make. I would believe that.
I mean, it didn't even occur to me to write him in. I just wrote Jill Stein, and that was it.
That was it. All right. Well, there you go. Yeah. See, this is the thing. They don't communicate. This is why I say the Green Party is not good at organizing, because they don't tell you. They don't. Yeah.
They have a big meeting and they're like, fuck it, we're not winning anyway. What do we need to put in all this effort making sure people have the right information?
Right. Yeah.
Why
exactly.
bother?
Right. Jill Stein's actual real name is Margaret Ellsberg.
Yeah. Very few people know that.
Very few people know. That's why her numbers are so low. Yeah, because everybody wrote in Jill Stein. Windy Melly, take a sip, Russ. LOL. He has been taking a sip. He's drinking wine out the mug tonight. Drinking it out the mug. Oh, North Carolina should be coming in.
My New Orleans mug.
That's right. All right, so let's go to the map right about now. Share screen. Here we go. 3-3 Donald Trump on the electoral map. West Virginia has been called. The Tim Pool bump in West Virginia put Donald Trump over the top. Virginia coming in blue.
Yeah,
What's that?
Imagine. It was touch and go. People didn't know how West Virginia was going to vote.
Yeah, no, it finally came through.
Yeah.
All right, Wake County, North Carolina. This is a big one. 71-27 Kamala. Cool Blue, can you get us a figure on Wake County, North Carolina, turnout and percentage, please, from 2020? Turns out, it looks like the only places turning out in North Carolina so far are the blue, although a lot of blue in the rural areas in North Carolina so far. Very, very few votes in. Obviously, very few votes in, 2%. So I don't know if we have any early vote counted there yet. But yep. All right. So far I got North Carolina coming in blue. That doesn't mean very much at this point. We'll have to monitor those margins. New Hampshire, that looks like it's pretty much going to be
Kamala's. That's it. Donald Trump 23-3. It's over.
It's over. He's up by 20. He's up by 3 touchdowns.
Election is over.
He's up by 3 touchdowns. Florida, yep, Donald Trump hitting his numbers there, so nothing to see there. Florida, no surprise in Florida. All right, let me see. I am going to sign into Ms. Sawant's stream. So this is going to work, folks, is I'm just going to turn off my my camera and microphone, and I'm going to join our friend Shama Sawant over on her live stream in just a minute. All right. There we go. I am using headphones. Request camera permissions. Allow. All right.
Okay.
All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. So I am over here right now. Allow. Beautiful. All right. Oops, what happened? Did AP conk out on us? You got to worry about. What's that?
Looks that way.
Yeah. You got to worry about these websites hanging in there tonight. A lot of traffic.
And you just went a little blurry.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. On my end, anyway. Does Keaton look blurry?
Yeah, no, I probably do. Yep, my Wi-Fi just had a little bit of a hiccup. Yeah, that's all we need tonight. Yeah. All right, I think I'm back now. I shouldn't be blurry at this point.
Okay.
How do I look?
You look fine. All right, so what are you doing? Are you going
All right,
to Shama's?
I'm going to duck out for Shama. So you could take some super chats, rumble rants, or do a segment, whatever you want. I'll be back probably about 15 minutes.
Okay.
See you guys.
All right, kids. I want to talk to you about the marijuana. Maybe the kids at your school have been telling you that they're not going to let you into the pool parties if you don't smoke the reefers, but you don't have to listen to them. All right, so where are we at? Okay, is that couldn't ride with genocide? Is that we did that one already? I voted for Jill Stein and Butch Ware. Good for you. I'm pretty sure we already did this, but you know what? I'll give you another one.
No, yeah, you already did those.
Yeah, so where are we?
You're at AF Watcher 88. So they're going to admit me in a few minutes. So we're there. Good call, Jake. Jake just put that up. Or did I put that up? There I am.
I don't even see that on here. Oh, there it is.
It's way down.
Hang on.
Way down.
Okay, but then the next thing I've got is Eric Rousseau asking you covering the betting market.
Yeah, that's it. So that's where we're at. Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right, cool.
So, AF Watcher, when Trump was nearly procrastinated, I like that, I was relieved. Let's just say I did not vote for, the orange man. All right. What is needed after today? And Russ, DP, and Wolverine thoughts? Deadpool and Wolverine? Deadpool and Wolverine was entertaining. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was fun. Wasn't like the greatest thing ever, but I think it was such a relief to people from the whole girl boss nightmare that they just absolutely adored it. But I mean, it was good-ish. It was on the good side. What is needed after today? Well, I'm drinking it, my friend. I'm drinking it. That's what's needed today, after today, and probably for the rest of our soon-to-be nuclearized lives. You covering the betting market? That is really a Keaton question. I don't think so. I think, as you could see, it's kind of a complicated job just getting into all of the stats and everything. Rogue Nation. Peanut would have made a better prez than Biden. Yeah, true that. Not even kidding. At least he was cute and alert. Huge plate of spaghetti 2028. Oh, you think there's going to be a 2028? That is adorable. Genitillus. They're not always that hairy, Russ. It's Pitvember, and they grow it out for lymph node awareness. Just wait for Julina. Okay, so I like that, Jolina. Okay, so this is terrible. It's terrible when your basic core instincts are at odds with your moral beliefs. I totally agree with the principle that women should not have to shave. Um, but aesthetically, I can't get behind it. It's really embarrassing for me that there's this disconnect between my morals and what I'm attracted to. It is what it is. Dana, Russell makes me laugh, especially when he imitates people's voice and the way they speak. Much love. If only my grade school teachers had felt that way, my life would have turned out very differently. I wouldn't be here with you fine people now, probably. Dan voted green and resisted the blue, mainly thanks to you guys. See, that's what we do it for. That's what it's all about. Won't matter, but consciousness will be clean. I know what you mean, man. Joshua Parsons, is this something we believe is real, or is it just like watching the Super Bowl? Honest question. I think anybody watching this show has probably come to the conclusion that it's pretty much a show. Trump is something of a wild card. I don't believe some people say, no, they want Trump and it's all an op. And yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that. They clearly do not want Trump because he cannot be relied upon to sing from the hymnal chapter and verse, every note exactly the way he's supposed to, which is not to say people really exaggerate how much he bucks the deep state. He gave the Pentagon more money than they asked for. Everyone likes to forget that. That might be why he's still breathing, frankly. But to say, no, everything he did, it was all planned that way. He's controlled opposition. I don't buy that either. These are people for whom Elizabeth Warren was too radical for them to ever forgive her. So Trump's small rebellions don't sit well with those folks. That having been said, yeah, man, we lost our democracy a long time ago. You could definitely argue we never really had one, but I would argue we had one at one time more than we do today. Now, yes, it's just a show, I think. Nothing's funny anymore. The failure of the Dems over 4 years outweighs the idiocy of Trump. You could definitely make that case, and it's a case that a lot of people take. You know, Taibbi, when I interviewed him at Rescue the Republic, said, I can't imagine what this country is going to look like with another 4 years of the Democrats in charge. And we covered the other day the story he did about how the Labor Party and their organization, Labor Together, is working with the Kamala campaign, and they're working with the, the Center for Countering Digital Hate, which is one of the groups he exposed in the Twitter files. They're working with them on trying to impose the kinds of speech controls that they have in the EU here in America. So you could definitely make the case that they're the greater danger, especially for people who value freedom of speech, which is not to say Trump and the conservatives, as we'll see in a little Lee Fong exchange that I'm going to cover, are the champions of freedom of speech they make themselves out to be. Artie Blarty Fart Blast, Peanut and Fred remain more animated than I'll buy that. Peter Monahan, Gator Pete, healing well, but it's going to be a long road. Thank you for the coverage. Get ready, America. Let the shit show begin, Peter. Glad to hear that you're healing well, that you're back from the hospital, and that you are hanging with us tonight, man. Thank you for being here. Jules Elisard, 88. That's some kind of 100. You know, I'm going to give you a cowbell on general principles. Imagine a country giving 1.8 GDP to Ukraine, and most politicians endorsing Israel. That's Denmark, the most shit-lib country in the world. Here to DK's PMC class losing their mind. Please let Harris lose. Well, man, Denmark, whenever they do these rankings of the countries with the highest quality of life, with the highest happiness index, Denmark is always up there, man. Denmark always does very well. See, what we've got is a PMC class giving billions of dollars to Ukraine, and we have no health care, no education, no child care, no nothing. At least you get something out of your country supporting war, nuclear catastrophe, and genocide. We get absolutely nothing out of it. All right, so I'm gonna go to. I prepared some segments for tonight, election-related segments. So, friend of show Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez tweeted this out: "Eyes on Puerto Rico. Tonight, Puerto Ricans amassed the second largest political rally this entire cycle, behind only Harris's 75K person ellipse speech. Over 50,000 Boricuas rallying for the anti-Trump, anti-corruption Alianza movement, and Juan, I gotta go full screen. I can't read that. Juan Dalmau, PR, political earthquake. Wow, that sounds like real trouble for Trump there, doesn't it? Wow, AOC, and she must know what she's talking about. She's Puerto Rican, right? Oh no, this is Wyatt Reed from the Gray Zone advises us Sandy Ocasio is spreading election misinformation. She knows so little about the island she pretends she's from that she doesn't realize, quote, the second largest rally this entire cycle, unquote, is by Puerto Ricans who don't want to be part of the U.S., let alone the Democrat Party. Oh, this is not an anti-Trump rally. It turns out she's spreading misinformation. So bait here. This event had nothing to do with Trump or Kamala. You're just using the island for your own political goals in typical Washington colonial fashion. And AOC responds, I did not mention Kamala and stated this is about anti-corruption Alianza. To build coalition, it is relevant to note that PNP's Jennifer Gonzalez ran Latinos for Trump and campaigns on scare tactics about Dalmau cutting Social Security when she's empowered cuts via membership with GOP. So she got community noted on this. AOC did, in fact, mention Kamala Harris in the original tweet. So she changed the tweet after she got called out on it. I got to say, pretty much every story I did tonight about the election conversation, Elon was there. Elon weighed in on every single election story that I was looking into for tonight. So Elon, little LOL there, includes the big community note. The depicted rally is the Festival de la Esperanza, hosted by the anti-colonial parties of Movimiento. I'm going to go full screen. Victoria Ciudadana, MVC, and Partido Independentista Puertorriqueño ahead of the next colonial elections. It had nothing to do with any of the U.S.'s main parties. So I am sure that AOC is going to get banned by various social media platforms now for spreading election disinformation. But I'm not going to hold my breath for that to happen. Okay, so back to our super chats. Goring versus Himmler 2024. Vote third party, vote for Gaza. That's what we did, my friend. Eric Maines. Peanut and Fred aren't gone. Mad scientists took them so Dem leaders' brains can be transplanted to hide them if Trump wins. Penolosi and Frummer live. Okay, thanks for that. Brent Yo Endo. I voted for Jill rather than some shill. If anyone is nervous, please check out the Iron Giant movie or the Shrek movie and take it easy. I've heard about all the hidden messages in those movies. Ontonot. Try Equilibrium Brewery from Middletown, New York. Beer engineered by MIT graduates. All right, so we'll pass that on. Jake, make a note of that, and we'll pass it on to Keaton, because honestly, I'm not really a big drinker. Like I joked around about I was going to crack the Johnny Walker Red Label I have laying around. I do have an unopened bottle of that laying around. It's unopened because I really don't drink. That will not get cracked until I have some like alky in my house who wants a drink. But until then, I am personally not a big drinker, except for tonight, because who's not tonight? McDonsko. Rare election with a chance of escaping the endless wars for profit and the psyop we've lived under our entire lives. This was not the election to vote on red lines. Get Trump in, protest on Israel. Evil of two lessers. Say hi to World War III. Thank you, Mark. Climax. Finally unsubbed from Kyle. Liberating. Let's go, Jill. From a big fan of Montreal. Thank you, Climax. I don't really unsub from people, but it's a little different because I cover this, so I've got to keep an eye on what people are saying. He did something that I got the other day that I got something out of, something about polling. But yeah, if I did not do this for a living, if it were not my job to kind of interpret things and talk about them, yeah, I definitely, like Kyle is something they could show people at Guantanamo Bay to get them to give up the secrets. I don't understand how he has an audience. He has the personality of a bowl of warm oatmeal with a bad dye job. So good work, Climax. Alicia Keys. Jill Stein was on the ballot in Ohio. I proudly voted for her today. Based. All right, you go, Alicia. Rich. A very depressing year, which is about to get worse when the winner is announced. You're right about that, Rich. Depressing either way. We are between the Scylla and Charybdis. Andrew Gagner. Vermont beer is fantastic beer, even though most of us natives can only afford Labatt's. Thanks for what you do. Pace yourself, gentlemen. Gonna be a long one. You got that right. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna be that long. I think the results, like it might be kind of apparent who won earlier than we expect. We will see. Richard. No write-ins allowed in Saratoga County, New York. Shaking my head. Is that true? In Saratoga? I didn't realize it varies across the state like that, because they have a whole like write-in line here in New York City. Well, that sucks. Should do it anyway. McDonsko. Apparently they won't read my $10 super chat. That's a Keaton question. If you threw in a $10 super chat about, say, maybe like a certain person who supposedly killed themselves in prison or self-deleted, if you wrote something like that, or combine that with something about the jab, or I don't know what you wrote, but I did not see it myself, so don't blame me. Nick Wesley, my family of libs, voted Trump in Indiana, Illinois. MedWeb. If Trump wins, I'm thinking a Microsoft Windows 95 stage dance themed acceptance speech is in store. Listen, we've been saying this the whole time. Whoever wins, the meltdown from the other side is going to be epic. And being right here in New York, where there are all these Trump properties that, at least when he won in 2016, attracted all the protests. If he wins this time, Oh my God. The scene outside Trump Tower is going to be fucking epic. This is very sad that this is lost. This is before we even had a show, so I was kind of destined to be in this line of work. I took it upon myself to interview people outside Trump Tower after the 2016 election. There were protests for like a week outside Trump Tower. And I had interviews with like Muslims who had supported Trump. I had one female Muslim veteran who had supported Trump. Over the course of transferring my phones, that footage didn't carry over. Unfortunately, I tried to find it because I would have shown it this election season, but sadly, it is gone. It was interesting though, because in New York, nobody wants to admit that they supported Trump. Now I think they would more, but in 2016, you just absolutely couldn't. But as I was interviewing people outside Trump Tower, I had some people come up to me and whisper, "I love Donald Trump." It was like the Trump underground.
All right.
All right. So we want to check back. How did that go?
Good.
Did you get?
Always
did you go
great to talk to Shama. Yeah, absolutely. Always.
Did you play it like sloppy drunk?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, beverage number 2, the Focal Banger. So this is
all right. So what was the beer that someone recommended to Keaton? And was there a $10 super chat that you refused to read?
No, I didn't refuse to read no super chat.
Okay.
No.
All right. Asked and answered.
Yeah. All right. Let's go back to the map here. So we have some developments. Equilibrium. Yeah, I tried one of theirs. It seemed overpriced for what it was. It was not bad. That's in Middletown, New York. It's in Orange County. I used to live right near there. The one I had was not bad. Was not worth the money. But I only had one of theirs. But yes, I have heard of them. I've had one of their IPAs before. So thank you for the recommendation. All right. Georgia. Results in Georgia. Okay, it's getting interesting in Georgia right now. Donald Trump, 55 to 41 with 33% of votes counted. So we have numbers here. Fayette is 75% in. Trump with the lead now. Now this is a smaller lead than he had in 2020, but it is a lead nonetheless. So it looks like Democrats have tightened there slightly, but they have not overtaken him there, which is falling short of what they had hoped. Fulton County, 52% counted. Democrats, 71-28. Where's DeKalb? Oh, DeKalb's not in at all. Interesting. All right. Still plenty of red vote to come in, too. We are only a third of the way there in Georgia, and it is 8 o'clock. So this early vote thing really, I don't know to what extent it came in. Let's see. Let's go to our friend Cool Blue. Cool Blue, can you get us final turnout figures for Fulton County and percentage? Please and thank you. So Georgia's looking interesting now. We got some votes coming in Georgia. We got a lot of poll closings, too. So at the 8 o'clock hour, we have Pennsylvania and then Michigan. Most of the polls are closed in Michigan right now. So things are starting to fill in, folks. Things are starting to fill in. Also, Cool Blue, if you can also maybe find some Senate races. I don't know where. North Carolina president. Does North Carolina have any other races? Okay, they do. Okay, so we are seeing other figures in from North Carolina as well. So never mind. I don't need you for that, Cool Blue. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to the North Carolina map. Here we go. So far, 51 Kamala, 47 Trump. Now, what looks promising for Kamala here is the fact that some of the Let's Go Brandon County, some of the smaller counties here, seem to be close, if not blue. Now, look, we are not prudes here, but I told you this fucking whack job, black Nazi porn message board shit poster was going to probably be a liability of sorts.
This isn't just a prop, folks.
Yeah. Yeah, right, exactly. I said that would probably
Sometimes
be a liability.
I need a helping hand.
Yeah. Could be a liability of sorts in North Carolina. And so far, let's go to North Carolina here. We are pulling this up. Here we go. So far, Kamala Harris, 51, Donald Trump, 48. Now, here's the thing. So if you're Kamala, you're not in trouble until you lose an upper Midwestern state. You are in big trouble when you lose Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin. These are states Kamala can win without. These are states she really wants to have, because once you lose these states, now you have no margin of error. Now you have to sweep the upper Midwest or you're done. So these are states you really want if you're Kamala, because everything is too close for comfort. You don't necessarily need them, but these are ones you would love to have. And so far, there's a lot of blue. I don't know what this is. Is this only early vote counted? I mean, I can't imagine these counties are going to come in blue for Kamala. But they are bluer than you'd like to see them if you're Trump right now. Okay, so let's go to Wake County. Wake County, 6% of votes in, 31,000 Kamala, 11,000 Donald Trump. Cool Blue gave us some results from Wake County earlier. Wake County, 631,000. Wow, that's a big county. Biden, 62-36. Okay, so where's Biden running now in Wake County? I mean, where's Kamala running now? 71-27. So she's running quite a bit ahead of him as of now. Big asterisk there as of now.
Bigger than Biden? Oh, yeah, way bigger than Biden.
Yeah, way bigger. I mean, with, 6% of votes counted, we're at 40,000 out of 630,000. That can change, obviously. But so far, you like what you see. You like what you see if you're Kamala out of there. Can we go to, can I get some 2020 Orange County figures too, Cool Blue? And if you want to turn on the mic at any time, feel free. Cool Blue, you're in the studio. So anytime you want to turn on your mic, just unmute and talk. You're here. So you have the ability to turn on your mic.
Orange County, Florida, right?
Orange County, North Carolina, please.
Oh, Orange. Okay.
So CNN has projected Florida for Trump. Okay, so that didn't take long. That did not take long. We figured that was going to happen.
Okay, so Orange County, North Carolina. And I'm making sure I got the right one, the right state.
Yeah, that's true. There's an Orange County in every state, right? Something like that.
Yeah. Orange County, North Carolina. Now, you wanted the number of votes cast were nearly 85,000.
Yep.
And Biden carried it with 75%, and then nearly 24% for Trump, so about a 51-point margin.
Okay, so she's running. I'm sorry, what was the margin for Biden in terms of a percentage?
D plus 51.
D plus 51, and had how many thousand votes about?
Nearly 85,000. It was 84,997.
Okay, so that's looking like it's about going to hit that exact number. So that looks like they're running about even. Which, don't forget, they lost North Carolina. See, Georgia, they won very narrowly, so you feel a little better about being exactly where you were in 2020. North Carolina, they lost in 2020, so they got to outperform that. So, they are okay there, but not great. This is where you're really looking. It's going to hinge on Raleigh, and then to a slightly lesser extent, obviously, Charlotte. Raleigh's the big population center there. What about Mecklenburg County? How does that look, Cool Blue?
Okay, the votes cast in 2020 were 567,053.
Look at this guy. 2 seconds later has the number.
Damn, yo.
Yeah, look at this guy. Round of applause for Cool
So
Blue.
very, very little of the vote is in there.
Very little. Yeah.
Biden carried it with 66.68%, Trump 31.60%. So he won it. Biden won it by 35 percentage points.
Okay, so she's running 40. Too soon to really tell, though. Not many. What was the total vote count out of there?
Out of the county, Mecklenburg?
Yeah.
567,000.
Wow, so that's big. Wow. They got some people out there in North Carolina. How do you like that?
What time am I supposed to go on, Shamus?
8:45. So you got to hit that Twitter link at 8:40, basically.
All right.
So yeah, that's that. All right, so a little game break here. Big picture, folks. 95 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 35 for Kamala Harris. What's Ohio looking like? What's the percentage there? 31% cast. Kamala, 53-46. I'm assuming this is a lot of votes in from Cuyahoga already. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's okay. So Trump's still got plenty of room there to make that up. So no cause for concern there in MAGA world. How's MAGA doing? How are MAGA people doing tonight? How are you guys out there? How's everybody doing? How's everybody feeling out there? Is anybody nervous? Is anybody nervous? Are you having a good time?
Well, they have. If Trump doesn't win, I didn't they all sign a murder self-deletion pact?
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How's MAGA out there? Take care of yourselves.
They've all got a can of kerosene and a lighter ready to go.
Don't take it too seriously. Windy Melly, thanks for the $5. Take a sip, Rust. Yeah, we got that one already. Don't worry, Keaton. I was once delivering Christmas cards to neighbors, and the bitter cold went to my bladder, and I just pissed myself because I couldn't wait the 300 yards to home. Terrible. Oh, my God. That sounds terrible.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. That is rough. Hillary Hinton, did you guys book Sam Donaldson, Eleanor Clift, and Pat Buchanan for the roundtable portion of tonight's festivities? Yes, there you go. This ain't rock and roll. This is Jenny's side.
Can Donald Trump do it again? Yeah. Mr. Keaton Weiss.
California allows ballot harvesting where any person can bring in any amount of ballots to any polling place. That's a real law passed in 2018. I'm about to go vote, and all I need is to tell my name. Thank you. I am the owl. Viggy, or could some of these women be voting to protect females from males entering their sports? No, I think very few. Hey, I voted to allow trans in the women's sports. Apparently, I didn't know. I mean, I probably would have voted for that anyway because I will take the abortions. Obviously, that's number one. I'm trying to maximize abortions. V Nets.
He's trying to wipe out the race.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Thanks
People
for the
won't be
entertainment
happy until dinosaurs rule the earth again.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Of course. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. I would love to take a bath in Aaron Sorkin's tears. Thank you, Kevin G. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's go here. Let's take a look. All right. Let's go back to Georgia. Let's see if we got any numbers back here out of Georgia.
Georgia.
No, nothing from DCAB yet. Nothing from DCAB. That's kind of interesting that we don't have anything from there so far. Big zero from DeKalb County. That is a big county there. That is a big basket of votes that you're waiting for. So far you got Donald Trump 56, Kamala Harris 43. What do we have from Fulton? So Fulton, 52% of votes counted. Let's see. Cool Blue, what do we have from Fulton County last year? What was the total turnout there last year?
Okay, Fulton in 2020, votes cast were 523,931, so nearly 524K.
Nearly 524 cast.
524,000.
Yep. So we are at 52% with about 300,000. So it looks like turnout is higher in Fulton than it was last year. It's on pace to be that. I mean, you don't know which precincts are which, but now at 52%, you're at about 300,000. So it looks like turnout is up.
And she's outperforming Biden's numbers there still.
What was Biden's margin in Fulton County last year as a percentage?
He won the county by a little bit over 46 percentage points.
Okay, so she's up by 43. All right, so that margin's a little lower for her then.
He received 72.57% of the vote.
Okay, so she's a 71. Okay, so she's tracking, within the margin of the, there. Yeah, pretty close. Pretty close. So no real huge news out of Georgia yet. We got our eye on Fayette. Fayette has not budged, 50.7 to 48. So it looks like the Democrats closed to within 2 in Fayette from 6 points. So that's not as good as they'd have hoped. They could still overtake him in the final 25% comes in, but they'd have liked to do a little better there. Like the Democrats were really hoping to flip that. They were hoping to flip that blue, and it looks like they are coming up a bit short so far. They got to make up 2 points with 25% left. That's not undoable. That's not easy, though. And let's see where everything else is coming in. 78-21, 72-26, 89-10, 81-18. So Trump is getting the margins in these rural areas that he needs. It looks like he's running up the score in the rural areas, much more so than what's the fucking guy's name? What's the idiot's name that they ran there? Herschel Walker.
Can I request Chatham County from you? It's Savannah.
Savannah, sure. So Savannah.
Chatham County.
Yep, 73-25 with 5% in. Very few votes in there so far. So these must be same day. I'm assuming the early vote hasn't dropped from there yet.
The Dems need to take Chatham County by 18 percentage points to win statewide.
Okay. Well, so far they're way above that, but that's probably Savannah proper. Yeah, that's probably not counting for the suburbs, which are going to go red. So too little to tell at this point, I would say there.
If you're the Harris campaign right now, you're more nervous than Bill Clinton in a room full of Epstein victims.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That was
Clayton,
my Dan Rather right there.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Dan Rather reports. 64-35 Trump. There we go. Okay. All right.
5% in.
Okay. Yep. So as we're looking at now, hey, let's see how Texas is doing. Trump 51, Kamala 48. All right, you got Dallas 51. All right, plenty of room there for Trump to make up. Let's see how a friend of show Ted Cruz is doing. He has a kind of a competitive Senate race. So all red +2 in Texas, but we're still looking at Dallas being the majority of the vote that's come in. Tarrant County, Cruz. Yeah, so that must be a Dallas suburb there. All right, so there's too little information out of Texas so far. Other big states in at 8 o'clock. We got Pennsylvania, right? That was a major poll closing. Let's see how Pennsylvania's doing. This, of course, is mathematically the most likely to be the most pivotal. Kamala 75-24. So it looks like all blue coming in so far.
Yeah, right. It's got to be the major cities.
All right, so that is a pretty big number out of Philadelphia, though, I got to say. With only 15% in, 99-13, that's quite the blowout. Okay, so Cool Blue, Philadelphia County. Let's see what the... So as I understand Cool Blue, as a student of this stuff, and you're obviously a student of this stuff, the Democrats want to net about 450,000 votes out of Philly. They could maybe live with 400 if everything else goes well, but they kind of want to net 450. Is that more or less right?
I think usually they want to get 80% of the vote. There were about 744,000 votes cast from the county, Philadelphia County, in 2020, and the Democrats got just over 604,000.
Okay, so you're at 15,000. So yeah, so they're on pace to hit about that number. That is kind of a big number there in Philly, and that kind of matches what we've heard. We have heard that turnout was high there today. Anecdotal, sure, but we've heard long lines in Philly, which there usually are not long lines in Philly. They usually are able to handle the flow of traffic pretty well, but long lines today. Okay, so the Philly suburbs, I mean, this is where this is really going to be won and lost. Obviously, the Democrats have to hit their numbers in Philly, but Bucks County, this is huge. Bucks County is very important. Can you get us Bucks County figures last year, 2020 Bucks County figures percentage? First of all, let's go from there as a baseline.
Okay, Biden carried it with 51.5% versus Trump 47. So he won it by just over 4 points.
Yeah, that's
if you want the total votes cast.
Yeah, that is. And how many total votes?
397K. The D's have been usually winning there about 5 points, even in 2016 when they did not win the state.
Right. Okay. All right. So that's something to keep an eye on. Those Philly suburbs are going to be hugely important. Hugely important. Pittsburgh, what's Allegheny look like? Because that could be somewhat close, right?
Okay, Allegheny County, nearly 725,000 from 2020. Biden carried it by 59.5%, 39% for Trump. So 20.40 percentage points.
Yeah. Yo, round of applause. How good is Cool Blue? Just giving us what we need, exactly what we ask. Just I mean,
I will take Cool Blue over that low T Steve Kornacki any day.
The bellwether counties in the state that'll tell you how the state goes are Erie County, the northwest tip of the state, and Northampton County, a couple counties north of Philadelphia County.
Northampton County, there we go. All right. So Kamala, okay, so that's interesting. So even though there's not, that the graphics must just be behind there. Okay, so that's 62-36. So what did Biden do in Northampton in 2020?
Okay. Northampton County, he won it by 0.72 percentage points. He won the state by 1.17.
Okay, so then Northampton is basically a toss-up.
Yeah, it's incredibly reflective of the statewide outcome.
Okay, good to know. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Man, this guy's killing it.
We have a request to take a look at New Hampshire.
Guy's crushing it. New Hampshire. All right, let's take a look at New Hampshire. We aim to please, don't we?
Yeah. I'd say so.
Okay. Sorry, AP's getting a little glitchy. Here, AP. New Hampshire, what do we got here? 55-43 with 17% in. Okay, so that's what you got there. Yeah, man, New Hampshire, fuck New Hampshire. New Hampshire has this reputation being these mavericks. They're not fucking mavericks. They always vote. They're lib posers.
What are their
That's
laws
about,
they should call it squirrel?
The poser state. Yeah, yeah, they'd probably kill the squirrel too. We gave them too
they
much
would kill
credit.
the squirrel. Somebody from New Hampshire actually said that in the comments on that
posers.
Video. They said that. They said New Hampshire would kill the squirrel.
I can tell you about New Hampshire. Since 1992, even in the elections, it did not carry for a winner. It's been within 5 percentage points of the national margin.
Okay, excellent. Now, Cool Blue, can you look this up? How many rodents were executed by the state of New Hampshire back in 2020?
We need
Not
a
enough.
number. We need a number.
Not enough.
Oh, I had no idea we had a rodent hater here on the air with us.
Yeah, right.
I am sorry.
How many
to
Hans
our audience.
Landas did they send door to door looking for squirrels to snuff out in New Hampshire? All right, let's go to some super chats, everybody. MedWeb, if Trump wins, I'm thinking a Microsoft Windows 95 stage dance themed acceptance speech is in store. Thank you, MedWeb.
I
Appreciate
read that one.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
All right, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Brandon from Lafayette, Louisiana. See, I remember that. Lafayette, Louisiana. Greens actually made the ballot in Louisiana this year. Surprised the hell out of me since Hawkins punted in 2020. Come on, 5%. Yeah, it doesn't look good for that 5%. I told you it wasn't going to. If Kamala wins, who runs the country? Secrets? I mean, I don't even know if her cabinet would change, honestly. She might just keep the same people. Finish techno-feudalism.
Her cabinet will be whatever they tell her it's going to be.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever they tell her to do, she'll do. She follows orders. Have you finished techno-feudalism yet, Russell?
You know, it's funny you say that. I've been so slammed. I just got back to it like the last week. I've just been too fucking busy. I'm really enjoying it. It's very interesting. He emailed. I'm pretty sure it's the same viewer. He emailed us. I told him because he was requesting that we bring on the author. I said as soon as I finish the book, I'm going to invite him on.
Okay, cool. Here we are in Michigan. So we are getting some votes. So Michigan, the final polls close at 9 p.m., but we are getting votes from 8 o'clock, 60-40 Kamala. I'm assuming we're getting the Dem districts early because I'm assuming the early votes are coming in now. Like that's when they're dropping them. So not enough information out of Michigan, but somebody asked in the super chat, any word on Jill Stein in Michigan? Wayne County 1.6. That's where she figures to do well. 1.5. So she's doing better there than she is nationwide. But,
I would imagine.
Look, what I tell you, it's going to be low. Like I told you guys, it's going to be low. Don't expect much. What you hope is that
we haven't even been talking that 5% shit.
No, the 5% was
if
just
that
not
didn't
gonna
happen in 2016, it'll never happen.
It's not going to happen. Lovey-dovey, $99.99.
I mean, with the penny though, do we need the? All right.
Yeah, you're rounding up. Thank you. That's very generous of you, lovey-dovey. Appreciate that. Alex Lipton. They live is a true story. How do we get the masses to wear the glasses for real? Thank you, Alex.
The eternal question. Even Plato was concerned with that.
That's right.
Myth of the cave, all that.
Lovey-dovey. Thanks for your live podcast. Thank you. Any news on how Jill Stein is doing in Michigan? That's why I asked. I saw that. Thank you for that generous donation. We just gave you those numbers. We're going to be tracking that, obviously, all night.
I can help.
Russ, do you still have the opinion that you'll have to rethink everything you thought you knew about the oligarchy if Trump wins?
Yes.
All right.
Well, the deep state.
The deep state.
Because they don't want him. Don't tell me, they're playing for each other. No. They hate that motherfucker.
Yeah,
if he's able to get past them and assume that office without having like an accident,
right.
Then yeah, I've got to rethink my understanding of how shit works.
Benino, I thank you for the straight answer on the to save humanity question. I agree. At least Trump has said I want the killing to stop, at least in Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, you could show your appreciation with, say, $5. I mean, $2. I mean, do you appreciate it that much?
Come on,
I mean, come on. You appreciate the honor.
This is, it's a little appreciation,
It's a little appreciation,
but it's not,
Could be more. Could be higher. Could be better.
If you really want to show your appreciation, maybe at least $10.
$10. Artie Blarty Fart Blast, Adderall versus Xanax, voting for the lesser evil. Thank you. Russ, you'd make an excellent history professor. Thanks again for the education on the triangle shirt waist, not shirt twist, shirt waist disaster, and the labor rights related to it. Of course, glad you liked it.
Yeah, man, if you're able to come to New York, I will probably do my Irish Mob of Hell's Kitchen tour in March.
There you go. Pretty cool. All right. So where are we at? So far, no more states have been called. We're at 95-35. Let's take a look at Georgia once again. Georgia's slower than they said they would be. They said they were going longer than they are. Right now, 55-44. All right. Let's see what we're looking at here. 70% of Fulton County in. Do we have DeKalb? We need DeKalb. Where's DeKalb? DeKalb 0. DeKalb 0. Interesting. Fayette stuck. Okay, so we're not getting any progress from the counting in Georgia. All right, interesting. That is the subject of a new Dinesh D'Souza documentary, I have a feeling. It's been 20 minutes without results. He's already got a crew down there looking into it. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's see what we got over here. North Carolina, 51-47. All right, so now some of the Let's Go Brandon counties starting to fill in. Wake County, 70. Okay, so Wake County has not moved. Mecklenburg, I don't believe that has moved either. So we are at a bit of a standstill in North Carolina.
A lot of Yankees moving down to North Carolina, man.
That's true. A lot of stuff going on down there. Let's see about Ohio. Now, this is very likely to be, I mean, if Kamala wins this, it's huge news. Obviously, it's not likely to happen. Cuyahoga, 71-28. Toledo, 62.
Well, that would be Corinthians 2 right there.
That would be Corinthians 2. Yeah, that'd be a big fucking, that would be a bloodbath, as he is also known to say. That would be a big time bloodbath. Hey, Cool Blue, can we get Hamilton County? Can we get that?
Hamilton County, Ohio.
2020 results, please.
Okay.
I'll tell you, these Ohio numbers are not looking great for Trump. They're really not.
They're not so far, but it's so early, right? I mean,
30-40%. Not great. I mean,
statewide, do they have that much?
Cuyahoga's 33% in. There's still a lot of votes in Cleveland. Still a lot of votes in Toledo. Still a decent amount of votes in Columbus.
Yeah, I admit to having many screens open, so that's
well, I see. This is the thing. They never want to cover this kind of thing on the mainstream media. Statistically, Ohio is the state where the most babies have been conceived in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So that abortion vote is huge there.
These are not great numbers for Trump in Ohio, I have to say. Especially since you got Vance there. I mean, it's his home state.
Right.
Yeah.
Cuyahoga County, there were 627,000 votes from, this is Cleveland, and Biden won it 2-1, 66% to 32%.
Yeah, so she's 34 running. I mean, she's got to blow Biden's numbers out of the water to have a chance here. What about Cincinnati? What about Hamilton? How did Biden do in Hamilton?
Yeah, 431,000 votes pretty much were cast 4 years ago. Biden received 57%, Trump 41%.
Yeah, so
41%.
Yeah. All right, so she's outperformed. Because as I understand, Cincinnati's pretty purple. Cincinnati's not really a blue city.
Realigned to the
Cincinnati
Dems
can kind of go either way. Okay,
That's in terms of our overall take. I think I can speak for Keaton. That's their take. This is the split within the ruling class. It is a civil war within capitalism played out on the political stage. That's Chris Hedges. That's my take. I think Keaton will sign off on that.
I think so. Yeah, that looks about right to me. Has Pornhub made a call in North Carolina governor's race? Yeah, that's funny. I like that. All right, Russell, you got Shaman 10 minutes. Just a heads up. You better get your Twitter open. Cool. All right. Hey, Virginia's red. Let's see what's going on in Virginia. That's weird. All right. What do we got going on in Virginia? 41% there, 56% Loudoun County. Wow. Okay, so Loudoun County did come in for Kamala. That went red for Youngkin. That was the Taibbi piece. Hey, look at Jill Stein, 2% in Loudoun County. Who had her doing well in the D.C. suburbs? That's crazy. That's kind of strange.
Who what now?
Jill Stein at 2% in Loudoun County?
Oh, really?
It's a lot. I mean, Loudoun County, they got a lot of Asian people.
They
have a lot of Middle Eastern
South
people?
Asian.
Yeah, do they
but
have Middle Eastern?
But usually the Indians, I mean, at least the Hindu ones tend to be Zionist.
You should bring that up in an accusatory manner on Shama Show. You're gonna be on there. Hey, it just occurred to me. Prince William County, 5639. All right, got a lot going on there. Okay, perfect. I'm going to have to go pretty soon to the New York Times to start messing with some needles, with some dials. All right, let's go back to Pennsylvania. See, man, this election night is just the best for this kind of stuff because there's 7 states. I mean, it's just constant. All right, so far Pennsylvania, we're not getting any of the Trump counties in yet. Where are we in Philly? Now that has not moved. Okay. All right, that has not moved. Let's see what's going on Twitter. Let's take a look at what we got going on there. Let's do some doom scrolling here. Who's melting down? That's where you probably have a better chance of figuring out who's winning, seeing who's melting down. I
mean, nobody knows nothing.
Nobody knows nothing yet. NBC News projects the Florida Amendment 3 that would legalize cannabis has failed. So Florida fails to legalize cannabis.
Really?
Wow. That's a bunch of
it's a state of yentas and drug addicts. How could that have failed in Florida?
Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of drug addicts in Florida. Yes.
It's like that state runs on drug addiction and underage prostitutes.
Junkies and glaucoma patients. You would think marijuana would do pretty well.
Marijuana's a shoo-in.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Darshana Freechild raised 6 kids, 2 Trump, 2 Harris, 1 Stein, 1 nil. Me, Stein, and Oregon. Blue, and we'll already know who wins before interesting fam holidays split during COVID, too. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting Thanksgiving this year. Will Trump make the Silver Surfer a bloke again? There you go.
Yeah, like, why do that? I don't understand why they do that shit. Keaton doesn't even know what you're talking about. Right
I know there's a female Silver Surfer.
How did you know that? How'd you know that?
My guess is you've brought it up about 20 times.
No,
I've never
brought it
guess.
up.
That's been my guess. No, I think you've brought it.
I don't think I ever.
I would not have learned that anywhere but from your mouth. You
probably
are the
saw a
only
headline.
person who could possibly be a source of that information to me. So, yes, I must have heard it from you.
Maybe when we were hanging out. Yo, Keaton, you hear about the Silver Surfer? What? What?
It's probably one of those things that came up in passing. Yeah, exactly. All right, what do we got here so far? Okay, so another state has been called for Trump. I guess North Dakota has been called for West Virginia, Tennessee, South Carolina. Okay, so there's where we are right now. Oh, okay, I get it. So the solid blue is what's called, and then the shades of blue are what is not yet been called. Got it. Or what?
Leaning based on the numbers they have right now. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Okay, so that's how that works there. Let's see here. House Democrats 54. Blah 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 blah. All righty. Let's go back to Ohio. Ohio is now red again. 50-49 in Ohio. Cleveland.
I mean, that's pretty close. I don't know how much of the vote
numbers are not terrific for Trump, I have to say.
Yeah, strange.
That is very strange. It's very strange, actually. I mean, look, there's not a lot in, but there's not a little. I mean, it's 40%. I mean, it's a little close. I mean, and don't forget the urban areas are bigger population. See, okay, so all right, so now cool blue. All right, so this is okay because this is where we discovered that the rural areas were weaker for Republicans than they should have been. It was actually in Ohio. All right, so we're gonna pick 3 counties at random. Richland County. Ohio. Please get me those 2020 figures. Please get me. That's too hard to spell. I won't give you that one. Wow, these are all hard to spell here.
If you're the Trump campaign,
a lot of Indian tribes.
You got to be nervous right now.
So what do we have? Richland, Shelby, and we'll say Clark. Richland, well, no, Clark is more suburban because you got Dayton there. Okay, so sorry. Richland County, Shelby County, and Muskingum County. Those three. Please get me those 2020. And you could turn on your mic. It's just easier for you to turn on the mic.
No, I have it on. Sometimes I lower it so I don't.
No, you're good. I just mean you could tell us the results rather than post them. It's just easier.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm about to look up. I got a lot.
You know what I like about you, Cool Blue, is that we can have you turn your mic on. You don't have any opinions on vaccines. I like that about you very much. You make our job a lot easier in that respect.
So, okay, makes it a lot easier. Sure.
At least none that we know of.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Not tonight.
CNN's projected Josh Stein defeating Mark Robinson for governor of North Carolina.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they called that pretty early. Wow. Okay.
On my phone just now.
Okay, so they called that pretty early. So the pussy pisser has lost. The pussy pisser has fallen in North Carolina.
How'd that happen?
Carolina.
How'd that happen?
So let me see. You said Clark County in Ohio.
Not Clark County. That's a suburban. I'm more interested in the rural stuff. So let's go for Shelby.
Oh, and then you said Muskingum.
Yeah.
Muskingum. There were. I want to make sure I got the total votes. Yeah.
I don't need the total votes. We just need the percentage.
Oh no, just sake of me. Sorry, I was muttering.
No, you're good.
We do that from time to time as human beings. All right, so Muskingum, Trump carried it with nearly 69% of the vote and nearly 30% for Biden. So
so she's running slightly ahead there, but nothing major.
And then you asked for Richland.
Yeah.
Okay. Trump 69%, Biden about 29.5%. So
where's Richland now? Where the hell is
nearly 40 points, excuse me.
Okay, so yeah, Kamala's running a little better there.
And Shelby was big for Trump, 80.74 versus 17.65. So he won it by 63 points.
Okay, so where's Shelby? Yeah, so Shelby. Yeah, so this is a little bit more, not much more. I mean, it's not panic time for Trump here, I don't think. But this is a little bit of what we were talking about in 2022. We're not seeing the same thing, but we're seeing a similar thing, which is smaller margins in the rural areas for the Republicans. That's why I was able to sniff out no red wave pretty early in 2022, because I could see those rural numbers weren't there. Now, in the southern states, they seem to be there. Like Georgia, North Carolina, Trump seems to be hitting his numbers there in the rural areas. In the Midwest, which, again, I mean, that's a more pro-choice part of the country, obviously, the Midwest and the Deep South. Not hitting his numbers as much. Not terrible. Like I said, I don't think there's any reason to worry there yet, but not great. Now, Virginia is kind of the Ohio for Kamala. You're not loving this if you're Kamala in Virginia here. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Now, they've still gotten... a lot of the population center is up here, but Loudoun is pretty much in. Prince William is almost all in. Fairfax, half in. Got a lot of votes to make up in Fairfax. Norfolk, half in.
A request. With Ohio, can you check on, is it Montgomery County? Yeah, Montgomery County, which is Dayton.
Okay, so that's with the city of Dayton, okay? All right, so Dayton, that's going to be...
This
Where is it? It's around here, isn't it?
We have not seen Donald grab him by the pussy Trump in a while. How you doing, my friend?
He's projecting Kamala. Okay.
Kamala's gonna win.
Is MAGA okay? Is MAGA not okay? Montgomery County, there you are.
If you're the Trump campaign right now, you're more nervous than a masseuse with a booking from John Travolta.
Montgomery County, Ohio, backed the last two presidential winners, Trump in 2016 by about a point, and then Biden in 2020 by about 2 points. So it could be a sign of who wins this election.
All right. Well, so far that's Kamala by 18, with 43% of the vote in. And what was it? What was it in 2020 again?
Okay, 2016, Trump won it by 1 point, and then 2 points for Biden in 2020.
All right. Yeah, so that's not great for Trump now. But again, we don't know. The thing is, this could be all early vote plus some same day, in which case Trump's going to make up a lot of ground. Like, that's the thing. You just don't really know yet, early versus same day. I tell you, if Trump loses this election, MAGA is going to be the most upset since when Brokeback Mountain lost the Oscar. I figure I should get that joke in now in case it doesn't work in a few hours. Like, if he wins, I wouldn't be able to say that. So I figure I would pitch that joke as a hypothetical. I thought it was a good joke. I'm like, it would be a shame if I don't get to tell this at all. So I'll just say if. Hey, what if? What if, right? All right.
I gotta go over the.
Yeah, you got to go over to
show.
Shama. So Russ is going over.
All right, good. I am fucking tanked. I'm gonna destroy our brand in the next
Still the
15
night.
minutes.
Yeah. All right, so why don't you just turn your mic and video off? Or no, because you're on the same computer, so you should probably just log out. I would imagine.
Log out? Yeah.
Well, your computer might overheat if you have two studios running. I had a second computer for Shama. But yeah, I mean, whatever. Up to you. Doesn't matter.
I'll just shut it off. If I have problems, I'll log out because you never know.
All right, so just turn your mic off and camera off, and then yeah, beautiful. Sounds good. All right, Russell Dobular is going over to On Strike. All right. Top 3 Tarantino movies. Prove me wrong. Reservoir Dogs, The Hateful Eight, Jackie Brown. Oh, man. I mean, I would put Jackie Brown probably in there. I mean, I got to go Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, and I don't know, man. Kill Bill 2 was pretty great. I liked his Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, too. So, I'm going to go Pulp Fiction, Kill Bill 2, Jackie Brown. Hateful Eight was great until the end. It just kind of fell apart at the end.
I liked Hateful Eight.
I liked it too. I liked most of it until the very end. It kind of betrayed its premise. Like there was a 9th guy there the whole time. The whole point of that movie was there's 8 guys. One of them is the killer. And then at the end, there's this 9th guy that shows up.
I will say this as an Xer, Pulp Fiction was pretty much a perfect zeitgeist movie, so much so that when you watch it now, it's kind of dated because it was so of the moment it was made in with the Fonzie references. Like it was a total Gen X cum fest, that whole movie. And you watch it now, it's like shit, man. People watching this now, it's so, these references are so much if you were a child of the 70s and you watch these shows on TV when you were a little kid and you have a nostalgia for it and weaving that into a gangster narrative. A lot of people wouldn't even get what they're talking about now.
That's true. But I mean, I watched it. I mean, I was a millennial. The first time I saw that, I loved it. Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so Wake County, we still haven't gotten any more out of Wake County or Mecklenburg. Okay,
so I realized I'm going to have to log out or I'm going to keep hearing you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's because you got one set of headphones. That's right.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Alrighty. So, let's see what we got over here. All right, let's take a quick super chat break here. Jill is 3rd in Florida, but in county write-in is 100 up. Thank you, John N. Appreciate that very much. Thank you guys very much for your super chats and Rumble rants. Hugely helpful tonight. My man's DCAB residence here. It's DuCab. All right, DuCab. My husband and I voted green today at 5 p.m. There you go, Rose Nouveau, a swing state green voter. Hallelujah. We'll have to ring a cowbell for you when you get back, when Russ gets back. Artie Blarty, Fart Blast. Do we have to wait for the results? Can we have the insurrection already? Yeah, there you go. We'll see when Trump declares victory tonight. In Georgia, we count day of votes first and early second. Interesting. Thanks for covering this election. We love you guys. Well, we love you too. Thank you. Okay, so that's very good information. So they count day of votes first, but I thought they were doing it differently this year. I thought they were counting early votes first. Then again, I don't know because they're half in. All right, so Atlanta, we're at 70%. Where's DCAB? Where's DCAB? Rockdale, where the hell is it? It's right here. No. Oh, Fulton County. Where's DCAB? DCAB is right next door. Why is my mouse fucking me here? Atlanta, Rockdale, Henry. Something's wrong here. Something's going on with my thing. Where the hell is DeKalb County? Oh, there it is. Oh, it's a tiny land area, but still a lot of votes. So 0. DeKalb still 0. Trump 55-44. Fulton 71. Fayette, Trump opening up a little more of a lead there. That's not a great sign for Democrats there. You kind of want to stick it in his ass a little further there if you're the Democrats. You want to peg him a little harder in Fayette. That's not great. Clayton County, big margin for Kamala there. Hey, Cool Blue, can you check Clayton County 2020?
This is Georgia, right?
Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. What am I doing? Come on, Keaton. Share the screen. Here we go. Sorry about that, folks. What I'm looking at. Clayton County.
It's okay. Got it. Clayton County, Georgia. Okay, there are 112,391 votes, and Biden received nearly 85%.
Okay.
Trump, 14%.
Mm-hmm. So she's running. It looks like she's running about even. So it looks like Georgia's going to be like as close as last time, pretty much. Like it looks like the numbers are more or less the same. Chatham is too early to tell. We don't know where those votes are coming from.
It will take a while.
It's going to take a while. It's looking very, very close in Georgia. All right, we had some more states come in. Obviously, nothing major here. Vermont, Rhode Island, New Jersey, Maryland. Okay, so no swing state's been called yet. Let's go to Pennsylvania. We haven't checked in on Pennsylvania in a while. 69-30. Okay, so really none of the Trump stuff has come in yet. Philly's the same. All right, so Pennsylvania's stuck. 8:45. All right, what poll closings are coming up in 15 minutes? We got... Sorry, go ahead, my bud.
My home state, Michigan, is going to be closing, leaving Bellwether, and so will Wisconsin.
And Arizona. All right. So big moment here at the top of the hour coming up.
Will as well.
What's that, buddy?
Texas and New Mexico will as well. I think
Got it.
Iowa to 9 o'clock, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Iowa's not technically a swing state, although we'll see if that Des Moines Register poll was a sign of any shock to come. North Carolina, 23% counted. Boy, we are in for an evening here, folks. We are in for an evening. It seemed like there was a lot of early vote dump and then not much since. I mean, it seems like the counting is kind of stalled out, which, some people are going to have a lot of things to say about that. Not us here, of course. We would never. We believe in America. Rose Nouveau in Georgia, we count. Oh, sorry, I got that one already. While this clown show is going down, Iran is getting up to hit Israel. The pro-Iran pundits are really hyping this one up, saying it'll dwarf the last one. Keep your eyes peeled and your ears clear, folks. Well, yeah, we'll try and follow that as best we can. Noah Goop, thank you. Kenman, sad that people are talking more about peanut than any of the tens of thousands of Palestinians butchered. By the time this election over, more will be dead. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. And foreign policy way down on the list, as we told you it would, 4%. 4%, according to the exit polls. Spicer, Stormy Daniels, and Santos have just been on Channel 4 broadcast. Oh, there you go. All right. Thank you. We will get illegal weed if we vote for Cthulhu. Cthulhu. Thank you, Artie Barty, Fart Blast. Appreciate that very much. November surprise, Saddam is still alive, and he's pissed. Thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Russell, here. I'll read that for Russ when he gets back. I won't waste that while he's not here. Apparently, Russell Dobular got a vote himself today. That's very kind of you. I voted Jill Stein and Butch Ware, says Michael Castillo. I love the both of you. Love you too, Michael Castillo. Thank you very much. All righty. 2 third-party candidates on the entire New York ballot. Yep. 7 on the New Jersey presidential line. What a joke. Voted Stein, Sayre, and Dorr. 10th, wrote in 2. Should have wrote in you guys on the New York leg spots. Yeah, no, the New York ballot was almost empty. It was almost empty. I voted today. No third-party candidates for president. And yeah, just a lot of empty lines. Quite the depressing thing. Big love from Ireland. Free Palestine. Absolutely. Teresa's Dolls and Vintage Collectibles. Thank you very much. Hey, Keaton, in case you run out, I got some beer money from our friends at the Ministry of Truth. Thank you. I got plenty, man. I got plenty. I got 12. Now, I'm not going to go through all 12, but I will make a little bit of a dent in the beer stock tonight for sure. I'm on pretty good pace. All right, we got Virginia 49.6 to 48. What we got up in here in Ohio 51-47. All right, Trump seems to be opening up a decent margin here in Ohio. Let's see if any more of Cleveland came in. No. Any more of Columbus? I don't recall. Cool Blue, can I have Franklin County, Ohio, please? Last year. 2020.
Yep.
Awesome. That's right now Kamala 69.5 to Trump 29.6. So that's about a 40-point margin in Franklin County. Let's see how that turned out. Turns out, it seems like Cool Blue. It seems like these numbers are pretty much matching almost exactly from last year, from
Franklin,
last cycle.
In 2020, just over 632,000 votes cast. Biden carried it 64+% and 33. So it was a 33-point margin in the county.
So she's running a little higher than that. She definitely seems to have made a dent in Ohio. I don't think it'll be enough to take the state, but she seems to have made a dent there, which is kind of surprising, especially because you have Vance there. What about Lucas County? That's Toledo.
Yeah, it runs about 25 points more Democratic versus the state. Just over 201,000 in Lucas County. Biden carried it 57%. Trump nearly 41. So you had a 16-point margin.
Yeah. She's definitely doing better in Ohio than Biden did 4 years ago. That seems.
Sherrod Brown win re-election if this is how it finishes in Ohio.
Oh yeah, let's check on the Sherrod Brown. That's actually a very good. Thanks for that reminder, because he's in a very tight Senate race there. So Senate Brown leading 2 with 44% in. So yeah, it looks like Brown is running about even with Kamala here. Okay, all right. That's kind of interesting. Just like Virginia is kind of interesting on the flip side. Virginia seems too close for comfort for Kamala, and Ohio seems too close for comfort for Trump. Virginia. Now, obviously, folks, the Democrat turnout in Virginia is all up here. It's all in these are basically Washington D.C. suburbs up here. So these are going to be big. Arlington County, that's going to be big. All right, so that's only 29% in. Alexandria, that's smaller, but still not much in. Let's see, what do we got out here? Okay, so a lot of the Trump camp. Well, no, there's still some votes for Trump here. Some of these are more in than others. All right, so the fact that Virginia and Ohio are as close as they are is kind of strange. What do you think, Cool Blue?
That Virginia and Ohio is
close? Give us your pundit's take on that. They both seem a little closer than expected, and obviously Ohio's supposed to go red, Virginia's supposed to go blue.
Let me put it to you this way. Virginia was the Democrats' number 16 best state. And they did not carry Colorado, and 4 years ago, Colorado was their number 29 best state. So they should be normally quite far apart. And Trump carried Ohio by 8 points, and Biden carried Virginia by 10 to 11, an 18 and 19 point spread.
Okay. Let's see here. Just keep looking. New York Times. The New York Times Needle says it's a toss-up with a slight advantage to Trump at this point. That seems pretty consistent with where the markets are. So that is, not shocking. Electoral College estimate. Yeah, New York Times Needle looks pretty stuck in the middle. Slight advantage Trump so far. I think that makes sense given the fact that you're seeing Trump's numbers in these rural areas kind of hold, which puts a lot of pressure on the Democrats. But at this point, it's a toss-up. It's 50-50. At this point in the night, to be this close in this many places is a lot. I remember, Cool Blue, you probably remember this. I'm sure most people in the audience remember pretty specifically the time of night in 2016 when it looked like Trump was going to win, and that's when he took the lead in Florida. That's probably when it looked like, oh boy. And that was like 9:30. So now we're at almost 9 o'clock. So we're not quite there yet. But we're getting to that point where, under normal circumstances, it would start looking like it's leaning one way. And so far, it doesn't quite look like it's leaning one way. It looks pretty damn close to me.
Here's something interesting.
Okay.
Right now, this is CNN. CNN says that Florida, 88% of the votes are in, and Trump is leading the state by 13 points. He won it by 3 points in 2020.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Trump is killing in Florida. I mean, yeah, I got Florida up on a screen now. 13 with 93% in, according to AP. Miami-Dade, 55-44. Broward, look at that. Well, you know what this is, folks? This is the Zionist vote right here. That's what this is. Look up Broward for me, Cool Blue, if you can. Because, that's where a lot of the Yenta Zionist Jews are. I know from experience. I spent many a Christmas in Miami. And so I think that could have a big part of it too. I mean, part of it is just it's trended more red, obviously. And DeSantis won it by about 20, I think, in 2022. I mean, he got reelected with like a 20-point margin. So we knew Trump was going to do better in Florida than he ever did before. But I think a lot of the old New Yorker retirees are voting Trump. Broward County, not a big margin for Kamala. My guess is Broward County was about 68-32 in 2020. What was it, Cool Blue?
Yeah, I'm about to get it. I got.
Right, let's see how good my memory / general knowledge is. Broward County.
So Broward County total votes cast nearly 960,000. Biden carried it with 64.5%.
Okay, so it was a little.
Trump 34.74, so like 29.75, nearly 30 points.
Okay, so Kamala's running well behind, and it's 94% in. So if Kamala doesn't clear 20 points in Broward County, that would kind of explain the shift. And that's Israel support, folks. That's what that is, because Broward County's very heavily Democratic, but very heavily pro-Israel. And so that, to me, is the story.
How does Palm Beach look? It's one county north of it, I think.
Let's take a look. Let's see how Palm Beach looks. Well, that's Mar-a-Lago, obviously. That's the belly of the MAGA beast there. So Palm Beach, 49. So Palm Beach is split, and that's another Democrat stronghold usually, right?
Biden took it by 12.75 pretty much.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so that plus Broward, that's your story there. Because those are two high population areas too.
Yeah, DeSantis won it in the governor's race in 2022, but Rubio fell a little short of it.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So, all right, so Trump is just eating their lunch in those two blue counties there, which is not terribly surprising me. Mar-a-Lago is in Palm Beach County. And Broward County, that's Joy Behar country. That is old,
toss-up,
retired Zionist Jewish vote there. That's what that is. So that is not surprising. Pennsylvania, still stuck on Philly. Pittsburgh has moved a little bit. What was Allegheny again? 2020?
Okay, Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh. Nearly 725,000 votes were cast, and Biden, he carried it by like 20.40 percentage points, nearly 20.5.
Okay, so Kamala's doing well so far, but that could all be Pittsburgh. See, these kind of counties are weird because Pittsburgh is a blue city, but it's fairly small, and there's suburbs within the county line that are going to come in redder. So you don't really know what to make of that so far. Let's see, so far no other states called.
Looks like not filling in yet, and I don't know about Northampton.
Northampton is PA, right?
Yeah, Northampton, 2 or 3 counties north of Philadelphia, and Erie County. I'm looking at my television screen. It looks like nothing's coming in or something like that.
Erie, I don't think has anything. Northampton is Erie, a few hundred, so nothing really significant there. Northampton, you got about 32,000. Northampton, you got 62-36 Kamala with 20% in. So it looks to me like Kamala is getting the turnout she wants so far, but that could be true for Trump too. I mean, we're just not seeing a lot of the rural stuff in yet.
20%.
Can you look up Lycoming? Do you see that? Lycoming?
Yeah, Lycoming County. Okay, there were nearly 60,000 votes cast in 2020, and Trump won it. He won it by 41 percentage points.
Okay, so all right, so see, this is kind of, all right. This is what I was talking about with Ohio, too. And this is what I noticed in the midterms. They're not getting the margins out of the red areas that they got before Roe. What about Clinton County? Check that one.
Clinton County.
That's right next door.
Yeah, okay, so Trump carried it. He had nearly 18,000 votes cast. Trump carried it by 36 percentage points.
So this is a little smaller than that, too. Not much. Let's go Tioga County. That's just north.
Okay, 21,000 plus votes from 4 years ago. Trump carried it by just over 51 percentage points.
Okay, so he's actually doing well there, right? Carried it by over, or do you think what did he get? What was the number? Just tell me, like Trump
for raw votes.
No. Just what percentage Trump had? What percentage Biden had?
74.51 for Trump and 23.45.
So yeah, so this, folks, is what I've been talking about. The Republicans not running up the rural margins that are sufficient to withstand the Democrat urban onslaught. Now, it seems like in the southern states they are. It seems like in the Midwest, in Pennsylvania, and even a little bit in Ohio, it seems like they're struggling with that a bit.
I have a request of Luzerne County. That's Wilkes-Barre.
Yep, of course. Yeah, Luzerne, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre.
Absolutely. Republican for Trump in 2016 used to be a bellwether county to the state.
Yeah, did Biden win that again? I mean, that's Biden's home turf, so it's a little bit.
Trump flipped it in 2016 and kept it. And
he did keep it, okay.
Margins, so that's what I mean about realigning on a regular basis.
Got it. Okay, so where are we at in Luzerne? We're at 62-38 for Kamala now. And how did Trump carry that?
Trump carried it by 56.63, 42.26, so 14.37.
All right. I mean, so far, there's only 16% counted, and some of this could be, a lot of this could be early votes. So we're probably not getting a full picture there. So far, it's looking decent for Kamala. All right, so New York just came in for Kamala. No surprise there, obviously. So we're Kamala 99, Donald Trump 120. So a bunch of these plain states just came in for Trump: Wyoming, the Dakotas, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Florida. Texas is going to be called for Trump fairly soon, I would imagine. 9 o'clock hour. I think the polls are all closed in Texas at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They are? Okay, so Texas is going to be called pretty soon. So that'll give Trump a nice boost there. Okay, so we are at the 9 o'clock hour. So the 9 o'clock poll closings, folks. Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin. Wow, we are getting into the nitty-gritty right now. This is going to get even more interesting. So far, a really, really, really interesting night. I mean, if you...
talked about.
What's that, buddy?
You remember when New Jersey was talked about in early July while Biden was still in the league?
No, New Jersey has been called already, but New Jersey was being talked about. New Mexico was being talked about. For sure. I mean, the map would have looked a lot different back then. I mean, I still think if you're Trump, you're feeling okay. Like I don't see any reason to panic for either side yet.
That margin in Florida is fantastic for them.
I mean, that is a very good margin, no doubt, but it was not exactly unpredictable. I mean, don't forget, DeSantis won by 20. Oh, DeKalb. All right, so DeKalb is coming in. Now, DeKalb at 82, Trump 16. All right, so that's, and combined with Fulton, 70%. Oh, boy. Yeah, that now. See, I think now you're at 66%. If Kamala hasn't closed there, That looks decent for Trump at this point. And I think what explains that is this performance in the rural areas. I think that's what's that, bud?
Okay, 60% is in. She has 82.7. Biden carried it with 83% of the vote. So,
okay. So she's running about even there. But what was the turnout? Let's see. Hold on. Let me try. It's a very small land area there. Fulton, DeKalb. Okay, so DeKalb. Now we got Kamala 211, Trump 42. So Trump. Okay, so what was the net vote gain there for Biden? Oh no, DeKalb's only 60% in. I thought it was 80% in. Okay, so that's not as disastrous for her then. If it were 80% in and she weren't closer to Trump's to 50%, I would say that spells quite a bit of trouble. She still has some chance there.
And not County or Gwinnett or Cobb yet.
Okay. Chatham still stuck. Trump. Yeah, Trump looks pretty. He looks pretty solid in these rural areas in Georgia. It's going to come down to turnout here, which is kind of hard to tell since we don't know what's early and what's same day. But we're 2 hours out from Georgia, and what turnout do we have there? What percentage of Georgia is in? Only 66. I thought we were going to get these votes a little quicker in Georgia. Let's see what the AP says here. Hold on, let's read their commentary. Let's see what they're saying. Trump is a lead in Georgia with more than a third of estimated votes counted. Not every county has reported results. Among the counties with no votes recorded, but that was at 8:13. So that's old news. We don't need that. Okay, so they haven't updated their editorial since then. Hey, Virtuoso, bad news. Adriano Espaillat has won. Hey, let's see how our friend Jose Vega's doing. Let's see. Why isn't it telling us? Torres plus 66. Jose Vega, 1,340. Hey, Jose Vega, 2% so far. Hey, that ain't fucking bad. That ain't too fucking bad. Look at that. Goddamn. Jose Vega, 1,340 votes. Proud of that kid. Round of applause for Jose. Jose's outpacing Jill Stein as a percentage of the total vote. How do you like that? How about our guy? Let's see here. Voted Stein because my party didn't run a candidate. It's the Peepholes Party. We're enthusiastic observers of the political process, but never actually participate. Thank you, AD. Appreciate that very much. Okay. Deborah Holland, Rage on Records, dual citizen watching from Canada, former Democrat red-pilled by son. Ah, all right. Good for you. For the first time in my life since George McGovern, I voted by conscience instead of lesser of two evils. Green, baby. There you go. Thanks, Deborah Holland. Appreciate that very much. Okay. Excuse me. Enough election. Let's have the insurrection already. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Arty blarty fart blast. Khalid Smadi. Let's hope it's a boy. Love you guys. Keep it up, Russ and Keaton. Thank you very much for that. Awesome. Deanno M. Keaton, I can craft beer in QLD, Australia for a living. Oh, you can craft beer in Australia for a living. Love to hear what you were drinking. Good Helios Zeus for mine currently. Cheers. This is the Focal Banger by the Alchemist Brewing, which is in Stowe, Vermont. And now they ship statewide in Vermont only. So I had to cross state lines to get this today. Very tough beer to get. Really delicious. Really fantastic. Hitting the spot so far. I'm on can number 2. Sparky, if elected, Trump still needs to make it to inauguration. Yeah, well, one step at a time there, my friend. Have you read any Rumble rants? Yes, we have. Anti-war spare, and we will read more of them. Right now, Ranger Biker. Oh, no, I'm doing that one for Russ. When the fuck is the throat singer coming on? We're expecting a chant about now. Ooh, that's my cultural appropriation of a Mongolian throat singer. I just choofed the meanest weed I have had for some time, and I still look straighter than Russ. Russ doesn't smoke. Everybody thinks Russell smokes. He doesn't. He's just chill. He's got chill vibes. Ficus, thanks for the donation. I have no faith in the electoral system. The only reason I voted for Jill Stein was to spit in the face of the empire. It felt so good. Well, thank you. All right, en passant. I'm going to read that when Russ gets back here since we owe you a cowbell. And I think I owe someone else a cowbell. We owe 2 cowbells here. But thank you very much for that donation. Andrew L. 479, thanks for the $20. It's very generous. I got my Nona slice, my 5G Wi-Fi amulet, a mouthful of black pills, fresh haircut, asked for the Kalinsky barber, bleached my hair and my butthole. Let's go. There you go. You are ready. You are ready. Overall, how's it going? Do we have an idea of who's winning? Says Kay Cotwas. It looks pretty close right now. I would say you give the slight edge to Trump at this point. Oh, looks like, okay, so there we have it. Looks like the state of Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So that's Trump campaign gets to breathe a sigh of relief there. That was looking a little close for comfort, but it has been called for him by the Associated Press. So yeah, he can breathe a little easier there, gets over that hurdle. Virginia, still red. Getting very close in Virginia. We got a lot of the rural areas starting to fill in. Where's Arlington County? Fairfax. Where's Fairfax? 52%. Hey, Cool Blue, out of curiosity, what was Fairfax in 2020? Fairfax, Virginia.
Okay. Let's see if I have it. By the way, I just noticed AP called the race for Richie Torres.
Yeah, that bastard.
And they called Colorado to carry for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
That state and Virginia have voted the same since 1948, except in 1992.
Who?
Colorado and Virginia,
Okay.
they have voted the same except in 1992 since 1948. So Virginia
Awesome.
will start showing up more blue. So Fairfax, Virginia, you were asking about.
Yep.
Okay, so just over 600,000 votes cast in 2020. Biden with nearly 70%, Trump 28%. So that was a 42-point margin.
Okay, so that's looking like about the same, Kamala a little less, actually. So Kamala 67, Trump 31, so that's 36 points there. Yeah, that's looking pretty tight in Virginia with only 49% in, so we will have to take a look. I mean, the fact that Trump got converted Ohio before Kamala got Virginia, you got to like that if you're Trump. New Hampshire, pretty comfortable for Kamala there so far. Pennsylvania, where we're at, same. No news out of there. So the AP has not called Colorado yet, but you're saying who called that, Cool Blue?
Fox News has it colored in that it's carried for Kamala Harris.
Okay, cool. All right, let's take a look at North Carolina. North Carolina now red for Trump, leaning red 52-47. Raleigh is now in. Wake County now 74% in, so we got a big basket of votes in from there. What was the margin there? Wake County 2020?
Making sure I got my screen up. Oh, here it is. See, Biden carried Wake County. Okay, he carried it by 26.5 percentage points. 62.25, 35.80.
Okay, so she's right about where he was, which obviously is not enough because you got to outpace Biden if you're going to win the state. And so Mecklenburg, that's plus 40 now, but with only 6% in.
Can you check New Hanover County? That's Wilmington. That's a county that has an outstanding record of voting for the winner.
Okay, where is Wilmington? My North Carolina geography is not up to par, apparently. What is it called?
New Hanover County, which is Wilmington.
Okay, and where is that? Is that like east, central, south? Where is Wilmington? I don't know where Wilmington is.
It is south, almost to the tip of the North Carolina, South Carolina. Yeah, it has a little blue dot there right now.
Blue dot? Oh, there? Okay, yeah.
Very south of the state.
Yep.
South Central, pretty much.
So that's Kamala by a lot now, but only 5% in.
All right. Trump win yet?
Yeah. How was it over there?
It was good. It was good. Shama read my article, so she was
awesome.
asking me questions about that. That was nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Cool Blue, what was the New Hanover margin in 2020?
Biden actually carried it, even though Trump carried the state by 1.35. Biden flipped it and carried it by 2.13. Basically, if Kamala Harris carries that county by 4 points, she has a state, probably.
Okay, well, there's no real knowing that
Yeah.
yet.
So how's everything looking? What did I miss? Any developments, or we're
They
still
called
pretty much
Ohio
where we
for
are?
Trump. They called Ohio for Trump, so Trump shored that up. Virginia still looks even, but those DC suburbs haven't come in quite as much yet. So I think she'll probably still win there. Let's see. Come on, reload.
Or at least I'm seeing it on the screen. New Hanover. I might be behind.
So Richie Torres has been declared the winner in the 15th, but Jose's at 2% of the vote, which is better than Jill Stein so far.
All right.
So, hey,
all right.
1,340 votes.
Outperforming Jill Stein.
Yep. Making a dent right there. Let's take a look here. Hey, Peter Monahan, how are you? Doing beers through gastric tube, waiting for our reality to collapse. I will always defer to you. Thank you, Russell, for the world. Well will end soon. So appreciate. Thank you, Peter
That was
Monahan.
my sign off for Shama. So enjoy the end of the world as we know it.
There you go.
See, Shama, this is what I'm saying. Shama has too much of a sense of humor to be in the Green Party.
That's right. That's right.
Because she thought Shama has a good sense of humor.
Cool. Yeah. Ranger Biker, Russell, I wrote you in for New York Congressional District #1 in Suffolk County. I wanted to save that Rumble rant for you. So you got to vote today. Don't feel left out, Keaton. I know you're a busy family man. Yeah, no, I don't have time to serve. I do not volunteer. I do not put myself up for service. En passant, thanks for the $100. Let's have a cowbell for en passant. Let's have another cowbell too. We owe someone else a cowbell. I forget who. One more cowbell, please.
One more.
Yeah, for somebody else.
Boom.
Somebody else gave us a big one. I forget. When I voted today, we could opt out of paper ballot and vote with just the machine. I've never seen that before. I don't trust the closed source code machine, so I opted for paper. Stein, where? Thank you for that very, very generous donation. Yeah, it's only New York, only paper in New York. What? I wonder what state you're in, en passant. Nice to see that you have IT support, Russell. Yes. Jill Stein voted in an all-red suit. Jill Biden voted in an all-red suit. Interesting.
Did she really? So like the red wedding? Is that what she was referencing?
Yeah, MAGA. Kay Cott was, what do you honestly think would suck more, Trump or Kamala for 4 years? Well, we're going to find out. We're going to find out. I mean, I think they're both terrible.
And that is such a, that is such a Scylla and Charybdis choice.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to Andres Torres. In Adam Schiff's Senate race, there was no write-in option. I wanted to write in fuck Adam Schiff. Peace from East Los Angeles. Thank you, Andres Torres. PMC, thanks for the $99.99. Let's hear it for PMC. Let's get the cowbell out. Thank you very much. That is very kind of you. Can Cool Blue freestyle like Kornacki? Yeah, Cool Blue. Cool Blue's been talking a lot like Kornacki. Cool Blue's been putting in some time on the microphone. Yeah. Miami voted against cannabis. Would have never seen that coming. Yeah, no, that place. Florida's really gone kind of crazy. Have they not? All right, we are at Trump 177, Kamala 99, North Carolina 52-47, Georgia 52-47 with 69% in. Georgia, it's getting late early in Georgia, as Yogi Berra would say. Let's see here. Atlanta, Fulton County, 75% in. DeKalb. Why is DeKalb so hard to find? 60%. Wow. Okay, so that is looking close. Let's see where we're at in the rural areas. A lot of the rural areas are getting close to in for Trump. Man, Georgia's going to be tight. It's going to be tight. We're really going to have to check on Chatham, right, Cool Blue? Is that your theory, that Chatham is kind of a bellwether there?
Chatham, you can pretty much say that if the Democrats carry it by 18 percentage points, they're liable to carry the state. Joe Biden carried it by 19, and he won the state by like 0.25%. Raphael Warnock pulled through sufficient numbers.
Got it. Wow, okay. So yeah, Georgia looks really close. Really close. I mean, I would say you got to probably give Trump the edge there so far, but tight. Very, very tight. Okay, looks like we got more in from PA. This is what it really comes down to, is the upper Midwest. PA, Wisconsin, Michigan, Corinthians 2. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really what you're looking at. All right, so now the red areas are starting to fill in. So what are we looking at, Cool Blue? We're looking at Northampton, and we're looking at Erie, right? Erie, we still got almost nothing. Philly jumped up slightly, so we have slightly more in Philly, 83-15. We got Kamala netting about 90. She needs to really net at least 400, if not 450, which she's on pace to do. That's looking close. Very close. I mean,
Pennsylvania?
very, very close. Yeah, all these states are very close. I was telling the audience, when you were with Shama, like in, what's it called? In 2016, we started getting the sense Trump was going to win at about 9:30 at night because that's when he took the lead in Florida.
Right.
Now we're at 9:20, and it's much closer. I still would not bet on this race. Hey, how's Iowa doing? Iowa 58, Kamala 40, Trump. I'm assuming Des Moines is in. Yeah. Okay, so that's not a big surprise there. Okay. All right. I am going to hit the men's room. So, Russell, if you want to take some super chats or do a segment, whatever you want.
All right. Just give me some guidance on where we're up to.
Oh, super chats. We're at Carleet Odd.
Oh, right.
8:33 p.m.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Cool. Be right back.
All right. Carleet Odd, are you from Tatooine? I love seeing you two fill in for Jimmy. He's the reason I found you guys. Thanks for the laughs and digestible info. Hard to do with something as toxic as libs. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I still know too many. And what's really sad is I know a lot of libs that I have a lot of affection for. They're just so fucking ignorant. Amadeus, rock me, Amadeus. Don't blame me. I voted for Kodos. All right, we won't blame you. Mary Beth Hewitt with the super sticker. $50. Thank you, Mary Beth. Habib. I voted Hind PS. All right. Based. Big Bill. Bomb threats called in at DeKalb. Deep State at it. Or it could just be somebody calling in a bomb threat. People do that. Kuznetsky Bassane. DD equals antidote to fascism. I hope so. From your mouth to God's ears, because those fascists, one thing you got to give them, they're organized and they have fabulous outfits. Sparky, $5. Listen, man, I've asked communists this. The more honest ones will concede fashion sense to the fascists. Worth reiterating, Israel has killed many more Americans than Iran has. Israel killed 34 Americans on the USS Liberty alone. Hear, hear, Sparky. Deontafort, thank you for the 99 cents. Majed Al-Shamsi, AED 25. What is that? Can we retire now? What is AED?
$5.
Is it $5? Watching from Dubai. Dubai, UAE right now. U.S. politics are by far my favorite reality show. It's a good way to put it, man. Hope you're all stocked up on canned food and water filters.
There you go.
I've got a few spare water filters, not as much canned food as I should. Hey, Keaton, so when the COVID apocalypse started, did you stock up on canned food? I did.
No, I didn't actually. No. I don't remember. I mean, maybe. I don't think so.
I did. I went and got a bunch of beans, and I got like dried foods like rice, pasta, in case supplies stopped coming to the stores.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember if I did or not. Cool Blue stepped out for a minute, said be right back.
All right. Amadeus rocking us again. The dollar is still going to be bricksed. Yep, I agree with that. Amadeus, Kamala had a high turnover as VP. Imagine as president, she had a high turnover as a candidate.
Yes,
Her whole
yes.
staff quit when she was running in 2020, and they wrote a letter
That's right.
about how horrible it was to work for her. I think that was like the head of her campaign office.
Right.
Spilled the beans. Amadeus, I asked Kit to get seafood to go with his ribeye. Is he eating a ribeye? Amadeus, I call election fraud if Kamala gets Michigan. DC, told y'all independents, Greens don't count ballots. Well, too busy smoking that weed. Amadeus, $2. I am sure Georgia remembers the $2,000 promise.
I'm looking up. Apparently, Georgia independent exit poll was not good for Kamala. So let's see. Georgia poll, swing of 20 points with independents. Okay, so apparently, according to the Georgia exit poll on CNN, Trump won independents 54-43, and Biden won them by 10 in 2020. So apparently that is a big development in Georgia. Trump wins independent vote by 11 points. In 2020, Biden won independents by 9. Independents make up 31% of voters, so that would spell significant trouble for Kamala in Georgia if that holds. We will take a look here. We are at now 178 Trump, 99 Kamala. Texas has been called for Trump. That is what explains that as of now. And you have Trump holding leads in Georgia and in North Carolina. 74% of Georgia in, 5% deficit for Kamala Harris. So she is looking like she is in some trouble there. Now, DeKalb County, 72% in. So, yeah, DeKalb is pouring in. Fulton is 25% still outstanding. So she still has some wiggle room there. Let's see how Fayette did. Fayette, 51-48. So she's closing in Fayette, but not enough to flip it. Savannah, that's still stuck. Muskogee, yeah, it's basically going to come down to Democrat turnout because it looks like they shit the bed with independents in Georgia if that exit poll is right. Now, not all exit polls are right, but if the exit poll is right, it looks like they did very poorly with independents in Georgia. That's a 20% shift. That's a dramatic swing in Trump's favor in Georgia. So that looks not good for Kamala in Georgia.
Well, look at the bright side, man. Who amongst us has not seen British teeth and said we need more of that in America?
Yeah, exactly.
Get that fluoride out of that water.
Get that fluoride out of that water. Let's see what we got here. Pennsylvania, 55-43 with 25%. Arizona, didn't the Arizona polls close at 9 o'clock? Kind of weird. We don't have any Arizona numbers in yet. Minnesota, very few numbers in yet. Wisconsin, 7% in. Trump, 56. Kamala, 42. Okay, so Wisconsin, this is going to be the problem state in terms of counting. Apparently, what Milwaukee does in Wisconsin is they ship their ballots to an alternate location to be counted. So it takes a long time to count ballots. In Milwaukee, it took a very long time to count them in 2020. And so...
Yes, Morning Joe was very upset about that.
They were very pissed off about that. Yes, they were really, really upset about that this morning. So Wisconsin, it's unlikely this will all come down to Wisconsin. But if it does, that's going to give you some headaches there. All right, Cool Blue is back. Beautiful. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? We might want to do a segment, actually. Do you have any segments left?
I do, but I got to load them back in.
Oh, all right. No problem. Hold on. Let me just do something real quick.
I'll get you one.
Yeah, hold on. Let me do something. All right, cool. All right.
We got Uncommitted, Harari, and Lee Fong. Which one do you want?
All right. Voted for my first time for Stein. Enjoyed the show. Thank you, David Pictures. Appreciate that. Build a better world with bricks. There you go. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you not seen the NKVD uniforms? Classic. Thank you, Gareth Richmond. Appreciate that. All right. Why don't we do Lee Fong? Why don't we do a Lee Fong segment? We'll do a little something here.
All right. That's a quick hit.
Yeah.
All right. So Lee, unlike some people in the space, it's getting really complicated for true independent journalists to not get audience captured. Because it's hard, man. The people, the libs, you don't completely conform to orthodoxy. That's it. You're banished. You're canceled, preferably. I interviewed Lee at the Dissident Dialogues about that, and he was great. It was very forthcoming. Because one of my biggest questions there was, why aren't these people talking about the censorship that's come after October 7th? And he was straight out. Yeah, well, that's a big mistake. They really should be talking about that. And so did Schellenberger as well, to his credit. But here's Lee Fong throwing a little cold water on Elon's Joe Rogan interview. Completely agree with Elon that Democrats have widely censored, but if the last year has shown us anything, the Republicans will more than happily censor anything critical of Israel and smear anyone who speaks out as an anti-Semite or terrorist. You go, Lee. Good for you, man. So here's Cernovich here, Mike Cernovich. Order of magnitude difference. Elon lets stuff on here that's way out of pocket, and that's a good thing. Ryan Grimm or Mehdi Hassan will never have to worry if they'll log on and see their accounts vanished. Well, Ken Klippenstein might disagree with that assessment.
Well, so Ryan Grimm and Mehdi Hassan don't have to worry about it. I mean, they don't get in trouble with YouTube. I mean, you're talking about breaking points, and I mean, Mehdi Hassan was an MSNBC guy.
Yes, yeah, and who else has been pulled down? A lot of left accounts have been pulled down off of X. That having been said, hey, look, and Lee says this here, fair is fair. Is it better than where we are now? Absolutely. Absolutely. Lee Fong says Twitter is far better on speech than TikTok or Facebook across the board on speech issues. We don't really fuck with TikTok too much, and part of the reason for that is we know too many people who spend a lot of time building a TikTok channel. And to his point here, your whole channel can just get pulled down out of nowhere. That can happen here too. It just seems like TikTok, because they're so afraid of the government cracking down on them because of the Chinese ownership, it seems like they really tend to err on the side of caution. And Cernovich here says it would have been in the interest of the pro-Palestine side to support freedom of speech as a principle. They did not. Most of them celebrated it when conservatives felt the boot. Now, no one really cares that it's happening to them. I think that's a little disingenuous. This is pretty typical of the right-wingers who conflate being pro-Palestine with being woke. Now, I'm not going to say that a lot of people who were happy to cancel people didn't wind up being pro-Palestine, and I hope that's been an instructive experience for them. But to say that's everybody, I mean, we were always anti-woke. We were always pro-freedom of speech. So is Jimmy. And we're all pro-Palestine. But they tend to want to conflate that as being one thing. And here's another banger from Lee. He's really been going at it this week. Open Twitter and see a dozen right-wing influencers making up celebs endorsing Trump and doing obviously fake sources in the White House tell me Kamala's melting down viral tweets. We're turning into Haiti or the Philippines, where half the electorate is shaped by ghost stories. And he was referring to Leighton Woodhouse, who said, safe to assume that half your timeline is fabricated bullshit today. Mostly Harmless here says, anonymous sources tell me this has always been happening. Oh, it's only okay when mainstream media does it. Got it, which is a fair point. Alex Scherer, It's the downside of X, but I think we start knowing how to live and deal with it. I agree with that. Personally, I hit not interested in this post and see less from this poster when I bump into silly and annoying content in my timeline. Perhaps a dislike button would be even more effective. Yeah, I think Alex has it right here because there's all this. Yes, is there misinformation and disinformation on X? And is it exacerbated perhaps by it being a more open platform? I mean, I don't know. The point that the other poster makes, well, what do you mean? Look at what we covered before, how AOC posted clearly distorted information, completely misrepresented that event in Puerto Rico. Isn't that misinformation? So is it only misinformation when the peasants put it out there, but it's not misinformation when the corporate media does it? So there is certainly a double standard. But what the last poster said, I think makes good sense. I believe in the wisdom of crowds. I believe in the kind of collective psychological immune systems that develop in the face of repeated exposure to certain things. I think once people understand when you have open free speech like that, yeah, you can't believe everything you hear. You can't assume that everything you see on X is true. It doesn't require an enormous censorship regime. Let people use their common sense. The notion that the best answer to bad speech is more speech, I think that holds up in this context as well as it's ever held up. Okay, people are spreading misinformation, so go debunk it.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the task. I mean, and you know we've talked about that on X. You know, I mean that's just one of the prices of doing business. I'd rather have that environment than a censorious one.
That's it.
All right, so we have some developments here. So the decision desk on Twitter has called North Carolina for Donald Trump. The AP has not called that yet, to be clear, but the decision desk has. New York Times has it 77% likely to go Trump. I agree with that assessment. I don't think Kamala is getting what she needs out of Raleigh and Charlotte. Cool Blue, what do you think about that? I think that looks probably right to me.
North Carolina was the Republicans' number 25, the Democrats' number 26 state. So there's a very good chance it votes for the winner this year. They figure they're in a position to project it, but we're still going back and forth with Georgia. And we're obviously referring to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and I don't know how much is coming in from Wisconsin. We're going to be here for a good amount
all
of
right,
time.
So honestly, this is what we have meant, that no matter who loses, we win. Because as this starts to look like Donald Trump, I'm going right to the libs on my Facebook because I'm gonna love this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's good. That is going to be pretty sweet, for sure. I mean, this is an absolute just nightmare for them if this turns out the way it does. New York Times now has it at lean Trump. Ooh, it just almost moved back to toss up. All right, so where we are at the New York Times needle, here we are. Hold on, let me go right here. Share screen.
A friend of show, Anish Shivani, thinks Trump's going to win.
Yeah, he just texted me that. Yeah. Live presidential forecast. All right. Let me just set this back up so I have it the way I need it. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so that's the live presidential forecast. That's the New York Times needle. So the New York Times needle has it now in the lean Trump category. What is the margin there? I think it was about 68% chance of victory as of 9:34. What they're basing that on looks like Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia. Those look good for Trump. Nevada, I don't know what they're basing. When does Nevada come in? Nevada comes in at 10 o'clock. Maybe they have some exit polls there that we're not seeing. And then they have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Those are all pretty borderline as of right now. Virginia, okay, there we go. All right, let's take a look here at what state have we not checked on in a while? Michigan. Let's go to Michigan. We have not checked up on Michigan in quite some time. Here we go. Share some screen. 53 Kamala, 45 Trump. Detroit, Wayne County in Michigan, Stein 0.6, Trump over Harris in Wayne County. That's obviously not going to hold there, but that's at 1%. Okay, Oakland County, 55. Okay, so there's really not much going on in Michigan so far. 13% of votes.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. In looking at Wayne County, the Democrats definitely lose the state if they fall under 35 percentage points.
If they fall under, you mean as a margin of victory?
Yeah, if their percentage points in Wayne County is less than 35 points, they've definitely lost the state.
No, but I'm talking about in terms of, are you talking about 35 as I mean, because Wayne County typically goes Democrat pretty hard.
Yeah, but I'm saying the Democrats need to win it by at least plus 35.
Right, they got to win plus 35. Right, exactly. So they have to basically be at least 70% there is what you're saying.
Pretty much, yeah. Biden carried it by 38 points, and he carried the state by 3. So and this has been a little while now, the pattern there.
Okay. Yep, I agree with that. All right, so let's assume North Carolina is red. AP has not called it yet, but it looks pretty red to me. Virginia, 57% in. Yeah, Virginia is pretty stubborn. Let's see where those D.C. suburbs are at. 60% in. Prince William, 99% in. Loudoun County, 97% in. Arlington, 71% in. Alexandria, 31% in. Okay, so there you have that. Virginia looking close, likely a Kamala win, but close. And so the fact that, Virginia is still close at this point, it just doesn't bode well. At this point, you definitely...
honestly, if you look at how this is coming in, my thought tonight has been if he wins Georgia, he's probably going to win. Because if you were going to get the pattern that would indicate a Kamala victory, this overwhelming Dobbs vote of women coming out and Republican women secret, it would flip Georgia. If he takes Georgia, that probably means that whole theory of the case is just not going to hold up. And if that theory of the case doesn't hold up, Trump wins.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be true. It could definitely be true because at that point you are on very, very thin ice in the upper Midwest. Extremely thin ice.
Exactly.
At that point he's only got to flip one of those 3 really.
Right.
I mean,
right.
He doesn't need
and did you say they called North Carolina?
The Twitter decision desk has called North Carolina. I don't think any of the major outlets have called North Carolina yet, but North Carolina looks I mean, New York Times is getting there. They're at 80%.
If North Carolina and Georgia flipped it, he's gonna win.
Well, I mean, it's hilarious either way. I was telling you, it's the most hilarious night in political history. I mean, it's the funniest night in American political history. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I think it would be just as hilarious if she won.
Look, the only downside of this is if Kamala had won, I wouldn't have had to go to Trump Tower tomorrow. Now I got to go to Trump Tower tomorrow.
Oh, for the protesters?
All the libs are going to be fucking going insane outside of Trump Tower. I will fucking go to our X. I will live stream what's going on at Trump Tower. It'll be quite a scene, I promise you.
Yeah, well, that will definitely be a scene.
Let's see if we can get. Maybe I can get Crab. We can go out there.
Yeah, there you go. Shama is the daughter of a goddess and an angel, says Amadeus. Thank you, Amadeus. Sparky, many states lay on the legalese thick in order to fool voters into unwittingly support whoever wrote the referendum's agenda. This may explain the counterintuitive marijuana results in Florida. Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, I don't know how to explain that. I mean, Florida, that's pretty lame. Apparently from what I'm seeing, did it fail in a majority or was it was under 60%? I think I heard somebody say they needed 60% to pass that. I never heard of that. I've never heard of that. Okay. Looks like Kyle is banned from the Breaking Points election night set. Must be the vape pipe thing. Coincidence. Laura Wasser was invited on by Crystal to discuss those stupid men voters too. Thank you, Eric Maines. Appreciate that very much. Amadeus, alt-time right-wing Russ writes in Clayton Bigsby. Thank you, Amadeus. New York Times Needle, Trump 66. Yeah, it's a little higher than that now. It's 68 to 69. Gareth Richmond, oh man, this is going to get very funny because neither Keaton nor Russell can hold their liquor. Love you both. We're doing all right.
We're doing all right.
I don't know where Russ is at. I think we're doing.
I'm fine. Well,
No.
I would say Trump winning this election is pretty fucking funny.
Well, I told you. I mean,
drunk, sober, or even. That is pretty funny.
I mean, it's pretty hilarious. Like I said, this was guaranteed to be the funniest night in American history. I mean, in American political history, it's the funniest event
This is going to be the most awesome meltdown. Like we've got, I guess, because we don't want to get the stream taken down, but we've got to find some video of the Kamala voters melting down.
Well, what do you mean the stream taken down? I mean, there's going to be video on Twitter eventually.
Yeah,
we can't jack a live stream
video of them crying.
Yeah, we can't find a live stream from a network. We probably couldn't jack that, but we could once it's clipped to Twitter, I'm sure we could probably do it. I'm sure we could probably find it.
Honestly, the videos of the Hillary voters crying, it's getting like that old porn mag that it's getting a little worn out. We need some new material.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. There should be an internet archive of all that, actually. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at. Let's go to Georgia again. I really think Georgia is probably the most pressing at this point. 78% in. Trump 52, Kamala 47, Atlanta 72 to 27, and you have now DeKalb County 72, 80. Okay, so yeah, that is a real squeeze. It's a real squeeze there. All right, so Chatham is back in. So Cool Blue, look at Chatham. What did you say the deal was with Chatham? They basically, Chatham is, you're looking at a margin of Democrat plus 18 last year. Is that what it was?
Yeah, in relation to being able to carry the state, the Democrats pretty much need that. And you got 20% of the vote counted, as it says up there. And she's leading by about 26 to 27 points. It's a little.
Okay, so Fayette so far, that's 90% in. So the Democrats, it looks like they did not flip Fayette. Right? It looks like they're not gonna make that. They're gonna do better than they did, but not better enough.
Trump leads by 3.2.
Yeah, by 3 with 10% left. Yeah, so they're not flipping that. They're not flipping that, which means this doesn't look like enough. It doesn't look like enough. It looks like Georgia's going to go red.
So it looks like Georgia's going to go red.
Let's look at the
and it looks like North Carolina's going red.
Yeah, go ahead, Cool Blue.
Wow.
If you don't mind, look at the Atlanta area counties of Cobb, Gwinnett, and Henry, because Hillary Clinton won them as pickups in 2016, first time since Jimmy Carter in his 2 elections.
So Cobb is 57. Man, poor Jimmy Carter. He stayed alive for this. 57 Cobb County, right?
Yeah, she's got 50. What does she have right now?
She's at 57.
Okay, Biden carried it by 14.31.
So she's outpacing him by a little bit there.
Gwinnett.
Where is that one?
It's neighboring county. It might be 1 or 2 over from to the east.
To the east, okay.
I think it is.
Gwinnett, there it is.
Okay, Gwinnett. Biden carried it by 18.24. I'm giving you the exact just so that you're able to see it there.
Okay. Now that's only 16% in. And now what was the total margin there? Well, what was the total volume of votes there?
Okay, 414,350. That was in 2020 total votes cast.
In Gwinnett County?
Yeah, in that county.
Okay, so that gives her a little bit of life there because that is very, very few votes in. at that point.
Yeah, and Cobb County was 394,000 votes.
Well, that's almost all in. So there's not much there for her.
All right. And right now it's only Twitter calling North Carolina.
Yeah, but I think North Carolina. I mean, I think Trump's got North Carolina. It's so far it's only Twitter. It's not the AP, but these don't seem big enough. Do you know what the Wake County margin for Biden was? Cool Blue.
Wake County in North Carolina, right?
Yeah. And what did Biden lose by? Like a point and a half? He didn't lose it by much.
1.35, and he lost by 74,000 votes.
Okay, so he lost by a point and a half. Okay, so
Wake County, Biden carried it by 26.45. I have that readout. So there were 631,830 votes 4 years ago in Wake County.
And what was the percentage of Biden? I'm sorry if I missed it.
Biden carried it by 26.45, say 26.5%.
Okay, so she's running about even, a little better, but not better enough. I mean, don't forget, she's got to outperform him. She can't just match him. She has to beat him.
Yep.
What about Mecklenburg?
Mecklenburg County there were 567,000 votes that came from total votes cast. Biden won it by just a little bit over 35 percentage points.
Okay. And she's at 27. So she's underperforming him there with 15% in. So that could change. But so far, yeah, North Carolina does not look good for Kamala. It looks like Trump.
All right. Here's an interesting data point. Dow futures jumped 500 points and the Russell 2000 futures climbed 3%, which is a lot.
What is the Russell 2000 futures? Are those your brides to be?
That's small cap stocks.
Oh, okay.
That's small cap stocks, which that would indicate people are betting that the speculative economy is back. That speculating is going to come back, which means they're expecting a Trump win.
Yeah, well, that's about when that happened. This time in 2016. Longtime fan from Australia.
Let me take a look at how Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin's probably off the hook.
Yeah,
right?
look at
oh yeah, Bitcoin's.
Trump, if he wins pickups of Georgia and Arizona, he's got to win a pickup of at least one of the Rust Belts.
So he's got to get one of the Rust Belts.
And
Bitcoin has been hitting a ceiling at 70. It's spiked up to almost 73 now. It's up about 7.5%.
Ex-Dirty Hippie says, longtime fan from Australia and much love. The fate of the world is in the hands of the most heavily propagandized and politically illiterate people in the world today. And it looks like we are all fucked, says Dirty Hippie. Yeah, well, we knew that going into tonight. They were the worst musicians in the world. They were no playing motherfuckers. Paul was the worst bass player I ever heard. And Ringo, don't even talk about it. Quincy Jones, the great Quincy Jones. Rest in peace, Quincy Jones. But you know what? There's a Quincy Jones recording of the of Hallelujah, not the Leonard Cohen song, the Handel's Messiah, like a gospel version, which is just great. It's just a fantastic version of that. Are you concerned that these tech goons like Elon, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen supporting Trump believe in the quasi-religious, transhumanist, hyper-capitalist vision of the future? Yes, very much so. Yes. Even more concerned about it now, come to think of it. Yes, actually.
We've been working together too long, motherfucker.
I'm actually more concerned about that now as the night goes on.
I'm very glad I'm reading Techno-Feudalism right now.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Ohio put the wrong Green Party members on the ballot. They've defrauded their voters. If this were judicial, this would be a mistrial. Interesting. Thanks, username. Ranger says, Russell, I wrote you in for Congressional District 1 in Suffolk County. Don't feel left out. Keaton, I know you're busy building your family. That's right.
That's funny. I forgot to tell him. I actually wrote Keaton in for one of the judge positions.
Oh, really? You wrote me in, so I got to vote tonight, too?
I wrote you in. I wrote Nick in for a judge position, too.
Hey, let's see how Jose is doing. Jose Vega in the 15th Congressional District. 3,200, 2.4%. Jose Vega outperforming the Greens.
Damn.
I mean, that really is not bad. I mean, that is actually a pretty impressive total. I mean, he's outperforming Jill Stein. He's outperforming the Green Party. Look at that.
I got to take that kid out for some chicken and waffles this
Look
weekend.
at our guy. Look at throw him a party. Maybe he wants to come on later. I should text him. Do you want to text him and see if he wants to come on?
Yeah, I'll text him.
Please point me to a single election in the past century in which the candidate was nominated at a convention without participating in the primary process and went on to win the general election. I'll wait. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously that was a major liability for Kamala Harris. No question about that. Unfortunately, though, from the Democrats' perspective, they really had no choice. What you're going to be looking at now, I mean, if this goes the way it's looking like it's going to go, is you're going to see the Monday morning quarterbacking, and you're going to have some idiots try and rehabilitate Joe Biden by saying, well, he should have stayed in. No, it's the complete opposite. He should have been out 2 years ago. That's going to be the story.
Exactly. They
so
should
we'll
have
see
a
how
real fucking primary for a change.
Exactly.
For that party.
Exactly.
He wants to know winners later.
I don't know. Maybe. Well, let's wait till more votes come in. Let's maybe an hour. I want to see what his final vote total is. We should have all the votes in about an hour. I mean, whatever he wants, but I think that's probably the best, right? I used to doctor shop Broward County retirement communities for Quaaludes back in the day. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go to the state. Okay, so far everything is held. North Carolina is held red. Georgia's held red. The upper Midwest is held blue. I don't see anything from Arizona. Cool Blue, do you see any reporting from Arizona anywhere?
I kind of wondered for a moment if Arizona might not close till 10 p.m. Eastern time, because I think Nevada might have been moved to 12 a.m. Eastern time, or Hawaii was
12 a.m. That's crazy. Did they?
Or it might be okay.
Usually 11 is the latest. Yeah,
Hawaii.
I still have Arizona 9 p.m. I don't get that. I don't understand that.
It's Hawaii that got moved to 12.
Yeah, just send them a link.
That makes sense. Okay. All right. I'll send them a link. Okay. Let's see. Trump now, New York Times, 71% victory for Donald Trump. So, yeah, they are. So, the New York Times now has Donald Trump. It has Donald Trump now favored in those Rust Belt states by a very narrow margin, but it has them favored in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So maybe they got exit polling. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're not really seeing the reporting that would. What the hell just happened? We're not seeing the reporting on our end that would corroborate that.
This file says we're losing his Rumble rants.
We didn't lose it. We may have not gotten to them. No, we don't censor the Rumble rants, but we may have just not gotten to them yet. I don't know where we're at with the Rumble rants. We still have quite a bit of Rumble. What's your name? What was that guy's name? Put it back on the screen. Do you have it?
I'll find it.
Yeah, Nujoma. Yeah, we have it.
Yeah, we just didn't get to it yet. Relax,
yo.
Yeah,
we got it. We'll get to it.
Relax, yo. We'll get you.
Okay, is this your epic burn? Nobody with any self-respect drinks good beer from a can. Regards from Munich, Germany. First of all, you could shove your German beer up your ass. Okay, first of all, the German beer is bullshit. German beer is overrated. They're lagers. You see what this says here? It says,
what do you
drink
think
from
they
the
drank
can.
at Leningrad?
It says drink from the can. That's they know how to do it. They know what they're doing. You're supposed to drink it from the can. You're supposed to drink it from the can. This is a hoppy beer. Germans don't make hoppy beers. They make lagers, which, with all due respect, those are minor league beers. Those are B tier beers. Okay, so the German lagers are not what we call A class beers. Now, I understand you could pour this into a glass, but they instructed they like to have this from a can. It keeps the aromas. It keeps its nose when you keep it in the can. All right, so you drink your cold brewed beer there. What does they call it? Cold fermented beers. It won't last, but Kansas is temporarily blue. It might be worth checking out when more votes counted. Yeah, no, that's not going to last. Yeah. That's not going to last. Yeah, no chance of that whatsoever. Let's see here what we got. All right, let's AP. AP, we're at kind of a weird moment in the night. Things are kind of slowed down a little bit. Obviously, you have here. Let's see. So share screen. All right. So here's where we are. Big picture. Donald Trump 188, Kamala Harris 99. So that's what you're looking at. Obviously, you got California, you got the West Coast going to come in for Kamala. And then basically you are at a point where you need basically all three of those Rust Belt states. It doesn't look like you're going to get a lift anywhere else. If you are Kamala, and the odds that she's going to win those three are not good at this point.
Not good.
It's just,
Believe me, not
believe
good.
me, not good. Not good. Believe me, not good. That
This
is
is
going to
too
be
funny, man.
fucking
This
crazy,
is
man.
too fucking funny.
That is funny. That is some funny shit. I gotta tell you, this is quite the country.
That is, God bless America, man. You know, I went into the night over the whole America thing, but I'm back, man. This night is turning me into a patriot.
Yeah. Well, you got to do the other one.
Yeah.
You got to do the other one. You got to do proud to be an American. Look at Virginia. Virginia is actually stubbornly red. Let's see here. 50 to 48. I mean, you still got, she's still likely to win in Virginia because you still got, Arlington is still not much in. Fairfax still. All right. So
today I settle all family business.
Yeah, there you go. Georgia, 80% in, Trump by 5. So there you have it. DeKalb, 72. DeKalb, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, not great numbers out of Fulton County. Hey, Cool Blue, I'm sorry. I'm asking you to do the same thing over and over again by this point, I'm sure. But what was the margin? What was the percent margin in Fulton County? Biden versus Trump?
So Georgia from 2020, and you wanted, make sure I got the tab open. Which county again? DeKalb?
No, Fulton.
Fulton. Okay, so Fulton, Biden carried it. Okay, he had 524,000 votes cast. Biden carried it by 72.57, 26.20. So he won it by 46, almost 46.5 percentage points.
So 46.5?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so that's not actually as much as I thought it would be. So she's running slightly behind there. Now it's 78% in. Okay, cool. Hey, did you send Jose a link?
No, I don't know how to send him the link.
All right, here. You don't know how to send him a link? All right, I will send Jose a link right now.
I do want to let you know a couple things.
What's that?
I was at CNN's website, and they have Florida.
Which website?
CNN, pardon me.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking at the map. They have Florida, 90% of the vote in. Trump has won it by 13.4. He won it 4 years ago by 3.35.
Oh yeah, no, he's crushing there. So on the AP, I have 95% in for Trump in Florida. And he's up by 13.3. So yeah, no, he crushed. He didn't crush as hard as Ron DeSantis crushed, which I'm sure is vengeance for him.
Ohio.
What's that?
71% of the vote in Ohio. Trump has won it by 12 points so far. And
70%
by 8 points.
Yeah, so 70% for Ohio, Trump by 12. Yeah, so Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati. Only 35% of Cuyahoga County's in for Ohio. So she'll probably close there. It doesn't matter. It's already called. And then she's not going to make it up.
Texas, 69% of the vote is in. Trump won it 4 years ago by like 5.58. His count is 11.7. So he's basically gone from 5, 6, 8 percentage points in these states and added anywhere like 5, 6. Actually, Florida, he's added close to 10 percentage points.
Yeah. So if that, now you don't know that's going to replicate in the swing states, but if that replicates in the swing states, that puts him over the top. Now, Biden in Pennsylvania was a fairly narrow win last year. Biden in Michigan, Wisconsin was more comfortable, as I remember. But it's still well within. If he's polling, if he's tracking 4 to 5 points ahead of where he was in those states, if that translates even half, you got to figure he's going to pick up. He's going to pick off at least one. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Okay, now we're getting Arizona numbers in, and it's past 10 o'clock. Okay, so there you go. So now Arizona is coming in. Let's take a look here what we got. All right, so share screen, Arizona. Very, very few votes in so far. 621, 620. Well, actually, not that few. 34%. Yeah, the thing about Arizona is there's like Phoenix, Tucson, and then everywhere else is like no people.
Right.
Right. I mean, it's like very few. Like Arizona's mostly desert, just like Nevada. So you got Tucson, nothing there. Phoenix, Maricopa County. Wow. Okay. So what was Maricopa County for Biden? That had to be. She has to be trailing Biden. She's got to be trailing behind him there.
Well, let me tell you about Arizona. Arizona joined the union and voted for the first time in 1912, and everybody has carried Maricopa County except 1996 Bill Clinton.
What do you mean everyone? You mean every winner of the state?
Yeah, has carried Maricopa County except for 1996 Bill Clinton. Bob Dole managed to narrowly hold it.
Okay.
And it runs about a couple percentage points from the statewide margin. So in Maricopa County,
this guy knows everything. This guy Cool Blue just has everything.
This is going to be the most fun Christmas ever.
Maricopa County is like 60.
I'm going to wear a MAGA Christmas sweater.
You know who we should get? You know who we should send a link to is Thomas Frank.
We should.
Him come on. Sorry, Cool Blue. Go ahead.
No, that's okay.
I'll promise him you won't curse him this time.
2,076,086 votes 4 years ago were cast from the county. Biden flipped and carried it 50.13 to 47.96.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So 2.17.
Okay. So it was closer than I imagined. I imagined Biden would have had. Yeah. The thing about Arizona is it's mostly desert aside from these two major metropolitan areas. Like up here, like these rural areas, I mean, there's no people here. They got no people here. Okay. Let's see. How are we doing in these Senate races? Did they call it for Ted Cruz yet? Did friend of show Ted Cruz win yet? I'm worried about Ted Cruz.
See, apparently you haven't been around the channel long enough.
He was a great guest. I didn't curse him.
Keaton called him Low T Thomas Frank.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I didn't.
What's the Thomas for? Low T. That's what
I
he
was
said.
Somehow rude to Thomas Frank. I was not rude to Thomas Frank. I was perfectly nice to Thomas Frank. I just, made my point passionately. I didn't curse him out. All right, here we go. So you got, wow, man, this is looking pretty stubborn. All right, Pennsylvania. Okay, here's a development. Let's see here. Pennsylvania tinted red on the map. Okay, so now's when it gets really real. Philadelphia County, 36% of votes counted, 79 Kamala, 20 Donald Trump. Where's Northampton? Northampton up here. Wow, look at that. Look at that, Cool Blue. Even in Northampton.
What does it say? I might be behind TV.
So Northampton County is Kamala 49.7, the Trump 49.4. Now, what did you say it was last time? What's the deal with Northampton? Thank God we got this guy here.
Okay, Northampton County, Trump carried it in 2016, then Biden in 2020. Biden carried it by 0.72. He won statewide by 1.17.
Okay, so she's lagging behind there. Allegheny County, what was that margin in 2020?
Which is Pittsburgh.
Yep.
He won the county, Biden did, by 20.40 percentage points.
Okay, so she's running slightly ahead. Erie County starting to come in. You said that was noteworthy as well, right?
Yeah, absolute bellwether county. Biden won it by 1.06, statewide 1.17.
Okay, so she's up big there, but that's with 32% in. That's obviously not going to hold. Okay, so you got Pennsylvania looking pretty stubborn. Michigan looking pretty close there. Wow. This is going to be, we're going to be here for a while.
Saginaw County in Michigan is I would call it a bellwether county in the state. It's next to Genesee. It's next to Flint. And that county has, over the last 2 elections, reflected what went on. It carried for Trump in 2016, 2020 for Biden, and very thin margins.
Okay, and which one was that?
Saginaw, Saginaw.
Yeah, the Saginaw Peaches, like in Seinfeld.
And it's right next to Genesee, which is Genes. You got to go 1 or 2 counties north of Wayne, 2 counties north.
Sanilac, Tuscaloosa, Saginaw. There it is. All right. Well, we have nothing in there for now, so we have no data from there. Okay. Cool. Russell, what's it like?
All right. I think we need to practice. No, I didn't get the vax. I didn't.
Yeah. Right. Why? What is
That's when the RFK police come to your door.
Oh yeah.
No, I knew it was bullshit the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. Jamie Turner.
They'll
thanks
probably
for
give Jimmy a pass. He's spoken out so much against it.
I'm sure they'll let him slide. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, will he pardon our beloved defensive coordinator? Oh yeah, who is that guy? Who is that guy? I forget who you're talking about. You're talking about what's his name? I know who you're talking about. His name escapes me now. You're the Sandusky is innocent, right? Yeah, Sandusky. Lindsey Strunk, Cool Blue for the win. Thanks for your work, man. Yeah, absolutely. Round of applause for Cool Blue. Cool Blue just going above and beyond
Fucking
tonight.
A, man. Fucking A.
I mean,
we have the best. We have the best people.
I mean, I think
everyone
it's
says
safe.
it.
I think it's fairly safe to say this show would probably suck without Cool Blue.
Probably.
Yeah, like tonight would probably be.
I mean, now after having
Creek
Cool
without
Blue on, I have much more confidence that we can both take a vacation at the same time, and we can have Cool Blue do
Blue
the show
host.
with maybe Tusker.
Yeah, there you go. That's not a bad idea. Not sure why, but a Robinhood Trump contract is going for about 70 cents. Since I started following it last week, Trump's prices range from 63 to 54. Yet this is basically gambling. Yeah, no, look, I mean, he is in a superior spot at this point. I mean, you have to say that because now at this point, basically, her margin of error looks like 0. So at this point, he's got to flip one of those upper 3. If you see now, he's up 2 out of 3. It's looking very tough for her at this point. Never mind the Trumpers. If you're Zelensky, you're more nervous than a bottle of baby oil at the orgy. Thank you, Mad Wolf. Appreciate that.
Steal my act.
Yeah, regarding the who would suck more, next question, I believe one candidate has more experience. Thank you, Nujoma. See, we didn't censor your Rumble rants.
See?
Yeah, see? My real name, I was planning to avoid the internet until Friday and be blissfully unaware of whether the giant douche or turd sandwich won, but I don't want to miss the DD election extravaganza. No, you got to be here. What do you mean? You got to give it till Friday? You got to be here. Everybody's got to be here. 3,872 on YouTube, 2,654 over on Rumble. A total of 5,860 between YouTube and Twitter. This is where you got to be tonight. All right, let me.
How are Diane Sayre's numbers?
Oh yeah, let's look at Diane Sayre for Senate. Hold on, let me send Jose a thing here. Okay, let me DM him. I'm gonna DM
This is the end, my only friend, the end.
Listen, man, a lot of empires have risen and fallen, but none have done it with this kind of Las Vegas floor show panache.
Yeah, no, totally.
2-2 kick turn, 3-2 kick turn.
Yeah.
That's America right now.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Okay. All righty. Let's see how Diane did. I'm curious to see how Diane did. Let's see. Diane Sayre, or you're looking at a Senate race. Yeah, I mean, come on. This is called, right? Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
so,
they call the Senate race for Kristen Gillibrand being
yeah,
reelected.
no, I mean Gillibrand's definitely going to win, for sure. Let's see how our friend did here in the overall rankings. Diane Sayre, 0.5%, 23,994. Man, so looking like Jose did all right.
Jose outpaced her. Yeah.
Jose,
Yeah.
look at Jose Vega.
Look
over
at him go.
everybody. Look at him go. 2.4%. That's more than double the Green Party vote share.
I
at this point.
when we go to Sylvia's this week, and I'm gonna be like, yo, man, this is on the house, right?
He's the king of Harlem. At this
you
point.
don't know who this is?
You don't. You don't know who this is. What check? Get out of here, check.
You need to get a picture right now. Put it next to that Obama Sharpton that fucking miserable whore you have fucking on the wall there.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so here we are. Pennsylvania, 50.6, 48.5 with 50% of the vote reporting. Yeah, Trump hitting these numbers pretty hard in the rural areas. Philadelphia, 252. Okay, so Philadelphia is now 41% in. So if we do this math here, 252 minus 63, and we divide that by 0.41. Okay, that nets her 460,000 votes out of Philadelphia if that number maintains, if that percentage maintains, which is not terrible. That's not terrible. 450 is what you would want out of Philadelphia. Then at that point, it really goes to the suburbs. Bucks County, 54.9 to 44.2. Biden won Bucks County, didn't he, Cool Blue?
Yeah, this is a county usually going for the Democrats within 5 points. He won it 51 to 47%, 4.37.
Got it.
So, yeah, it's one to watch out for anyway.
Got it. Okay. Lovey-dovey, do you know there's a limit on how much you can spend on a super chat?
Is that true?
Is there? I know you gave us 150. Keep track of that, lovey-dovey. But is that right? Interesting. Thank you for that, though. Neither faction will learn anything. Just watch. Let's see. Here, Russell, can you knock some of these out? I'm going to text Jose.
Sure. Okay. Felonious Punk, like that name. Flip through about a dozen live election shows. This is the best. Here's my 5. Thank you.
Of course, it's the best.
Thank you, brother.
We told you it would be the best. We promised you it would be the best.
We promised. And we always keep our promises, for better or for worse. John N. See now it's looking more and more like we made a bad call with how this election was going to go. The difference between us and other people who called it that way is we are going to be really in fits of hysteria by the end of the night, and not salty tear hysteria.
Look, I said this at the time.
We were not rooting for a Kamala victory.
Well, not only were we not rooting, I told you I'm only predicting because we kind of feel we have to. Like I told you, I could obviously go the other way. Like I told you.
Keaton called me. It was like, listen, Ryan Grimm, everyone's calling him a big pussy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
We don't want people calling us a big pussy, so we got to make a prediction.
Yeah. Well, obviously. I mean, look, you got to play the game. You got to make a prediction. I said I'm less than 60% sure. I said it's a coin toss.
Based on very limited data points, it looked like it was going to go that way. But no, man. I mean, this, we've said the whole time, like gun to head. Yeah. With Trump, you got a chance he doesn't get us into World War III. With Kamala, it was pretty guaranteed. So I guess that's a good outcome. At the same time,
I guess it's a good
I mean, I guess insofar as like 2 big bowls of shit or 1 lesser bowl of shit, but it's all shit, and certainly everything we've been covering in terms of what the real economic vision of Trump and the kind of people he's going to let loose like Elon is going to be. All right. As imperial collapses go, if you're in this space, you got to love it, because this is a much more entertaining imperial collapse than Kamala would have provided. That just would have been 4 years of.
Well, I mean,
How much can you do with that?
I mean, with this, I think you're looking at, some questions about like how he staffs his cabinet. What does that look like? Does he just had Mike Pompeo on the stage at the last rally. That's not exactly closing on the kind of anti-establishment push that a lot of people try and twist themselves into thinking. Right, exactly.
Or the Adelson now.
Yeah.
Miriam Adelson. But hey, on the other side, look. Yeah, I think RFK has some ideas that are nutty, but I also think that I can't imagine anyone coming out of what Kamala would represent who would call out the food companies that are making people fat and sick. And RFK, it looks like Trump will empower him to do that. So it's just...
We will see.
It will be a very interesting time.
We will see. I mean, it'll be interesting to see over the next few months if tonight goes the way it looks like it will, how that shakes out. I look, I'm very cynical about these things. To me, when you look at the Trump campaign versus the first Trump term, you saw a whole lot of distance between what you thought you could expect and what actually happened. It takes a lot to convince me something's going to change. So we will have to see how that goes. But there are a lot of question marks now going into these next few months to see, how things shape up in terms of how he staffs his cabinet. With Kamala, you were just going to get the same people. Like, she may have kept Anthony Blinken. She may have kept Lloyd Austin.
It just would have been the same shit. Well, she would have had whoever they told her to have.
Yeah. Which would have been probably the same people, because don't forget, they didn't want to get rid of Biden. They only did that because they felt they had to.
Yeah. Right. No, this will definitely be a lot more interesting than a Kamala cabinet would have been. And
what do you think the odds are that Biden is fucking Jill in a Trump mask right now? I think there's a pretty good odds. I think there's better than 10%.
Who's your Johnny? Who's your Johnny? Who's your Johnny?
I think there's better than 10% odds that's happening right now.
Yeah, they're probably loving this. I also think it's better for the left, man.
I think it is
now.
Too.
Now you're going to be able to go and really organize and say. And you're going to be able to make the argument. Look at these fucking people. They lost to this fucking guy.
No, I agree with you.
They lost to this guy twice, not as an incumbent. They lost to him twice when he didn't even have the advantage of incumbency. Twice.
I agree with you that it is better for the left because you are able to, like we said, one of these two things is going to just die tonight. Like one of these two schools of thought. Like if MAGA lost this election, that would be it. That would be it. And at that point, the Republicans would be in shambles. They'd be having so many questions to answer. Right now, what the lesson of the night seems to be is that there were enough people who are willing to split a ticket, protect abortion on the state level, but vote for Trump in the executive. Which again, I told you there's a greater than 40% chance of that happening. I couldn't get to 50 based on the numbers we had, but what did I tell you? I said there's a good chance that Trump can match that turnout and blow past it. And it seems like he's getting what he needs in the rural areas to do that. Now, in the Midwest, we haven't seen those margins quite yet. At the same time, though, you're not seeing Kamala run up the kind of margins that couldn't necessarily overwhelm that.
I think the trends you're seeing in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, I can't imagine it's going to be drastically different in the other swing states from what you're seeing there. The other theory of the case that Kamala, who couldn't even make it to Iowa, who got installed without a single vote, was not able to beat Trump, who actually has a base. She never had a base. They were entirely relying on the idea that they could run her on vibes and culture signaling and brand, the Democratic brand, that enough people who are committed to that brand would turn out. and that the genocide would not deter a lot of them. But if you look at the fact that, as we've been saying throughout, yeah, the libs who were virtue signaling their support for Kamala were cringe, but there weren't a lot of them. Not a lot of them by any comparison to any past election I've ever experienced. Even my friend, who I never named, the famous playwright that I was mixing it up with at the beginning, he actually shut the fuck up over the last month and a half. He stopped talking about it.
Right.
I think a lot of them felt like, I don't want to go on record owning what this administration represents. I don't want that out there. I don't want to have to answer for it later. That's not a good place to be when you're trying to beat somebody who, yeah, a lot of people hate Donald Trump, but as we well know, the people who are devoted to him, they're very devoted. They're very devoted. They're very motivated. Who feels that way about Kamala Harris?
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why I think, to the extent there's going to be Monday morning quarterbacking, the Monday morning quarterbacking is going to be, people are going to try and spin this. Some people are going to try and spin this as, well, Biden should have stayed in. That's nonsense. The real, Monday morning quarterbacking is going to be, Biden should have never stayed in as long as he did. Should have never stayed in as long as he did. But Joe Biden, and this is what they'll never say. This is what, the libs will just never give you this. More than anyone else, who's to blame for this is Joe Biden, obviously. Number one, he was the president. He turned in a dog shit term. Supported a genocide, agitated for World War III. Even on the domestic front, which is what matters most to most voters, he had an opportunity when he came in to be an LBJ, to even be an FDR, because you're coming out of a pandemic, you're coming out of this cataclysmic event, which presented this sort of opportunity to sort of reorient society, to rejigger our sort of national priorities, to reevaluate the role of the states not necessarily in people's lives, but in the economic system. And he did not sit down and negotiate with Joe Manchin during the Build Back Better talks. Not once. Didn't even sit down. Didn't even try to get paid family leave through. Even when that fell apart, don't forget, they said they wanted to split up those individual programs. Well, let's have a standalone paid family leave bill and get that through, which Manchin said he was for. Where did that go? It disappeared. He came in, don't forget, Joe Biden had a 55% favorability rating for the first 8 months in office. His polling didn't collapse until the Afghanistan pullout. And the Afghanistan pullout was very damaging for Biden. It was a lot like the 47% moment for Mitt Romney, when you have a moment that confirms what people suspect about you. Mitt Romney, people suspected he was this out-of-touch rich fuck who had nothing, who had no real connection to ordinary people. And when they heard the 47% remarks on tape, that was confirmed.
Right.
Well, with Biden, the same thing. People suspected he's an old man who's not all there. And then when he's on camera saying, well, we feel pretty good about the pullout, and we're not convinced that the Taliban is going to regain power. And then within minutes of the pullout, they regain power. And you got people falling out of airplanes in the sky. That was a major turning point. And after that, 2 months later, Build Back Better falls apart. 3 months after that, the Ukraine war starts, and now it's in shambles by 2022. And so, that was a major opportunity that was blown. And that, in addition to his stubbornness and unwillingness to step down, is what got you here. Sorry, Cool Blue, did you have a news that you're going to interject?
What's up, man?
Yeah, Jake, let me know that on the New York Times needle, Trump has just reached 80% likelihood of winning this. And I can even tell you about some more states.
Sure, yeah. Tell us about some more states.
Please do.
Political Arizona is reporting, let's see. It's reporting nearly 48% of the vote is in. She leads by 0.8.
Yeah, I have her by 0.2 with 49% in.
They've surrendered to the communists.
20% of the vote in Michigan is in, and she leads by 0.9.
Where?
Okay, so let's take a look at Michigan. Let's see let's look at Michigan. I'm going to bring up Michigan on my screen here. I'm going to share this. Let's see what we got here. Sorry, that's Jake's screen. Let me get Michigan for you guys here. Here we go. All right. So Michigan, what do we have here? We got Wayne County. Man, Jill Stein, 0.6. Jesus fucking Christ.
Really?
Holy shit.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that is
She has
good as
0.6% in Wayne County.
I mean, it's only 1% of the vote in, but yeah. Wayne County is hardly in. Is that right? So Oakland County. Wayne County is Detroit, though, right? Wayne County is the big one.
Initially, he's leading about 23.5 percentage points. Kamala Harris needs 35 points.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's 1% of the vote in. I mean, that you can't really go by.
What does Oakland County say?
Oakland is 54-44. So where was Biden there?
Biden carried it by 14 points.
Okay, so she's running behind with 61 in. Yeah, that's not good.
How about
not
Washtenaw County, which is Ann Arbor?
Ann Arbor, where is that? That's like, where is Ann Arbor?
Go southwest of Detroit. I mean, when you look at it, it's a big bubble of blue.
That one, right?
Yeah, what does it read?
66-31 with
35 points.
With 61% in.
She carried Biden carried it by 46.51, 46.5 points, nearly 47 points. That tends to give an even higher percentage points margin than Wayne County.
Okay, so that needs to be higher than Wayne County, right? I mean, it would make sense. I
Yeah.
mean, Ann Arbor is a big liberal town.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 66. Okay, so that's not really good enough then.
Correct. How about I want to go to Kent
okay.
County and
Hold on. Let me hear what
Go
Cthulhu
ahead.
has to say. What was it?
Go ahead.
Kent? Yeah, Grand Rapids. Yeah.
Yeah, Biden carried it by 6.13, I think it was. He actually carried that county better than he carried the state from 4 years ago. And it votes
so
like
far
Nebraska's
she's up
second
32.
district.
So we just don't. I mean, again, there's too little information at this point. 30%.
Muskegon County, which is just one county up to the west of it.
Yep. Go ahead.
Biden carried it only by 0.55. That's a county that may flip to Trump, and I think I see it there in red already.
It is. Yeah, 15% in, 61-38. All right, Russell, go ahead. What's up?
So our mutual friend that really created the show.
Yes, we credit him with the birth of the show.
He brought us together. And anyone who doesn't know, the reason this show exists is because me and Keaton kept beating up on the same mutual friend who was a Hillbot in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And we came to one another's attention. So he's had it. He talks about how Joe Biden insisted on running and they didn't care and they were going to let him run until the donors pulled out. So he closes with, next time some blue no matter who Yahoo tells you democracy is on the line, please remember to tell them to go fuck themselves. When you've lost that guy,
I was about to say, it's great. We should say that's great timing 9 years later.
Yeah, he figured it out eventually.
Figured it out.
Look, everyone's got to find their own rock bottom at their own time.
Hey, so here was a funny post that I made. You remember it's your anniversary, right, of the midterms. So my anniversary post, so apparently on November 5th, 2021, I got my COVID booster, right? And I said, this was a funny joke. I said, got my booster. Only side effect so far is moral superiority over everyone who hasn't gotten it yet. That was a good joke. See, I've been a funny guy for a while. I got chops.
Yeah. You got chops.
All right, let's read some of these super chats.
I mean, that's no marry, fuck, kill, but it's good.
It's good. Hey, I was working. I was working my craft. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
The Florida amendment that raised passage from majority to 60% got more than 60%, but passed because it wasn't in effect. Ironic. We'd have recreational weed by the old rules. Love. Yeah, that state is fucked up. I mean, that state is just crazy. You know, my state is like the Twilight Zone. Brandon Guillory, are we going to get Maya Rudolph singing Hallelujah on SNL? Yo, man, this is gonna be some crazy shit. Reeve Barker, Reeve Barker, Maddow just reported there are bomb threats attributed to Russia, PA, Georgia, Arizona.
Yeah, it's all Russia. It's all Russia.
Cornell got this one in the bag, says Mr. Fancy Pants. Thank you. All right, Christian
Sleep
Fortin.
on Cornell.
Let's have a cowbell for Christian Fortin. We in Senegal do excellent research that is quite good. Did you know that the name of fellow Ugandan pro wrestler Giant Kamala is James Arthur Harris? Which states do you think this Sultan could swing? Could you please recommend us to Candace Owens? Thank you, Christian Fortin. Appreciate that. Which states do I think this Sultan could swing? I don't know. Which state does she swing? It doesn't look like she's going to win anywhere. Looks like a big ungats.
Ungats.
Looks like she's got ungats. Well, it's now okay. So now Georgia. All right, let's go back. Georgia is now 88% in with Trump up 3.
Georgia.
The hour's getting very late in Georgia. It's looking
yeah. Listen, man. If she lost Georgia, she lost the election. That's my take.
DeKalb. Where is this DeKalb County? I don't understand where this is. It's so small. DeKalb 83. Yeah, I mean, let's see. How many more votes for Trump out here? Yes, Trump still has some votes to make up. See, she did okay in some of these rural counties, but it's not Chatham County. Yeah, she still got some there. All right, that's looking tough. That's looking tough. Not impossible, but tough. All right, Pennsylvania. 50.9, 48.1, 57% votes counted. Philadelphia, 51% in. Kamala running 225 ahead. She'll probably get her 450 out of there. But it looks like the other part of this equation came true, which is the rural surge. That's what you saw in 2016. And it looks like he did much better among independents this time on a whole than he did 4 years ago.
And there's something else that I'm going to say, man. As somebody who, even though I was very young, I saw that transition from the culture of licentiousness of the 70s into the Reagan conservative 80s. I've been saying this about all of the cultural, quote unquote, woke movements this whole time. You have no idea how quickly a culture can change if you haven't lived through that. You'd be amazed how quickly people who embrace something will run away from it and chalk it up to youthful indiscretion or pretend they never believed it as soon as it falls out of fashion. This is the end of woke, whatever that means. The whole DEI, fucking women in the sports, fucking men in the women's sports, gone. And you're going to see very quickly, it's going to amaze you how quickly people who would have fought to the death with you over this a month ago will pretend they never thought any of that shit. This is going to be like the Reagan shift.
I mean, I think that was already on its way.
It was.
Yeah.
You're right, but you could also say that about, I mean, that's why Reagan won. Because that was on the way. You go back now, it's funny. You watch like some of the movies of that era, like Death Wish, and it's like, how did they not see Reagan coming? It was clearly in the air.
All right, let's go to, so where is Landrew? I don't know where Landrew is, lovey-dovey. No Landrew so far. All right, we got a guest here. Hold on, let me just knock out a couple of these. I can't vote with Green Party because they supported vax mandate, so I wrote in stop supporting genocide. Won't make a difference in California, but whatever. Thank you, Mason. Kate, one can't believe in a deep state at the same time believe Trump is an actual threat to it. Well, there you go. I mean, hey, here you have it. Schadenfreude Fest 2024. Appreciate that. All right, folks, we have in the waiting room a very special guest. He is the recipient of, hold on, Jose, I'm going to bring up your total. I'm going to show you on the AP website. I'm going to bring you in right in front of your vote count. the independent LaRouche candidate from the 15th Congressional District, Jose Vega. What's
Howdy.
up, Jose?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, I'm here at the LaRouche HQ right now, where people are enjoying a kind of like a celebratory dinner that we're having.
You guys pass a spliff around or what?
Yeah, sure. Right. That's exactly what we do, Russ.
I heard Diane's into the sticky icky, man.
Yeah.
No, that's misinformation, but yeah.
So congratulations, man. 3,590 votes in the can. That's 2.4%. You're running about 2.5 times what the Greens are running nationwide, as I understand it. Probably even more. That means 1 in every 50 people in the Bronx voted for you. That's 1 in every 40.
Did you do the math on the fly like that?
Well, 2.5% is 1 in 40.
Well, there you
So that's
go.
pretty
Yeah.
good. You got 40 people in the Bronx, and 1 of them voted for you. That's pretty damn good, man.
It was kind of surreal because I personally I was like 0.2. Here we go. That's what I was rooting for. 0.2, 0.3. So when I saw it was over 1%, I was like, oh man, we blew it out the water.
Yeah, you blew it. I mean, you really did.
So, I guess I have you two to thank. I mean, I was just giving a round of thanks here to everybody, but you two with just like, you guys just made everything just like possible. I'm a little emotional right now, so I may not be able to speak too clearly, but I both of you have just like been there since the beginning, and you supported me when I didn't think this would go anywhere. And
we also we intimidated a lot of Richie Torres voters who were going to go to the polls.
Well, Jose, my father, when I was a very young boy, and I would get discouraged, when I would lose a baseball game or something, when I would get down on myself and start thinking I was inadequate. My father said, Keaton,
you are inadequate.
One day, you are going to elevate someone to 2% of the vote in the Bronx. One day, you are going to help an independent candidate reach 2.4% in the polls. So don't give up. Yes.
Oh man. Well, look, I want to thank you guys. The documentary actually is what helped get a lot of people involved in the campaign, and you guys helped get. I think we had like when we did that weekend, we had I think like 40 or 50 people come out just for that day to help us get signatures, and I think we got like 800 or 900 signatures that day. So that was. Oh yeah, now I can like start saying things. So when we first started petitioning, the first 3 days, we had actually accumulated like 2,600 signatures. We had to throw them all out because of some technicality that we did. Like, so you guys came out on that weekend, right?
But we were on the 20th, yeah.
Yeah, right. So we started the 16th, so the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th. Like, what are the 16th, 17th, and the 18th was when we realized, oh, we fucked up. There was something on the petition sheets that said like a word that we were like, oh, they're gonna throw out our signatures. So we had to, like all that momentum we had in the first 2 days were just gone, and I was just like decimated inside. But I didn't want to tell anybody that because I was like, I'm gonna like make people pessimistic. So when you guys came out and got everyone, and we had a day of like 800-900, that boosted us back on track. Like, okay, well then this is like our day 2, basically. And like the first 2 days were like a practice run. So it was just like, I mean, there's a whole lot of lore that at some point maybe I should just sit down and record it with somebody of like crazy things that have happened from beginning to end. Look, man, like the entire team that ran this, like that actually ran like the logistics of everything is sitting at this table over here. They just like all. Well, I'll kind of flip the camera.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Hold on. Let me see. Boom. There we go. So now you're on a big screen. Go ahead.
Everybody at this table basically like ran the campaign. There's Morgan. I think.
What's up, Morgan? How are you?
They're
How
saying
are you,
what's
everybody?
up. They're saying what's up. So there's Jeeves there.
There he is.
Yeah, there's Kynan and our treasurer Adrian. Like that was pretty much like that's like this. God. Like
Jeeves isn't drinking, is he? Because he could wipe out the entire LaRouche organization if he's driving the limo on the way home. He would hate for all this to just go up and smoke.
No, he's good. He's good. I probably good. I've been the one who's drinking, but no, honestly, I'm just overjoyed. I think I have your documentary, was one of the motivating. It got Morgan up here. She saw the documentary. She was like, yeah, like she like sent a message in the beginning where she was like saying like, hey, I heard you're running for Congress. And then when we had the call, like, hey, we got to put the call out to get petitioners, she just came up here and decided to dedicate a lot of time to the campaign. There's people like that. Another one, Jonathan, I won't say his last name, but he'll appreciate your shout out. Like, also, he was like a consistent Savvy Sabs, do this and Jimmy Door watcher. Like, he's over there at the table right now, like sitting with us. He was with us coming out as well. So I mean, just like, thank you guys. Really, like, we've built a solid foundation here and a vehicle here, and we are just we're not stomping, by the way. I hope people don't think like this is just like, let's get drunk tonight and it's all over. No, it's let's get drunk tonight and let's keep moving tomorrow morning, preferably 11 a.m.
Hey, listen, man, to get over 1% in the Bronx is a big accomplishment. To get over 2% is a huge accomplishment. I mean, you're talking about literally, look at how big the Bronx is, right? I mean, look at what a huge population center that is. I mean, the Bronx has more people in it than the biggest city in probably 12 or 13 states in the country. And to think in a room of 40 people in the Bronx, one of them is a Jose Vega voter, that's a massive accomplishment. That's a massive accomplishment. You go into a restaurant in the Bronx, any given time, there's 40 people in there. That means one of your voters is in there. Like, that's a big deal. It really is. And when you look at that versus the vote total of the Greens, I mean, what is the vote total of these fucking Greens that we got mixed up with this time? I don't even know. What is the nationwide popular vote? Hey, anybody, Cool Blue or Jay, can you get us the nationwide popular vote count, just including the third parties? In the presidential race? Yeah, go ahead, Cool Blue.
Yeah, right now it's kind of hard to tell, but I've been looking at a lot of states that were carried by Joe Biden in 2020, and there are some conspicuous underperformances, and there are a number of overperformances in states that were in the column for Donald Trump in 2020. I mean, dropping percentage points margins by which Biden carried 4 years ago.
No, I'm just talking about the nationwide popular vote so far. Do we have a figure on that?
Yeah, I meant to say that I'm not too sure of.
Okay.
Because California, especially, is a bear to have to deal with that state.
Well, that obviously, yeah, that's going to be
12% of the nation.
Okay, so yeah, so
all
far
right,
what we have
so Jose, man.
Okay, so far, hold on, I have a number for you. Okay, so far,
it's at the top of the AP.
Yeah, so far I got it here at the on Google. So far, Jill Stein has 342,000 votes, which is 0.4% of the nationwide popular vote. So you're running 6 times ahead of the Green Party.
Good thing we hitched our wagon to
that star. Well, wait. Maybe you could have brought them up a percent or two. If you just made a documentary about Jill Stein.
I mean, we tried.
We tried.
What are you gonna do?
We did what we could.
Well, I will say this: I wrote in. I did not vote for any of the two parties. I don't know if I should say who I voted for, but I wrote in. Somebody told me I should have wrote in Big Bird and Snoopy. I didn't do that.
So it looks like Trump has this. What do you think about that?
I mean,
cabinet position for Jose Vega,
communications press secretary, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
Communications director. Honestly, if he comes calling and knocking, I'll be like, yeah.
You need a job now.
I do need a job. Actually, you know what? Like, if people want to, like, I have a lot of debt. So if people want to donate to me personally, you're more than welcome to. I don't think you can give cash app or
listen,
something.
we're gonna start with Sylvia's, man, because I'm gonna take you there Sunday, and if they try to charge you, I'm gonna be like, do you know who this is?
All right, we can do Sylvia Sunday, but it's got to be early, because I got it. Yes.
I think it's high time your picture was next to that Obama picture there in the lobby.
Yeah, but no, I want to come on here and express my gratitude to all of your fans, everybody who supported me. I donated your time, your tweets, your love. I just want to say I love all of you. By the way, listen, this Saturday we are discussing what's next. And we're going to be doing that in Hyde Park. It's the FDR Museum. If you'd like more details, if you'd like to come on the trip with us, you can reach out to me personally on my Twitter.
Listen, man, I keep telling you, assuming we're going to have functioning roads by Saturday.
There's going to be functioning roads. It's going to be fine.
That's a big assumption, man.
It's going to be fine. There's nothing to worry about.
Do you think we're not getting the results tonight?
No, we'll know.
We'll get the results. Trump's going to win. It's going to be a total meltdown.
Yeah, but there's not going to be like...
I'm going to go cover it at Trump Tower tomorrow. The libs are going to go nuts. It's going to be fucking hilarious.
I was, yeah, so you asked me, like, what do I think about Trump winning? Like, I want to find the person who is so smug, who told, like, some Muslim or a Palestinian to their face, I understand you have people you know getting killed in Palestine, but you got to vote for Kamala. Yeah. I want to see that person's face right now.
That is the awesome part.
That's what's gonna make this Trump win worth something.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So honestly, if I had like a magical like Trump cabinet and he actually was looking for press secretary, I would just want, like, instead of what's the person who does it now? What's her name? The black lady who's like the press secretary who's always speaking for the
Karine Jean-Pierre, yeah.
Yeah, like instead of Karine Jean-Pierre, it's like the TV screen and both of you come up on the screen. Yeah. It's just like this StreamYard layout. That would be hilarious. That would be funny. That I think should be the future right there of press.
Yeah.
So
I want to see some lib takes on this.
I've been finding some. They're starting to realize what's up.
Where's AOC? Can someone check in on her, please?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I like this meme. It's a picture of Kamala's husband.
I can't read it.
I can't read it either. Wait,
white dudes who punch women, impregnate nannies, and go to Soul Cycle for Kamala. With a picture of Doug Imhoff.
All right, so yeah, it's looking pretty dreadful for the Democrats. Yeah, that is wow.
Jose, these are going to be very chaotic times. Those are exactly the times that open up opportunities for folks like you.
Well, hey, look, I definitely agree. I definitely agree that this will create more opportunity than what the last 4 years were.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. I look, the important thing, to be serious for a second.
Because if she won, they could have ignored
just be more of the same. Oh yeah.
Well, and they would say, "Well, see, you don't represent anybody.
Right.
You don't represent anybody."
Right. Exactly.
I think what we do 2025 is going to matter a lot more in order to build for 26, whatever 26 holds. And I think it's important because Rusty said it before, like. People, like, if you're running for the first time, nobody knows you. Why are you asking them to vote for you if they don't know you? So I think what we do this year is going to matter a whole lot, and I'm excited to see what's coming. And I think, yeah.
No, I am too, and I think this really this gives us a sort of wiping the slate clean kind of opportunity, because now you have the ability to try and radicalize more people. Exactly. Because I mean, look, the fucking guy is back in the White House. They'd have been better off just letting him win last time. This way they'd be done with him now. Like, if he won in 2020, there'd be no more Trump now. And now they get 4 more. Now all you just had was an intermission. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the only president to do this, except for what? Benjamin Harrison.
Yeah, Harrison, right?
Nobody even fucking remembers this guy.
They say I'm the first guy since Benjamin Harrison to do this. They say no one's ever pulled this off.
But he was a loser.
Harrison,
he was a loser. Everyone says he was a loser.
Everybody says
I'm
he
the
was
first
gay.
Winner to ever do it.
I'm the first winner to ever do it. I won 3 times, actually, because I won See, now that's what he's going to say.
He's going to say, that is what he's going to say.
That is what he's going to say. I'm the first person in history to win 3 times.
I am starting to see the libs melt down on my Facebook, and it is pretty delicious.
Oh, that's the other thing. The TYT replays, the compilations.
Oh, they're gonna go crazy. The Majority Report, the Vantards. Crystal, see, because we were the only one. Like, we did think Kamala was going to win based on the data out there. But we weren't rooting for it. Everyone else who called it that way, they wanted her to win.
Well,
They're
but
gonna
the
go
other thing
nuts.
too, and I just have to say this, and look, I understand in this game when you get something wrong, you have to eat a little shit. So I'm happy to eat a little shit. But I did say at every time,
Yeah.
I said I am not
So you wouldn't.
60%
You said
sure.
you wouldn't bet $1.
I said I would not bet $1 on it because it could very easily go the other way. Like I was never more than 60% sure. Like if I didn't do this for a living, I would have kept my mouth shut because there's no way I would have been able to guess.
Like if you noticed, we had a lot of people come at us in the comments on that video, and I didn't tell anyone to go fuck a close relative.
No, because I said
because
look,
I didn't feel strongly about it.
No, all I said was based on
if I feel
the
strongly,
based
I'll
on the
start
woman vote, I
advising
thought there was a
incest.
greater than 50-50 chance that these margins from 2020 would hold enough that she would pull it out. But I said, greater than 50-50. I didn't say greater than 60-40. I said Trump has a very good chance to win. And I could definitely be wrong. And so, there's no, like, I don't have anything to hide in that respect. I was never like overconfident. You had people like the Vanguard guys were saying 100% Trump is toast. He's washed. He's got nothing. Same thing as a lot of these other guys were saying. We're very, very confident. And there was no reason to be very confident because Trump's polling was always strong.
Crystal too.
Yeah, his polling was always strong. And so if his polling is strong, then it's just a question of turnout. And I didn't think enough changed between 2022 and 2024 that would move the kind of normies that came out. Because as we've seen, the real horrors have been on the foreign policy front, and foreign policy played no part in this election. According to exit polls, single digits place that as number one, even though you have World War III brewing on three fronts basically now. So, Jose, what do you think? Where do you see yourself going after this? I mean, you got 1 out of 40 votes in the Bronx. Like I said, man, that ain't no small feat. It really is no small feat.
I could never have envisioned getting to November 5th. I remember, I was just get to November 5th. I don't care what happens.
Obviously. Yeah, you got blinders on. Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, all I'm going to say is the future defines the present. What do I want the Bronx to look like today? What do I want the Bronx to look like tomorrow? What do I need to make sure that it gets to a place like that? That, I think I've already maybe decided it in my mind, and maybe people should just follow me on social media and find out what comes next and see what happens. There's no way I'm going to drop all the people that have come around us and have been inspired by what we're doing. We like I said, we're just getting started. So no formal announcements tonight. You're not going to coax it out of me. But
should have just said podcast, baby. One of my pages. That's what everybody does. Yeah.
Oh, I have a Patreon. That's right. Oh, that's the way people get support me. Patreon.com/declaring independence.
Okay. Patreon.com/declaring independence. Join Jose's Patreon. When you create a Patreon, it asks you to say what you're creating. Like Jose Vega is doing this. Just say Jose Vega is screaming at people.
Actually, you know what? Maybe I should have said, Keaton, the time for radicalism is over.
Well, I mean, you need at least 10% to make that work. Yeah.
We have to be realistic here. I'm going to run again as a Democrat. That's not happening. That's not happening. I'm sorry. I should have clarified that's a joke, but that's not happening. So I think.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
We got to get back to the data, but congratulations. We love you, and we're so proud of what you've done tonight. Like I said, I mean, you're the most successful third-party candidate we're seeing in this race throughout the country.
Yep.
Well, what's the percentage?
Yep.
Percentage? What's percentage at?
Oh, fuck Kucinich.
Yeah, fuck him, man.
Okay.
He doesn't even want to drag Pelosi out of Congress.
All right. Actually, I do know he's at 11% right now, which 11% with all that name recognition in a town where you were mayor, and we got 2%, 2.4% on our first run. Kucinich ain't got shit on us.
Right.
Man, you're fucking what? You're
Damn
25
right.
years old. You got 2.5% in the Bronx. Also, the Bronx is a big market. Where is he running? Where's a fucking cornfield? Where does he live? He's in Ohio. What does he have? What do you get? 300 sheep to vote for him? Like where is he running? No, but seriously, like that's an important point. Like the Bronx is a big market. It costs a lot of money to get votes in the Bronx. It's New York City. Yeah, no, it's a huge accomplishment. You did great.
All right, you need to get back to this election.
All right, thank you, man. We'll be in touch with you.
Tune into TYT. Do their live meltdown reaction. That'd be funny.
I mean, Majority Report is probably even funnier.
All right, thanks, man.
Because now Anna's playing the left grip.
Congrats, yeah, she's wearing a MAGA hat in the studio. All right, congratulations, Jose. We love you. We'll see you soon. We'll talk to you soon.
See you, man.
Bye-bye. Jose Vega, everybody. Look at that, 2.5 points. Like he's saying, he's getting 6 times the vote share as the Green Party.
Yep.
6 times. In the Bronx. That's hard to do in the fucking Bronx.
People are like, why are you so negative about the Green Party? Well,
this is why.
That's why.
That's why. Hey, you want to hear something about the Green Party? All right, we'll get back to data in a minute. Hold on. Now I can tell you what Shama told us. So, okay, so Shama
she said it on the air.
She said it on Jimmy's show.
When we had him on, yeah.
She said it on Jimmy's show. So, okay, first of all, here, why don't we do this? This is a nice segue into this. All right, here. We want numbers. Let's give the people what they want. They're asking for numbers.
Give the people what they want, yeah. That's what I would say.
Yeah, we'll go to Michigan. Jill Stein, 0.6% in Michigan. I mean,
yeah,
0.6%. I mean, look, Trump looks like Trump's going to win Michigan, so mission accomplished, I guess. but it was not thanks to her. So,
no.
Okay, so
it was not what made the difference.
No,
based on these numbers. So
hey, Cool Blue, you got anything?
I'm right here. When it comes to, I'm at the AP board, and by the way, thank you to Jake. He pointed out to me this was a little while ago that Georgia is like 95% confidence for Trump in New York Times, so that would be a pickup. And then New York Times also 95% pretty much figuring North Carolina for Trump.
I mean, I don't see. Yeah, I mean, I'll go to Georgia real quick. We'll see what happened in Atlanta, but it
I'll have Michigan here.
Yeah, hang on. There we go. We got Atlanta coming up here. You know what we should all do? We should all quit our jobs and start waiting tables. If there's no tax on tips, it's probably worth it. Now we should all just start getting tipped work. You know what we have to do now? We have to lobby the government to make super chats count as tips. That's what we have to do. Chatham County 60-38. Yeah, where are we at in Georgia? 51-48 with 90%. Yeah, he's gonna win this. They're gonna call this any second. She did okay in Fulton County. She did okay in Atlanta. She closed the gap in Fayette County. The story down here was the rural vote just came in for him. And that's what I told you. I said that could happen. What did I say? I said, looks like the Democrats are getting the turnout they need. It does look like they got the turnout they needed in the cities. I mean, they seem to be hitting their marks from 4 years ago. These look exactly the same. I said, what could happen? I said, Trump could hit his marks too. And that seemed to be what happened here. It seemed to be what happened is the rural areas came out for him. They were not deterred by Roe versus Wade. And there was always a chance that they wouldn't be because it's a nationwide race, right? And if he's saying it's to the states, there could be enough people who are going to take a chance on that. And it seems like in Georgia and in North Carolina, there were. And so it looks like a high turnout race where the Democrats hit marks, but so did he.
Best advice we can give you to get through the next 4 years, fellas, put a beanie on that peenie.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Don't be like Keaton.
Right now, don't be like me. Don't be like me. Sorry, Cool Blue. Do you have anything else?
Well, Virginia is surprisingly it's a low underperformance. Biden carried it by just over 10 points. Right now it's 74% of the vote, and Kamala Harris is up only 1.6.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I mean, 48.4.
Yeah, that is a major fail by her to be running that close in Virginia. I mean, that's a disaster. That's a disaster. So now here's what's going to be the question is she going to concede tonight? I think she probably will.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think this is going to be one of those elections where you don't know until Friday.
I think we'll know later.
It's going to be called tonight.
I think that probably will be the case. Yeah. I can't imagine it would be.
U.S. Senate elections, Ted Cruz, I think, has been projected to win re-election in Texas. The Republicans are up in the vote count. They're leading in Ohio now, Bernie Moreno over incumbent Sherrod Brown. Pennsylvania is very Bob Casey might get unseated by David McCormick. It's very close.
In Pennsylvania?
Yeah. Michigan, Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin. This is the seat of Debbie Stabenow. Slotkin is a Democrat. She has ties to the CIA. Rogers to the FBI, which is lovely. And, that one is an absolute toss-up. I think a lot of people are handling their ballot when it comes to U.S. President and U.S. Senate pretty close to each other. The only one having trouble is in Arizona with Ruben Gallego is 52.5,
Cleveland.
45.8.
Yeah, so you have Gallego
49% in.
You have Gallego. Yeah, I think Harrison ran again, but he lost. Gallego outperforming Lake is kind of surprising. That always struck me as kind of surprising. Because Arizona is the state that I figured was most likely to go Trump. And so, that's Arizona is currently Trump 49.7, Kamala 49.5 with 50% in, and you have Gallego up by 7. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of strange. That is kind of strange to me that is shaken out like that. But alas, it is. Okay, what happened? Do I have the wrong screen sharing? Why am I not? Okay, so there's that.
60%.
Yeah, I have the wrong screen up. Why do I have the wrong screen up? What's going on with my map here? Oh, that's right. My fault. I'm looking at the wrong. I had the wrong window open. That was my fault, everybody. All right, we got a lot of super chats and a lot of Rumble rants to go through. So let's knock some of these out. My real name. I was planning to avoid the internet until Friday. Oh, we got that already. Virginia was supposed to be Harris +5 according to polls. It has widened and widened so far. Watching it, Harris can't win without Virginia, even if she gets all 3 Rust Belt states. Watch Virginia closely. Yeah, I mean, but probably she'll win that, and it won't matter. I think she's probably gonna eat shit in all of the Rust Belt states. She's probably just gonna eat shit everywhere.
Yeah. No. If you look at how this vote is trending, it's the MAGA case.
Yeah.
For what the electorate would look like, and if it's like that in as many states as we've seen so far, it's going to be like that everywhere. It's going to be a landslide.
Yeah.
According to, I threw it up on the screen. Apparently, New York Times is calling it 300 electoral votes.
Well, I mean, that's basically what the 7 states were. I mean, I think if anybody reached, I think 5 of them, they'd get to 300, more or less. Divergent politics. My mom voted Kamala because she's convinced that Trump is going to round up Kamala voters into concentration camps. We voted for Stein. Fuck the duopoly. Cheers. I mean, if you think Trump is going to run, if you really thought Trump was going to round up Kamala voters into camps, why wouldn't you just vote for Trump? Right? I mean, just save yourself. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I always thought that was I always thought it would be a pretty good idea to run for president on the platform of I'm going to persecute my political opponents, because then that's pretty good. I mean, that creates an incentive for people to just not be your political opponents, right? Like, if you're saying I'm going to round up my political opponents, then people figure, well, if I'm not your political opponent, I'll be fine.
Right, exactly.
You know,
exactly.
It seems like
well,
seems
yeah,
like a
I
good
mean,
strategy
that was it. No, yeah, that's what a lot of Nazis said. Well, if you can't beat them, join them.
If you can't beat them, join them.
We may
I
get
like the outfits.
Yeah, go ahead.
We may get the electoral map that I was predicting. I posted on my Twitter account.
I know. You should share that with us, because Cool Blue looks like he may have had it all along.
It's exactly.
Yeah, we should just listen to him.
Should just listen to him.
Why have an analyst if you don't listen to the guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
We could have looked like geniuses.
You know who's going to eat shit now?
Instead
Is that
of fucking
bitch,
losers.
That bitch over in Iowa who put that poll out.
Oh yeah, no, that's the end of her career.
It's the end of that poll. She's going to have to come work for us now. Dostoevsky, thanks. Thanks to the $5. Ohio voter voted for Stein for president, Chappelle for Senate, and Peanut the Squirrel for Congress. Let the post-duopoly begin. Thank you, Dostoevsky.
I mean,
Monkey
this
Rotary.
is
I thought the end of the
probably-
world was coming. Who won? There you go. Well,
This
looks
is
like
they're calling it the peanut swing.
the Peanut Swing. That's right. The November surprise.
Yep.
Even 10% of Germans in 1933 voted for the communists in the face of Hitler. We can't get Stein to 5% with active genocide going on. We truly are trash people. No.
No,
You're
it's a
not
trash
people.
party.
They're
It's a trash party.
They're a trash
They
party.
weren't even in Michigan.
Okay, now I have to get into this because I don't
Yep.
like to hear that. Okay, so now I have to tell you what happened in Michigan. Okay, so, and I got into a little bit of this with Shama when I was on her show earlier this evening. So Shama sends people to Michigan. She sends canvassers from Workers' Strike Back up to Michigan. Obviously, the Abandoned Harris movement's based in Michigan. Now, don't forget, the Abandoned Harris movement they're not professional organizers. They just kind of threw this together at the last minute when their people were being genocided. So you can't really hold this against them. But they did their best. They pulled together what they could, and they start canvassing. So Shama messages me. She says, we have people who, on their own dime, just went up to Michigan, shacked up in Michigan. They're canvassing for Jill Stein in Michigan. You know who we can't find anywhere? The Greens.
Yep.
They're not canvassing. They're barely campaigning in Michigan.
This is the best thing about this election being over. We can go back to telling the truth about this.
Well, because it's
like
ridiculous.
we did not tell the truth. We just held our fire for the
I
time
just didn't
being.
think it was worth.
And we said straight out, we're going to be in solidarity with the Muslim community that has made this ask. Like, we never said, oh, and by the way, we emphatically said, we're not saying to donate money.
Right.
We're not saying to volunteer. We kept it honest. But
they had no presence on the ground.
But we
in
weren't
Michigan.
going to tell people vote for the Greens and then attack the Greens. So we held our fire for a while.
It'd be mixed messaging. They had no presence on the ground in Michigan where they were supposedly making this huge play. That's according to Shama Sawant, who said that when we interviewed her on the Jimmy Dore show.
Yeah.
I was going to pursue it at that point. Russell blocked me. But now here we are. And so that's it. So no, it's not we suck. They suck.
Man, I drove horses for 13 years, man. I know when the horse is going to take off. I pulled him in.
Well,
I said,
there you have it.
Whoa.
There you have it.
Well, don't run through the window of the Starbucks, Keaton.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. So there you have it. They were nowhere to be seen. They were nowhere to be seen, according to Shama, who was sending people, up there to campaign. This is why we told you don't donate. This is why we told you don't volunteer. So, I mean, what do you want? What do you want? I mean, that's that. And that's it. That's it. I mean, that's it. There's no more. I mean, that's a joke organization at best. It's an op organization at worst. You're at less than 1%. I told you. What did I tell you? I said they're not getting anywhere near 5%. I don't think they'll get to 2%. They'd be lucky to get to 1%. That was my exact phrase. That prediction I seem to have nailed. They're 0.4 nationwide. 0.4. They'd have been better off with Cornell. At least Cornell has name ID. Yeah. It's
a clown show over there. I am very much looking forward to Shama's organizing thing in February. Because Shama's a serious fucking person.
Mm-hmm.
Shama is a winner. Shama has beaten the establishment. She has a record of having a sound strategic mind. I trust Shama's tactical reasoning.
Well, I told her this on the show earlier. I said when we asked Jill Stein the question, we asked her about Shama's strategy, the very combative strategy of we're going to cost Kamala Michigan because we can't win. Shama said we have to be honest. We're not in a position to win the White House. We are in a position to influence the outcome through an organized protest vote. And Jill Stein says, I reject Shama's analysis. This is what I told Shama on her show earlier, so I can say it now. I'm thinking in my mind at that time, who the fuck are you to reject Shama's analysis? Shama has run third-party campaigns and won. She's not only won campaigns, she's actually won policy goals on behalf of working people in Seattle. What the fuck has the Green Party ever won? Dog shit. Nothing. Nothing. They have a mayor in New Paltz, New York, or they had one. I don't think they have one anymore. That's all they've won. So what do you mean you reject her analysis? On what basis do you reject the analysis of the only left-wing third-party politician who's had a modicum of success? On the basis that you don't want success. That's the basis. The basis that you're not trying to succeed. And they weren't trying to succeed. That's why they didn't succeed. I told you they weren't getting anywhere near 5 points. They'd be lucky to get past 1 point.
Yep. Yes, and now we don't have to pretend that the Greens are like something.
I mean, we never did pretend. I was just not going there for the sake of backing the plan of the Palestinian
You're right.
Americans.
We walked a line.
Yeah.
We chose not to tell people vote for the Greens and then say, and this is why they suck.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
We chose to be in solidarity with our Muslim brothers and sisters, but
and we still are. We still are. It's not a reflection on them. They backed the strongest horse they could. It's an indictment that the Greens are that horse. That's really what it's about. All right, Minnesota 60-38, 14% in. I don't know what's going on there. All right, we should start looking around. Start finding on Twitter some takes. There's got to be some crying on Twitter at this point. All right, Georgia's still stuck 51-48. North Carolina 50-48. Yep, they're not getting over that hump. They cannot get over that hump.
Yep.
Pennsylvania 51-48. Michigan 51-47. Wisconsin 51-48. Jesus fucking Christ, man. This is quite the event. All right, let's we got to take some super chats here. Watching Aaron Sorkin crying is aspirational. There you go. Thank you. Wow, we're behind on super chats. As an anarcho-syndicalist, I've sat this one out and fucked off to Canada, and you should too, with your guns for tomorrow just in case, and because that's the one we were worse up here. Well, you're not going to need... There's not going to be anything. It's going to be quiet waters. What are the libs going to do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're going to have a meltdown outside Trump Tower, which I will have great pleasure going and filming tomorrow.
Right.
I'll have my little press pass around my neck, so they'll assume I'm a lib, and they'll start crying to me like the Pod Save people did. It's gonna be hilarious.
So who do you think has it tougher right now, you or a Palestinian mother?
Yeah.
Whose life is harder right now? Who do you think?
That's a good one. I'll do that one.
Yeah, that's what you should say. You say, do you feel like you have a common experience with the Palestinian people now that Trump has been reelected?
Do you feel that the genocide turned off voters?
Do you feel that the genocide?
Do you feel that it was hard to persuade people to vote for a candidate who supports genocide?
Did you find it was harder to make the anti-racist argument since your candidate is supporting a white settler colonial state that is committing an industrial scale slaughter of an imprisoned population of brown people?
Do you feel that this radicalized an entire generation, much the same way the Vietnam War did when they realized everything they'd been told was a lie?
Yeah. Dan Richmond, I seem to remember a certain motley Jew telling you Dobbs wouldn't save them this time. Economy, plus awful politician installed without a vote. That's right. You are right, motley Jew.
You're right. You called it. And hey, man, we're such honest guys. I put it on my Iron Maiden montage.
Yeah, there you go.
I didn't suppress your voice.
No, we didn't suppress your voice. For Peanut and Fred, never again. Thank you, Christian Riveros. Thank you very much. Tyson, thanks for the $50. Let's get a cowbell for Tyson. Abortion is a state issue. Women are roughly 55% of the electorate. If they want abortion legal, 50% of guys will vote for it. Women just need another 50 to pass the legislation. If they can't get that, maybe it isn't as cut and dry as they say. Well, look, it seems like that is a powerful issue in statewide races, but it didn't translate. It didn't translate.
Yep.
Yep. So there you have it. Here we go. Sparky, thanks for the $10. Never Trumpers Chris Wray and fired interim AG Sally Yates run the Georgia Old Boy Network that runs politics and elections. Trump needs to win by a huge margin to overcome home cooking. Well, it looks like he did it, Sparky.
You did it.
Charles Garcia, the only humor of due dissidence in a bottle of wine can make tonight's election coverage palatable. Thanks for doing God's work. Thank you for being here, Charles. Appreciate that very much. Lori Oakley, been flipping around YouTube. You guys are the best. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, 3,500 strong in the YouTube chat. Hey, folks, hit that subscribe button, please, and hit that like button. And hey, you know what we're gonna have to do in a minute, Jake? We're gonna have to put our patron scroll up in a minute, because what we really need in order to power our projects is for you to become a member. So you can go to patreon.com/do dissidents.
Well, now I really want to go to Austin.
Well, yeah, now we got to go to Austin. Yeah, Jake, can you get the scroll up, please? Yeah, there we go. Just throw that up on the screen. So, yeah, folks, we got a big crowd in here now. If all of you become patrons, we will be able to afford a trip to Austin. We have a lot of projects that we want to get going off the ground in 2025 when the real work of moving forward begins, because obviously this election is just not viable. So you can become a supporter and support projects like these at patreon.com/do dissidents. You can also join our Substack. What we're really pushing here is the Locals. Locals is connected to Rumble. They were a free speech member platform. So if you can go to dodissidents.locals.com and chip in for $5 a month, you get your name up in lights here on the patron scroll. You also get call-in access to our Q&As, which are every Sunday night after the conclusion of the program. In addition to that, you get supporter streams. You get supporter-exclusive content. We do interactive call-in shows on a monthly basis, plus special events, plus our film club. Those are interactive shows as well. So we really sweeten the deal, and you get the good karma of supporting independent media. So please, if you can, do dissidents.locals.com. You can sign up for as little as $5 a month. It helps us out tremendously. It censor-proofs the operation. It guarantees we can keep going no matter what the gods have in store for us on these censorious big tech platforms. That's dodissidents.locals.com. Please hit that subscribe button here on YouTube. Please hit that follow button over there on Rumble. We have a great crowd in here tonight. Please stay with us and become a member if you can. Like I said, we try and sweeten the deal and make it as worthwhile as we possibly can. Our patrons are the reason we are able to do a 9-hour show like this. So please and thank you very much.
And unlike some of our peers in this space, it's not like we're going to be like, hey, give us money for a van, and then you're not going to get a van. Look at what we have done.
They're going to buy that van now and run out of town as fast as they can after their predictions tonight. Yeah.
We covered Day X in London, went to D.C., gave a speech at Rage Against the War Machine, covered Rescue the Republic. We went out to Chicago, covered the Democratic Convention. So, you know, we actually will do what we say we're going to do. Next year, we want to do this arts festival. We've literally had hundreds of plays submitted that now that this nightmare is over, I'm going to start to read through. And I'm thinking about over the winter going to Austin, because especially now, it's become this epicenter of this movement, really. You got Angela McArdle there, you got Kurt there, you got Rogan there, you got Alex Jones there, a lot of whom we would probably be able to set up interviews with. You have that University of Austin thing going on there as an alternative to the woke universities, so-called. So yeah, I'm thinking about doing that as a winter project. So these are the kinds of things that your money will go towards if you support us. And again, you know, we'll do what we say we'll do.
Yep. That will be a lot of fun. Yeah. So look, so, you know, the Vanguard guys have been pretty hot lately. Their channel's been getting a lot of live viewers, and they're at they're not at a great number now because, you know, the audience is so depressed. I mean, how could you watch this? I mean, this is really a fucking. This is a thumping. It's a thumping. And it seems to be because the Trump turnout was there. Like, it doesn't seem to me like in 2016 was a relatively low turnout election where it was Dems tanking and giving Trump an opportunity to win with a relatively low turnout. This seems like Democrats more or less hit their numbers, but they're just being overwhelmed. They're just being overwhelmed by a rural surge, and independents seem to have broken for Trump in the right places. So there you go. There you go. Been flipping around YouTube. Oh, got that one already. Thank you very much. Florida pot, they wrote it, they rigged it, and they're hoping you fall for it, a narrator says in the 30-second spot. Amendment 3 isn't the marijuana amendment, it's the monopoly amendment. All right, interesting. Thank you. Black Spock Wolf, $2 super sticker, thank you. Gwinnett, second largest county in Georgia, she's alive. Okay, all right, let's go to Georgia right now and see where we're at. We will get to all super chats and Rumble rants. We'll be here as long as it takes. Going nowhere, folks. Let's see where we are at. No, that's Texas. Hold on.
Georgia.
Yep, Georgia. Code Blue. A Vanguard tank there. Yeah. All right. Where is Gwinnett, Georgia? Code Blue. Where's that at?
In the Atlanta area. I'm not exactly sure because I haven't memorized exactly what. Good size blue dot.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah, that's 80% in though. It's 80% in. I mean, she's got to make up 3 points. Fulton is 90% in. Clayton, DeKalb. I mean, there's votes there. How many does she need? She needs 136,000.
All right, RB, you got it. You got it. We'll eat a little shit, but we're not really eating shit because this. I mean, we've said it from the beginning. We win either way.
Yeah, there you go.
Jake has let me know, and I appreciate him letting me know things that I haven't been able to quite catch. He said New York Times has moved the needle where it is a 90% likelihood that Donald Trump will win re-election as non-consecutive. So it's
Well, it makes sense. I mean, at this point, I don't see how she gets over the hump. Like I said, I think the Democrats had decent turnout in their base centers. I just think Trump had his 2016 numbers in the Trump counties, and he was able to, chip away at independents where he needed to. Where is the popular vote at? That's a good demonstration of base turnout, generally speaking. We had Tusker sign in and then she signed out. We're gonna read. We got to get through some of these super chats.
Who could blame her?
We're falling a little behind.
She said, I don't want any part of that. This guy's a drunk.
Something tells me I'm going to be playing For the Love of Money by the OJs by the end of the night. Thank you, Virtuoso. Appreciate that. Techno-feudalism won't survive multipolarity. That's an interesting statement. That's a little high-minded given the hour.
Yes.
But that
I don't even understand most of those words at this point.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Neutron View. Please reshare the quote from Chris Hedges that was mentioned earlier. I think we did. Also voted for Jill Stein. What do you think is worse, 4 years of Dem cope or Dems winning and everyone going to sleep? I mean, like I said, I think this creates more opportunity.
I think it's better for us.
I
just didn't think it was going to go down that way. Honestly, the data points I think we were both looking at was the way 2022 went.
Right.
I mean, I've seen some people say, well, it's because you guys aren't down in the gutter. Yo, man, a few months ago, I was a tour guide and he was a delivery driver.
Yeah.
We're not living in the house on the hill. I don't know what the fuck you think. I live in a fucking 5th floor walk up in Harlem. I'm not exactly living high on the fucking hog here.
Oh, listen, in 2022, when things were pretty tough, economically for me, harder than they are now, dude, I saw more palpable rage over inflation. It was, you could feel it everywhere you went. You would go to the supermarket, there was this tension in the air. Everybody was seething under their fucking mask. It was horrible. And it was no match for the Roe vote.
Right. Yeah.
So that's what I was basing it on.
Between that and the women's turnout and then the Iowa thing, we're like, yeah, man. I mean, if it happened in 2022.
Right. That was always
probably happen. It'll probably happen now, but even so, we were like, yeah, but it could go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, the bet was, is it going to look more like 2022 or more like 2016? And I thought there was a greater than 50-50 chance it would more resemble 2022. And honestly, the real answer is it actually resembles both 2022 and 2016. Because it's not like 2016 where the Democrats just tanked where they had to run up numbers. Like the Democrats seem to be getting their numbers out of the cities. They seem to be like Philly seems to be good turnout for them. They're just overwhelmed by the Trump turnout.
There's
so it's
such
kind of it's
yeah.
both. Like it's both. In 2016, it was a low turnout election where Trump really capitalized on the disaffection of the Democratic base, where you had dog shit turnout in Milwaukee, bad turnout in Detroit, bad turnout in Philadelphia. Here, you're not really seeing that. You're just seeing the Trump base show up and enough independents in enough places put him over the top by fairly small margins. Don't forget, he's not blowing these states out, but he has these stubborn 2-point leads in these swing states that's being bolstered by high base turnout plus eating into the independent margin from 2020. So that seems to be the story of this so far. We'll bring Tusker in a moment here. Wisconsin now tied, Snork Y2K. That'd be funny if they lose. Well, no, Minnesota is the state with Tim Walz, right? Thank you for letting us be a part of this evening's event. I will never watch network or cable news again. You're my two favorite Jews. You've elevated the culture. Oh, well, that's a high compliment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patty Savage, thanks for the $9.99. Vilma Thomas, thanks for the $2. Appreciate that very much. Tusker, I'll admit you in a minute. We just got to get through these because we're almost an hour and a half behind on Super Chats. Eric Maines, why do I picture you guys cooking up some shit-lib chili, then licking up tears of wailing supporters a la Cartman style off Scott Tenorman, cold-blooded? Enjoy your chili, Scott? Enjoy your chili, Scott? Yeah, that's a classic one. Quincy Jones had an amazing lifetime of musical achievement. Yes, he's awesome. I love the fact that the Street Beater, the theme to Sanford & Son, is his R.I.P. Absolutely. New York Times has popular vote 50-50. There you go. Wow, if he wins the popular vote, that'll be amazing. Jon Stewart looked like Hitler in that ad a few minutes ago. There you go. Not all heroes wear capes. Case in point, Jose Vega. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Canman 279. I share Russ's inspirational nihilism. Brad Ray, first ever post. Loved you, DD guys. German beer. Please piss in the urinal. Gets to the German beer tap faster. There you go. My man, Brad Roy. Appreciate that. Dino M, thanks for the $5. Can is the best for the cultural. Stick it in a glass. Love my IPAs. Who in Germany makes this? Oh, wait. You're killing it, Keaton. That's right. That's right. That's right. German beer is good because it's cold. All right. There's some decent German beers. Like I like a Kostritzer. That's a nice German beer. That's a very pleasant
Heineken.
beer. But it's not
Fuck
art.
that shit.
Yeah.
Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Heineken is Holland, not Germany, but close. But no,
Same.
this is art. These beers are art. The German lagers are, some of them are fine. Some of them are very pleasant, but they're not art. This is art. Keaton, I believe I've tried your beer at a Rhode Island Beer Fest in Providence. That's possible. They may have gone to a beer festival there. They're a very, very celebrated brewery. Mod from the Majority Report YouTube channel blocked me from the live chat. I thought this day would never come. There you go. Virtuoso, appreciate that.
You weren't trying hard enough.
James Jessen Fedden, thanks for the $1.99. Focal banger, I barely knew her. Ha, 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 ha. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Will they blame Hamas for rigging the election? No, that's Putin. We'll see what they say about Putin. What do you think Joe Biden is doing right now? Like I said, he's fucking Jill in a Trump mask and a MAGA hat. That's what he's doing. I think there's a better than 10% chance that's what he's doing. He's probably loving this. He's probably really loving this. One of you should look at TYT's live chat for a second or two. 95% hate watchers. Ha, ha, ha. It's amazing. P.S. Love you guys. There you go.
I mean, I could see that. Like if I didn't do this for a living and I had to figure out how to entertain myself tonight, I could definitely see hate watching TYT.
Right, yeah.
For the meltdown.
Posmo, Cool Blue told you couldn't avoid massive drop in Dem early votes. What do you mean couldn't avoid massive drop in Dem early votes? Y'all like, yeah, but women and vibes as if they were going to all show up on election day. There wasn't a drop in Dem early votes. There was a drop in the margin because Republicans voted early this year too. But in terms of turnout, they had the early vote edge. It was a smaller margin because Republicans were told this year to turn out early, whereas last time they wouldn't. So, of course, there would be more Republicans turning out early this year than last year, which would create a lower margin. But that's also zero-sum because it would mean fewer would show up on Election Day. Now, what I always said was possible was you would have a surge in turnout on Election Day plus the early vote. That seems to be what has happened.
Look, one thing we know about women is they like to fuck.
Yeah.
Another thing we know is they like abortions.
Yeah, they like
yeah. So the only explanation for this is they're men folk, but put their pimp hand down.
Yeah, right. That's what you should say. America puts its pimp hand down. Should be the front page of the New York Times tomorrow.
That should
America
be what you
puts its
title this
pimp hand down
podcast.
as Trump elected for 2 second term. Yes.
The men folk got their women in line. That's what I think.
Should run around. That should be your signature theory. All right, Tusker, you're in. What's up?
Oh my God, I was just about to say I need a minute to
Oh,
And I was gonna try to come in and be serious and be like, okay, guys, this has been a great riff. Let's get back to the numbers.
Well, it's funny. I was listening to some podcast after Roe v. Wade, where the day after Roe v. Wade was overturned, the guy, it was a comedy podcast. I forget which one it was. I listened to a few back then. But he was like, so the Supreme Court ruled that bitches need to chill. That seems to be
Sometimes we do.
Yeah, hey,
Sometimes we do.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys need to chill too.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with that.
Oh, yeah.
Mark,
true.
post-Trump 2028, Kennedy, Gabbard, or Vance, Musk, or Trump third term. Cross that bridge when we get to it, my friend. That is a long ways away. That is a long, long, long ways away. My prediction is Trump wins, dies in office, and we end up with Vance, a new morality agenda. There you go. Easy choice, Trump or Kamala. Tough choice, watching Due Dissidents or Jink commit Kari. Yeah, I mean, look.
If he had announced like the time that he was going to do it, I would leave Due Dissidents for the 15 minutes in order to see it, and then I would go back. Yeah.
See what's going to happen.
The best of both worlds kind of girl.
So hang on. Have you gone around and taken a look at like, because we're here, we can't do it like Majority Report. Like, have you looked at the meltdowns?
No, I already know. I already know what it's going to sound like. I mean, if you read this stuff in the past, when the same groups of their class were doing that, it all sounds the same. It just becomes pattern recognition. I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, I think it's probably still pretty funny though.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's
somebody
funny.
here says Chenk's head exploded.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I'll catch the best on Twitter. You know,
Yeah.
You guys are all going to recap it. So why am I going to hunt around for it?
That's
It's
true.
gonna become apparent.
That's true. Are we going on tomorrow? What did we decide about that?
I mean, I don't know. We might go on for like a quick recap. To, like,
I mean, I kind of, but yeah, like it would be a waste for me not tomorrow night to go to Trump Tower.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
also,
There is going to be
also-
a total lib meltdown.
Also, you have to understand that the top level elite of the Democratic Party are spinning the narrative in the background right now. Like the reason why it's kind of quiet at the moment is because everyone's doing the blame game in the background. They're trying to come out with a narrative that then they can push out. So if you really want the first takes and what the narrative's going to be, you have to wait overnight because they're going to be working on that all night so that they can blast it out in the morning. They're going to focus group it as much as they can and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So they're doing propaganda right now. So you're not going to hear the narrative right now.
Nicole Wallace is blaming young men, according to LTS.
Well, yeah, I blame
Sounds
them
about
too.
right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, those young
I told
men,
you they put their pimp hand down.
They
said, "Bitch, you vote Kamala, you don't come home."
No, I'm definitely going to blame the voters.
That's
sure.
why I
I'm gonna
never
blame
gave
the
you
people.
keys, woman. That's why I never gave you keys.
Microphone Titan, thanks for the $5. Respect to you both. Discovered your channel through Jimmy, and I generally agree with most of your takes, save for Russell's take on hip hop. What did he say about hip hop that you don't like?
Oh, what? That it's not too late for me to achieve my dreams of hip hop superstardom? I'm sorry, man. It's never too late.
Does this have to do with your uncle or something?
My uncle, that he died dreaming of me becoming the hip hop superstar that he never was.
Yeah. In Colorado, we had Prop 131, which is for ranked choice voting. Something good to vote for. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I need to tell you my voting story because I
Oh
went
sure,
ahead and
yeah.
voted
What's your
today.
voting
Yeah.
story?
Okay, so I went ahead. I woke up early, got to the polls, did all that. It was raining pretty hard, so I thought, it was like, oh great, that's gonna kind of suppress the vote. Luckily, my polling place was indoors, so we just had a long line. It was a big church, and then they have a city center. It's just a big church. It took about an hour to get through the line. Whenever we got in, it took about an hour to get through the line. But that was because we only had about 5 poll workers in the location. So there was one person that was kind of dealing with disputes, one person that was kind of checking people in, voter ID, someone looking through the rolls, someone then selecting your ballot. You go and walk. This was the first time I've ever
and then
voted.
you have to pay your poll tax, right?
Right. This is the first time that I've ever voted with a paper ballot. Every single other time that I've voted in the past, it has been one of the machines. But that's also because most of the times that I voted in the past, I've voted at like literally the Pulaski County, like the main location. So they always had the machines and the top technology. So you'd go in there and you do it electronically, and then you get a paper thing from your from what you entered on the computer, and then you go and put in there in the scanner. This one was different. It was a paper ballot. So this is the very first time I'd ever had to fill out the bubbles of ink. I voted for Jill Stein in Arkansas. Did not vote for any Democrats or Republicans. I did vote for Libertarians when they were available. I voted for anyone that was independent. And the only reason that I voted for them being independent is because I looked if they'd filled out just a generalized survey for answers. And many times there was one candidate that had responded and the other candidate never responded to it. So I voted for the candidate that responded. At least you responded to the very few inquiries that you got. So I figured you wanted it more. So I voted for that person. Whenever I got my ballot and I took it to the guy, he asked me to put it in, slid it in the scanner. And he said, okay, great, thanks. And I said, all right, bye. And I started to walk out, walked past the line because it wrapped around and there's a door. You had to go through the line that was waiting. I was almost out and the machine starts beeping. Just the and they're ma'am. So they call me back. And then we take my ballot again and we run it through again. And beep, beep, beep. And it spits out my ballot. We ran it a third time and it did the same thing and it spit my ballot out. And so he said, okay, well, I guess we'll count that later. So then he just took that and slid it into, I guess, kind of a lockbox slot underneath. So apparently my vote will be hand counted at some point by an elderly poll worker that they're making work late into the night.
Well, who'd you vote for?
Gets them out of the house, though.
Was Jill Stein on the ballot there?
Yes.
She was. So she didn't have to write her in. Did you write? Did you vote for her? No.
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right. So there. So like, I think half the people who voted for Jill Stein are watching this live stream right now.
Yeah.
I think. I think we're gonna have so far on YouTube we have 68,000 views on this live stream. Now Jill Stein got what 324,000 so far votes counted. So yeah, so it's not far off. Aspen Fallen.
Hey Tusker, do you like that techno-feudalism book I'm reading?
Techno-feudalism, I haven't read it. What I have seen is I've seen a couple of his interviews and stuff like that where he sort of explains the broad overview of the book. I fundamentally disagree with him because he is a Marxist economist and not a Marxist political theorist. Same beef that I have with Richard Wolff.
You're tough to please. Aspen Fallen, thanks for the $5. Came for the serious reporting, GG Cool Blue. Yes, great job, Cool Blue. But stayed for Keaton's distractingly low neckline and chest hair. Nice new shirt. Yeah, it's funny. I had this buttoned all the way, but then it's actually getting warm in here. Yeah. Hey,
he's trying to have a fourth. He's trying to repopulate the earth.
Yeah, right, exactly. Tyson, listen to this chat. You guys keep crying genocide, yet one Palestinian population went from 500K to 6 million over the last 60-ish years. That's a great point, yeah. And what country civilization hasn't established itself and existed through force of taking land occupied by others?
All right. Yeah. So you guys, you always give up the game with this argument. It's really interesting. So I've pretty much been saying this since October 7th. The argument, hey, everyone else did genocide.
Why can't we?
Why can't we do one is not the own you all seem to think it is. You're conceding the core of the argument that this is a settler colonialist state that is committing a genocide, which, okay, you want to willfully misunderstand the definition of genocide. The definition of genocide is not that you, by definition, wipe out all of the people.
Right, of course.
It is that if you look at the legal definition of genocide, is that you are taking actions against a group of people that is reducing their numbers and making where they live unlivable for them. Now, by that definition, clearly, the Israelis have always been committing genocide against the Palestinian people. To argue, well, everybody else did it. I mean, at that point, you're just conceding the entire point. Now, if what you're saying is, damn, in the old days, you could just kill all the savages and nobody said shit about it. Colonialism used to be so accepted that you could call your company the Colonial Company, right? Okay, sorry, it's not the 18th century anymore.
Yeah, you used to be able to call those Genocide Express.
Yeah,
you used to be able to have slaves. Why don't you just argue for that, right? Hey, what do you mean? Well, how many civilizations didn't have slavery? Why don't you just have slavery then? Like, it's such a fucking insane thing to argue. Like, hey, you did it to your Native Americans. Why can't we do it to the people? Why can't we do it to the people here? We like to think that we've gotten past that. The argument that it's not fair that we came onto the historical scene too late to genocide people without consequence. Yeah, that's not a known, man. That's not a known.
And also,
I appreciate that you weren't cheap with the chat, though, if you're going to say bullshit like that.
Yeah, and also just real quickly, I mean, I think the other point of it is, I think even Israel knows that it's not the current time. Like, everyone knows better. We've all had the discussion on genocide. Everyone's decided that it's horrible. Why do you think Israel spends so much time denying that they're doing it, and why they try to propagandize against it? Because they know it doesn't play well. And so then you just get sitting there and saying, why can't we do it? You're just saying the quiet part out loud.
Of course. All right, North Carolina has been called by the AP, so that is the first of the 7 swing states to officially be called by the Associated Press. Now, the reason we use the Associated Press is because this is generally the standard that the candidates go by. So, like, the custom is when the Associated Press calls over 270 votes, that's when one candidate is supposed to call the other and concede. So, North Carolina, officially the first domino to fall, according to the Associated Press. So that is news right there. Cool Blue. What do you got? You got anything good, Cool Blue? Anything interesting? We got Pennsylvania's kind of stuck at 81%. The votes seem to be coming in. Michigan is slow. Michigan is 40%. Wisconsin is 69%. So Wisconsin is 69%. And you got Trump up by 3. Cool Blue, are you there? Did you step out?
No, I'm here. I'm at AP.
Do we have any numbers on how many libs have shit their pants?
I'm at AP, and Trump is leading Kamala by about 3.5 in the state of Wisconsin. 70% votes counted.
Yep. Milwaukee, 54% in. Okay, so that's coming in fairly steadily. Not particularly quickly, but steadily. Analog Winter. If you do that, Rush, try and find the original Liberal Tears person, green jacket, black beanie, and do an update on where they are now. There you go.
What, in Austin?
Is there?
Is that what you're talking about?
I'm not
There
sure.
was
I don't know when
Austin
these came in.
There was some video I found on Twitter where someone went to a Trump rally, like on Halloween, dressed up as that person, and then like acted out the whole like tears and stuff. It was pretty funny.
My real name. How much for videos of San Francisco shit libs? How much more for their tears? Thank you, my real name. John M. in Minnesota.
You make a good point. There's going to be a big market in lib tears for the next few days.
Yeah, 100%. Higher than normal amount of mail-in ballots being rejected in Nevada due to signatures not matching. DL, kids don't have consistent signatures. Interesting. Miserable Lib, Texas. Keaton, you're right about the tenor of the evening. Definitely feels like an episode of The Twilight Zone. Thank you, Miserable Lib. Appreciate that very much. Dogecoin to the moon. Yeah, I'm sure. Kenman Cornell to his supporters right now. Oh, brothers, where art thou?
Man, the after hours trading. It's fucking off the hook, man.
Well, I'm sure, yeah. Corinthians walk in a bar to watch the whole ball game. There you go. Thank you, Ken Min G. Coming in late, but did you see the unfortunate placement of the mark on Jon Stewart? Yeah, people have mentioned that before. A lot of people are saying that.
What are they talking about?
Talking about an ad where, I don't know, maybe it looks like a Hitler mustache or something.
Oh, I see.
Real men drink from a can and use a koozie. Yeah, all right. Koozie. All right. Monkey Rotary asking Russell to send links. Bruh, ask Grandpapa to set the VCR. Thank you, Monkey Rotary. My real name. It's awesome that we have a cooler version of Nate Silver in the family. That's true. We got Cool Blue. Thank you. Sagar loves Trump and Taylor Swift. He is the only one who can unite us now. Not good. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. His day has come. Who else we got here?
All right. So there's the thing. So Keaton, God bless him, and thank God, he's very controlling. He's like a control freak. So anytime I have like wanted to take things off of his shoulders, he doesn't, or he takes it back. Now me, I don't really want to do that shit anyway.
Do what shit? What are you talking about?
The technical and all this. So it's hard to fight with a guy who absolutely doesn't want to give it up when you don't want to do it anyway.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So
Because I asked you to send Jose a link?
Yeah, I don't know the whole back end of this system. Like I don't know anything.
Okay.
Like
you
I don't
just
know.
You just had someone call him old and said he couldn't even set a VCR.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that.
I mean, actually.
Yeah, I know Motor Mouth.
Actually, I can set a VCR. You probably can't because I'm old.
I know how to set a VCR.
No, I don't mean you. I mean him.
No, but I used to know how to set a VCR. Nazi Donald Trump won 43% of the Jewish vote in New York.
Still do it.
Well, this is what I said. I think Russell was on Shama's show. I was on. When Russell was on Shama, we broke down the Florida numbers a little bit. He did better in Florida. Part of why he did better in Florida is because he got a lot of those Jews. Like in Broward County, he got like 41% of the vote, which is higher than he did in 2020. That Yenta ad worked. Who knew? Greetings from sunny Austin, down with the duopoly, or sunny Australia. Liam Kors. It sounds like it could be Australia. Down with the duopoly and go Steinware. There you are.
Well, I read that totally wrong.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know if it was Austin or Australia. All I keep hearing is Gene Wilder at the end of Willy Wonka. Either a pass, we are screwed. Either we're past, we are screwed. Also, shout out to Cool Blue. Yes, hopefully some of his money gets to you. Absolutely, yeah. We'll put you in for Cool Blue tonight. Courage, thank you. David Santucci. Hi, guys. Nowhere else I'd rather be to watch the end of the Empire. Thank you, David. Appreciate that very much. Potato Palisade says, why are Georgia and PA not called yet? It's a good question. I think Georgia will probably be called any minute. Pennsylvania looks like 81% in, 51-48. Let's go to the map here. Let's go to Pennsylvania here.
And I would make a joke here, but we're on YouTube and not Rumble, exclusively. So can't.
All right. Well, next time we're on Rumble, save it. Remember it. 77-21 out of Pennsylvania. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, there you have it. So 71% in Pennsylvania. She's netted a little over 300,000 votes. Like I said, 450, you feel pretty good normally, but doesn't look like that's going to be enough. Cool Blue, you got any numbers out of Pennsylvania that are of interest? Oh, looks like Northampton flipped. That's the one you were talking about, right, Cool Blue?
Northampton County, and yeah, that's I'm trying to remember what city that is. What's in there, but yeah, Northampton County is one of the top. That and Erie County are the best bellwether counties in Pennsylvania for how the state goes.
So it looks like she's splitting, right? It looks like Trump has Northampton and Erie to Kamala.
He has Erie.
Yeah,
Erie may not be fully in.
Neither is this one. This one, what do we got here? We got 96. So Northampton's almost all in. Erie's 3/4 in. Yeah. So no. So she's fucking up there. Bucks County has also gone red now too, by very narrow. But Bucks County has trended red. That's very bad for her. That's very bad.
Bucks County has fallen.
Bucks County has fallen. That's a Philly suburb. So that really, you need that to be blue. What was Bucks County in 2020?
And that went red.
Well, so far it's tied. What was that in 2020?
Yeah, I think somebody said earlier that was all like PMCs over there.
Yeah, it's about to come up here. Bucks County,
Eagles country.
2020 Bucks County. Okay, Biden carried it by I'll give you the exact 4.37.
Yeah, so she's trailing him by about 5 because they're tied with 54% in.
Wow.
That's the beer and cruising vote
This
there.
is gonna be a sweep. This is gonna be a sweep.
That's what I was predicting.
It looks like it. Got my jambalaya.
Did we ever see Cool Blue's map? Did we ever show Cool Blue's map? His prediction
No,
map?
hey, Cool Blue, do you want to post a link?
You gotta
to your
send that
map
to us,
in the
guys.
tweet? Yeah,
It's actually on Twitter, CoolBlue71. You run it all together and you'll find it.
Okay, we will show it.
I have it pinned.
Yeah, just if you could post a link in the private chat, this way I'll just throw it right up.
Oh, okay, good.
Got my jambalaya animal cooking and my Black Rifle coffee on the burner. Gonna pop a Blue Chew once.
We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this
for Trump. There you go. Yeah. Awesome. Corey Walkman, there you are. Jose Vega for president. There you go. Thanks for the $10. So Tusker, did you join in time to watch Jose?
Yes, I did.
Jose's doing great. Jose got 2.5%. Jose's routing the greens.
So good.
He's getting
I
5
saw it.
times the greens. Yeah.
I saw it.
Crushing it. I love Jose Vega, says BB Baby. He took the initiative and opened the door for independence moving forward and inspired the whole country. Yes, absolutely. Well done.
All right. This from Ben Burgess on Facebook.
Oh, good.
She might now this was an hour ago. She might still get a last-minute reprieve in the blue wall states. Too soon to know. But at this point, I think we've well and truly established that the legion of Cheney superfan swing voters she thought was mobilizing don't exist.
Yep.
Looks that way.
Yep.
Sure does.
All right. Jose Vega won more real votes than Bernie 2016-2020.
It's almost as if Jose rallied the base and the Greens didn't, and so didn't the Democratic Party.
It's almost like Jose tried to get as many votes as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Veni Vidi Vici Vega. Thank you, Dwayne Vogel. Looking like a landslide for Trump. Too big to rig. Thanks, Derek. Appreciate that very much. Landrew, $100. Landrew's here. Hey, Landrew showed up. Let's get that cowbell for
snap.
Landrew.
I was wondering where Landrew was.
Finally, Landrew. He's been cheating on you guys all night.
Yeah.
Has
Thank
he?
you for this.
Spreading the wealth.
Rodenstein with record number of voters, Free Palestine. Sorry, internet issues. Oh, that's okay. You had internet issues, Landry. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Billionaire Lives Matter. Thanks to the 199. What news from the jazz front? Yeah, I don't know where Cornell's placing in this. I trust
doing
David
good, brother.
Weir. Yeah, there you go.
Landrew is dead.
Beautiful.
But that's what we
Boom.
were starting to think.
Minnesota backed them at 950 to flip red. Is Minnesota looking like maybe red, or did that flip back to blue? Great job, Jose. Let's do it again in 26. There you go, Todd Schaefer. Appreciate that very much. Look at you, Gareth Richmond. Great job, Jose. You may not have won the seat tonight, but he's definitely getting laid tonight, judging by the way he's looking around. Good on Hero. Thank you for that. Gareth Richmond, thanks for the $10. Get Bent Genocide supporter. Thank you, Gareth Richmond. Appreciate that. David Santucci, thanks for the $20. Congrats to Jose. 2.5% isn't too shabby for a guy going up against Torres, and it was Grover Cleveland who won the non-consecutive terms. Yep. No, that's 1 in 40 people in the Bronx. That's a big number. It really is. Silver lining, maybe shit libs will be against genocide in Gaza now that Trump owns it. Well, you should find that out tomorrow.
And also, I don't know have you guys ever heard of that whole entire cliche about it only takes 3% of the population to make a revolution?
No, I haven't heard that.
No.
There's like a phrase that comes down, and there really is something about like you only have to rally about a certain amount that's really, really active and really. Well, Jose's pretty close to 3.
Yeah, he's getting pretty close. All right, here's Cool Blues map. That looks like the winner.
Oh,
that was if every swing state came in. That's if every swing state came in. So, do we have anything out of Nevada? But that's it. 312 to 226. That's where Cool Blues number is. So there you go.
Okay,
Margin
can we
R+3.
see where the map is now?
Yep, we're gonna check where the map is now. Now, when you said R+3, Cool Blue, are you talking about Trump winning popular vote +3? Is that what you were referring to? Hey, are you there?
He's had enough of
maybe
this.
Cool Blue went up. Maybe he got up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Break.
He got a call from MSNBC.
All right.
Yeah,
He already got the
he's
call.
on to greener pastures.
All right. You want to throw up one of my segments?
I forgot to turn on the mic. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
You were asking me about what was that? I'm sorry.
What was I just asking? Oh, what was I just asking you? Oh, when you said R+3, are you talking about Trump 3 in the popular vote? Are you
Yeah, I was
predicting
guessing
a popular
50% to 47%. And
Okay.
I'm actually trying to figure out right now the likelihood that he does indeed win it, because she's underperforming a lot of the blue states from 2020 that are normally strongly aligned to the Democrats.
Yeah, she seems to have underperformed in New York, actually. She's only up by 11 in New York with 87% of the vote in.
You know what interests me is Kit's home state, Illinois. I'm looking at that. That state normally runs about 15 points more, 12 to 15 points more Democratic versus the country.
Wow.
And,
Okay.
And right now she's carrying it by only 8.5 when Biden won it by 17. In New Jersey, that was 16 percentage points was a margin 4 years ago, and she's carrying it by only about 5 points.
Well, look at this. I mean, you really want to see something crazy? Let's look at so New York, 55-44 for Kamala. But look at the city. Look at Brooklyn, 71-28. That's terrible for a Democrat in Brooklyn. Look at Manhattan, 82-18. That's terrible. You're supposed to be at 90% in Manhattan. You're supposed to be at basically 90% in Brooklyn too. Queens, 62-38. That's garbage. Real garbage.
Look,
Where's my old county? Ulster County, 69-30. Wow, she's doing well in Ulster County, actually. That's fucking great. How'd she do that well in Ulster County? That's near where I grew up. Orange County. Where's Orange County? No, this is not Ulster County. Greene County. Orange County. Yep, that's the swing county. So I grew up there. That's 52-48. But I can't believe she's doing that well in Ulster. That's crazy.
Well,
that's
look, this
really crazy.
This is going to be my hot take. This is a base turnout problem, because this is what it is. Like, and I don't want people in the audience and everyone that cares very much about the genocide in Gaza to be disappointed in the Green Party turnout. Yes, the Greens have made tons of mistakes. That's not the point. The point is that it's very, very hard to mobilize around something like that whenever it is so hard to even, get out and go to the polls, and it's raining, or, anything like that, or just guess what? You don't feel like taking the time off work to do it. So what this represents is a suppression. So you see a lot of people that are talking big about voting Green, and then there's suppression there. That means that even they couldn't get themselves out to vote. That's what that means for all the people that have gotten all the online likes and stuff. So this is just base suppression. This is a demobilized election. That's what I think it's.
Well, yes. I mean, I think that's generally the problem that a lot of these third parties face, and I think
no, and I'm talking about also for Kamala Harris. There's part of her base that would have come out if she had made better decisions that stayed home.
Sure, I mean,
that's what she's probably suffering from as well.
I mean, the Democrat machine. See, I think part of why she's underperforming in New York is because they really make no investment in New York, since they know they have New York State in the bag. Like, they're actually performing better relative to where they want to be in a place like Philadelphia, because they're trying to turn out the vote there. Like, that's a swing state, so they know they have to try there, and so they seem to be getting that turnout there. But in a place like New York, which they just took for granted, I think that gap is starting to show itself. And also, this is where it's going to fall to some of you MAGA people to put your money where your big mouth is. A lot of New York is a Zionist state. It is a very, very pro-Israel state. And so I think that drove Trump's numbers a lot as well. I think that cut into her margins quite a bit in a place like New York City. It did in Broward County. There's no question about that.
All right. So how about we do because I think this is a good place to do the uncommitted segment I put together.
Perfect.
About what they
I already
did
know what
to
that's
these
about.
guys. So this is Middle East Eye. Apparently, and we did a segment kind of indicating this, because you had Uncommitted doing these ads about Project 2025. And then we showed a very popular influencer saying how the DNC offered her money specifically to do ads about Project 2025. So it looks like that's confirmed now. The uncommitted national movement, which promised to leverage constituents' votes to force the Democratic Party to change its position on Israel, received more than $400,000 from a Democratic-aligned PAC that explicitly prevents beneficiaries from endorsing a candidate other than Kamala Harris, Middle East Eye can reveal. Several activists and volunteers told MEE that the payments appear to explain why the movement refused to endorse a third-party presidential candidate, choosing instead to redeem the Democratic Party among disgruntled voters once it became clear the Biden-Harris administration would not alter course on Israel's devastating war on Gaza. The revelations kicked off a firestorm in October among Arab American activists and others formerly part of the uncommitted movement. They say they felt betrayed by the movement after it began all but endorsing Kamala Harris, despite receiving no commitments from the Democratic Party on their demands regarding Gaza and U.S. military support for Israel. Volunteers across the swing states chronicled how they had joined a grassroots campaign in early 2024 that they believed would continue using their votes as leverage to pressure Biden, and then Harris once Biden dropped out, over the Democrats' unwillingness to change their policy on Israel. In the weeks and months that followed, hundreds of thousands of Americans aligned themselves with Uncommitted in what was seen as an unprecedented push against the Democratic Party. But former organizers within Uncommitted, who have now launched their own group, Uncommitted Grassroots, say the findings show they were deceived by a group of Democratic Party-aligned operatives who were intent on merely rescuing the party, not holding it accountable. And this is what very often happens with a lot of these groups that claim to be fighting the Democratic Party. They're actually sheepdogging you into the party. They're secretly funded by DNC-aligned groups. And this is just an incredibly glaring example of this.
One of the reasons why I got to where I am now is because every single time that I looked back in the past and fights like this occurred within the left, there was one side that always took the side of the establishment. And they always ended up, oh no, they snookered us.
Right.
And so when I kept seeing that, I went, okay, well, who was against it? Who called it right the first time?
Right.
That's how I got to where I am. I just looked deep enough.
Well, that's how I think we all get here. You get red pilled sooner or later. Like our friend who brought us together. He's finally been red pilled. According to FEC filings, the Uncommitted National Movement received $100,000 from the Movement Voter Project, a Democrat-aligned organization that funnels money into grassroots campaigns, the same day the Uncommitted National Movement was founded on 18th March. So this was right from the beginning. This wasn't even like they got corrupted later. It was always a front. The filings show that funds were transferred to Listen to Us, the financial arm of the Uncommitted National Movement. Beneficiaries of funding from the Movement Voter Project are explicitly told to support the Democratic Party. Quote, "We don't expect any of our partners to endorse third-party candidates, and we would not support groups to get out the vote for such candidates," the Movement Voter Project says on its website, in response to a question about whether it funds groups that support third-party presidential candidates. Now, this is interesting. Waleed Shahid, a senior Democratic strategist and a co-founder of the national group, played a key role in its organizing tactics. You see, all of these radicals who are supposed to be fighting against the Democratic Party, they're just there to represent a different type of branding for people who fancy themselves too far left for the establishment. But in the end, they're just a different flavor of that same establishment, just all aimed at funneling you into it. Several people who spoke to MEE said that after the formation of the uncommitted national movement, the leaders of the movement began to hold private meetings and discussions and made decisions without consulting the larger movement. Several recounted how organizers unilaterally kicked out members from group chats when they either brought up the idea of voting third party or if they expressed disagreement or dissent from what the leadership was saying. Others alleged that only certain moderate voices were allowed to speak to the media so that the messaging did not venture into abandoning the Democrats with the goal of remaining amenable to the mainstream corporate media. In response to questions from MEE, a spokesperson with the uncommitted national movement said, quote, "From the very beginning, we were clear about our strategy to pressure Democratic policymakers from within the party, as we also work to block Trump and his plans to crack down on our anti-war movement." And that pressure was so effective, they wouldn't even give you a speaking slot to endorse Kamala fucking Harris.
And also, why are you fighting against Trump's plans to fight your anti-war movement when the Biden administration already is?
Exactly. All right. So this is from the uncommitted national movement. This is what they're trying to sheepdog people into now. "We must keep up the pressure on VP Harris to take action to ensure hashtag not another bomb. Join tens of thousands who have sent a message to her. Turn the page on the disastrous Biden-Harris Gaza policy. Save lives, stop the bombs, and unite the party." All sounds good, right? This is how they diffuse left movements. They want to sheepdog you right back. Oh, yeah, I'm going to fight against Harris. Meanwhile, these people are working for her. So Max Blumenthal here commenting on this. "The DSA, Jewish Voice for Peace, U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, and If Not Now signed on as Democrats to uncommitted nationals' toothless appeal to Kamala for an arms embargo, which was issued with no pressure or threats. Now that Uncommitted has been exposed for taking a massive payoff from a pro-Kamala PAC, these groups also have some explaining to do. FWIW uncommitted national leader Waleed Shahid is married to If Not Now's co-founder." They don't tell you that part, right? And this is Mohammed El Qudsi. "Remember these names: Layla Alabid, Lexus Zaidan, Abbas Alaway, and Waleed Shahid. They sold out the uncommitted movement for $400,000 and a promise of influence in the democratic world." So there you go, man. That is how a lot of these organizations operate.
Yeah, and we kind of sniffed this out. I mean, when we saw that ad play, we said this looks well produced.
Right. Yeah.
Are they getting paid for this? Because the tell was the Project 2025. When they put that into the ad, they just kind of shoehorn that in very bizarrely, claiming that Project 2025 prohibits aid to Gaza, which it doesn't. Right. Gaza is not mentioned by name in all of Project 2025. Israel is mentioned, I believe, only 4 times. And it's the very standard, we believe in their right to blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So, there's nothing in there that actually backs up what they're saying. And so, the fact that it looked like a fairly well-produced ad, and the fact that they, leaned into Project 2025 unnecessarily seemed to me an indication that, hey, wait a minute,
why would they talk about Project 2025?
Because it's propaganda. It's propaganda. Right. That's how it works. What's the whole entire phrase? All you got to do is tell a big lie several times. And that's what the media does. Project 2025, Project 2025, Project 2025. You can smell it from a mile away what's propaganda and what's not. And it's smelled of propaganda.
Right.
All right. Okay.
So now the New York Times has Donald Trump 90% chance of victory, likely Trump. So, hey, Cool Blue. So, and by the way, it's after midnight. If Cool Blue,
I'm staying up.
All right. Well, yeah. I mean, you live for
I
this.
do want to let you know something.
Sure.
Associated Press has projected that Republicans are going to win majority control pickup.
Let's see that map. Can we see
the
the map?
Senate? Well, Sherrod Brown lost.
Of the Senate?
So Sherrod Brown lost the Ohio Senate race.
West Virginia and Ohio have flipped, and the R's came in with 49. They won pickups of those two, so they're at 51, and they're on the verge of possibly flipping Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Montana looks very much like it's going to go. That would be a 52nd seat to count.
Yeah, that would be Test, because Tester, right? That's Tester.
Hang on. So you're telling me the GOP is going to have all three branches? Is that what you're saying?
The House is yet to be determined, but it's likely they will.
They're going to keep the House. Yeah, they're going to keep the House. So. Yeah. So they're going to keep the House. No, they're definitely keeping the House. They're not going to lose the House. So, yeah, I mean, if they win Montana, Ohio is done. What about the Arizona Senate race?
Well, right now, the maximum potential is 56. Arizona would be the 57th, and 50% of the voters in, and Ruben Gallego is leading by 6 points.
Yo,
so
man,
that's the
fucking
hardest.
Gallego. Man, how the fuck did that guy? How does he pulling that off? That's kind of crazy that he's winning by that much, given everything else that's happening. But right now you had West Virginia. So who's the guy who lost in West Virginia?
West Virginia, Joe Manchin retired, so the state's governor,
so
Jim Justice, Republican pickup.
That's right.
Ohio, Bernie Moreno, unseated Sherrod Brown.
Yep.
Okay, so those two have been called. Right now, Pennsylvania, the Democratic incumbent is Bob Casey, and Republican.
Yeah, he's going to lose, right?
He's down by 1.2%, and 85% of the votes are counted.
The AP is fucking.
I'm legitimately sad about Sherrod Brown. I hate his politics in so many ways, but he was actually one of the last labor Democrats.
Yeah, it's too bad.
So.
That's a shame. All right, I don't know what's going on with the AP. I don't know if the AP site is getting tired because it's giving
same old working class.
Yep. Hey, Cool Blue, is the AP site giving you problems? It's giving me problems.
I'm okay so far.
You're okay? All right, cool. So, all right, let's look at Pennsylvania. All right, I'm reloading it. Let's see if we get. Come on. Yeah, no, it's giving me a hard time. All right, I'm gonna go to the New York Times then. If the AP is giving me a problem.
Yeah, give us that needle. Give us that election needle.
Yeah, we need that election needle.
Right in our arms.
So Pennsylvania, this is the presidential race in terms of the Senate. Yeah, man, this is fucked up. Why is it giving me a hard time? Come on.
By the way, Bitcoin is now at almost 74,000, 8.5%.
So what does that mean?
It's
tech dystopia.
It's.
Are you saying we
up.
should reactivate our Rockfin channel?
I'm saying we should revisit our plan to introduce our own.
We restart Rockfin?
Our own coin. We need that.
Why do you gotta meet
coin.
the stereotype every time, Keaton? Every time you just gotta meet the stereotype just immediately.
Like I never figure Rockfin out, and now I'm saying, hey, maybe we should get back into that. All right, now the AP is coming. Come on, we need the AP to go Pennsylvania. Okay, now I have data. Good, I have numbers. All right, we're back.
Futures are all up over 1%.
Woo! Right. Austerity is back, baby.
Bitcoin hit a record. 75,000 hit a record high.
Right.
Okay, so McCormick is up 1.
Solar stocks are getting killed.
Okay.
And Tesla's on.
I hope 4 Patriots. Oh my God.
Yeah, my problem for me too.
Tesla's up 9%.
I mean, that's
just by the way.
It does put a little bit of a damper on it, just how douchey the country's about to become. Like, I feel in 2016, the MAGA was less douchey. Like, it's definitely douchier now than it was in 2016.
Yeah.
What this means
it's
to
had
me
more time to douche.
Yeah.
Is that the split in the ruling class went on the side of industry, which is also the side that typically will call for war. So then it's competing with China. So if you see how all that stuff is aligning with how this is going, they're ramping up for a target. Because we're trying, and so that represents industrial capital won this election. Usually financial capital wins, which would be Kamala Harris. Industrial capital won this election.
Right. It's a good way of putting it. Hey Russell, what about the Grindr app? That must be off the hook right now.
Oh yeah, Grindr.
Grindr must be killing it. Yeah, okay, so the vote's kind of frozen now at 86. Yeah, so the votes are kind of stopping. We're not really getting many more numbers. So are they going to make people wait? At what point do they feel confident to make a call? I feel like now's the time where it's going to kind of freeze a little bit. Just seems that way to me. Okay. Excuse me. We will keep on keeping on with the Rumble rants here. Trump pulling this off.
Trump media is up 40%.
Wow. Trump pulling this off will be the Schadenfreude moment of the century. Also, you catch to do a deep dive on the Ponzi scheme known as fractional reserve banking, a.k.a. legalized counterfeiting. Thank you. I'm Bob Dole. Sorry I heard his name. Carry on. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Simplistic linguistic. Clinton won both of his elections by a plurality, and if it weren't for the right-wing independent Ross Perot, he probably would have lost both times. You don't hear people crying spoiler about him. They did a little bit, but
the Republicans did.
The Republicans did, but also, Perot got double digits. I mean, Perot was, he was seen as more formidable, I think, even though he had no chance to win. Cool Blue, where are you from in Michigan? Cool Blue, where are you from in Michigan? I forget.
I was born in Dearborn. I'm in Wayne
right.
County.
All right.
So Dearborn, by the way, went apparently. You know who won Dearborn?
Who?
Donald Trump, 45% of the vote.
Oh, you're
and then
kidding.
Kamala got 25, and Stein got 25.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, that's probably the first time the Greens got 25% anywhere in the history of the party.
I would say
The Democratic Party. Fuck you.
Yep. V Netswalls BM Cool Blue. Where are you from? Oh, sorry, got that one already.
Mm-hmm.
It's a win-win for me tonight. Got money on the Kamala puppet, but nothing more would soothe my soul tonight while drowning in my best whiskey to see the Kamala puppet backed by the Dem elites made to cry. Well, I hope you didn't bet. First of all, I hope you didn't bet based on our prediction because we told you not to. I said I was that unsure.
Yep. He literally said I would not bet $1.
I would not bet a dime on it. Sagar loves Trump and Taylor Swift. He's the only one who can unite us now. Not good. Yes, got that one. Some people sent duplicates because they think we're skipping them. We're not skipping them. We got a lot.
Guys, we're behind.
Yeah, we're
We
behind.
just have an enormous amount of super chats.
We have an enormous amount, so thank you.
Like what we're doing is in between where the times we're normally super chats, we're doing election coverage.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
Exactly. Siddhartha Vicious, Thelonious Punk, and I should collaborate on a Rumble rant. There you go. Lori Lamb, how about the Kingmaker Obama who shoved Biden in there over Sanders? Well, this is yes. I mean, this is just desserts for that too. Like the Biden thing.
Yeah, Bernie's not senile.
The Biden thing was
The
never
sellout,
really
but
going to
ain't
work,
senile.
and this is kind of a consequence of that. Like this would have crashed and burned in 2020. The only reason the Democrats didn't have a reckoning like this in 2020 is because of the pandemic. Without that, this would have been the result then.
Sure.
And they just thought they could ride this out forever, and now they're spanked, man. They
I'm
are
telling
absolutely
you,
spanked.
There's going to be a section of the ruling class that is going to really legitimately be kicking themselves over not backing Bernie in 2016 because it's been totally clear that they can put their hand up his ass and make him talk. And Biden, they can't because he's senile anymore.
That's actually a really, really good point, is that for all of Bernie's FDR rhetoric, he was certainly controllable. And so why didn't they just take that? It's greed. They think they can have it all. They're not willing to give an inch.
Listen, man.
Why do you think they sided with the Nazis?
Yeah.
You're about to see an entire shift in the culture you haven't seen since the early 80s. That is my call. The culture is going to drastically shift toward the whole tech bro manosphere sensibility, man. It's going to go that way.
What techno-feudalism book are you reading, Kate Kotwas?
What's his name, Tusker?
Yanis Varoufakis. He was
That
the
one.
financial minister from Greece back whenever the left wing, the Social Democracy Party in that country won an election, and he was their financial treasurer or whatever.
Yep, that one. I'm enjoying it so far.
Good point about the transition to the Reagan era, Russ. The illegal immigrants to Trump is what the welfare queen was to Reagan. Well, we will see what happens on that score.
I think that's a good.
Yep. Reet and Cussle. I hate Trump, but gotta say I told you so. This idea was ludicrous. The genocidal Republicans would give a shit about other women in other states when they got theirs. All swing states equals legal abortion. Well, that's not really true. I mean, Georgia and North Carolina cracked down on abortion pretty hard. So they made a bargain. I mean, that's it. I mean, they were able to sort of calculate that, and they voted accordingly.
I gotta say, man, because I'm scanning my Facebook. It's really not like 2016. Like, most of the libs are so demoralized, they're just not even saying anything. They can't even muster a protest.
Silent.
I've seen a couple, but not like 2016.
Well, no, I mean, that was pretty raw. Because 67, thanks for the $20, just got back from vacay in Punta Cana. I've been to Punta Cana. Beautiful.
Have you?
Yeah, enjoying the
I
podcast.
know, you don't even want to go to Connecticut.
Punta Cana is nice. That's a lovely place. Enjoying the podcast poolside. Totally agree with you on Trump's MSG Man Show. All that's missing were the juggies. Thank you, because appreciate that.
Hang on, I'm assuming that's in Mexico. Is that in Mexico?
No, that's in the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
Rugna, thanks for the $2. Can you guys have another close look at Michigan real quick? Yeah, why not?
Honestly, we can keep the map up. Like, our ugly mugs aren't important. You just put us to the side. Just keep the map up.
Yeah, that's true. We should just keep the map up. That's a good idea. I like that idea. I'll sign for that. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the map up.
Okay, I'm going to go take a break.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Sounds good. All right. Let's put the election map here. Trump wins North Carolina, narrowing Harris's path, blah, blah, blah. Come on.
What do you think the white dudes for Harris are doing now, man? Probably. I mean, those guys were already having trouble pleasing their women.
All right, here we go. 2024 election results.
That was probably my favorite line at the Al Smith dinner.
Oh yeah, their wives and
their wives and their boyfriends are their wives lovers are voting for me.
Their wives lovers are all voting for me. Let's see. Jake, if you have an electoral map, we just add that from yours? Oh yeah, so you're having the same problem. Yeah, I think they're having some bandwidth problems there. Let me see if I can find here. Russell, can you just go through some super chats or Rumble rants while I try and get this map straightened out? All right.
Sure, I can.
Cool.
All right. This is up to date. Mr. Fancy Pants. I went to a Green Party meeting once just to check it out, and they asked me if I wanted to run for mayor. Well, that is truly a sign of a serious political endeavor. Yeah. Subcom Freak 1, $50. Thank you.
No.
Lost a bet to ruthless criticism that Ron DeSantis would win about a year and a half ago. Well, I didn't lose a bet, but you're not alone in mistaking Mr. DeSantis's political potency. Chris Bedford, Shama rocks, a warrior. I also agree with you guys as an anti-Zionist Jew, 100% on the line about being in solidarity with Muslim community. Hey, man, there are cousins. There are cousins, man.
That's right.
Gotta hang with those folks. Eric Dangler, you guys rock. I am an old school union leftist. Thank you. If the orange man is back, that is life. Any updates on the Whitney Webb interview? Okay, so honestly, because I knew that this was going to consume our lives, and that's, an interview I would take very seriously, I have held off on actually reaching out until the election was over. Now that the election is over, we accumulated a lot of contacts and people that we want to interview. I'll start to focus more on that now.
Yeah,
So,
now that those big tech
shortly.
gay boys are going to be ruling the country, it's going to be more relevant.
Yeah. It's going to be even more relevant because actually Whitney Webb is one person that everyone trusts who will be able to explain to people what the techno-feudal vision they have actually is without people saying, she's a CIA op. So, yeah, I would love to have her on now more than ever.
Yeah.
Dwayne Vogel, that was obviously the plan Putin hatched with Jill Stein over dinner that day. Thank you, Dwayne. K-Pop Super Sticker, thank you, ma'am. BB Baby, they can take our land, they can take our freedom, but they can't take our NFTs.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. JM, $2. Thank you. We'll take it. Maxine Carrion became a YouTube member. Thank you, Maxine.
Thank you. Beautiful.
And now with Trump winning, it looks like we'll be able to stay on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly.
Prester John, looks like the late-term abortion of Biden's campaign cost Kamala the election. How ironic. Well, you know what, man? I mean, this is really karma because, hey, they never codified Roe because they liked having it as a political issue.
Mm-hmm.
And in the end, it wasn't enough.
Yep.
Bilal Khan, thank you on behalf of Muslim Americans. No, thank you, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know what we did, but thank you.
I'm very sorry for what your people are going through.
Yeah, and I look, here's what I'll say to that too. I want to say to that too. I think if you have a political movement, you have to have certain red lines, and if what's happening in Gaza is not one of them, then I don't know what is.
Listen, man, it took every ounce of my fucking self-control not to drop any memes in any libs who were bragging about voting for Kamala about if genocide is not a red line for you, you don't have one.
Right.
Because I didn't want to lose the listening posts.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I would have to say too, and look, I mean, I understand the Schadenfreude element. I understand, it's good fun, but it's not going to get any easier for Gaza or for Palestine anytime soon. In fact, it's likely to get a lot harder before it gets easier. That's what I would say. And so, and look, this is what I said before the election. I'll say this now. Given the trajectory that the country and the world was on under Biden, I think this outcome is more desirable in the sense that it creates opportunity.
Right.
But that's the extent to which it's more desirable, is that it creates opportunity. And I think it creates opportunity to, people are going to eat shit tonight, but moving forward, we have to be much more serious. And I think, a second Trump term really brings that into focus. Like, the left is going to have to get much more serious. And to the extent that these lines don't mean anything, no, they started meaning a lot more after October 7th. It has meant something this year. It has been the left that has advocated for Gaza. None of these populist right rescue the republic shitbags did. So that's
quite the opposite.
Quite the opposite. And so that's what it's going to take. It's going to take a spirit of cooperation. It's going to take a spirit of collaboration. It's going to take a spirit of education, a spirit of construction, not a spirit of hot takes, sick burns, tearing down.
No.
That's not going to cut it. It's
And
just
if
not
I can-
going to cut it. And
if I can
so
be
I have
real-
to just introduce that at this time. I know tonight people are kind of high on the emotional roller coaster that was this campaign that has culminated in this result. But, moving forward, we're going to have to be much more serious than we've been in the past.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Being serious, I think, is incredibly important. And that's the reason why what I say at the best case, and I'm just trying to be very real, the best case scenario that we can hope for before Trump takes office and what is going to befall the people in Palestine and Gaza and the West Bank and Lebanon and Syria and all those other places is that you are just going to have to hope that there is some portion of the deep state that takes pity on the Palestinian people and forces a ceasefire for the sake of their public relations image on the world stage. And that sounds incredibly cynical, but I think that is really the only hope.
You're right.
That maybe,
Right.
with Biden being a lame duck and the absolute disaster that this genocide has been on their public relations campaign, that perhaps they will maybe stop it.
Well, also the promise of, and this is what I say, the promise of its acceleration under Donald Trump. It will accelerate under Donald Trump. It's not going to get better.
Well,
It's going to
So
get.
that's what I'm saying.
That blew
The
up
best
today.
case
with the-
No, you're right, Tusker. That's why I think that's a really good point, because yes, at this point it does fall to those very people, and it's just a
We
question.
are literally, we are sitting here on our knees, begging the deep state
That's right.
to stop their brutality. That is what this election has shown.
I think you're right. I think it's very well said. I think it's a very, very good point.
Well, now we can
unfortunately,
get back to fighting the enemy we're used to fighting, right? The bloody right wing.
Yeah, right.
And I hope you guys get out in the street for your Social Security if that happens.
Listen, no, well, this is it, man, and this is why this is why I say this, because I think a lot of look. I mean, I think to a certain extent the left has been, I don't want to say jockeying for position, but it's kind of been. It's been trying to get a foothold under Biden, because there's been no foothold, because so much of what passes for left of center politics under Biden has just been neutralized. They've been hypnotized. They've just been tranquilized is a good way of saying it. Now there's going to be that jolt of energy again, and we're going to have to be very firm, and we're going to have to be very uncompromising, but we are going to have to be, I would say, kind. We are going to have to be constructive. Yes. We're going to have to be productive, because you are not going to empower working people. You are not going to create a more peaceful world if you simply defer to Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk, Robert Kennedy Jr. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. These are very, very dark and dark-hearted people that are about to take the reins. Now, who do we have at the reins now? Very dark-hearted people. That has not changed. That has not changed. Like there's no sigh of relief coming from me.
The difference is that wing of the party, the reason why they are able to maintain so much of their control, their working class, their poor control, is because they're able to say, if not for us, you wouldn't have some of the things that give you support.
Right.
So if we get defeated, so this is the bargain that they're making. That's the reason why I'm saying that financial class dangles breadcrumbs over people.
Yes.
All the time. And so that's what happened in this election. The capitalists don't like the way our economy on the world stage is going, because they don't care about how you live in America. That's the difference between them. One of them has to pretend to give a fuck about the entitlements of people in America, and one party doesn't.
Right.
That's the major difference.
Exactly.
I think with RFK, we're going to get some great new animal carcass stories.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And that's something.
Well, and
something.
Honestly, anytime an animal carcass shows up, there's going to be a great meme fest about it on the internet.
It's going to be a whole thing. He's going to try to serve it to the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe or some shit.
Hey,
guys,
Cool Blue.
This is going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be fun.
Cool Blue, did somebody call Georgia? I'm hearing in the chat that Georgia's been called. I don't believe AP has called it, but I think it's frozen. I think these sites are starting to buckle. What's up?
I'm not seeing any call of it yet.
Yeah, the New York Times needle is staying very stubborn.
Alaska.
When does stock trading shut down for the night?
I can tell you, Alaska closes at 1 o'clock, and all 24 other states. Trump carried 25 states. All 24 other states that he carried in 2020 are in his column.
Okay, so
Alaska closed at 1. Everything else outstanding was in Biden's column from 4 years ago.
All right, so here we're just going to do this. As I can see now, I mean, it seems like more a matter of time. Let's see here. All right. So if you put North Carolina, that's where we're at now. Georgia's not technically called, as far as I understand. So that puts you at 246. So at that point, he needs 2 more. He needs 2 more out of these 5. And according to the AP, I think he's up in all 5. I don't think he's losing in a single one of them. The AP is not cooperating with me. I'm gonna have to get a different site here. And New York Times is not great either. Let me see if NBC has a functioning map. MSNBC. I mean, the NBC viewers are probably all asleep.
All right. Why don't I read super chats because we're so behind on these?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ryan Spence. Those vanless
see if I can find a website that works in this country. Yeah.
Those and so it begins. Those vanless R words in Missouri can eat shit. All right, so listen, Department of Scotology, $50. You get a cowbell for that. Can you please find my McDonsko super chat for $10? Jill Stein, and please explain that. Pretty fucking please. Giving you the benefit of the doubt. I like you guys, but damn it, you've now completely ignored me 8 times on that question. Okay, so listen, man.
What question?
I literally went in the chat. I literally went in the chat and asked you what the question was because I was going to throw it up on the screen. And then you said, no, I'm done with you. So what do you want me to do, man? Like in the middle of a stream, I went in the chat to ask you what the question was, and you threw a tantrum and wouldn't tell me what it was.
Jill
Just tell me what it is.
My McDonsko. What's the question? Yeah, what is the question?
Yeah, just tell us.
This came in an hour.
There's no need for it. Why
tell us what's the
you're
question?
going to pay $50? Why didn't you just put the fucking question in this?
I think Keaton has exhibited. I think Keaton's behavior tonight has exhibited the fact that if you would have just put the question in that super chat, he would have answered it for that.
Well, what question did we not answer? You said you gave a $10 super chat about Jill Stein?
He's been going on about this all night, and I literally asked him, like, yo, put in the chat what the question is, and I would have answered it. And then he yelled about how we didn't answer it again. And now he paid us $50 to tell us to answer it. And again, he didn't tell us
Listen,
what
we
it
love
is.
you too, but with all I mean, we have over 5,000 people here with the chats coming in, so we're not trying to.
Dude, we have over 8,000 people here. Between all platforms, we have over 8,000 people.
We're trying to broadcast the end of the empire here, man. What do you want?
Yeah, just tell us what the damn question is. Somebody keep an eye on the chat.
Just tell it to us for free at this point. If you're there, just post it for free. We'll start it.
We'll fucking answer it, man. Jesus, we're not avoiding it. Charles H. Trump is now 2-0 versus women, 0-1 versus old white guy.
That's true. He only beats women, Donald Trump. He's the Leah Thomas of politics. That's what they're going to call Trump.
That's what they call old white guy magic.
Oh wait, so did that guy that was running for governor that said that crazy stuff online? He lost.
The pussy pisser.
This guy
that,
says,
that,
"Are you trolling? Are you fucking with us? Hold on. Are you fucking with us? You just said I did, you ducks. Instead of writing that, just the question. That's what I'm saying.
Write the question.
Just
write the goddamn question. Jesus. Whatever it is, well answer it. Stop being coy.
We're saying
okay, just fucking write the goddamn question.
Find it. Just write it again. We're sorry we missed it. We're sorry we missed it.
Okay, here we go. I specifically asked if you know for a fact that this election means we could finally end all the endless wars and stop poisoning Americans and stop the corruption. Why in the fuck are... Okay, so now you have a nasty thing. All right. Well, no, I don't think we're going to stop the endless wars and
No.
end the corruption and stop poisoning Americans. No, I don't. That's the answer to your question. Jesus Christ.
No, absolutely not. This is what I will say.
You spent $80 to ask us if we're going to stop endless war now that Trump and RFK, who's probably not going to get a job anyway.
emphatically made it clear that he's going to triple down on Palestine. Ukraine, he says, I'm going to end the war on day one. He also said he was going to give us a big, beautiful health plan. So, that's a wild card. As far as the health, look, RFK does have some ideas that are bullshit, but he will also draw attention to something that is an underlying reality. I've talked about this a lot. This healthy at any size shit is a cover-up for the fact that the food industry is killing people and the medical industry is profiting from it. And so instead of telling you, go get healthy, they said, no, that's healthy. That's healthy. That's fine. Do I think RFK is going to go and call that out? Yeah. Do I think he's going to go and maybe point out some of the additives they have in the food? Yeah. Do I think that him being taken seriously is going to be undermined by shit like, the AIDS actually comes from lack of vitamin C? Look, I think that's going to make it much harder because he's a nut.
I mean, to me,
where he's right, it's going to be very easy to undermine him.
I mean, to me, the question doesn't even approach that. To me, the question is a Republican Senate going to give a shit what he has to say? Like, I don't think the Republican Party is going to regulate the food industry or the agricultural industry.
Do
we believe that's going to happen?
Like the institutional corruption is so deep.
Exactly.
And the Trump administration and the people around him are so deeply unserious in the end about really attacking the structures that have created these conditions. That, what are they actually going to do at the end of the day?
Right. Yeah.
What I was just going to say is no, we will never end endless war because our political economic model is that of military Keynesianism. It has an air of liberalism from John Maynard Keynes, but it is militarized and it is a centralized, planned system of social democracy. That's what you have, military Keynesianism. If you stop war, you stop the economy. That's what military Keynesianism is.
Right.
That's the system we have. It is the liberal democratic version of fascism.
Okay, so NBC News has projected Donald Trump as the winner of Georgia. So that is in the bag for Donald Trump.
That's the first Republican pickup, and it puts him on a trajectory of 251 electoral votes.
Yep, so that is the first Republican pickup of the night. Georgia has gone red for Donald Trump. So that is a big headline there, big development there. Georgia has fallen. Pennsylvania, here we go. All right, we got a map that works. Hallelujah, look at that. Montgomery County with 85% in, Kamala 60%. Philadelphia County. Yeah, see? I mean, her number's there. Philadelphia County, what is that margin? That's 360,000 votes with almost 80% in. Like, what was their margin? What was their percentage in Philadelphia 4 years ago? Biden's was a little higher, right? Wasn't it like low 80s?
Okay, you want the percentage points margin. He carried it by 63.35.
Right, so she's 58. So she's running behind him there.
Yeah,
but the turnout is actually is actually not terrible. But she is running behind him there. And so let's see where we're at here. Out here in the rest of the state, 93, 95, 95. Yeah, so Trump's got a few more votes here. Trump is now up by 170-something thousand votes. So if you look at Philadelphia, she may be able to net another 100 out of Philadelphia County. She may be. What's that?
Trump is also leading in Erie County, the big bellwether county, northwest tip of the state.
Yep, so that's 50 to 48.5. And then Northampton, he's winning there 52 to 47.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, if you
I,
guys have a quick second to do maybe something that could be fun, do you guys remember what counties in the country the ballot boxes were on fire and
those
what
were
their election
Seattle and
totals are?
those were in Washington and Oregon, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just if anyone can remember what counties those are, we can look at those counties
Oh,
and
yeah,
see
it's
which
true.
way
I
the
don't know
deep
what
state
counties they
wanted
were.
us to go.
As I've been saying all along, and hey, man, he's not in office yet. If Trump is allowed back in that White House as the president, I've got to question a lot of my assumptions. I really do. I'm not buying that. No, the deep state really wants him. No, I don't buy it. I'm not buying
It means that the deep state is focused most primarily on hegemony. So they see Trump serving their hegemony interests greater. That's where it swings. That's the reason why you always have to track foreign policy if you want to know what is going to happen domestically.
Yep. No, I mean, I think that's pretty. I think
Well,
that's
well, I mean, after tonight, we're more going to cover the microbrewery scene and less of the politics thing.
Okay, hold on, stop. We gotta just take a time. We're gonna go out of that. Are you fucking with us? Like, are you messing with our brains? Because now you're giving us $100. Like I said, angrily giving you the benefit of the doubt that I got lost in the mix 8 times. I'll stick around and repatriate up. All right. Well, we answered your question. I mean, I appreciate your generosity
at length.
I mean, I appreciate your generosity. I don't know if you're messing with us or what, but thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Is this Elon? Is this Elon?
Are you?
Is this
No.
Elon? Yes, this is Elon.
Are you one of those uncommitted?
I heard
for
he was
Biden
a secret
people?
fan.
Yeah, do you
Are
have
you one of those?
$49,000 left over that you could troll
Are
the
you
do this in this
uncommitted?
podcast with after you cut your Project 2025 ad?
Are you trying to influence us?
Yeah, what is going on? What is going on? Are you worried if Trump wins and the Dems disqualify him under the 14th Amendment, there will be a civil war like Jamie Raskin warned about? They're not going to
do that. They're not going to
like
do
it.
that.
The Democrats are going to be fine. MSNBC, man, they're going to be taking in fucking money hand over fist.
More money.
Fine. Yeah, they're going to be just fine.
And if you know anything about like liberals, they like a little bit of kink, if you know what I mean. So they don't mind some guns.
Yeah.
In that way.
Gotta admit that Squirrel Story plus what's going on in Gaza makes me want a sequel or reboot of the 90s classic. I will call it Teddy K2. There you go. So it's Orange Genocide, not Chocolate Genocide. There you go. Good morning from the Northern Sweden. Northern Sweden just started my shift. Good morning. Live streaming the sound in my bus. Great job, guys. Thank you, Mark.
I just heard from the wife in Australia. She asked me how election day was going.
She don't got a computer?
Going great, honey.
She said maybe Dave Chappelle will win.
Yeah, there you go. Pete Monahan, Gator Pete. What about the Kamala vote if this ends up in a rigged tie? Well, that's not happening. Did you see this happening? Love you guys. Thank you. Love you too. Voodoo Ranger Juice Force IPA 9.5, the best. Love you guys. You're the best.
That's a good one. I like those.
That's a good one. I mean, that is a good mass-produced beer, I would say. That is not quite in the tier. I wouldn't put that in the same class as the stuff I'm talking about, but for what it is, I think it's good. Yeah.
And just by the way, I do differ a little bit from the fellas here. I've been telling people, like I've said that Trump is going to win. I counted in the Harris stuff. I was trying to do that, the shock polls and all that type of stuff. But just what I was feeling is it felt more like a Trump win. I saw so few like lawn signs for the other side. It doesn't matter any socioeconomic class of neighborhood that I drove through. Trump was there.
Yeah, I mean, it
Poor,
just didn't strike
rich,
me as.
It did not matter.
See, I've heard different things on that. I've heard people say they didn't see anybody's signs really.
Well, when I drove to Vermont today, I drove through the country. I saw a lot of Trump signs.
Do you know how we can't put down the Confederate flag down here in the South? You think we're putting down lawn signs? No.
Yeah, but I just didn't think the country really gave a shit about anything anymore. Like I didn't really think anybody cared about anything. I always err on the side of assume apathy, assume disengagement, disempowerment, and this is kind. I mean, this is definitely a thumb in the eye of the establishment. There's no doubt from
Oh,
the
fuck
voters.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really,
Fuck yeah.
very much so.
This is, if you want to say something positive, this is going to blow the establishment apart. Like they can't really pursue their agenda, at least in the way that they were doing it, like clearly. I
Right.
think in the end, if you want to read this, that whole WEF Davos liberal vision, people came out to vote against that. And it was more powerful than the abortion vote. It was more powerful than whatever cultural reservations they might have about some of the craziness of Trump. I think enough people felt strongly enough that if these people stayed in power, it was going to be the end of their way of life, that they came out. They came out and they fucking supported Trump. Whatever. And I think a lot of those people probably are not crazy about Trump. They weren't the first time.
Yeah,
when
no,
they
I think
voted
that's
for him.
true.
They just said,
I
you know
think
what? I don't want to live in the country these people are going to make with another 4 years.
I think if they're smart, they will stop demonizing that side. You can talk
That's
shit
an
about
idea.
Trump all you want, but you're gonna have to talk to these people. I watch tons of these little, like PBS and like the DW network. They do all these little documentaries where they'll go around and they'll talk to normal Americans. They sound very normal, nice people. They've got concerns. Okay, well, why can't the news media go around and do that? Why can't we have TV shows that's geared towards? That's what we should learn from this election. Why don't you fucking talk to the American people?
Well,
Because
that's the point,
what's not
Thomas.
happening.
Yeah, well, that's what the point Thomas Frank always made. Like, he always said, well, they seem to think these people are spoiled goods. Don't you want to win over more voters? But they treat these people like they're untouchable, that they're irredeemable. They can't go to them to try to get votes. And here you go.
And here you go.
I mean,
we
in
probably
terms
need to
of
put the map up,
in terms of MSNBC is going to do great, and I don't know about that. I don't know about that because now they've let down their fans who love that product so much. I don't know that it's going to be great for them the way it was in 2016. I think there's only so many times you can be abjectly completely wrong that people are going to be like, yeah, let me go back to that source of information. Like, people don't like to constantly be disappointed and wrong and misled.
There's part of me that thinks that half of them are, because they really, like, a lot of them really believe that like Trump has like a fascist movement and like stuff like that. Probably like half of them are going to be like, okay, well, how do I survive this administration? And so I kind of see there might be a little
half of them. Oh yeah, I didn't say there's going to be 0 people into it. But is it going to get that boost it got in 2016 where everyone proudly had to tell you about how they just subscribed to the Washington Post and they would put that up on social media? I don't think so. Not this time.
No, I don't think so.
This is absolutely better than watching NBC cope. Just cannot stand watching MSM carry water for Dems. Thanks for all the laughs. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Peter Monahan, I voted for Keaton. Oh, well, that's an honor. Thank you very much.
Wouldn't count, I think, in that scenario.
You know what George Bernard Shaw said? If you're going to tell people the truth, you better make them laugh or they'll kill you.
Yep.
Waiting for the liberal wearing of sackcloth and ashes. Thank you. Watching MSNBC, they're saying if Trump wins, then it was the economy can't possibly be policy. Well, I mean, I think the economy definitely is an undergirding factor. I mean, I think that is no question that played a big role. I think it played a bigger role than immigration, at least according to the exit polls it did. But, I don't think they're necessarily wrong to say it was the economy. I'm surprised that we'll see what else they have to say in the morning. We will see what the line is, what the explanation for this is. I mean, don't forget, these people have been saying for, years and years and years now that this is an existential threat. Failure is not an option. They simply can't have Trump win, and now here you are. Here you are. Hope you guys got your money's worth LARPing that we live in a democracy with the Jose Vega campaign. Well, thank you very much, Theater and a Fire. Joseph Sinicki.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with that 85 cents.
First, you have to prove that you don't live in a democracy. First, you have to prove it. Jose is the start of proving it.
He did better than the Greens. He did better than any third-party candidate we're seeing tonight. Way better. Not just a little better.
Of proving
Way better.
it.
Do you guys think Trump will stop Israel? No.
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 Absolutely not.
No, I do not. Eric Torres, are we about to be unburdened by what has been asking for a friend?
Well, we're going to be unburdened of Kamala, and that's awesome because this is pretty much going to be the end of her political career. You know, you're going to see her. She might get hired as a commentator or something, but this is it. This is the end because she's not talented enough for them to say, well, let's run her again next time. Like, this is it. There's the end.
Forget it. It's done.
They tried to push her around the country in every way they could. This is the end of the road for her.
Yeah. All of what I'm hearing, like from all of my connections and stuff in the background, is that once she loses this election, she's going to immediately come and be the general secretary of my Communist Party.
Yeah, there you go. Comrade Kamala. Harris and her crew of ghouls can find a second career in pop music. The Deep State Hologram and the Craven Kratz shall be lead cackless, and every song will be off-key. Thank you. Keaton, you don't need to convince us you're real people. Your audience are smart people. We get it. Thank you very much, Old Stoner. Appreciate that. Ernest Dowson, Jose, are you in the shower? If so, the outlets behind you are not code compliant. You'll be visited by the proper authorities. Thank you. Proud of you, Jose. Jose getting a lot of love. Thank you. Yes, Jose getting a lot of love here. Sorry, we are behind on these Rumble rants. Please use this $1 to hire a body language expert to study Morning Joe panel tomorrow. I think they're on tonight. Actually, I think Scarborough and them were on tonight.
Oh,
hire me right now. I'll do it for $0.
Yeah. Shame we know Trump version of the progressive left emerged with enough popularity to capture the public and not afraid to say screw you to the elites. Ironically, an elite might be the best chance to save us. Well, that's what Tusker was saying. Doc Durkin, your Sunday show jinxed it for Kamala. Thank you for jinxing it. F those genocidal Democrats. Thank you, Doc Durkin. Yeah, it was all coming up roses for her until we opened our mouths. Doc of Psych, thanks for the $5. Vote for Jill Stein. Vote against the genocide. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bonzo Beans, thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Big round of applause for Jake and Cool Blue for hanging out with us tonight. Huge help. Huge help.
Oh, my God. You guys are the absolute best. We've got to get to what they've been talking about in the private chat because
just beasts.
Got to get to it.
Yeah.
These guys are the best.
The best. My real name, F that, the next 4 years I'm going to be breeding like Keaton. There you go. Thank you.
Now that hope has returned to these benighted lands.
Now that hope has returned.
Get a whole lot of V-necks.
Remember when I asked you guys what you thought about the youth vote? I told you so. Dems need a lot of youth votes, and they are the most tuned into what's actually happening in Palestine. Yeah, I don't know what the breakdown is for the youth vote. I don't know what as a percentage was. I know in the terms of the early vote, it was low. But I believe the youth vote is usually low on the early vote.
I mean, I thought the young people with their abortion nightclubs would definitely go for Kamala.
Yeah.
But I guess not.
Who knows? With 99% of votes in for Iowa, the number of Trump's voters are 6066. There you go. What happened with Iowa? What's going on with Iowa? Iowa's been called 5642 for Donald Trump.
Yeah, Ann Selzer had that one that said that Kamala was up by 3 in Iowa. So she's off about 17 points.
Yeah, she really shit the bed. I mean, that's it for her. I mean, I never expected Kamala to win Iowa. I thought some of the cross sections of that were potentially accurate. In the sense that it seemed
indicative of wider trends.
Well,
right?
It seemed to track at the time with the early voting turnout breakdown. You know, so that's what I mean. It just seemed to track with that. No, I mean what you really had here was just a same day surge, and I said that was entirely possible. We would see a same day surge. Like I'm not surprised at all. I said it's I said it seemed like the early votes coming in high. Seems like Democrats are satisfied with the gender gap in the early vote, but it's possible that the Trump people will show up same day, and that's what happened. Sorry, cool. Go ahead.
That's what I was feeling too. That's what I was feeling too.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the conversations that I heard in the line and what people were talking about, I was probably dealing with 75% people that were voting for Trump. And it's in more of a PMC. Like I live more in a PMC, but it has some pockets of like working class bits in it. And I'm telling you, like it was highly for Trump. So, I mean, I knew it right then.
Okay.
Trump is leading in Nevada. Leading. Donald Trump is leading in Nevada, 50.9, and Kamala Harris, 47.6. This is with 70% of the voting. And this is NBC News' website.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Trump 51, Kamala 48 with 75% in. That's what I just have on AP. You were on NBC?
I kind of go back and forth because sometimes they don't all have the same info being up to date.
So Nevada going red would be the first time it's gone red since 2004. Be the first time in 20 years.
Yep.
Right? Obama won it twice.
Yep.
And it's been blue ever since. So that would mean Vegas, Clark County. Wow.
What it sounds like to me.
She's only carrying it by about 2 points.
By 2 points. Well, that's the Latino vote. That's why in my map, even though I had Kamala eking out a win, I gave Trump Arizona, Nevada because of the Latino vote, which skews socially conservative. So they were less likely to vote based on Dobbs. And I mean, that's the thing, man. Like that is a disaster. Just that has implications beyond tonight for Democrats to have that kind of shift in those 2 states. Now, Arizona always kind of lean red. Biden won it in a fluke last time. Nevada was a state they really put in their column for the last 20 years. And not tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I think what this shows is that we know what enemy we're going to be fighting.
Yeah,
we know which wing we're going to have to be fighting with, and what we need to be thinking about is the type of coalitions that we can build and the types of local measures that we can support and what type of things that we can get behind at more of a grassroots level instead of focusing on what we did this last time, hoping that an electoral campaign could save us. This is always one of the problems with this is the energy goes into looking for someone to save you at the ballot box. This is the reason why my ideology, we always participate in it, but we always say you have to have a ground game. If you don't have a ground game, you will never get the democratic outcome that you want. So everyone's going to have to get a lot more serious, and then you're going to have to focus on the things that you really need to fight for against this enemy and where really capital interests lie.
Yep.
And make a good, resounding argument that is not histrionic and liberal.
We really need to reform the laws around keeping a pet squirrel.
Yeah, that's one thing. That's one culture war we can win pretty easily, right?
We can win that.
Okay, so we got AP. All right, let's share the map here. Share screen. We got the map. All right, so Trump door here, 247 to 210 with leads throughout the upper Midwest in Arizona and Nevada. So basically, he's 2 states away. He's 2 states away. Pennsylvania's the biggest basket here. That's 19. That'll get him to 266. But any of these 2 basically will get it. We'll get him there.
Republican hold of Alaska if it hasn't been called yet.
Oh, well, obviously that's going to happen. So Alaska's what, 3? So then he needs 20 more votes. So basically,
pick up a Georgia makes it 251. Pick up a Pennsylvania arrives at exactly 270. And you also have on that map looking to pick up some
how many electoral votes? But Alaska's 3, right?
Yeah. That will be a hold, so you're at 235 as a starting point.
Oh, because Maine hasn't been called yet. That congressional district in Maine isn't called yet. So when Maine gets called, that'll get him up to 250. I mean, that'll get him to 248. Alaska will be 251. At that point, Pennsylvania gets them 270.
Well, hold on. What states are left that are still in play that give Kamala Harris a path to the Electoral College?
I mean, she needs to
I don't see one.
No, she needs to sweep the upper Midwest. If she sweeps Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, she gets there, right? 19 plus 15, that's 34. That gets her to 244 plus there. So what am I missing then? Right? Doesn't she get there if she wins? Because they haven't called Minnesota yet either, and they haven't called New Hampshire yet. Okay,
Tusker decision desk. Trump wins the 2024 election.
Well, yes, I agree.
I'm calling it.
Is that your bold call?
That's your prediction.
That's my call. Trump
I
wins.
concur.
I'll talk to you, says Derek Bentavegna, about advertising my new EP in January, Keaton. My woke producers are not going to like this. Yeah, no, we got you. You're in the calendar there, my friend. Thank you.
I just want to say the wife is watching from Australia, which is very rare.
Awesome.
And you know what? She had a lot to do with kind of like getting me away from my shit livery, because when you're married to somebody from another country, it's kind of like dealing with a Martian, because a lot of things you just assume are normal as an American. Mm-hmm. They're like, hang on. So why, if everyone in your country wants something, can't they have it? I thought it was a democracy. And and when you start to try to explain that to somebody, you very quickly realize that you can't explain that. And then you start to go, And yeah, I would say that was the beginning.
That's how you always know you're talking to a liberal. The second that someone says, but wait, how can you call that a democracy? And you start going, well, but because of this and because of that, you've already lost. And that's what liberals always do. That's what they've done throughout the entirety.
And she would say when I would be watching MSNBC, because back in those days, I used to do the whole Nightmare, man. I would have that shit on from fucking Chris Matthews through fucking O'Donnell. And she would say, why don't they ever talk about what the other ones are doing? And what do you say to that? Well, because the other ones are wrong. What do you say to that? So it definitely started forcing me to look at how fucking absurd it is to suggest that the country is a democracy in any way, And
also, just in case anyone isn't clear, the Tusker decision desk is independent of the Due Dissidents decision desk.
I mean, I'll co-sign on that, obviously.
Yeah, we'll sign off on it.
So Missouri, Nick Cruz tweets out, Missouri voted 59-41 to increase the minimum wage and earned paid sick time. So there you go. And he says there in Missouri, a deep red state, we voted to increase the minimum wage and add sick time. The American people support left populist economic ideas, but the Democrats choose to lose because they embrace neoliberalism. Absolutely. Give that a retweet there. That is in order. Nocturnal Human with 99% of voters in for Iowa. Oh, got that one already. Here we go. Kamala about to be unburdened of one presidential term. Thinks she'll win the 2028 nomination and try again. No, she's done. She's not even in the Senate anymore, right? That's it.
She's
You're
done.
out.
You can't dress up that pig any more than they already did. She's dead.
They could have just kept her there for decades. Like, she could have been like a Feinstein type. Like, they could have just kept her in California. She would have never lost that seat. She could have been a career senator. She'd have been
And whenever they needed to, they could have just twitched her strings. Yeah,
Really? You think this is a red mirage at this point? Because a lot of the vote is in, man. A lot of the vote
Hate to shrug the Schadenfreude, but I have ominous feelings. If they allowed Trump to win, they have something very bad planned. The economy has been held together with chewing gum and duct tape a long time. Well, I mean, you don't have to be that cryptic. Elon said, it'll crash.
He said they're going to crash the
economy. We're going to crash it.
You have to.
It's not a bug. It's a feature.
This is what I'm trying to explain to people about the difference between industrial and financial capital. Financial capital is worried about a real revolution. That's the reason why you always see social democrats and all those other type of people side with that, because they think as long as we can give them breadcrumbs, we'll hold off the revolution. The industrial side of capital does not think that way. It says if we win, that means we get to conquer. We get to do this. So whenever industrial capital wins an election, you are voting for a war economy. And that's what we're doing. In order to have a war economy, you have to cut entitlements to boost military spending. That is how it works.
Bombs away, boys. Solidarity with Michigan Muslims was the right thing to do, but now it's open season. Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. Russ, I'll pledge a $5 Rumble rant for every response to the "Do you think genocide influenced the election?" question. Yes, that'll be fun. We'll see. We'll see what the crowd is like. Check on MSNBC. Have they brought out the sharp instruments yet? Are they going to be okay? We have not checked in yet. LMAO Rogan knew to get on that train right before it parted the station. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Russell, thank you for finally acknowledging the boys raised all that money but left me to rot. I appreciate you acknowledging my pain, says the Vanguard van. And thank you, Keaton. I hate the boys so deeply. Backstabbers.
Oh, we've talked about that.
Oh, yeah.
We've talked about that.
They're going to get let impending economic bomb explode while Trump's in charge to pin it on him. Possible Section 3 of 14th Amendment. Blinken, Sullivan, and Austin are also now unchained for 60 dangerous days. Ian DeMartino, I agree that the Greens are a clown show, but there is a Holocaust going on. A rock with googly eyes and a wig should get more than 1% if we are immoral people. Look, I agree with you on that, man. But like you know, that's we showed you in the exit polls. 4% ranked foreign policy as a number one issue. Look, this is why I say and continue to believe and maintain that America as an entity is pretty much finished, and that's really not a bad thing. I mean, look at what's going on. You have a genocide happening that we are perpetuating, and no one cares. So is that a country that really deserves its place in the world? Nah, I don't think so. I don't think you can make an argument for that at all. Kawaii Cowboy, my husband is an immigrant from Venezuela, and he is relieved. Did not like the state of the border under Biden-Harris. The border is a big one. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Most important erection of my lifetime. Thank you, Noah Goop. Got that Blue Chew working. And were you the guy who said he was using that? No, that was the other guy. I'm sorry. That was, I forget his name. We've gotten so many of these tonight. That was, I forget his name. It'll come to me. Is Joe wearing the Trump mask or Jill? No, I think it's Joe. I think it's Joe. I think he's having a good time. Have we heard anything from Joe Biden? Has Joe Biden tweeted anything?
I think this is the one time that Biden gets to be on top.
Yeah. We laugh at TYT, and rightfully so, but Jank would have made 10 times better candidate than Kamala. Well, look, she's horrible.
Hang on, we do have some audio from the White House.
From the great.
Tusker, how are you feeling about the state of the world? Well, that's a vague question.
How am I feeling about the state of the world? There are a lot of things that are going in a positive direction. There are a lot of things that are going in a negative direction. So honestly, I feel kind of ambivalent. The only thing that I can do is I can try to make as much of a difference that I can in the ways that I can. It doesn't really matter what I think about geopolitics or anything like that. I can't really do anything about it. The only thing that I can do is try to reach out to people and try to educate people on what I think that they should pay attention to. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's the reason why I continue to come to Dissidents. And I think that as long as I'm allowed a platform, then I have a positive view.
Well, now that
the second that the government goes after the communists, then I kind of know we're kind of screwed. And so I'm glad that I have the platform, and I'm going to continue to appear on it for as long as I can.
Well, now that this election of doom is over, we're going to do the long-awaited Tusker show. She's going to have a show.
There you go. Jake says, looks like they'll call Pennsylvania soon. Yeah, 90% Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's 90% in, as you can see here. So hold on, let me switch screens, stop sharing. So this is really what it's coming down to here. 90% in, 51, 47.8. Philadelphia, 78% in. I mean, I don't think they're gonna call this until they get everything in from Philadelphia County, which could be very soon, obviously. Okay, let's keep going here. We still got plenty more to get to here. Obviously, okay. Can you imagine what's going through Hillary's head right now? Yeah. How's that Kamala blowout going? Can't believe I give you guys money. Well, thanks for the $10. Appreciate that.
Thanks,
very
Warrior
much.
Poet.
We appreciate the money. We'll take the
appreciate
money.
We'll take it. CNN's coverage is just crap. They're slowly trying to deal with a Trump win. Yeah. Representative Steve Cohen on TYT should have run a white guy. Is that what they're saying?
Did they say that?
Yeah, you know what we should have done? You know what we should do?
Well, that's what Obama wanted to do, right? He wanted to run a white guy
hold on.
from.
He wanted Kelly.
Yeah,
He wanted from the guy from
Kelly.
Arizona.
You guys are butting in before I can get to the joke. I'm saying like should have run a white guy. I'm saying we should do like a spoof off that from the Pretty Fly for a white guy.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, well, that's look. There's going to be plenty of opportunity to brainstorm these things because there's going to be a whole lot.
Folks keep thinking we missed their super chat. Listen, man, you know when you go to the karaoke and there's like 100 people ahead of you, and you think you missed when they called your name? Yeah, that's what's going on.
So
man.
this super chat, we didn't miss it. This super chat that we're on right now.
Just sing Joni Mitchell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This super chat that we're on right now came in at midnight on the dot. It's 1:17. So we are an hour and 17 minutes backed up on super chats. So we have not missed it. We're going as fast as we can. We keep reading them. Yes, Tusker Nader said it takes just 1% of people to change things. There you go. Just sending you Java money for your work tonight. Thank you. Take a pic. Appreciate that. As an Aussie, why the F would Hawaiians vote Democrat after what happened in Maui and the government's response? Well, this is the thing. I mean, most people just are not. Even in Hawaii, most people just don't connect dots and don't. They just resign. Yeah, exactly.
They don't think about that.
And who's worse? Trump is worse. It's exactly. I mean, people don't.
They're just trying to get along. Dude.
Not the norm, right? Yo, I'm losing my shit. Van Jones really cried 3 hours ago on CNN. Oh my God, I wish.
Did he really? I mean, he always fucking cries.
He always cries. I mean, we'll have a lot of those clips probably for tomorrow afternoon, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Hi, if we're off the air by tomorrow afternoon, we just stay. I say we'll have time to prep that.
Why don't we just sleep in front of the
sleep
camera?
on the show?
Yeah.
I'll have my kids come in and read some super chats while we sleep. Hi, greetings from Austria. If Pompeo is head of Pentagon, we can kiss Earth goodbye. I don't think that Harris is much better. The only that may save the planet is a total economic meltdown. The only thing that may save the planet. Thank you for that. Jim Jordan or Thomas Massey for House Speaker.
Thomas Massey is my favorite. He's my favorite congressperson. I was about to say my favorite communist. No, he's not a communist at all. He's my favorite congressperson, though.
But why would they swap out the House Speaker? I mean, they're going to keep the House. Why would? I mean, would they?
Of course they are.
Would they just keep Johnson?
Yes, of course they're going to keep Johnson. They already put Johnson in the skiff. He's already been shown.
I'll be back. I haven't done the bathroom this whole stream. You believe?
There you go. Look at that.
Well, go relieve your stream.
Go do a stream of your own. Yeah,
This is what it looked like before the Islamic Revolution in Iran.
Yeah. Graham Elwood is climaxing as the value of Bitcoin goes up. Yeah, it's true. He came out a winner tonight. Good for him. He could use a break. Blake Lensing, thanks for the $5. This is such an ass beating that the AP just called the Puerto Rico governor's race for Tony Hinchcliffe. There you go. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Wait, was that our comedian from
Fayetteville? That was the comedian. Yeah.
Thank you for tailoring that joke to me, Blake. That was very, very good. Thank you.
Samira, I'm just so happy I found your channel a few months ago. It's great to tune in to sane, informative, unbiased people. Thank you, Samira. Appreciate that. Hey, guys, please hit that subscribe button while you're here. That's important. Thank you very much. Yeah. Who else is on? Is TYT still on? Still on the air? Thanks for the $10. How am I going to contain my inner glee as I meet friends and acquaintances? And icing on the cake is Crystal predicting a Kamala sweep. Thank you, Mois. Alex Lipton. I vote to reboot Bill and Ted with Keaton and Russ, traveling back in time to your past selves. Hijinks ensue. Thank you. So that came in at 12:24. So we're getting there. Oops. We're close.
We're close.
Did I crush that one? Russ, the Dominican Republic is different from Mexico. Mexico is its own country, but the DR doesn't have tacos. Did he say anything about that? He just asked me if Punta Cana was DR. No, I went to Punta Cana. I went to the DR.
Oh
it
my
was
Lord.
lovely. I went there twice, actually.
I just want a fucking taco. Sorry. I
Rum.
can't think of the where tacos are situated now.
No, he was talking about Russell. White dudes for Harris equals shite dudes for humanity. My money is on they are not dudes at all. Sadly, I say as huge Lebowski fan. Noted big Lebowski fan here myself.
You have to understand. I work because I'm in healthcare, I see almost every single person from every socioeconomic level. Rich or poor, you got to go to a hospital. Okay. Essentially what I'm saying is that white dudes for Harris are a big portion of the population. They just are.
Yeah, that's true. Joe Libretti, following Jimmy for 15 years, and he introduced me to you both. You dudes rule. Thank you. I'm an actual leftist, traditional, not Leo. I had to vote Trump. First time ever voting Republican. Your opinion? Thank you for the kind donation. I appreciate that. I didn't tell anybody to vote for Trump. We were pretty emphatic in our refusal to do that. So, I'm assuming you have your reasons. So that would be my opinion on that. That's not something
I'm glad you participated in the election.
Yeah, I'm glad you participated. Did you get an I voted sticker? Did you get a sticker? I hope you got a sticker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got two, just like a communist. I grabbed.
They asked me if I wanted a sticker. I told them no, I don't want a sticker. No. The I voted. See, this is what you don't understand. This is what people don't understand. People see psyops everywhere. The I voted sticker is a psyop. That's a psyop.
Yes,
that is cultural manipulation. That is social control.
Okay.
Giving people a sticker so that they can be proud of this participation in what is mostly a meaningless
also
exercise.
cultural appropriation because it was originally did by the Maoris.
Yeah, I think that is a psyop there, just like the Pledge of Allegiance, just like all that shit. Analog Winter, Russ, when you visit Trump Tower tomorrow, Jill Stein was on the ballot in New Jersey. She got my vote. Thank you, Analog Winter. Marty Bit, why do people in 60-year Democrat-run cities that are garbage keep voting for Democrats? Also, I love the show. Been watching since Jimmy had y'all on the first time. Well, thank you.
Thank you
very much. Appreciate that.
We love having you here.
I don't know how the governors did, how the statewide races went, were there any big mayoral races this year?
In New York City, they don't really vote for Democrats. They vote for Republicans
who became
with
Democrats,
an R,
yeah.
And they vote for Republicans with a D.
Yeah.
Eric Adams is a Republican. He was a Republican for 20 years.
Yeah.
He became a Democrat because Democrat registrations are 4-1. In New York City, and he wanted to get elected to office. He's a Republican. Bloomberg was a Republican. Giuliani was a Republican. With de Blasio, they kind of went back to the Democrat model for a minute, and then they went right back with Adams.
Right. Here we go. P Force D off the premises. Thanks, guys. Thank you for that. Monkey Rotary says, I am 40, sir. Thank you, Monkey Rotary. Appreciate that. My real name. I live near a busy intersection. This afternoon, some a-hole was shouting into a bullhorn, honk for Kamala, not even a beep. That's here shit lives central. I wonder where are you located, my real name? I don't think I've ever asked you that before.
Well, I got the neighbor down there on the second floor that put the Harris Waltz signs in their window. I'm gonna have to knock on their door tomorrow. Are you okay?
You okay? Yeah.
How are you feeling?
You should just leave some flowers and a card by their door.
Yeah, you don't even have to do that. Just slip an invoice into it. Like, hey, I did a wellness check.
Yeah.
Later on.
Trump's acceptance speech should begin, I am speaking. Good one. Yes, that's a good troll. Ooh. Thank you for that. Wendy Melly, no one believes what politicians offer anymore after Obama's empty promises. Thank you, Wendy Melly. Yep. This was a defeat many, many years in the making, and it's something that would have happened 4 years ago for sure. Were not for the pandemic. Monkey Rotary says, "Don't read my chats. Play fuck you, Kyle instead." Okay, that's a deal. We can get behind that.
All right.
Let's see.
I'll find it.
We'll find it.
Hey, Keaton, do you need some water or something? Your voice kind of sounds like you need a break.
Yeah, I'll go get some water in a minute. You guys do great work. Thanks, Monkey Rotary. Appreciate that.
Thank
We'll
you.
get that sound drop for you. Well, let's find that FU Kyle thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go probably.
You, Kyle!
Yeah, there you go. All right, where are we at here? Any closer? 91%. We're basically just waiting at this point for them to call Pennsylvania. That'll really be Corinthians 2, basically, because once they call Pennsylvania, it's only a matter of time before they call Alaska, which will... I'm surprised they haven't called Alaska, actually. They're calling it too early to call because the polls are closed in Alaska, right? Cool Blue, the Alaska polls closed at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. It's the last state to close.
Right. So they close. So that's going to come in. And then that 4th congressional district in Maine is going to come in at some point, right? What's Trump at there in that congressional district? Or the second, whatever it is.
Trump carried the 2nd congressional district.
Okay, so if Trump carried the 2nd congressional district in Maine, then why is Trump then at 246 on NBC News?
Not all sources have made that call. That's probably why that is.
Okay, well here, let's just put this together. So if we got, let's just go with the AP for a second here. So the AP has Trump at 247. They have not called Maine District 2 yet. So once they call that, that's 248. Then Alaska gets you to 251, and then PA gets you to 270.
Yep.
That's the simplest route.
Yep.
Now I don't know why NBC has him at 246. I don't understand that. But whatever, we won't worry about that.
And what's Kamala at?
214.
214.
And she's probably going to end up at 224. She'll probably win Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be that.
She'll end up with wide Maine.
That's rough. That is a landslide.
Who's whistling?
That's a
Jake? Was
landslide.
that? Who just
That's
whistled?
me. Sorry, I'm sorry. We got
No.
we got ourselves a town and country election here.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Hey, he's happy tonight. He's happy. He's dancing. Eric Maines, being from Michigan, I'm embarrassed yelling "Go Blue" after watching the Wolverines implode. Add to that now sounding like the pathetic, tearful plea of a U of M shitlib watching Democrats campaign melt down. Yeah, I bet. Nick Quiros, Gavin is starting his campaign tonight. Yeah, there you go. Oh, man, that's going to be fun. I might have to become a Vanguard member just so I can watch this replay.
I think he was talking about Gavin Newsom.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Gavin from the Vanguard. Newsom. Oh, yeah, there you go. I thought you were talking about the Vanguard. But
Either it's about the same.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, Newsom, probably. I'd say you're probably right about that. I'd probably say he's gearing up.
What's our vote like
Slippery
for Jill
bastard.
Stein in Michigan?
Let's take a look. At that.
She's killing it. She's killing it.
I can tell received about.
Well, see, this is what I'm talking about. For as much as people
point.
organized around it, and the polls where like Jill Stein was showing 44% or whatever, what it means if they didn't show up, they just said it doesn't matter and they stayed home.
Well, also
So it was just a
Dearborn
total
is. I mean,
demobilization.
Dearborn is. It's.
I mean,
one place in
25% for a Green Party candidate anywhere. That's probably never.
No, in
happened.
Dearborn,
that's the
that's
reason
not
why
bad.
that
Literally.
sounded
But
great.
statewide, statewide, she's at half a point. This is what I mean, man. It just takes such volume. Oliver, that's why, like a local campaign like Jose, I think is where to start, right? Because the presidential campaign is just too hard to be taken seriously because you have to do the volume is too much.
You have to do too much,
right? Oliver Klasic, thanks for the donation. Just woke up. I'm watching from Serbia, following you for the past year. Thank you guys for your sanity. It sucks that you don't have a leftist party in the United States. Yep, you're not kidding.
Telling me.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much.
No, that's why we're going out to Seattle in February. We're going to see what Shama has in mind.
Yep. So in a half an hour, we're going to find out if we're allowed to stream anymore because I don't know if there's an 8-hour limit to these, but we will find out. Mediacom having network problems in Georgia, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. All right. Yeah, it seems like a lot of sites are feeling the crunch now.
What's happening?
Websites having problems, right? Tech having issues.
Oh, yeah.
Been a stretch on the system tonight, I would imagine. I just want to say, Keaton Russell, keep up the great work that you both do. Thank you. Both highly entertaining. Thank you. Much respect from Sydney, Australia. See, now we're getting the people on the other side of the world waking up to us. I think that's what's happening.
Poor bastards.
Starting to hear a lot of that.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, no. In Australia, in Sydney right now, I think it's like, what, 5:30? I think it's 5:30 there.
Yeah, at night?
It's either 5:30 or 6:30.
Minimum wage, Wisconsin, $7.25. Pennsylvania, $7.25. Michigan, $10.33. Yep, well, yep. Peasant mind, as Russ would say.
Yep.
AH, Trump hasn't won yet. Stop with the it's over talk. I mean, that was 45 minutes ago that you said that, but it's looking pretty over now. She can't. She's not going to come back in these states. If inflation had been a lot less, do you think that would have changed the outcome?
Inflation is not high right now.
No, but I mean, if the numbers, if the prices had been lower, like if shit cost less, do I think it would have been different? Yeah. I mean, I think the economy was definitely a factor. Yeah, for sure. Probably, a very big factor.
At the same time, and this is what I was saying, whoever wins, in hindsight, it's going to seem obvious. They grabbed somebody who nobody had voted for and tried to just run them as an avatar. Turns out that didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work. That was the whole thing. Like, can you do that? Can you really just run someone like a Nike swoosh? Just branding?
Let's see.
That's it? Apparently not. At least not with her.
So California, 4.8 million to 3 million. So Cool Blue, I mean, it's looking possible that he takes the popular vote. I mean, it's going to be a little tough because California is only half in.
If you're still on for another half hour at least, I'm going to try and figure this out. I have my way to figure it out.
All right, cool. All right, well, we trust you. I mean, yeah, we're staying on. It's just a matter if the stream kicks us. I don't know what happens after 8 hours. I don't know if you're allowed to stream more than 8 hours on YouTube.
Thank you very much, Cool Blue, man. You're elevating the professionalism of this.
Oh, Cool Blue is a winner. Yeah, Cool Blue is
way
is
beyond.
Gangster. Yeah, absolutely. Gangrene Thumb. Pelosi would have held back the red wave if only she had a kente cloth. Yes, thank you. And round of applause for Jake in the booth as well. Big round of applause for both of our guys tonight. Declaring independence. That's Jose Vega. Tusker. Boom. There we go.
Hang on. I'm going to answer one from the chat. Okay, so listen, man. Inflation is 2.1 right now. Right now. Which is, that's normal inflation. Prices went up when the inflation was at 7-8% a year. And because a lot of that is corporate price gouging, it never came back down. So there's a difference between saying, no, prices are manageable and inflation is no longer runaway inflation. It's just not. It just literally is not. But the eggs are still $7-8 in the grocery store. So at that point, I mean, that's what people are looking at. They're not saying, well, it's not doubling every few months now, but I'm paying triple what I used to. It's okay. I mean, obviously, people are not happy with that.
Okay, so Fox News has projected Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania, which basically put
the winner of Pennsylvania?
Right there.
You cut out.
You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can anybody
hear me? You're like popping a little bit.
Yeah. Well, it's because I'm sharing a screen. So Fox News has projected Trump wins Pennsylvania, which puts him at 267.
Boom.
So, boom. That's it. Because now it's only a matter of time. Now it's just a matter of the Alaska vote coming in. Like it's just a matter of when that hits. At my polling location, I watched Kamala organizers pester voters, then remembered that was me in 2016 dancing for Bernie. That's the moment I decided to write in as many Dodgers as possible. Thank you, Luis de la Cruz. Dostoevsky, thanks for the $5. I'm union working class from Ohio who has always voted for Sherrod Brown, but vax mandate, breaking railroad strike, and voting for both wars. Fuck you. Good night. Did you vote Republican or did you not vote at all? Kirk the 11, thanks for the $1. She seemed to be closing the 270 gap. You seem to be ignoring it. No, she's not closed. No.
That's probably old though.
Yeah, but she was never really closing it. I mean,
She was never
California
closing
coming
it,
in is
yeah.
just that's baked in.
Yeah.
Look, we knew she was going to get. We knew both these candidates were going to get at least 200 because there were only 7 swing
I'm
states.
just saying the chat's old. We don't have to litigate it.
No, I'm just saying that we knew they were going to get 200 apiece, at least. I'm gravely disappointed, says El Casador. You have made the red-haired clown triumph over the cackling parrot. Now I wait another 4 years for that sweet sight of mushroom clouds to rule the wasteland. Lord humongous. Yes, he is upset. Sorry, I didn't read that in that voice. Leslie
Just
Strong.
walk away.
This has been real fun. I'm having another piece of cake. At least the end of the empire will be funny. It will be funny indeed.
It will be funny, but you still have to be serious.
Yeah.
You still have to be serious.
My husband voted for the
serious
first time as a new U.S. citizen for Stein. First vote as a fuck you to genocide in the duopoly. I'm so proud. Thank you.
Good for
I've got
him.
the answer for Department of Scotology is looking for 42. Okay. Yeah.
Good one.
Good one. Ficus, I noticed early on that there were more Trump sides in the yards early on. I didn't see a Kamala sign until a couple months before the election. Well, there wouldn't have been any. She wasn't a candidate until a couple months before the election, basically. And this includes pretty heavy lib DC suburbs. Yeah, I wonder what the Virginia vote ended up being. The left, as exemplified by typical shit lib SF resident, will never stop looking down on people outside the liberal bubble. Thank you, my real name. Russ, you underestimate the intelligence or lack thereof of the shit lib class. Overestimating, excuse me, the whiskey kicked in. Oh, good. Excellent. Thank you,
Oh, yeah.
miserable lib. Appreciate that very much. Healing Tarzan, hey guys and gal, beginning to think Russian interference is code for promoting independent thought and media literacy. What do you think? Well, yeah, that's what they've used the whole time. Damn right.
That's been my argument.
Yeah,
for a long time.
are they going to try to argue that because the result is too overwhelming?
Yeah, no.
Like they can't say, oh, the Russians did that.
No.
Every state, coast to coast, it was the Russians.
Well, that's the thing. This is a more convincing a much more convincing victory than his victory over Hillary, and a much more convincing victory than Biden's victory over him. You know, Biden won by what, 80,000 votes spread throughout.
It was a squeaker. It was a squeaker
Biden won
election.
by 40,000 votes spread throughout 3 states, and Trump originally won by 80,000 votes spread throughout 3 states. So this is a much more decisive. A much more decisive victory than either of those previous two.
I agree, Keaton.
Say the thing I want you to say. When I say jump, you say how high. LOL. Just kidding. Thank you, BB baby. Now Trump gets to manage the imperial collapse. Thanks, Bill Rose. Appreciate that very much.
Weird how they would
The
pin that
libs
on
are
him.
starting to cry. They're
Oh, yeah?
starting to cry.
I'm surprised they're still awake.
This is tasty.
In the end, Dems did women a favor by removing Biden from office. Imagine the first woman president being a 4-month term. That'd be sad.
To be honest, in a lot of ways, that's not wrong.
Hey, she might get a 90-day term. He might just drop out and make her president now.
Could you imagine after he gets done with his session with Jill that he's just like, I resign the presidency.
Yeah, resign the presidency. That's it. Did you see Jill Biden wore a GOP red-colored pantsuit to cast her ballot? No, but somebody did tell us that before. We didn't see
Slay
it.
Queen.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought it was a joke.
No, she actually did.
Oh, she really did.
Ian DiMartino, Biden will go to his grave believing he was the only one who could beat Trump. That kind of sucks. Well, I think history is going to be very cruel to him, and I actually don't believe that the liberal pundits are going to cover for him much. I think they're going to be pretty pissed off too, in retrospect, because they just can't. You can't come out and say they should have kept him in. I mean, you just can't say that. This would have been a 45-state landslide if they kept him in. No. He had to forfeit the second term at the outset. They had to have a primary, and that would they would have given themselves a fighting chance.
Here's one for you. Pennsylvania, where democracy began in the United States, and this year, where it ends.
Where it ends.
Fitting.
Here's a question. Kerp and the others have said that Gaza genocide killed woke. Do you think Trump's re-election will revive it?
No.
No, I don't.
No. People don't like to constantly lose and fail. And
You're
it
gonna
has proven
see
itself
pockets of it
a
bubble up.
There will be pockets of it, I mean, mood rings hung around for a while too, and so did bell bottoms, but eventually, the last of the adherents went away. This was a cultural fad that basically every corporation, every entertainment company, every academic institution, every political movement that incorporated it got fucking destroyed. You're talking about billions of dollars flushed down the drain, massive dysfunction in personnel and human resource departments. Just this shit's gonna go, man. It's gonna be a big purge. It was like Keaton said, it was already happening. This is just gonna really accelerate that. Just like with, rightly or wrongly, the left decided after Reagan, well, all that 60s, 70s Great Society stuff, that got us creamed. That got us Reagan. So we can't do that anymore because we can't win that way. That's what the effect of Trump's victory is going to be on that whole scene. They're just going to say, like, well, look what happened.
Yeah, I don't know,
this
though.
isn't effective.
I mean, look, I just think that had kind of run its course. I think the message coming out of this is that the Democrats on immigration failed and that they spent too much money. Like, the Democrats are just going to move way further to the right as a result of this.
That's what they did when Reagan got elected.
They will say yes. Well, that's what I mean. They are going to blame this on a loose border and on undisciplined spending. I saw somebody said in the chat, or somebody maybe somebody tweeted this. I think somebody tweeted this. Like, Stephanie Rule on MSNBC is already trying to blame this on the student debt relief plan. Like, they're just going to go ahead and say that they gave too much money away.
Oh yeah,
and that they let too many immigrants in.
You got to remember, just like, what's the rule in improv comedy, that whenever someone throws out an idea, you're supposed to say yes and.
Right.
What
that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. But what I'm saying that, like, the purpose of the Democratic Party in this, like, duopoly moment is the Democratic Party is supposed to yes and the Republican side.
Well, yeah.
Not the other side. So every single that's the ratchet effect.
Yes.
It's every single time they lose, yes and they go further and further to the right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Kamala won't talk tonight. She is getting dusted on MSN for it. Yeah, she's not going to.
She's not going to concede. What a fucking loser! What a loser!
Well, she might call Trump to concede. I mean, she might do what Hillary did, which is not talk, but call to concede. I mean, Trump is going to speak tonight, soon. Yeah, he will be out fairly soon, I think. I should try to find that on Twitter somewhere. Dino M, West Coast IPA versus West Coast IPA, and the winner is an 11% triple IPA. Cheers from Australia. Cheers, Dino. Black men and Muslims are going to be the lib scapegoats. It'll be the OJ verdict in 9/11 times 10 at 5 a.m.
They always are.
Yep. I think that is true. Yep. To a large extent. Prefer Armageddon quicker with Trump than the possible slow Chinese water torture of Harris's whiny, laughing cackle for the next 4 years. I'm not sure that the timeline is going to be shorter under Trump. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's going to be very interesting to see what happens on the Ukraine front. Obviously, among other things, early on. Looking forward to seeing Maya Rudolph behind a piano during an SNL cold open, singing "Wheels on the Bus." Yeah, there you go. Who runs, or will it be a figurehead of the country now until January? MSNBC will have no DEI hero to rally around. It's going to be more of the same. It's going to be more of the same, I think. I can't wait to see what Joe Biden has to say. Thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate that. Price Dems pay for supporting genocide. Thank you, Mohammed Zagari. Appreciate that.
I think for that kind of media, This is the can't fool all the people all the time moment, man. Because we've seen it with the support for these Democratic candidates. You've seen it get weaker and weaker and weaker. Yeah, man, you have the stupidest fucking people will never let it go, but you can see in real time there are less and less of those people. And now, again, I saw a big drop off after the Mueller report. After the Mueller report dropped and didn't end with Trump in handcuffs, I saw a lot of people who were reliably very vocal liberals shut the fuck up. I don't think this is going to be like 2016 where they're going to run to Morning Joe.
What the Democrats,
I think you're going to have even more people drop off from that.
What the Democrats have always been afraid of is an acute threat that takes them out. But what is actually going to destroy the Democratic Party is more of a wasting disease, more of a consumption disease.
Yes.
And they just cannot stop themselves from whittling away people that would support them because they're controlled.
In the end, there's no natural constituency for a self-identified left party that's owned by Wall Street. Who the fuck is the Republicans are always going to do that better.
Right.
Like if that's what you're going to be, why not just go vote for the Republicans?
Right.
Just say we're going to cut entitlements and we're going to subsidize all your fucking businesses and we're going to deregulate everything and then also we're going to tariff your chief competitor, so I mean it's clear. Right. It's clear that they're looking for a plan of austerity.
The gayer Republicans is not a message.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, especially, I mean, with MAGA now, you can't even out-gay the Republicans.
You can't even out-gay them anymore. That's probably what did them in.
Yeah. They got to your left on gayness, big time. Yeah. Better not miss my motherfucking super chat, motherfuckers. Thanks, Bonzo. We appreciate that.
Sorry, Bonzo.
No, he's imitating some of the other guys. This just in, shocker, Tony Hinchcliffe elected governor of Puerto Rico. Yes, there you go. Yeah, somebody gave us that.
You mean the honorable Tony Hinchcliffe?
The honorable Tony Hinchcliffe. That's right. The honorable Tony Hinchcliffe. Yes. Let's see. Mohammed Zagari, thank you. Love your show. Thanks from Palestine. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. And God bless. Absolutely. Thank you, Mohammed.
Inshallah.
Appreciate that very much. Michael Ewan, if I wrote in Jill Stein in Indiana, did it count? I imagine so. I think.
Sure. Why not?
I don't see why it wouldn't. No way to confirm, I guess. Virtuoso, America and the U.S. presidential election directed by Robert White, executive producers Larry David, yes, Jeff Garman, Gavin Pallone, and co-executive producer Robert Weedy. Womp, womp, womp. We've got that one.
Fox has called Trump the winner, according to
we've got
one from Eldehyde Face. Dave Dillery. We've got the one that can see from Eldehyde Face. Did Fox call the race?
Did Fox call
one of our viewers says.
Go to the map.
Let's see. Well, it's only a matter of time. Yep. Fox News says Donald Trump projected the 47th president of the United States. According to
election night
Fox
over.
News, according to friend. Oh shit! What's going on here?
Oh boy!
All right, let's see if
you
we
mean
can
Russian-controlled Fox News?
Russia-controlled Fox News. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Get a feed on Twitter. Something that won't get the stream.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
Let's see if we can find a live speech.
I gotta see what Chat's
I don't see
saying.
anything yet. Okay, Hindustan Times. Okay, so I think I have a stream. This is the Hindustan Times on Twitter. I think we could just stream this. I can't imagine that would be a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What am I doing? Let me see here. Russell, keep reading these super chats, please, while I look for this. We don't want to waste time.
All right, brother.
We're at Sherry Knoll, this one here. You got that one?
Got it. That's just $9.99. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sherry. Oliver Klasick I think you missed my super chat from Serbia. Thank you for some sanity. It's really needed. Sucks you don't have a leftist party and bastion of democracy.
No, we got it.
I
We
seem
read
to
that one
remember
earlier.
something that was like that. Thanks.
No, we did.
Oliver.
We said, we read that one. We're catching up to him now. Now we're catching up.
Richard Namulala. The hashtag libs need to virtue signal. Hashtag Palestine is the best way to shepherd these broken people into something useful. Hashtag brunch is over. You know, in 2020, I actually took pictures of libs having brunch at the day after Election Day on the Upper West Side. There will be no brunch in Mudville this year. Dave Conan, but we still get our war with Iran, right? Asking for a lobby.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We're concerned.
Bet we do. Prester John, agree with your Green Party takes, but Gaza being massively underreported in mainstream media, also a big factor. So many boomers and normies don't know the reality of the situation. Podcasts and YouTube can't convey the full horror. I think they're willfully ignorant.
Yes.
I think these people are like ants. They get their signal from the big station, and they just repeat what they're supposed to repeat. They don't have an interest in knowing any more than that, because then they might lose jobs. They might lose social standing because everybody that they know is a moron.
I love that. That's the winner. That's the most clever super chat of the night.
If you're in line for super chat, stay in line. Raymond Nicholas, why does PP come out yellow? You know what? A more scientifically inclined man than myself could probably answer that, but I am not that man. I don't know. Tusker's a medical professional. Do you know why?
That's the reason why I hate this type of stuff. Like, I know enough about it to be dangerous. It has to do with the uric acid. It's blah, 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 blah.
I mean, Keaton is named for the yellow in piss.
Yeah.
That's named for the ketones. Yeah.
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 But
I don't understand. I don't understand the science behind it.
How he didn't wind up a pussy pisser, I don't know.
What I could tell you
like
is
it's right
that if I was able to grab one of my medical textbooks and then read a passage or two, I could come back and explain it in a more working class way. But I can't right now.
All right, Prester John, your massive election pod has lasted over 4 hours. Well, yeah. Congratulations. Now you need to see a doctor. You're right.
Our election pod is very erect at the moment.
Yes.
Dwayne Vogel, Caitlin Johnston, who's speaking now, bitch? That sounds like her. Always on point. DC, you can't take a pic of your ballot, but stickers. Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck you care if I take a picture of my ballot?
Yeah.
Eric Housseau, does this mean we still have another pink hat Trump protest?
They couldn't even show up for abortion.
Yeah, I think they're too demoralized at this point. Like, even though, yes, there will definitely be protests outside Trump Tower, I don't think it's going to be like last time. It was such a shock, and I think they're going to be demoralized this time. But there will definitely be protests there. Fadista, just want to thank you for doing the best election stream of the night. Thank you. It is amazing what alcohol can do for a stream. Thank you for the analysis, also in humor. Thank you, Fadista.
Okay, so here's the deal. So there's
Moses Lee, Biden 2028. All right, what's the deal?
So there's no time limit for YouTube live streams, so we will be okay on YouTube as we cross the 8-hour mark. I'm not sure what the deal is on Rumble. So if you're on Rumble and the stream suddenly ends in 5 minutes, if there's an 8-hour time limit, which I don't know that there is, then find us on YouTube. But we'll keep going on YouTube. Okay. We're waiting on Donald Trump.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
We are waiting on Donald Trump.
That one's going to get retired pretty soon.
Yep. You can't.
Take more super chat.
Mark P. Thicot. Sadly for us Europeans, a Trump victory increases the risk our rulers will double down on their fascism, but U.S. people had to punish Dems for genocide. Damn right.
All right, let's go to some Rumble rants in case the Rumble stream fucks up at 8 hours. Because we're in uncharted territory here. Joe Libretti, no sticker wanted. Yeah, no sticker wanted. I'm not proud to have voted. Like I don't consider it a point of pride that I voted.
I mean, I'm not proud of it, but I thought it was funny with the Cthulhu shirt.
Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, that's true. You had the wardrobe to go with it. Gina and Heidi, thanks for the $2. I wonder what would happen if Trump came out tomorrow and implored the Democrats not to ingest bleach. Yeah, there we go. That's funny. Ian DeMartino, I wonder what would Dem stronghold basically just northeast, mid-Atlantic, west coast. The stereotype of coastal elites becomes more real every day. Yep, certainly looks that way right now. Trump had 306 electoral votes when he beat Hillary Clinton. So he's actually doing better than that now because he adds Nevada to that. He adds one state to the Hillary Clinton victory. Okay. My real name, thanks for the $100. Let's get a cowbell for my real name. Appreciate that very much. I've only mentioned San Francisco in 50 RRs this evening. Just a bit of fake outrage. Love you too and happy to support the show. Thanks for all of your hard work. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So you're from San Francisco. Okay, so you are from San Francisco. I've only mentioned San Francisco in 50 row. Well, I didn't know. I mean, San Francisco is such the butt of jokes. I figure maybe you're just generalizing. But you're from San Francisco. All right. Well, thank you, my real name. Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you for that $100. Healing Tarzan, Keaton, if it were a real psyop, instead of stickers, we got tabs with tabs of LSD that say, I voted, man. Yeah. The psyops are the little things. It's the little things that get you. Voted Jill Stein, Dave Chappelle for Senate, and Peanut the Squirrel for Congress. Beautiful, Dostoevsky. Thank you very much.
There's the Bolshevik ballot.
That's a ticket.
Yeah, that is a ticket. Judy Denmark, thanks for the $10. Good morning from Denmark. I voted for Jill Stein, but I must admit I dread 4 years of Trump. Of course, I dreaded 4 years of Kamala. Wake me up in 2030. Yeah, I don't blame you.
I dread every year of this system.
You wake up in 2030, the planet's going to be run by intelligent apes.
Yeah. As an anti-NATO, anti-EU European, I'm quite happy with the U.S. election results. Smaller chance of nuclear fallout where I live and higher chance of focusing on our own shit. Well, there you go, Bonzo Beans. Congratulations. Miserable lib. But Keaton, who do you blame more, Biden or the Dem elites who propped him up? He's a narcissistic politician who's going to do anything to stay in power. Well, it depends on how far you go back in the timeline. I mean, like Tusker said, in retrospect, they got to be kind of kicking themselves. They didn't just let Bernie have his time. Like, they would have had to maybe give you a paid family leave. That's all they would have let him do. And they could have had everything else. But they couldn't give that up. They could have
blamed everything they didn't let him do on the Republicans not letting him do it.
Exactly. He would have been perfect. Dozed off. Who won? Donald Trump, baby, won the election. So that's it for Rumble Rants as of right now. So, hey, look at that. We made it. We made it through.
We did it.
Rumble Rants. We got still some super chats that we got to get to. But we made it through the Rumble Rants. We are standing by for Donald Trump to make his acceptance.
Donald J. Trump.
Can you imagine this fucking guy? So now he doesn't go to jail. That's the other big thing. Like now he just pardons himself.
Are we going to see an acceptance speech tonight?
Of course,
Are we going to see a victory speech tonight?
Yeah, he's going to come out. Yeah. He's going to come out. So now he doesn't get to go to jail. Now all those criminal charges now are just gone.
You know what?
That's it.
Solidarity
it's all over.
with Melania
it's all
Trump.
over.
Solidarity with Melania Trump, who just wants this to be done. She just wants to go shopping.
All right, I gotta do this just to get to the third one here. Mark P. Thico. Oh, we already did that one. James Vanderzand. Did Russ open the good bottle yet?
Russell still got the wine.
Yeah, he's still on wine. He's not on red.
Oh, that. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not not fucking vomiting on my damn computer during a stream. Blake Lenson.
You don't mean it.
Yeah. Joy Reid is live on MSNBC blaming Trump's victory on white women. I'm assuming she means Liz Cheney and Rachel Dolezal. Yes.
Can we finally kind of talk about white women?
We can, well, as a white woman, you're uniquely qualified. You are all white women.
I mean, there are a
When
lot
I
of
see
white,
Tusker,
like,
I just hear it in my head. I'm every woman.
yeah.
It's right.
Well,
It's
I mean,
right there.
I'm just saying, like, we come in a lot of different like ideological shades, but I'm gotta say, there are like 25% of this that are just really atrocious.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd
they just
agree with
are.
that.
They're no different than any other demographic, but whenever they decide to show their ass, they're kind of especially cringe.
Yeah, especially because a lot of them don't have asses. That's why
That's
people
the problem. You can't
go for the Puerto
distract
Rican
them.
girls.
You know,
Yeah.
you can't distract.
That's why I think the greatest lyric ever in a song is, "I got some Puerto Rican girls, and they're just dying to meet you."
You should turn that into an election prediction map.
I should. All right, insubordinate academic. Any possibility that when centrist Democrats see the war on Gaza as a Trump project, they will join the pro-Palestinian dissent? Not even a little. Perhaps a silver lining. If anything, if you remember the great Syria Leonard Cohen caper, if Trump really goes all in on bombing the shit out of Palestine as he's promised, and there's no reason to doubt that he will, that might rehabilitate him. They might get behind him. They might decide Trump has learned how to be president during his time out of the office, because that's what they did with Syria. All of a sudden, they were ready to give him the George Bush treatment, and just let bygones be bygones. But he kept calling them the fake news media, so it didn't take. FSSE. In 2020, Biden won New York by 24%. I bet some of my libtard friends that Kamala would not win New York by more than 12%. I'm getting paid. Look at you, man. Good for you.
Gee, what are you laser focused on there?
No, I'm just trying to find a feed of Trump's speech. That's what I'm trying to find.
Okay.
I think I got one.
It just seemed like you'd found something
but he
interesting.
hasn't done it yet,
No.
right?
No,
All right,
no.
Brendan McNamara, silver lining for the night. Republican House, Senate, and Executive will hopefully resist coup attempts to supersede U.S. sovereignty via health treaty. You know what, man? I have one more segment I put together, and that is a good segue into it while Keaton looks for a feed we can do.
Can I share something with you for a moment?
Yes, please do.
I'm ABC News' website reporting national numbers, talking about the exit polls.
Mm-hmm.
In 2020, Joe Biden carried the Hispanic vote by 33 points. What they're indicating here is that Kamala Harris carries him only by 8 points nationally.
The Hispanic vote? Yeah, that's not a
that'll be a
surprise.
25-point national shift away from.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I
Makes
believe that.
sense.
I
That
believe
adds up.
That makes total sense to me.
All right. So this is Yuval Harari, one of the creepiest ghouls around right now. So Max caught this. The World Economic Forum's in-house intellect doesn't realize that most people outside the collective West correctly understand the global order to represent a malign force that has placed 1/3 of the planet under crushing sanctions while enabling genocide in Gaza. So Yuval Harari warned, this is what we might call threatening people with a good time, that if Trump won, it would blow up the global order. Hang on, I've got the video here. Oh no, yeah, this didn't work out the way they had hoped. Oh, I'm sorry, I got to load the video back in because I left. I forgot to put the video back in. Here we go.
Saying that Trump might be elected again shortly?
I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order. And he says it openly. Now, again, it should be clear that many of these politicians, they present a false dichotomy, a false binary vision of the world, as if you have to choose between patriotism and globalism, between being loyal to your nation and being loyal to some kind of, I don't know, global government or whatever.
All right. So listen, man, if you really want to make this case to people, you probably shouldn't look like a background extra from one of the Blade movies. You know, maybe don't look so much like a vampire bat who is looking to pen humans up in order to harvest their blood. So Elon jumped in. Like I said, every single trending thing I looked at, Elon was there. He is all over his own platform. I sure hope so. And then Simon Van Dyke. If you needed any further reason to vote for Trump, this should be it. This election will prove to be a decisive victory for America and the world against the global order, or it will be the point at which they became unstoppable. The choice is yours on Tuesday. You know what? That is what I was intimating before. I think a lot of people felt that way. I think a lot of that is behind this result, that they felt like if they didn't stop this here, there'd be no stopping it. And I don't think they're really wrong about that. Jay Stewart, if people wanted a last minute reminder of why they should vote Trump, then this is it. Cheesecake, if someone can find no other reason to vote for Trump, this should be the reason to vote for him. The global order is the biggest existential threat we face. And this is how out of touch these people are. Like, look at this fucking freak. Like, who on earth thinks that this guy going out there and creeping everybody out, talking about how we have to preserve the global order, is not a net gain for Trump? Who thought that this guy who looked like he should be fighting Wesley Snipes in a movie could sell people on the global order? Didn't work out. Didn't work out for them.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think most people think in terms of like I think it came down to the economy under Biden, the border, and a sense that the world was just out of control. A sense there was just a breakdown in order. Like, I think that's what it was. I mean, that's not to say that that is not valid. I think it is. But I think to the average person, it's a lot simpler, you know.
And guys, I'm just going to have to go ahead and say, I love you both very much. The show has been great tonight. Thank you so much to Cool Blue and Jake for holding it down, being the analytics and the data center and all of the type of stuff that makes this show worthwhile. We recruit from within for our talent. So please remember that. And I'm just so glad that everyone came here. And I've got to go to bed because it's so late and I've got to get up early.
Oh, you got work tomorrow?
You got work. That's right.
Yeah, I gotta work
crazy.
Tomorrow. I got to work in like 6 hours.
You're crazy. Though. What you still doing here, girl?
Yeah.
No, you know, solidarity. It's kind of one of these concepts that people forget about. It's like the solidarity thing. You guys had something you were doing tonight. I decided to show up.
All right, look, man. Tomorrow we start working on your show.
There we go.
Okay.
Well, round of applause for Tusker.
Tusker do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for letting me come and talk to you guys. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Tusker.
Bye-bye.
That's it. All the lawsuits gone.
Yeah. That's it.
All the criminal charges gone.
Yeah, they're just gone. Just gone. Just for absolutely nothing.
Too much, whatsoever. Man. Yeah. Too much. Look, man, in this country, in a snobs versus slobs confrontation, everyone roots for the slob, including us. I'm sorry. Like we said, either way, it would be just as good because the other side, you're going to laugh at their meltdown. And yeah, the MAGA meltdown would have been pretty funny. I got to say, this is more satisfying.
Yeah, I mean,
it's more satisfying. Like the idea of all of these fucking smug call monitors just completely losing their shit. Like the idea that Donald Trump won again after everything.
After everything.
All the lawsuits, all the cowbell people out there losing their shit outside the courthouse. After all this shit of them trying to rule him out of bounds and disqualify him legally and morally and psychologically, and just the whole fucking narrative they built around him. And the fact that not only did he win, he won very decisively. He might have even won the popular vote. Wow. This is why I'm saying, in the end, I don't think the reaction is going to be like it was in 2016. I don't think people are going to draw closer to people like Morning Joe for explanations. I think people at this point, it's going to black pill a lot of them. I don't say red pill. Most of them don't have the depth of thought to start to become serious political thinkers.
Yeah.
They just get black pilled.
Well,
This country sucks. It's terrible. I'm just naive. I don't even get involved in that anymore.
Well, I mean that's where our job kind of comes in, right? To sort of intercept people at that moment.
Sure.
And make a case for a way forward. Like I think that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
People that are receptive to
and that's the opportunity, right? That's the challenge, and that's the opportunity. With the other result, there's no opportunity. With the other result, tomorrow is just like today,
right?
And it just keeps going.
Yeah.
And honestly, my gut told me that was what the country was up for. Just more of the same. Keep going. Whatever. I didn't really think this country had it in it to do this. Like, I didn't think they had it. I didn't think they had the fighting spirit to try this again.
Well, because you're projecting, man. You got a baby waking you up all hours of the night. You don't have the fight left in you because you're tired.
No, I mean, I thought
you're tired all the time. You got a crying baby there all the time.
Right. No, I mean, I thought they had it in 2000. I thought they had it in the midterms. Like, I thought that was where you were going to see it, and you didn't see it. You just kind of saw a doubling down, a sort of lazy, half-hearted doubling down. But this is the thing about Trump, man. Like, there's just, you can accept no substitute. Like, with those idiots that he had endorsed, they couldn't get it done. He can.
Yeah.
He can. I mean, it's an amazing story. It really is.
It has been quite a journey. It has been quite a journey, man. I'm thinking about like the Braga rally, that fucking old lady. If anyone wants to go back and watch the video, where I was asking her why she loved Trump, she was religious, and I said, "What about Biden?" And she goes, "Oh no, he's a demon.
He's a demon." Everybody's got their thing that they bring to it. Yeah, no, I mean it is crazy. It is just crazy.
What an experience this fucking last couple of years has been.
Yep. And, look, if you're going to I mean, when you look at it from a macro perspective, there's no other way but to just see a system completely in shambles that has lost all legitimacy.
It's symbolic.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Shambolic.
Yeah. And then you got these fucking closeted tech bros are able to like weasel their way in to fucking take it over. Right. I mean, that's because of a crisis of legitimacy in the first place. But so from a sort of 30,000 feet, you can look at it that way, and I think that's the way to look at it. But if you want to look at this from a sort of standpoint of maneuvering, of palace intrigue, of sort of inside the beltway politicking, I mean it goes to Joe Biden. And it goes to Barack Obama. I mean, it all lies at the feet of Biden and at Obama. And ultimately, like, look, man, like what you got to say here is that I think what Tusker said was absolutely right. Like, in retrospect, doesn't the ruling class wish they had just let Bernie win and give people some fucking paid leave? Like, that's all they would have let him do. Like, wouldn't that have been easier? Yeah. Like, really, wouldn't that have been the easier thing to do than this? Because if you look at it, man, that's where
greedy motherfuckers, man.
Exactly. Greedy motherfuckers. They thought they could have it all. They thought they could just have it all, and now it's all come crashing down. It's all just come crashing down. Quite the amazing story. The judge. Will Harris concede at some point? Not tonight, I guess. I mean, I think she will give a thing tomorrow the way Hillary gave it after 2016. Pamela Zoe, I had all along, barring a close race with vote rigging, that Trump would win because the only smart thing that Carville has ever said, it's the economy stupid. Well, yes, I mean, that I think pulled by far the most weight. V. Netzel's bum. MSM is starting to blame Kamala's loss on her short time in preparation for the race and having to take over in the middle of a campaign. Isn't that actually the story of her success? Well, yeah.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
couldn't
man.
get there on her own steam. She tried.
Well, yeah. I mean,
couldn't
that's
get
the only
to
reason she
Iowa.
was there in the first. This is why it made no sense. I mean, if you look back, you just saw a World Series mismanaged. You can usually once you get creamed, you could usually trace it back to a few innings before, right? When Nestor Cortez gave up that grand slam to Freddie Freeman, that was a product of them having taken Garrett Cole out of the game too early a few innings before. So when you look at what happened now with Kamala, that's a product of having picked Kamala for the vice president. Right? And the reason why this cynical bastard, Joe Biden, saddled the Democrats with Kamala Harris is because he figured he was less likely to be forced out if that happened. Right? I mean, that's basically what it came down to.
Yep.
And that ended up costing
But in the end, they rolled the dice.
Down the road. That ended up costing you down the road because now you're in a situation where once Biden has to come out of the game, the only arm you have in that bullpen is Kamala Harris. And they had to give her the nomination. And this is why Obama was trying to think, is there some other way? Right? But there was no other way. There was no other way because they couldn't get around.
He was mad about it.
Yeah, he was. According to all these sources we're seeing, he was mad about it. I want to kick booty. By the way, just catching up with the cowbell, and thank you guys for all you do. And Jimmy for keeping me sane. Post-duopoly crew, rise up. Thank you very much for that. Anna Miller, thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate it very much. Ted Drew Flack, thanks for the $7.99. My cousins in America said you can't try to kill a guy. Convince us he's the bad guy. Well, that's the other thing, man. That other part of the story, the assassination attempt. I mean, it's just an amazing story. Thanks for the election coverage. Love from Asia. Thank you, Charles.
Well, 2 assassination attempts.
2, yeah. Go back to bed, America. Your government is in control. Thank you, DC. Appreciate that very much. Lunar Wireable, thanks for the €5. Appreciate that. Hi from Ireland. Thanks for the coverage. Forced to send Super Chat instead of Rumble Rant because of the great democratic institutions of the EU. Oh, are you in a country?
Oh,
where you
yeah.
can't...
Well, in France, they don't have it.
But in France, I don't even think you could watch. Or are you able to watch on Rumble, but just not send a Super Chat or a Rumble Rant? Thank you for that, pretty much. Very much. Pete Sweet, being from Dearborn, hoping the Arab community gets a Pyrrhic victory with the defeat of Harris in Michigan. Well, I mean, you know who won Dearborn? Trump. Because Trump got 45%, Kamala 25%, Jill Stein 25%. So, the Jill Stein campaign did not hit its marks, and we'll have, we'll more formally organize some of these things because this stream is a 9-hour epic. Not everything we said here is going to be heard again, man. Because who's going to watch a replay of a 9-hour stream? But we will have more to say about all of this in the coming days. What's that? Yeah, Gilgamesh will watch it. Yeah, he'll be there. Let's see here. Okay. Not Bloody Likely. 4 years of nonstop comedy. Thanks, guys. It's going to be a crazy time. This is going to be an absolutely crazy time. And like I said, there's going to be a lot of challenges, but there's going to be a lot of opportunities. And I think ultimately this is the more promising outcome.
Yes, I'm excited about the next 4 years.
Yeah. In the long run, I think it's the most promising outcome. Yeah. Hey, Dana, The View, cage match, rabid Rottweilers and cattle prods. I'm POTUS again.
My God.
Make it happen. No one has seen anything like it. It's beautiful.
Dude, I don't think I'm going to be able to watch The View tomorrow. I'm going to bust a nut.
Yeah.
That's going to be the best thing on TV ever.
There's going to be a lot. I mean, Morning Joe starts in 3 hours. Salamander Fry. Hey, you guys are all right. Hey, you're all right, Salamander Fry. Thank you very much. Nothing will fundamentally change, says Cooper. Thank you. Dendra Bates, thanks for the €10. Thanks for the great stream, guys. Was worth foregoing sleep for it. Well, thank you. Glad you announced it. Yeah, campaign chair just announced Kamala won't speak tonight. Well, yeah, she's not going to come on after 3 in the morning. I can't imagine she's like that devastated. I mean, what were her expectations? You know,
I mean, by all accounts, she's a pretty fucking psychotic asshole who's very abusive to staff and has quite an inflated sense of herself. So yeah, she's probably having a monster meltdown right now.
Yeah. Dwayne Vogel, thanks for the $5. All the Democrats sturm and drang, noise and fury signifying nothing. There you go. There you go. Jimmy Dore. Oh, hey, Jimmy, you're up. Wow. How was your stream tonight? Did you do a stream tonight? I'm assuming you were on.
Yeah, he was on.
You were on? Okay, cool, cool.
He came on late, though, I think. He came on like around midnight.
Midnight? Oh, you weren't doing a regular stream? Like a regular thing?
I don't know if he did one earlier. I know he came on like pretty late.
If anyone deserved to lose, it was the Democrats tonight. Of course. Of course. Yeah. I mean, like I said, that was there were so many opportunities to avoid that going back the last 5 years, really. Going back, starting with the Barack Obama phone call to knock Bernie out of the primary.
Yep.
Because saddling yourself with Joe Biden is what started off the disastrous chain of events where he couldn't make it.
Yep.
And then he picks Kamala Harris, who also is just a completely incompetent candidate. And then, boom, you're there. That's the way they wanted to do things. Just absolute hubris. Just absolute
You see what
contempt
happens, Larry, when you
for the
fuck a
people.
stranger in the ass?
Yeah. Yep.
Some karma, if there ever was karma. If there was ever political karma, it is now.
It is now. Absolutely. Will Russell eat his hat live on stream or what?
I mean, I never committed to it like that. Look, man, hey, we're honest brokers here.
No, I told you too.
We were both like, yeah, it could totally go the other way.
I said it could go the other way. I gave
did
you my
get out
50.
over my skis on DeSantis, and I've always,
he got a little.
I definitely got out of over my skis on that. This one, we were like, we got to make a prediction.
If I had to
based
guess,
on
this
the
is my
data
guess.
points,
Yeah.
it looks like that.
Plus, I don't have faith in this country. I don't know if you guys have realized that.
Yeah,
I have
that's
no
another
confidence
thing.
in this country. I always assume this country is going to do the laziest and most ignorant thing, which in this case is just double down on what you have.
Right.
That's more or less what they did in 2022. I mean, Republicans won the House back narrowly, but 2022 people were just like, fuck it, whatever. We'll vote for Democrats, keep the abortion. That's what I thought it was going to be. I always assume this country is going to go the lazy, half-assed route.
Yeah.
I don't have any faith in it whatsoever. So that was what my gut kept telling me. I drive around my hometown. I see a bunch of people don't really know or care anything that's going on. So just Trump, this guy's a Meshuggah. Fuck it, we'll go for Kamala. Who cares? Like that's what my gut told me. America has a fighting spirit. I guess that frontier spirit hasn't quite left us because apparently they're up for another round.
Well,
not going to be pretty. Not going to be pretty. Like, like don't get me wrong. This is not a great outcome, but there was no great outcome. There was no good outcome.
No. There wasn't.
There's outcomes that present opportunities, and then there's outcomes that just guarantee more of the same. And ultimately, when you add this psychotic push towards nuclear war, I mean, that to me was that's reason enough to look at this and say, hey, humanity may have dodged a bullet here.
Maybe.
I
was thrown by when I heard in their last earnings call that Starbucks was going to start those abortion clinics in the back of the the back of the stores. I said, well, I mean, this abortion thing is really catching on.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
look, I mean, that's going to be
how can they not vote for it?
I mean, that's going to be part of this too. Is you're going to have to look. The left is going to have to get serious now. And in a way that they did not get serious under Trump's first term. Because with Trump's first term, they felt that, first of all, they really felt that Hillary was robbed. Like, they felt it was stolen. They felt it was illegitimate what had happened. Now they can't really look to that because now the results are too widespread. Right. So, okay, you lost. So what happens when you lost and you understand that you lost? After the 2004 election was devastated. That informs a lot of my pessimism about America too, is seeing how you could fucking elect George W. Bush again after that. And I know John Kerry was a piece of shit, but how could you elect George W. Bush after he invades the wrong country? Like how?
Right. Yeah.
How? So past that point, I don't have any faith in the people of this country to like do the right thing ever. Because that happened in my formative years too. What was I, 17 at the time? So, you know, that made a big impression on me. But it was a loss. And ultimately, I didn't feel like it was stolen. I felt like we had lost. And so how do you pick up the pieces from having lost like that? And, so I started to become kind of radicalized. But then what happened? Obama comes and he intercepts that. I interviewed Megan Day, who was a great writer for Jacobin, and they made the decision to promote their best writer out of a writing job because now she's an editor and I don't think she writes anymore. But she said something very insightful, which is that, political organizing is about intercepting people in a moment of flux, in a moment of transition, in a moment of radicalization.
Point. Yeah.
At a big shock moment like this one, where, okay, you've now lost to Trump in a way that you cannot blame on anyone but yourselves. That's a moment of flux. That's a moment of transition. Do they check out, or can you catch them on their way to check out and say, don't give up, come with us? Like that's the key to organizing is intercepting people at these big moments. And this has created a big moment. A Kamala Harris victory, there'd be no moment.
Sure.
There'd be no moment. I mean, yeah.
Right. Why change course?
Right. Exactly.
If
exactly.
We pulled it off on identity politics and genocide this time.
Right. And honestly, I'm not really interested in like convincing Charlie Kirk and his fucking audience that like I don't really like at the end of the day, that's just kind of a dead end. Right. So like if Kamala won, we'd have to go to the MAGA people and be like, okay, you lost. First of all, they would have never accepted they like it would have been a complete nightmare. So now you have to deal with this other crop of people who was completely unreachable in the wake of 2016. Maybe they won't be now. We just have to insist that they can't be. You can't do it this way again. We're not going to play nice with you and run another Bernie campaign where we suck up to you and please. No. We have to be forceful and firm, but also accepting of people. Let's be constructive. Let's be productive. Let's educate. Let's approach people with kindness and in good faith. And let's try to build something from this. This is an opportunity that transcends the one-upsmanship and the gamesmanship of the online space. It has to, or else there's no point to it.
I used to watch Chris Matthews unironically.
Right. Yeah, so there's a perfect example.
Yeah. People can change.
Right. And that moment in 2004, that post-04, where I was in the process of being radicalized, what happened? Barack Obama came along, intercepted me, and dragged me back into the Democratic Party, dragged me back into the system. That's why he was so powerful. That's what made him so useful, right? Is that he was able to catch people on their way to become actual like radical thinkers.
That's why the money people got behind them.
That's why they got behind them.
Those guys ain't stupid.
Yep. That's exactly right.
They say, he can sell it better than she can.
Well, yeah, that's for damn sure. And even then, you had to drag him kicking and screaming. They didn't come over right away. Those super delegates held out for Hillary for quite a long time.
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. The Democrats deserve this repudiation after 35 years of consistently selling out and betraying their base. Absolutely.
Yep. Absolutely.
Gravy, no glitter. Thanks for the $5. It's more important the Dems lost. The reasons why signal so much for the abandoned left. And if she won, it would be so dark. Still a lose-lose. Yep, I think that's well said. Very well said. DC, Alexa, play The Trooper by Iron Maiden. Godspeed. Thank you. Barry Dominic Graham, thanks for the $9.99. Appreciate that. By the way, we're at 106,000 total views on this live stream. By far a record-setting live stream. Over 100.
Is it okay if I add a couple things?
Oh, shit. Yeah, of course,
yeah,
of course.
dude.
Dude, you should have cut us off earlier.
No. It's your show. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
Yeah, but sure. You classed this whole stream up.
Yeah, let's have it a hand for Cool Blue again for just, an unbelievable job.
I wanted to thank you both for inviting me and welcoming me.
Oh, well,
I also want to
Thanks
mention
for
that
coming
I'm
on,
glad that this election was able to be projected right on election night.
Yes, I second that. That I think was a very yes. I think you're right about that. Yep.
One last thing.
Sure.
The last time I voted for anybody affiliated with the Democratic Party was in 2014. The election was November 4, 2014. So today is November 5, 2024. It's been a full 10 years. The rigging of the primary in 2016 was what turned me away from the Democrats, and I have since not voted for one Democrat in any election ever since. And I'm glad I made that decision.
Yep. I mean,
I voted for Bill Perkins, who was the Harlem rep, and he backed Bernie. That was why. He was one of the very few people up in Harlem who would back Bernie in 2016. Because I was thinking, did I vote for any Democrats after 2016? That's the only one, Bill Perkins.
I forget. What did I do? What did I vote for in 2018? I forget. Who was my representative? I don't even remember. Was that Maloney?
I mean, you know, like
I don't think I voted for Maloney.
I campaigned. I volunteered for AOC when she was like an unknown, because we were still trying to do that inside out thing.
Right.
We're going to take over the party from within. Yeah. Well, you know, we left it. We left it on the field. We saw where that went.
Left it on the field, exactly. All right, here we go. By the way, just catching up with the cowbell. Thank you guys for all you do and for keeping me sane. Sorry, got that one already. Thank you very much. Now they will scream about the 14th Amendment, Section 3. Yeah, okay. I don't think they're going to be able to.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They don't want to spend. They don't want to be looking over the shoulders the rest of their lives.
Kawhi Cowboy, thanks for the $5. 9 hours. Thanks for the coverage, guys. You'll be back Thursday? Of course, we'll be back Thursday.
Yeah.
Of course, we'll be back Thursday.
See that this is how you can tell. You know, once in a while, people will be like, because you're podcasters, like we're fucking, you know, we're elites now. That's how you can tell we're from the fucking working class, because we don't think like, oh my God, I'm so tired, I need a break now. It's fucking work, man. It's work. It's a job. You fucking.
We're lucky to be able to do it. It's a privilege to be able to do it.
Exactly. What are you in a fucking factory?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're very lucky to do this. Yeah, sometimes it's hard work. That's human nature. You're always going to be a little bit like, fucking, I don't want to do a show today. But, you know, you always have to remember. See, that's where that working class conditioning comes in. Even if you feel like that, you're just used to thinking like that. Like, you have to go to work.
Right.
That's all. Suck it up.
Yep. Kawhi Cowboy, thanks, Cool Blue. Absolutely. Cool Blue, the man tonight. Blark, thanks for being a member. Love you guys. It's been a great stream. Shout out to Jake, Cool Blue, and Tusker. Excellent coverage. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Defense stocks reaction, Wall Street reaction. Well, Wall Street's going to be off the hook. They're going to get paid.
Defense stocks, which obviously I don't.
That's how you know this was a great outcome for the working class, is that Wall Street is going to be off the hook.
Wall Street. Yo. Update. It was before it was up 1%. Now the Dow is up 2%. Yeah, like all the averages are up. Like, yeah, S&P is 183, Dow is 209, Nasdaq futures are 157. Not sure about the Russell, but yeah, man. No, it's going to be crazy tomorrow.
Thank you so much for the show, says Leroy Bach. Thank you, Leroy. Appreciate you very much. Eric Rousseau, now maybe something could be done of these illegal ET aliens built a space wall. Hey, Eric Rousseau, what is it, midnight over there? Okay, it's early over there. See, we should have been in California for this. I'm in Europe, woke up 3 hours ago to watch you. There are a lot of shit libs and PMCs on this side of the pond as well. I have to speak from experience. I'm related to them. Glad for the Michigan result. There you go. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that very much. Do dissidents, fine human beings, honest reporting. Thank you, Keir Brown. Thank you very much. Gareth Richmond, thanks for the 100 Canadian dollars. Let's have a cowbell for Gareth Richmond. Thank you very much. Cool Blue, the hero we needed. Thanks,
Yeah.
mate. This dumpster wouldn't have been the same without Jay. With Jake, much
Seriously.
appreciated. You have a good a. Cheers.
No, these guys really they made the show tonight.
Oh yeah, no, they killed. You guys were fucking amazing tonight. We couldn't have done it without you. For the sake of democracy, I was actually glad Trump won. The Dems installed Harris and ironically ran on saving what they themselves didn't give us. Thanks for this show. I mean, thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate it. I mean, look, the thing that would have been really challenging to like do this work under a Kamala presidency is that she is such a vacuum of an entity. Like she doesn't signify anything. Like how do you talk about something that signifies like Biden, old man that Biden signifies something in that Biden was really alive for the entire degradation of the Democratic Party from the McGovern campaign, which is when he was elected to the Senate, through now. So like he as a person went through all of that, through that transition. So he at least was something. She's nothing. Like how would you really cover an avatar president, as Russ says? Like what do you say about that? You know, there's nothing you really can say about that. And it just would have been so ridiculous. It would have been so ridiculous. Now, is Trump ridiculous too? I mean, yes, this is literally an idiocracy kid with Hulk Hogan and Trump. I mean, it's fucking insane. But it's even that is something.
Hey, MAGA
it's something,
maniacs.
right? Yeah, I mean, my God,
I mean, I hope he's going to make Hulk Hogan the Surgeon General.
And fucking, I mean,
that would be
Elon.
awesome.
I mean, Elon, Jesus Christ, man. Like, holy, like what?
Oh, this is going to be there's going to be the podcast presidency.
Yeah, the podcast. Yes.
And no, it really is. It's going to feel like a big, Tim Pool, Joe Rogan, Daily Wire kind of 4-year White House.
Yeah. No,
it's going to have that vibe.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's one of the reasons I didn't think
put Matt Walsh in charge of Health and Human Services before this is all over.
Yeah, exactly. Matt's retiring. Thanks for the thanks for the $5. Thanks for the stream, lads. Will the Dems learn from this loss to stop rigging the primaries? Listen, man, I don't know where they go. Like, to me, I think, look, had the Republicans lost tonight, it would have been, I think, more existential for them in a sense, because you just couldn't really make a case that you're a viable party if you lose to the Democrats. I mean, if you lost to the Democrats this time. Yeah. For the Democrats, it is going to be interesting to see where they go. I mean, I think they're going to say we were too liberal on immigration and we, spent too much money. I think they're just going to move further to the right, which is what they did this cycle. I mean, they basically ceded the immigration issue to Trump, basically in their rhetoric. They basically were forced to admit.
But to the overall point, they could very well decide. I mean, not that they'll ever admit it. They could very well decide. Yeah, this whole thing that really started in earnest with Hillary, where we just decide who the nominee is going to be and pretend to have a primary. That probably didn't work out for us very well. We should actually have competitive primaries so that we have strong candidates and we don't wind up losing to a game show host twice.
Yeah, I mean, that's an idea. I think, the part of what made Trump click is that you had this sort of populism that was very accommodating to capitalism. And so I mean, yes, he was met with a lot of friction, obviously, but over time, even the Democrats kind of adopted his immigration stance. Like, they didn't really try and distance themselves from Trump's immigration stance this time. They basically tried to make it their own. Kamala's talking about, Kamala was featuring the border wall in Trump's ads. When they were asked her at a CNN town hall, do you support a border wall? She said, well, let's talk about that border wall. Trump didn't even really build it. Like, they couldn't get there. So that kind of works. It was a happy marriage in that way. I think left populism is going to be met with 100 times more hostility.
Of course.
You know, as we found out in the very mild case of Bernie Sanders. That's why it really is going to take organizing. It's going to take grassroots. That's why you look to someone like Shama Sawant and you see something there, because it has to start small like that, because you need a foundation on which to build. Because if you don't have that, you'll just be crushed. You'll
Sure.
just be railroaded.
Sure.
Because ultimately the amount of money and power that the forces of not only Trump, but the forces of the Democratic Party and the forces of the sort of, Mike Johnson wing of the Republican Party, the amount of weight they will just throw on top of you is so crushing that if you don't have a foundation to build on, you'll have no chance. You'll have no chance. People said, usually you build a labor movement, and out of that labor movement arises candidates for office who you can try and throw at the system. And the Bernie campaign was sort of that in reverse order. That we tried to build a labor movement around a candidacy, and it doesn't really work that way, because once they crush the candidate, you have no foundation. The movement just splinters because it wasn't built. It wasn't built on top of something. It was built underneath something. It was built underneath the Bernie candidacy.
Competing podcast audiences.
What's that?
Splintered into competing.
Well, yeah, because there
audiences.
was nothing underneath the Bernie candidacy. Everything was built underneath the candidacy. It wasn't built on top of anything, and so that's where I think you got to start.
Well, because the Bernie candidacy, I mean, it's not an accident that Bernie was as old as he was, because he was a throwback to the Democratic Party that was grounded in labor and the New Deal, but he came along after 40 years of Reaganomics had destroyed the underpinnings of those kinds of politics.
Right.
And he's out there talking that language without the infrastructure that those Democrats had, which was really the unions who would go out and door knock for them. He's trying to rebuild that on a young voter base that never even saw that.
Exactly, and the infrastructure that is there in theory has been completely co-opted. They're endorsing Hillary before they're even taking votes. The teachers union wouldn't even take a vote. Planned Parenthood wouldn't even take a vote. Right? Yeah, so that's a good point. Cletus Rogers, will Trump come through on his promises to RFK? All the Maha stuff and JFK info release. Great talk tonight. Thanks. I mean, the JFK stuff would be great. Would be great. As far as RFK's influence, look, to me, the question is, is a Republican Senate going to regulate the food industry, going to regulate the agricultural industry?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a good point.
I don't really see that happening unless Trump whips them into shape. He has the bully pulpit. Does Trump have it in him to do that?
Does he have the focus or interest?
Yeah, does he have the focus?
Because when he was the president the first time, he didn't. He never twisted arms on the Congress. Yes,
he did the
up
opposite.
to my desk.
Yeah, right. When the Obamacare replacement bill, he was campaigning like we are not going to let people die on the streets. You have to make sure people are taken care of. The bill they pass would do that exact thing. Oh, it's a beautiful bill. Just get it to my desk and I'll sign it. Right. So I mean, look. You never say never, but I don't see any evidence for that. And how are you going to get it through the Congress? Don't forget, these politicians are bought by the very interest that RFK talks about taking on. So how are you going to get FDA reform through Congress? I mean, the reason the FDA hasn't been reformed yet is because they own the Congress, because the pharmaceutical companies own the Congress. Right. So,
and these guys in the FDA and in the pharmaceutical industry, they just rotate. Most of these guys worked for the companies they're supposed to be regulating.
Right.
And then when they get out of the FDA, they go back and work for those companies. It's one big club and you ain't in it.
That's right. And that would be my guess. Now, might they throw you a little crumb? Might they throw you something so they could say they gave you something, so that Trump can save face and say, "See, I didn't kick him to the curb." I mean, you might get something. I don't know what that would be, though. I mean, that remains to be seen.
They'll make them stop giving kids sugar smacks or something.
Hey, I tell you what
You
we'll
have to
do.
be 15 before you can have Count Chocula.
We'll, I'll talk to some people at the Department of Justice. We'll get that whalehead charge taken care of. Yeah. Kenman G, thanks for the excellent coverage. If you try to change the party don't change. Party changes you. Absolutely.
Damn right.
I want a steak soaked in whiskey. There you go, Code MD. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Cool Blue, better than John King. There you go. Awesome. Yes, Cool Blue has been a champ tonight. Brewdog, Trump talked about all the oil we have, but failed to mention we only have 25% of the refineries we would need to keep up with our own demand. Thank you for that, Brewdog. Appreciate that. Bonzo Bean says, I don't see how the Dems could reinvent themselves anytime soon. As long as it functions as a machine for money accumulation, mass attention, and careerism, where is the incentive? Does winning matter? Well,
that's a good point.
That's a good point.
You have to. You can't do the revolving door that increases your worth to these corporations if you never get in power.
Yeah, that's right. If you have no power, then it stops.
Right.
Now, are they at the point where they'll have no power? Look, we'll see. We will see. It's going to be a very, very interesting few months in this transition. It's going to be very interesting to see how Trump staffs his cabinet. It's going to be very interesting to see what the media has to say tomorrow. I mean, Morning Joe starts in 2.5 hours,
if
man.
Donald Trump gets to swear in without having a little
without a little thing. Yeah, right. Yeah, well, that's the other thing, man. That's the other thing you don't know. You never fucking know.
I mean, in that sense, yeah, maybe J.D. Vance is his insurance policy.
Right. Yep. Tiffany J. Kim, I think we read this one already, but I'll do it again. For the sake of democracy, I was actually glad Trump won. The Dems installed Harris and ironically ran on saving what they themselves didn't give us. Thanks for this show. Thank you, Tiffany. Thanks for the stream, lads. Oh, yeah, no, we got these two already. Okay, so now we got Marianne Cummings. If you do not change direction, you may end up where you are heading. Lao Tzu attributed, or was it Yogi Berra? There you go. Yeah, that's a good one. Thank you, Marianne. Appreciate that. Daniel Hall, Kamala can't face her supporters tonight because she can't decide on either day drunk, wine and legal vocal fry or that foghorn leghorn voice that she speaks to minorities with. That's the other thing. It's going to be really interesting to see what she has to say and what Biden has to say.
She should just send out Maya Randolph.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, I wonder if Obama has tweeted anything. Has anybody tweeted anything? Have any of these so-called leaders tweeted anything? Are they just going to hide?
I think they're going to hide and formulate a response for tomorrow. There are a lot of people on the phone right now.
Yep. No, nothing from Barack Obama, right? No, nothing.
You mean Barack Hussein Obama?
Yeah, right, as he will be referred to from here on out, right?
Yeah.
Was it work catching stream now? Blue Mag is going to be insufferable after this loss. Yes. Jax Page, Trump won. Yeah, nothing good here. We're fucked either way. Nothing changes for the working class. War continues. Genocide continues. Thank you, Jax. Appreciate you tuning in. Great to hear from you. And yes, I agree. I agree. There was no good outcome, and now you just gotta take advantage of the opportunity that comes with this sort of regrouping, I guess. Gilgamesh, I hate the fact that I was right. You do, Gilgamesh. Well, you could at least take some solace in being right. We weren't even right.
Yeah, we weren't even right.
Yeah, gravy, no good.
Okay, yeah. When I go to China, you're gonna fill in.
Yeah, there you go. The Dems won't go back to being liberal or embracing leftists. Neocons will just merge like a coin toss to see who gets to keep their party name. Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a strong possibility of that. Because, if you view, as Tusker was articulating tonight, this being a war of industry capital versus finance capital, well, now the lines are really drawn. And look, finance capital, they're no slouches, right? I mean, they have power. They will try and figure out a way to keep that power. And the libs are the most easily gullible people in the world. Like, you have this population of fucking lemmings that will just do whatever you tell them to. That's the real obstacle here. And that's why I say we got to kind of approach this a little different from the way we've been doing it, because something as seismic as this creates an opportunity to intercept some of them. Like our friend, like the guy who's really responsible for the genesis of this show.
Yeah.
Right? And we should bring him on.
We
Have
should
him on as a
bring him
fucking
on.
guest. Yeah.
We should bring him on and make him apologize to us.
Should make him do the show on his knees. No, you don't get to sit in a chair. You get to kneel. Kneel before us.
Chairs are for closers.
Chairs are for winners. That's what you say. Yeah. The Peopled Infinite, thanks for the awesome show. Me and my AFBYD. What is that? Me and my AFBYD watch together, laughing at the shit acceptance speech and anticipating the liberal meltdowns. Laughing out loud at all the money wasted on TikTok celebrity endorsements. Yeah. That Harry Sisson kid, man. Oof. The Peopled Infinite says, y'all the best. As usual, almost spit in my drink when Rush dropped another stranger in the ass clip during the speech. Stay cool, buds. Thank you, Peopled Infinite. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. We still got 2,928 viewers on YouTube and another 1,400 on Rumble. It's fucking almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
Fucking Twitter, man, we got what, 6,373.
Well, that's cumulative. That's not concurrent. So that's the total that have tuned in.
That's how
Twitter.
they do it.
Yeah.
All right.
So, but overall, we got about 5,000 watching at almost 4 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty hardcore.
That's hardcore. It's a lot of it's probably international.
Yeah, well, a lot of it is. Thanks, Russ. That was my point. 16, 20, 24, all rigged for the Dems' chosen candidate. As ridiculous as RFK is, I think he walks 24 against Trump. What? Walks 24? I'm not sure what that means.
All rigged for the Dems' chosen candidate. Walks 24 against Trump? I don't know what you mean by that.
He walks 24 against Trump. I'm not sure what you mean. Please don't trash us on Twitter for not understanding what you mean. Damn, you guys are still going at it. Good on you. Thanks, Amir Faryar. Thank you very much. Chase Rubin. Yeah, of course. I worked for Trump and Kamala in PA, Scranton, Wilkes-Barre. I worked for Kamala on 9/11 and still haven't been paid on September 11th. Trump paid in 2 weeks. Voted Trump. Oh, so you were a mercenary for hire. You're one of those Elon guys in the U-Haul trucks.
Interesting.
And Kamala stiffed you on the pay, and Trump paid in 2 weeks. Voted Trump. There you go. There you go. I like that. Chase Rubin. There you go.
Hey, who knew? Turns out throwing canvassers in the back of a U-Haul is all you need to do.
You must knock on the door within 15 seconds.
Worked out.
You must knock on the door within 15 seconds. Yes. Let's see here. Ben Nero, are the Dems at least going to give their mindless supporters the Beyonce concert they owe them? That's true. They didn't even get a Beyonce concert. Absolutely.
I keep thinking of, what was that guy's name? Jonathan Pye. He did that great video after Hillary lost. His whole shtick was like to be a TV presenter, being caught off camera, giving his actual thoughts. He did that whole thing about why Hillary lost. It's almost as if the political acumen of Beyonce and Jay-Z mean nothing.
Yeah, right here. Oh, man, this is going to be fucking crazy. Yo, I got to drive my kids to school in a few hours. The Peopled Infinite, y'all are the best as usual. Almost spit in my drink. Oh, I got that one. Sorry. AF equals Air Force Bud Buddy. Okay, Air Force Bud. All right, got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. Rogna, wow, you guys are still going. I've been to the dentist and back. I dropped more than $2, but I just dropped 600 on teeth. So yeah, no, save that money. Yeah.
You need teeth more than you need us, man.
You're gonna need, a lot of money in co-pays and premiums under Donald Trump and Elon Musk too. My real name. You guys must have taken a nap this afternoon. I'm out here in San Francisco and I'm about to pass out. No nap. I've been up since when was I up since? I've been up since 6:30. I drove my kids to school.
I had
7:30.
one of my middle of the night. I was up from like 5 to 7, then I fell back asleep till 9.
Brewdog says, I'll watch you guys as long as you're still talking. Love your show, guys. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
That means
Thank
a great deal to us. Just an insanely badass audience here. Alex Lipton, love you guys. Get some sleep. We will when we're done. When we're done, we will sleep. It's almost like creating an invasion and destroying the currency is unpopular. Yes, there you go. I agree. I mean, that's the part of it that I'm not sure the extent to which that made a difference, but you are correct.
A trans with a schmendrick swinging it in a girl's bathroom.
I wonder what he said tonight. He was probably on fire tonight, that guy. That guy's fucking funny. Yeah, that guy's the greatest. He's the greatest content creator ever. Interview Professor Gabriel Rockiel, a true socialist. All right. Well, we're open for business with interviews again and doing all this.
Now we're gonna have a meeting between us to figure out.
We're launching Dissident University.
Dissident.
Hey guys,
how
all
to
decent
deliver
Americans.
food.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
How to give a tour.
All decent Americans can come to Iceland. Yeah, Iceland seems like a beautiful place. It seems like a nice place.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
take you up
supposed to
on
be
that.
nice over there. I mean, I'm really looking at Asia for next year, provided we're not in World War III. That's why I still haven't booked anything. I'm waiting to see how this all plays out.
Yeah. Well, it's looking probably less likely that we'll have a nuclear war.
I think so. I think you're right. Like honestly, I'm like, yeah, it's more likely I'm gonna get to do that next year.
Yeah, so there you go. It all worked out. Billionaire Lives Matter is your friend Michael Steele. You mean the RNC guy? No. No. This is a guy who's not. He's not a well-known guy. But yeah, no, he is. He's a great guy. He's actually a very nice guy, and I used to work with him and became friends with him through work, and then that's how I got to know Russ. Through teaming up on that guy on Facebook.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's watching us tonight. Maybe the Avengers will fight genocide now.
That's a segment we never got to, and now it's immediately passé.
Obsolete. Yeah, there's a lot we'll never get to do. Strange Cinema. You got to do Bulworth for a movie stream. Yeah, that would be fun.
It's definitely on the list.
Absolutely. Matt's retiring. Russ, you had an Australian wife. Keaton, you like baseball. To walk something is to get to your destination without a challenge. Oh, okay. 24 walks. RFK walks to Trump in 24. Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that clarification.
Yes,
Brits,
I did. I have an Australian wife. I still do because we never got around to the divorce.
That's right. Still
We've
does.
seen each other like once in the last 4 years.
Much love from Korea. Let's all go. Let's go all night, baby. Yeah, well, we did it. We're pretty much there. We're at 10 hours, pretty much.
That's hardcore.
Hey, Cool Blue, did they call anything else?
Not that I know of. A lot of these U.S. Senate races, in Arizona, that looks like it may be the only state where U.S. President and U.S. Senate go to different parties.
Split. So did they call the PA race yet?
No, but the Republican challenger, David McCormick, is leading Bob Casey still.
Okay.
Michigan, open seat of Debbie Stabenow. Mike Rogers, the Republican, is leading Alyssa Slotkin. I want to mention Wisconsin. Every year since 1976, when the state has had a U.S. Senate election on schedule, the same party carried the state for president and for Senate. And right now, the Republican Eric Hoden is leading Tammy Baldwin.
Wow. Okay.
So this is a red wave.
It's a real fucking bath. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that is a shit sandwich they served up to the Democrats tonight.
Nevada's close to call for U.S. Senate.
Well, that McCormick guy in Pennsylvania, he would have won last time because he ran last time in the primary, but Trump endorsed Oz, Dr. Oz, and Oz beat him in the primary and lost. But McCormick probably would have won last time. I'll watch you guys. Oh, yeah, I got you for that. Sleep is for losers, says Brewdog. Thank you very much for that. Jonathan Pye is fantastic. Nice job with your coverage tonight. I just woke up and love that you guys are still on. Like all Americans, it's a choice of which turd to pick up barehanded and consume. Absolutely. Yes. Okay, what else we got over here? We got LTS. I fell asleep at midnight. Did I miss something? Yeah, well, rewind, baby. TBTB. Now only time will tell if RFK and Tulsi get his ear or Rubio and Cotton. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a big question. John Michael, do you think the Dems will finally take a look at why they lost, or will they just yell at Putin? No, I don't think they're going to be able to do that bullshit this time. I don't think so. I think because Hillary won the popular vote. It's too convincing. I think because Hillary won the popular vote and Trump won by such a narrow margin spread across 3 states, and the fact that they had just done the Russia thing, it was kind of new. They had a scapegoat. There's no scapegoating this. I can't wait to see what they say. I'm going to watch.
Yeah, they're going to blame the voters.
Yeah.
They're going to blame black men.
Yeah.
They're going to blame Muslims. What were they thinking? Donald Trump is he's even closer to Netanyahu.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. No, I think that is what they're going to do. And that creates a real blackpilling. A real black. Let's see here. Yeah, no. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing yet that I'm seeing on cable. All right. Okay, Christian Denberg. Let's have another cowbell.
Damn, boom.
Not thrilled with the result tonight, but thanks for all you and your team do. Well, thank you, Christian. No, we're not thrilled either.
I was starting to warm up to that Kamala cackle. I am a little sad we're not going to hear it for very much longer.
Yeah.
That did let me down a little bit.
Hello from UK. What is next for Kamala? Probably nothing. Yeah,
commentator.
No,
she's not even talented enough for that. Yeah.
Well, you lose the.
You
can't go from failed presidential candidate to commentator. Like, you're too high profile a loser.
I think they are keeping a chair warm for her on The View.
I don't think so. I think she's gonna she's probably got enough
fade
money
into obscurity.
She's 59. I mean, she's got money. Her husband's got money. That's it. They're just going to be into obscurity. I don't think you can rebound from losing presidential candidate. Like, they don't, like, losing presidential candidates don't get their own shows, right? When?
I don't know. She might be able to sell that brand to the libs.
She should start a podcast. That should be just the thing you do.
She should really confuse people with an Indian cooking show.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Notice Trump, not a conciliatory word for her at all.
No.
No thanks to my opponent. Russia got my
dog pregnant. For a CGI candidate, she ran a very impressive campaign.
She did very well.
She did very well for a hologram.
MAGA, but really appreciate you. Thanks, Mark Snyder. Thank you for
Mark.
presenting the other side without lying to me. Hope to meet you in the middle when the Uniparty dies. Of course. We'll see you there. Alex Lipton, thanks for the $4.99. By the way, Yahweh is a maniac who doesn't care about humanity. Free Palestine. Monty Python was right. Human sacrifice isn't righteous. Thank you, Alex Lipton. Okay, Brian M. Reminder to people, watch at bars tomorrow for the meltdown. People watch at bars tomorrow for the meltdowns. Yeah. Yep. That'll be something.
This is one time it's really awesome to be in New York.
Yeah.
You want to watch shit libs melt down? I mean, really, New York and San Francisco are the two best places in the country you could be.
That's right. Kawaii Cowboy, I read a lib tweet saying the Latino vote going to Trump was like turkeys voting for Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
it's
they
the
love
usual
that.
script blaming minorities. Yeah.
They love the turkeys Thanksgiving thing.
Chickens voting for Colonel Sanders. That's
I
love that one. That's not dehumanizing at all. Just call someone a turkey or a chicken.
Yep.
Pod Cackles America. Yeah, we'll see what they have to say. We'll see what they got to say. Man, there's going to be a lot to absorb. A whole lot to absorb. Sets, thanks for the $10 over on Rumble. Appreciate that very much. Not sure if already mentioned, but Joy-Ann Reid has already blamed white women for Kamala losing. Enjoyed the coverage from Melbourne, Australia. Yeah, I think we heard that before.
Somebody mentioned that before. God, I can't wait to see that.
There's going to be a lot of stuff. So, yeah, we will be live, I guess, Thursday morning, right? I guess that's when we'll see you next.
Yeah, we're not doing tomorrow. I guess not, right?
I mean, maybe we can. I mean, I don't know. If we do tomorrow, it'll be a short one. It'll be like a recap show. Then again,
I mean, I think maybe we should jump on to do lib meltdowns at some point.
All right, maybe we'll do like an hour and a half or something. We'll do a quick one.
Like a short show.
A day after. Yeah, I mean, we'll jump on real quick. Maybe we'll just throw a card up and just leave the stream running and just come back. May as well just leave it going. Yeah.
No, really. We're coming on. Really.
Yeah. Yeah. Russia got me drunk now. It hurts when I pee, says Brewdog. Thank you, Brewdog, very much. Thundaga99, thanks for not pandering to the viewers when it came to your predictions. Well, yeah, that's the thing, man. I told you what I thought was more likely than not. That's all. Whatever.
Yep.
I say, the most cowardly prediction you could have made was, well, Trump's going to win, and if he doesn't, it was rigged.
It was rigged.
Because then you're right either way. Then if he wins, you say it was too big to rig.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
Yeah, heads you win, tails you lose. Exactly. That's audience manipulation. All right, let's see. I want to kick booty. Says, damn, uncommitted took 400K. Let's be honest, though. I'd lick Russell's toes, trim Keaton's pubes, and let Tusker stomp me with her high heels for 400K. Last one I do for free. Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, I mean, they did get a payday.
Well, wait until you see what we have planned for her show.
Yeah, right, exactly. Portland is probably more shit-libby than SF and New York City combined. They're probably on a mass watch. Thank you, my real name. Appreciate that. Bonzo Beans, Peanut has set the stage for a new age of multilateralism, marking the beginning of a new chapter in international collaboration and growth. There you go, Peanut.
I will always think of this as the Peanut election.
Yep, this was the Peanut election. That could have been what swayed it last minute, because even New York was not a convincing win for Kamala. Woman from Pod Save America, we're fucked, Charles. We lost, Charles.
They didn't even believe the Biden polls, those two.
Oh, yeah, no.
She said, I think it's a bit of polar coaster. No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah? They didn't think that the Biden polls were right either?
Nope.
Wow.
Nope. They did not think Trump was beating Biden.
That's
crazy. This must have come as quite a shock to them.
That is crazy. Wow. All right. Well, I think that's about all we got, but I mean, we can't quit now at 9:55. We got to get to 10 hours. Just say we went 10 hours. We got to go 4.5 more minutes. So, hey, Cool Blue, what else you got?
No, I just wanted to see this whole thing through. I really did.
No, I mean, hey, man, you were a star tonight. Thank you so much. Be in touch with us. We will hook you up. This.
I got through it on just one bottle of wine. I kept it to one.
Oh, Russell got one bottle of wine. I only had 2 cans of beer the whole time. I only had 2 cans of beer.
I had another one in reserve if it got really rough, but it's still unopened.
Yeah, I mean, if Kamala won. What's that, bud?
Nothing new to report. It's just going to likely take the rest of the night and into the early morning to project anything.
Yeah. But, it doesn't matter, right? Because it's already called. It's funny. The networks had not even called Alaska. Like, they're not calling Alaska. Like, I don't even understand that. Like, I don't even understand what you're waiting for. Trump on verge of victory with swing state wins. The New York Times says Trump on verge of victory. What do you mean on verge of victory? Or, like, are they?
I mean, I guess technically, why? Because Alaska's not in yet? Or?
But Alaska, he's up by 16 points. Like, how could you
not
call
why
Alaska?
haven't they called it yet?
He's up by 16 points in Alaska with 70% of the vote in. I mean, come on. Alaska, that's it. That's in. Like, what are they... Like, I don't understand that. Very likely Trump. Great. Yeah, I mean, it's Trump. Like, what the hell are they... Like, I don't even know what they think they're doing by waiting. Is it just because they're waiting for the other swing states? Like, that's it. Like, once Pennsylvania goes, that's it. You're done. You're screwed. It's over. So, turns out he swept the swing states entirely. Turns out she got not one.
Wow.
Not one state.
Wow, not one of them. Wow.
That's actually what I would call
blowout
within.
What's that?
I would call that a consensus within.
Yes, I would say that. Yes, I would say that is quite the statement. And let's see, oh, the Vanguard van has a graphic now to go with your screen name. Kaz Garath, what will Crystal and Kyle, aka Dim and M, have to say for themselves? Well, Kyle's already saying I was wrong. I was wrong. I mean, that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Look, all you could do is.
I mean, we were wrong too.
Yeah, I mean, all you could do is eat it. I mean, it happens. Like, you know, I mean, I think they were informed by certain biases. I think they were wrong in partly because they were biased. I think, you know,
they wanted that result.
They wanted it. They wanted it. For me, it was just born of cynicism. Yeah. Woman from Pod Saber, fuck Charles. Yeah, no, I mean, they'll just have to say we were wrong. That's it. That's part of it. You just got to eat it and move forward. I can't wait to see the fallout of social media tomorrow. You know, there's going to be some comedy.
That's why I'm saying we almost got to come on tomorrow.
Yeah. Mac Truck, the Ann Selzer Des Moines Register poll saying Kamala was winning was bullshit. Yeah, that was way
apparently
off.
Total bullshit.
Way bullshit.
Yep. You know who was wonderful? Alan Lichtman, the 13 Keys guy.
Oh yeah, but you know what? He predicted Kamala. And
didn't
this
he?
Is his first time
didn't he say
wrong.
Kamala was going to win?
Oh, he was absolutely. Nobody could penetrate his supposed logic of his 13 keys.
Well, he had called every election correctly, dating back. I think he had called every single one correctly because the only one he technically got wrong was 2000, but he didn't because Gore really won that one.
Right. Yeah.
Because he said Gore was going to win that one, and Gore did. So yeah, man. So yeah, he took it on the chin too. So Rachel Maddow's leaving the country now to avoid being locked up, and Liz Cheney is leaving to avoid the firing squad. Right? Yeah, there you go. We will see. The People's Infinite. I vote Thursday. Here we go. The Vanguard van. Russell, can you do something to turn me on? Twist my key, rub my hubcaps, finger my exhaust, pinch my tire valve caps, fuck Gavin's mom while I watch. There you go. In the van, inside you there. The People's Infinite. I vote Thursday as 2 hours world news show, then another 10-hour show. Just lib meltdowns. Oh, I said vote too soon? Haha. Hope she cackles during her concession. DD for #1 pod. Thank you, People's Infinite.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Landslide victory, he says. You have to go for 10 hours. That's longer than the film Showa. Well, we are at 10 hours right now. We have crossed the 10-hour threshold. Kenman G, thank you very much. Hey, thank you, everybody.
We have the most stamina and virility in the space.
That's right. And audience. We still got 4,000 people in here now between the two forums at 4 a.m. The clock has struck 4 a.m. We have crossed the 10-hour threshold. Cool Blue.
Yes.
Take a bow. Take a bow. Thank you so much for tonight. You were a star.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you, Cool Blue.
You are a star, a star, a star.
And it was his idea to advertise this as a telethon for muscular dystrophy, and that really pulled people in.
Yeah, exactly. All righty. Well, folks, that is all we got for you tonight. I hope we brought it. We will probably see you guys at some point tomorrow. Join our newsletter, join our Substack. Hey, if you could join our locals and help support us, that really makes a huge difference at dudissidents.locals.com. But join our Substack. It's free. It's a newsletter. We'll let you know when we'll be on tomorrow. We'll likely be on at some point. It'll be an abbreviated program. It'll be a shorter show. But we'll maybe come on with some nice gems, some nice nuggets for you guys. The Vanguard van says, I've always had the Vanguard van icon as my avatar. Okay, it just wasn't showing up here until now. My Reeton Cussel avatar has a deep fake morph of you two. Interesting. My Adolphus Schickelgruber has a pic of young Hitler. Shame Rumble doesn't show like YouTube does. Okay. Well, thank you, Vanguard van. Appreciate that very much. Hey, we appreciate you guys very much for being here. You guys are the best. What a show. What a show.
It was a really big show tonight.
Really big show tonight. Hey, thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you all very, very much. We will see you tomorrow, or shall we say later today, with maybe some more recap of this, and then back here, of course, Thursday morning, 9 a.m. for Morning Dew. Thank you to Jake. Thank you to our YouTubers. Thank you to our Rumblers. Thanks once again, Cool Blue. You are the man. We appreciate you so much. We'll be in touch with you.
Thanks to Tusker. Thanks to Jose for coming on.
And Jose Vega. Absolutely. Absolutely. Beautiful job for Jose tonight. We will see you guys all next time. Until then, once again, thanks so much for being here with us tonight. Be safe and be...
It's all going to work out.
Please clap.